This story happened a long time ago in the warm fall of 92 years ago. Deputy Sal Cheon said it was time. The time has come for the invasion of Zhongyuan, as the Murim alliance is in chaos. The faction has split, the people within it are now engaged in a power struggle. It was time for the Heavenly Demon Holy School to act now while war broke out between them. Sal Cheon only asked the leader for permission to capture the Union minions right now. However, the 16th leader, Ku-ok Kyung, who was reading at the time, turned him down and kicked him out. Sal Cheon could not disobey him, and with great reluctance complied with the order, walked away from his chambers. After that conversation, another 10 years passed and the deputy came to see him again. Yi said that members of the Se clan had taken over several roads and confronted the John clan. Right now, there's another great opportunity that could turn things around for us. But Ku-ok Kyung shook his head negatively again. He was completely absorbed in thoughts of martial arts. A lot of time passed, but the deputy's requests did not stop, and he came to the head again and did not understand why he was in such a shanty town. After 15 years, the deputy informed him that the number of absolute Zhongyuan warriors did not exceed 10 people. But the head of the Heavenly Demon School wasn't listening to him, and the deputy realized at this time his thoughts were on how worthwhile it was to eat tansuyuk. Sal Cheon was the 16th deputy chief. After 31 years, a new deputy was appointed in his place. The new deputy was very pushy and called himself Chil-wol Sung. Later he came to the supervisor. He had a plan to cause turmoil in his opponent's environment without engaging him in combat. The deputy said to put one of the leader's secret books to them, and the country would be in dissension. The old man asked for the right to give orders, and thus made Ku-ok Kyung very angry. Since it was during this time that the theory of how to become one of the 10 warriors of Murim in just 1 month appeared. Chil-wol Sung was not relenting, and asked to be allowed to take over the leadership of several commanders to crush the alliance. He pissed off the supervisor, and he promised to have him thrown in the Shaolin temple for religion if he ever came again. His subordinates stopped harassing him only after rumors that he would shave the head of anyone who came to him again. A whole year passed, and Ku-ok Kyung realized that he had accomplished everything on this earth. He thought of joining the immortals, but he doubted that there would be anything more interesting than an earthly body. He decided that he wanted to reach a level of martial arts that no one in the history of Murim had ever been able to reach. This level was to surpass the depth or escaped demon. This became a matter of life. One had to reach the sacred demon level, or also called the demon god level. He was sure that this time everything would work out, even though he had already had more than 25,000 failures. But this time luck was on his side and a miracle happened, and he rose above the ground. Because the only right thing to do was to let all the internal energy flow outward. His energy was so powerful now she realized that if it wasn't for her, nothing would have worked out. Now the head of the Heavenly Demon School only had to soar beyond consciousness into deep space. The thoughts in his mind were that even the founder of the Heavenly Demon School himself had fallen right in front of the entrance. But he gathered his strength and rushed to a level no other Murim warrior had ever reached before. From then on, he needs to maintain maximum unconsciousness and create a protective barrier around himself. Ku-ok Kyung is trying to figure out who the creature behind the gate is, what world it's in, and he heard a woman's voice. Besides the woman's voice, there was someone else's voice that promises to send him to the other side of the world so the leader can't concentrate. These voices keep bothering him, and he's afraid the barrier won't hold. He's at his limit. And then his nerves couldn't take it anymore, and he started screaming and shouting loudly for the Mu to stop interfering. He was trying to figure out who was bothering him with his chonim and kept asking who it was. The supervisor was on edge and yelling for him to come out to him, but nothing was happening. At that very moment, the voices subsided, and Ku-ok Kyung thought that they might have been from the celestial world. Suddenly, an incomprehensible force grabbed his leg and began to wrap it higher and higher. He was very frightened, but he could do nothing about it. The charge was of incredible force. It was the rays of light exactly that grabbed the head of the Heavenly Demon School. He could not unhook them. He has to forcefully weaken his level, or else he will become a celestial and stay there forever. But in the blink of an eye, something happened that he didn't expect. Someone interrupted him, but who was it? It was the one who tried to save him and asked him to run because he was already being searched for all over space. Something incomprehensible was happening to the manager. He couldn't do anything about it. He fell to the ground and couldn't move. He thought it was the end. It turned out that the celestial demon had fallen into a Chuhwarima state and had been in it for a month. This event shocked everyone, and there was a riot in the main division of the Murim Union. Union warrior Murim arrived at a Union unit and stormed to its head to find out everything. Her name is Chegel Yu Jin. She arrived as soon as she received the letter from the carrier pigeon. She was so scared and surprised that she barged into the chapter and disrespected her. But the head of the unit was wise. He asked if it was a private who came. Chegel Yu Jin apologized for her behavior. She couldn't believe what she read in the letter the pigeon sent her. She asked if it was true. Is it true that a terrible tragedy happened to the great master of the Kunlun mountain range who was one of the 100 strongest warriors? The head of the union had a hard time saying this, After a little silence, he replied that the body had not yet been removed. Chgal Yujin was horrified, and the words of the chapter resounded in her mind that what was written in the letter was true. She argued that right now it was necessary, but the head was calm. He gathered the 9 great clans and the 5 great families. She could not understand where the enemies were now. The head replied that they had gone to Tibet. She heard what she feared most, that they were now in the heavenly demon's holy school. Immediate rescue action was needed, and the head began to think about what to do. Everything was happening in Tibet. The main stronghold of the heavenly demon sacred school was in danger. The chapter was horrified that the enemies had crushed even the hidden steel soul group. The warriors said that they were massacred, but the fighters continue to fight, but they will not last long. The elder assured that even demonic creatures were insignificant and could be defeated. There was a question of putting 3 combat squads that consisted of first-class warriors into battle and observe the result. The elder said that they numbered a few tens of thousands, and the other troops were already dead. But no one was sure that in such a situation the best fighters would be able to win. The fighters knew that Tibet had never seen such a monster before, and how to defeat it was unknown. They didn't understand what these types were, and why they should die without even knowing the reason. It wasn't clear what to do. The head assured that one of the squads had already entered the fray, and they could only wait for news. Unexpectedly, the head of this squad, Hyung Yon, appeared to report the situation. The head hurriedly asked what was going on there, and if the enemy attack had been repelled. Hyung said that their squad stood for 15 minutes and was defeated. The squad tried to destroy them, but the monsters were getting bigger and bigger. He apologized to the deputy because he didn't know how to help him or what to do. The head was confused and asked if the head knew about it, but he did not receive a reply. The 16th leader began to be called the Heavenly Demon instead of his real name because he was very strong. Everyone was at a loss and didn't know what to do. They couldn't even give an answer to the head. Even if he had come, they could not face him, and to report such a disgrace, they could not have been better off dead. On the top floor of the unit, an unfamiliar sound like someone's footsteps was suddenly heard. The head realized that something was about to happen, but no one could know what it was. When he saw what it was, he was numb with fear and was amazed at what kind of creature it was. The impact on the subdivision was so strong and powerful it destroyed all the upper floors. In one fell swoop, this huge black creature broke through the division and was next to the warriors. What was that? Nobody realized it was an enemy attack? The important thing is that the head is okay. The huge red eyes were full of rage and stared with anger at the head of the unit. This monster in an instant blew the roof off. Hu Young's unit immediately recognized it. It was the same monster. The monster struck first. His jaws opened, and he was ready to demolish everything in his path. He was of enormous stature, and the warriors were given an order, and the heavenly demon's sacred school was to end. The order was to fight to the last fighter, and even if all the warriors died, do not stop. At this time, on the other side of the headquarters, Ku Ok Kyung came to his senses near a river. He was dehydrated and drank from this body of water. He reflected that he was able to resist even though he had to lose the inner energy that had cost him thousands of years. He could only survive by pressing the acupuncture point and paralyzing his body, thereby lowering his energy by 1 level. And as a result, he fell into the state of Chukvaima, which was a hellish pain, but thereby avoided the road to the world of the celestials. Things didn't go according to plan. He couldn't concentrate, and so he didn't reach the level of a holy demon. He still couldn't figure out who the voices belonged to. On the side of the headquarters from behind the mountain, explosions and rumbles were heard that echoed throughout the area. Ku Ok Kyung had not yet come to his senses and couldn't understand what was going on or where the sounds were coming from. When he realized it was coming from outside the headquarters, he thought they'd finally grown up. It had to be practiced like this from the beginning, and he knew that making a fuss didn't mean they had gotten stronger. To understand what was going on there, you had to understand the whole point, or else you'd be in trouble. Ku Ok Ken saw a large monster with huge wings hovering to the side of the headquarters. He had no way of knowing what it was, but the creature looked like a dragon from afar. The so-called dragon flew towards the headquarters and thus carried danger to them. The monster looked terrifying, big red eyes and a huge maw with sharp teeth. But the worst part was that a real demon was sitting on this monster and controlling this dragon. Instead of a head was a bare skull, red, glittering eyes, white with old age hair. A crown of bones and anger sparked from it. The headquarters was almost completely destroyed. Everything was burning in flames. There was total devastation. The Grand Mage of Granada was very angry and was willing to go to any lengths to defeat the dragon. He drew his sword, and with all his strength and anger stabbed the dragon right in the neck without giving it a chance to move. The dragon fell to the floor with a clatter and took up all the space around them. They asked if it was his choice. He didn't think Granada's great magician Rivers would meet such a lowly end and said he knew how it would turn out. Even the last few minutes, the dragon acted arrogant. The mage asked what after and if he was going to become a lich. The main thing is that he has no regrets, and the mage strikes one last blow with his sword. There was complete silence. The dragon was gone. The mage finished his dirty work and started to leave. The great mage of Granada himself, Rivers, commands the master of the demonic world, the great demon Ilguero. The mage asks to make a deal with him and in return is willing to give anything, even the heart of a foul dragon. The headquarters building was completely destroyed just before the mage asked for the power to destroy the entire dragon race. The same demon called the Lich King infiltrated the headquarters, or what's left of it. He threw his ice arrows at the head and destroyed everything around. All the warriors were exterminated. These were devilish creatures. King Leech won this fight. It was no problem for him. He asked if they thought they could go unpunished for what they had done. The head of the Celestial Division didn't want to give up. His strength was leaving him, but he didn't show any sign of it. The last thing he thought was that he was ashamed in front of Mr. Supervisor. King Leech turned to the head and said that when the leader arrives, there will be no one left here. He called the head an inferior creature and said that he was talking nonsense even in his last moments. The king asked his subordinates if everything was settled, to which they replied that they had left no one in this world. He was satisfied that there would be no more trouble and gave the decree to destroy everyone they would meet in the building. At this very moment, Mephisto's servant arrived with his report and began to narrate. Since they couldn't find any traces of the golden dragon nearby, they activated their tracking magic to the maximum. But these words were followed by an ambiguous, however, and the king became furious. Mephisto continued that due to the nature of the mana they had sensed and the constant evaporation of it in the quest, there were problems. The servant reported no traceability and apologized because this might be the only place the golden dragon could have escaped to. The king realized that the traditional method of mana control was not widely used in this world, and he had not expected it at all. He got mana from his heart, and it helped to come to the headquarters of such an army. The king gave orders to deploy the quest anew. He was sure that there was a lot to play with in this world, despite the unexpected events that occurred due to lack of information. The king could not believe that there were warriors who could defeat a dragon in a land where there was no mana supply using the Tree of Life. Everyone who was here possessed the skills of sword masters. The king activated his power. Lich was happy to deal with the head since he was in charge here, and many monsters, including skeletons, had suffered at their hands. He exulted that the jihad did not stand, and even the half-human, half-monster that fought on the front lines had fallen. Lich has given orders to find the bodies of the strongest people, and they will try to get them back on their feet. The servants found such a body and brought it to the king, and from it they will begin their work. The king spoke a conspiracy over the lying man and gave the order to rise. He granted him new life. At this very time, Ku Ok-kyung, the leader, arrived, but no one had noticed him yet. He will now serve in all things to his master King Lich in this body. Suddenly King Lich heard footsteps that were quiet and smooth. He could not even understand where they came from. Ku Ok-kyung softly and very calmly said that he was puzzled by everything. He looked around. There wasn't a living soul around and turned to ask how to make sense of it. There was no answer to this. Far away in the corner sat the Lich King and the leader brooding. Leech couldn't understand where the so-called human had come from because they had killed everyone in the building. Ku Ok-kyung pondered over the fact that he hadn't sensed this devil's approach and didn't understand how he could hide his traces of presence. But his thoughts were interrupted when he saw Deputy Cheon-wol-sung lying on the floor. The last time he had visited the deputy 31 years ago, it meant that Cheon-wol-sung had left unfairly in his opinion. Ku Ok-kyung always said for the deputy to start practicing instead of fighting in a battle of the ranks and trying to capture Murim. That's why the deputy lost to some demons, because he didn't listen to the leader. Suddenly the king's servants gathered around to deal with Ku Ok-kyung and finish him off. The servants were monsters that the king had subdued, and they were getting closer and closer to the leader. But he was calm and waited for the right time to deal with them for good. One of the monsters swooped down from above with such power and force it was ready to smash the leader, but received the strongest rebuff with a fist. Ku Ok-kyung hit him and he flew far back. Ku Ok-kyung didn't even feel the monster's strength and thought it was some kind of insect. Thus pissed off the other monsters, and they pounced on him and a real massacre began. After the light had consumed him now, Ku Ok-kyung was ready for anything and was not afraid of these demons. The monsters struck from all sides and fought with everything they could get their hands on. Ku Ok-kyung fought back with only his hands, and his strength was enough to deal with them. Since they themselves were so willing to die, he used a demonic attack that had incredible power. With this attack, he defeated all the monsters in one hit and didn't even notice it. But that wasn't the end of the attack from above. He looked up to see who was there. They were making strange noises, and Ku Ok-kyung assumed they were bats. They flew closer. They were monsters with dragon-like wings and empty eyes. The leader used his attack again. There was an explosion. Everything around was on fire, and nothing could be seen. Ku Ok-kyung was surprised by the attacks of the monsters. They seemed even funny to him. He thought them insignificant little ones, and was confident of his victory over them. His school was useless this time. Ku Ok-kyung used a demonic small arm attack. Everything around him was destroyed with the leader's attack. But that wasn't the end of it. At that very moment, the Lich King appeared and their gazes crossed, and Ku Ok-kyung was surprised. King Lich himself was ready to fight Ku Ok-kyung and was confident that he would win. The leader had been waiting for this moment for the bony head to engage him. King Leech did not rush to fight, but turned to the leader and called him brave. He introduced himself as the king of cold and that world, and said that he came from the continent of Granada that is in the third dimension. He also said that he was chasing a golden dragon, and that's why he was in this place. Ku Ok Kyung didn't know what he was talking about. Leech admired Ku Ok Kyung's energy user skills, but warned that he still couldn't handle his army. So he suggests that he become a servant of his body, and then he will receive sacred eternal life. The king waited for a response from Ku Ok Kyung and was sure that the leader would agree to the proposal. Ku Ok Kyung still remained calm, and in the same tone asked them that they were destroying his house, talking about some kind of immortality. Ku Ok Kyung agreed, but first he wanted to give something to the king too. Ku Ok Kyung stated that the gift will be quick and should be accepted properly. Then the king said he would at least let him die painlessly from his ruse, but he couldn't finish. Sloa was interrupted by a powerful punch from Ku Ok Kyung that shattered King's jaw. The leader did not wait for the end of the conversation, and struck first with such force that the king could not even recover. Ku Ok Kyung struck blow after blow to finally put an end to this horrible demon. The Lich King wasn't prepared for such a strong attack. He couldn't even hit back. In the distance, a voice called out to the king, but the Lich couldn't even stand up. The manager called him a lowlife and did his best to prevail. He couldn't believe that such a worthless type had wiped out everyone in the headquarters. From a single blow, the king fell off but called himself immortal. Ku Ok Kyung thought he had defeated the unlucky one, but what happened at that moment? Suddenly the king came to his senses and flew high up. Ku Ok Kyung couldn't believe it. And the Lich used the most dangerous weapon of all, a hellfire that could destroy everything around him in an instant. That's when the leader realized it was a fire of annihilation and got worried. First, there was a huge explosion and fire engulfed everything around. Nothing could be seen. When the fire went out, the smoke filled the entire floor. The king was pleased that he had chosen the hellfire. He laughed and said that the brave man was ruined by his own stupidity, and Mephisto waited for the next instructions. The king wasted time on the brave man and gave orders to assemble at headquarters. They had nothing else to do. But Ku Ok Kyung was much stronger and more resilient than he seemed, and he called out to the king, causing him to be shocked. The leader could not understand how such a lowly, bony parasite could use the fire of destruction. Leech had completely lost track of what either he couldn't believe how Ku Ok Kyung survived this. They were both not ready to give up. The king was preparing a new blow that would definitely not leave the leader alive. Ku Ok Kyung was ready for anything because the king still didn't know he was dealing with an immortal. Lich said he'd wipe him out this time and leave no trace of him, and that was just the beginning of that fight. The headquarters building was destroyed so badly that you could see the full moon that illuminated the room. And as the Lich took decisive action, he deployed another of his weapons. It was a shield of death. He launched it directly towards Ku Ok Kyung, but received a stiff rebuff. The next strike was behind the leader, and he threw a fireball straight at the king. But the Lich used strong magic and created a safe orb with himself in it. However, he managed to injure the king, and it made him even more angry, and he called Ku Ok Kyung a bastard, and activated reverse gravity, which boomeranged all power and strength back into the leader. Ku Ok Kyung had never seen anything like this before. He couldn't understand what it was, but he wanted to strike again. Gravity lifted him up, and the king began to control him like a puppet. He reversed the action, and as a result, Ku Ok Kyung may have gotten hurt. The king wanted to send this dumb-headed idiot to the grave, but something went wrong. Ku Ok Kyung was already furious at such an insolent person and was thinking of how to defeat him. It was then that the thought of activating an extremely harsh energy crossed his mind. What Ku Ok Kyung was planning was unclear to the king, but the move had already been thought out in detail. And at that moment, Ku Ok Kyung and the Lich King rushed towards each other to deal with each other finally. Blow after blow they fought in this battle. The leader smacked the king right in his bony head. But in return, he received a blow of such force that he could not resist, and fell down. The blows were so powerful that the walls shuddered and crumbled into small crumbs on impact. Ku Ok Kyung fell to the floor below from the impact, punching through the stone walls in the process. He had to do something urgent or he would lose this fight, but he didn't want to give up. But the difficulty was that Chukwaima had him tied up at the drop of a hat, and he needed a plan. Ku Ok Kyung once again rose to his feet and stood before the Lich King in all his strength. Leech can't believe he has to fight this hard in this dimension because he's indestructible and strong. He wondered what made this man so powerful and why he couldn't destroy him. It infuriated him that a mere mortal had the nerve to pull an immortal against him, and since magic and weapons did not help, the king decided to destroy Ku Ok Kyung with his own hands. The leader's strength was already running out, and it was hard to even move, but Lich was full of strength and energy. Ku Ok Kyung summoned his energy pathways. He realized that he couldn't win with simple techniques. He knew a technique that had not been practiced, but it was about the energy of the released Big Bear, which absorbs all the internal energy. The king recognized that their powers were equal, but he would still find a way to destroy him. Lich's mouth never closed, and Ku Ok Kyung suggested that he attack first, and move into action, and he would fight back as best he could. The demon drew his sword and swung with all his might and told him not to regret his words. He activated a meteor blaster of enormous size and incredible strength with his sword. Ku-ok Kyung saw that it was such a huge thing that filled the entire area. He didn't think that this monster was capable of creating such a huge joke. If he had known that all this would happen, he would have come only after restoring his internal energy, because Ku-ok Kyung had not yet reached the level of a sacred demon. It was an invaluable experience for him, and the decision came at once that the level can be reached in the next life, and now it is necessary to fight with one's own strength. And a plan of action appeared in his mind, which he happily began to put into action. The Lich King was not ready to give up and started the fight with all his devilish strength. He rushed straight at the leader. Both of them had nothing to lose, and they fought in a terrible fight using all their abilities. Ku-ok Kyung gathered all his strength into one stream and struck at the huge meteor blaster, but at this moment, he was finally exhausted. The blaster collapsed on the headquarters, and everything shattered into small pieces, leaving nothing but a spot from the fall of this huge thing. After the fall, there was an explosion, and in an instant everything went dark as if it were night. At that moment, a young girl's foot stepped into the woods not far away from where she had come from at that time. She heard an explosion, which led her there in a long robe. She walked through the forest to see what happened. The moon was filled with blackness. She thought it was a lunar eclipse, but later realized that the moon's mana was gone. She opened the portal and couldn't believe her eyes, and then she realized that he was already... She stared through it for a long moment and only then asked the most important question of all. She could not believe her eyes and could not understand who had stopped them. There was devastation at the sight of the headquarters. The survivors heard the stranger's voice and then saw the portal. They could not understand how this was possible. When they came closer, the stranger was frightened and asked who was here. She didn't notice them. They surrounded her and threatened her with weapons. Their goal was to figure out who she was and how she got there. They asked where she was from and what she was even doing there in such a turbulent time. She was surprised at their agility without magic and thought these people... The warriors kept questioning her. When the person in charge came up, she asked what was going on, and the troopers said there was a suspicious person walking around the area. Chagal Yujin asked to speak to her. The fighters feared something might happen, but she calmed them down and ordered them to step aside. Chagal Yujin realized that the girl was not lost there by her appearance and repeated the question of who she was and what she was doing there. But the girl was silent. The soldier asked if she could speak, but the stranger only opened one eye. Without saying anything, the girl raised her hand at this moment. Chagal Yujin was startled but did not interrupt her. The fighters ordered the stranger and hands off and said it was dangerous for Chagal, but she reported that she was fine. From the palm of the stranger's hand came out an energy that traveled through Chagal Yujin and everyone nearby. She asked if the soldiers were alive and well. Luckily, they were surprised by what they saw. The girl from the forest said it was nice to meet you and she came from another dimension. Chagal Yujin assumed that she had caused all the chaos, but the stranger said that wasn't the case. She said that she opened the door through the dimensions to get away from him, and the soldier couldn't understand who she was talking about. She would later realize who the stranger in question confirmed that she was seeking refuge from him. Then the fighters asked if she could enter into cooperation with them. The girl gladly agreed, and has a lot to give them. The soldiers wondered what the name of this stranger from another dimension was. She introduced herself as Ligweather, and everyone went into a stupor from what they heard. They weren't expecting it. She pulled off the hood of her robe and opened her eyes. Lig asked to be called by her first name, since it would be more comfortable that way. Since that day, 140 years had passed around, everything was on fire, and monsters were walking the streets and grabbing people. The monster grabbed one of the passers-by, who was trying to buy time and save his son, and yelled at him to run away. He shouted once more for Li Han to run away from that place, and couldn't understand why he was still standing. Li Han was terrified. His mom and dad were in the clutches of horrible monsters and couldn't get out. He didn't understand what was happening. The monster noticed the boy and was ready to rush after him to send him to the other side of the world. His father's last words were for Li Han to run away, and a minute later, he was gone. The monster broke the roof of the house and took off after the boy. Li Han ran away from the place with all his legs and cried. He ran down a narrow forest path, and this demon with dragon wings flew after him. Li Han had to hide somewhere before the evil demons caught him and found him. But he was running so fast he didn't look under his feet and tripped over a tree root, and fell to the ground face down, flying some more distance along the roots. The boy was scared and sobbed and begged the monster not to come near him. But that didn't stop the demon from seeing Li Han lying there and quickly flew over to him. Li Han swung his sword that was in his hands and struck at the monster. He himself had not expected such a thing. The monster's fingers were destroyed and thrown far away. The demon froze in place in an instant at what was happening and did not move any closer to the boy. The monster roared in pain and horror that his fingers were gone. He couldn't move. Li Han couldn't believe that his sword was not simple and worked against the Gurgle monster. Li Han was a sophomore at the Martial Arts Academy and was able to stop the Gurgle, though they were told it was beyond the strength of even 3 Kanho warriors. When the demon came to his senses, he was ready to tear the poor boy to pieces at the pranks he had done. Li Han ordered the demon to attack him, although he was scared, but there was nowhere to go. He immediately remembered everything he had been taught at the academy and shifted his body weight to his left leg while maintaining his balance in the stance. Li Han was ready to defend himself and assumed a pose as the demon approached ever closer. The boy attacked him. He was very scared, but he gathered all his courage in his fist and did as he was taught. He used a sword technique called Boundless Sky. This was the 7th movement. But the demon, leaving no trace, managed to dodge the blow and rushed at Li Han and delivered a mighty blow to the boy right in the back. It was a hell of a pain for him. Li Han flew away from the force of the blow to the lech, right onto the lying rocks, and lost consciousness. It was unclear how long he had been unconscious there, and where the monster was going was unclear. After being hit by the gargoyle, he still came to his senses, a move that requires not shifting his weight to his left leg, but directing all the force to his right side. He didn't have the strength to hold even a blade, but he made promises to himself that he must slay at least this monster with his own strength. He decided to avenge his parents by all means, and before he attacked, he apologized to them. He was ready to die on the spot, but he's only ready to go to the other world with this monster. Li Han mumbled out of his last strength that at least this monster would be his traveling companion in hell. Suddenly, an unknown voice rang out saying that this time too, Li Han had failed. The boy took his sword and began to look at who was there near him and whose voice was talking to him he could not understand. The voice continued talking to the boy and was glad he could hear him. The voice informed him that if he went backwards, he would come across a shallow river roll, then he should go down and see a small hole. The voice ordered the boy to run now if he wanted to get away from this thing. Monster jumped out of the bushes and rushed after Li Han to chase him down and destroy him. But the boy listened to the voice and ran with all his might down the path the stranger had dictated to him. Li Han ran very fast so that the demon wouldn't catch up with him, and finally saw the roll and the hole the voice had told him about. He reached a small river roll, at which time the monster was very close and almost caught up with the boy. But the hole Li Han still hadn't found. Then the voice pointed out to him where it was, and he finally saw it. Once near him, he couldn't figure out where the gargoyle was and couldn't believe he had broken away from it. Suddenly, the monster jumped out to him and was about to catch the boy to destroy him. But at that very moment, Li Han was already opening the magic hole that he couldn't open, and he grumbled for it to open faster. Once inside, the boy flew downward at the speed of light, flying through the trees and bushes surrounding him. And a couple spans later, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, hitting his hand on the roots of a tree. His body felt like it was falling apart, but as it was, he at least caught his breath from the monster. Li Han couldn't understand what was the voice that was calling him and helping him to escape. Suddenly he heard it again, and the voice told him where to go. The boy asked who it was and where he was calling him from under a tree. A man was sitting in the dark and said that Li Han had finally found him. He couldn't believe that the voice calling him was himself. The voice replied that he didn't look very lively. Li Han asked how he could talk to such a body that was disfigured and emaciated. Then Ku-ok-kyung replied that he knew such a thing as chonim. The boy couldn't believe it, because Ku-ok-kyung was so far away from other people's eyes, and he was talking about a demon. Li Han remembered that at the academy they had talked about ferocious creatures that offered to make a deal, after which one did not want to stay alive. Li Han heard the ferocious gurgle and turned around sharply. Ku-ok-kyung laughed at him for being scared of such a worthless monster. The supervisor continued to chuckle and asked if he was such a coward. Li Han got mad at him for that. The boy turned to the immobile man, not to pretend to know what the gargoyle creature Ku-ok-kyung was talking about. He clarified who he was talking about, because there were 2 monsters behind him, and Li Han was dazed with fear. Then he very slowly turned around to see it with his own eyes. There really were 2 of them. From what he saw, he was shocked and said in a quiet voice that this could not be. It was. The wyvern absolutely indiscriminately rips apart anyone who invades its territory. The boy didn't understand how to be. Ku-ok-kyung reminded him that he wanted to take revenge or had decided to die at the hands of that beast. Li Han asked if there was a way to do it. Ku-ok-kyung said to take his hand so he could enter his body and finish off the monster. The boy didn't believe his words. The leader replied that now he had no other choice. Li Han was willing to die rather than let his body be stolen. The leader asked, didn't he crave retribution for the deaths of his parents? Li Han was shocked at what he heard. How could this strange person or non-human know about it? Ku-ok-kyung realized that the boy was slightly taken aback. He could prove to the boy that these demons were nothing compared to him, but there was no reason to give hope. He continued that by grabbing his hand, the boy's soul would disappear and the physical body would remain, but Ku-ok-kyung promised to avenge the boy's parents. Li Han remembered that his mother, frail and helpless, had lost her life to the clutches of those monsters. A father sacrificed himself to his last breath to save his son. He didn't understand why his seven were destined to go through something like this. Shouldn't demons die for such terrible atrocities? He was very angry, but most of all the boy was angry at himself for his cowardly escape from the scene of the accident. Kyung promised to definitely take revenge even if it cost him his life. He just couldn't otherwise. Li Han grabbed his hand and asked if it was enough. The leader approved the choice and said not to resist the incoming energy into his body. Kyung was afraid that two of their souls would be destroyed, so the choice was right. The boy was overwhelmed with energy. Li Han asked for a last name to know at least what the man's name was, and Kyung identified himself. Heavenly demon that caused the boy shocked. He did not believe his ears and asked again. Kyung said that he is the 16th head of the Heavenly Demon Sacred School, which means he is a heavenly demon himself. When the energy finally engulfed the boy, a bright flash of light appeared in the sky. Li Han saw it was mesmerizing. There was crying, and then Kyung heard the voices of the boy's parents saying that it was the process of his birth. Kyung was swept up in Li Han's energy and went through the boy's entire life journey from birth. A voice in his head, Daddy was saying, "It's me, your daddy." Finally, his little boy was born. Kyung realized that it was Li Han's memories. He had been remembering everything since he was a baby. He must beware of the monsters. He entered the academy, as he was scolded for coming there without skills as he studied the art of weapons. The heavenly demon was interested in that particular day and what happened then, how it happened. And then he realized that he was in Li Han's physical body, which was flying away in a bright flash. He couldn't believe what he saw and tried to stop Li Han's body from crawling after him. It was just impossible. He couldn't understand what was happening or what he should do. He wanted to grab him and shouted for him to stop and not fly away. His hands were reaching for him, and he struck with all his might at the flash of light. As it was, he could not give it a fly away, and on impact, in a bright flash, he burst from the collision with his foot. And at that moment, Kyung felt an unbearable pain in his entire body, as if an electric current had passed through. While transitioning from one body to another, the monster was not far from Kyung. Smoke appeared around Kyo, and now the boy's body was in place of the leader, and he was ready to fight the dragon in his new body. The sky dragon came to his senses, but his eyes were still closed. He touched his body with his hands and realized that everything had worked out. This huge creature was ready to destroy the heavenly dragon and rushed towards it. Kyung wondered to Li Han why his martial arts level was so bad. The monster flew upward, and with all its strength was ready to crush the boy's body. Kyo was frightened because this creature seemed like a worthless creature to him until he encountered it. At one point, the monster opened its jaws and fire rained down from it, burning everything in its path. He knew that Li Han's body wouldn't move the way he needed it to, but still thought he could manage to run one wide. The monster managed to wound the celestial demon and hit him right in the shoulder. He saw this and once more opened his huge maw, and once more fire filled everything around him. Kyung, with his wounded shoulder, ran with all his might to escape from that demon. But a wall was in his way, and a course of action immediately began to form in his mind. And then he did a somersault over this wall, ran up it, and flipped over on top of it. It was a great advantage because he found himself directly above this demon. He finally managed to match Li Han's body. He did a few somersaults and gathered all the strength in his fist. And with all his strength, he bent the monster's neck, causing it to crunch and groan. Upon hitting the monster, the heavenly demon bumped into something hard, couldn't figure out what it was. It crunched right under his foot, and he thought it might be dragon scales. At that moment, the dragon swung its head and Kyung flew off like a bullet. The heavenly demon was very agile and landed right on its feet after the throw. Kyung realized that he had dispelled the shock with his scales and was surprised that he didn't react to the attack in any way. He couldn't believe that he was hesitating because of the demonic creature. If he were in his body, he would have already used an energy attack he was afraid his body wouldn't be able to withstand. And then he noticed a thing under his foot that he had accidentally caught when he jumped. He saw the blade and was very glad that it was now that she had gotten under his feet. And joyful, he said, that he had forgotten that there was this thing that could help him out. Kyung picked up the sword and said that Li Han hadn't even left a mark on the handle of the blade. The demon in the guise of a dragon once again began to attack the celestial demon. He had come very close to him and rushed from the side right at him. Kyung thought that this thing was very resilient. Kyung can't use energy attacks, and physical attacks are useless. And he swung his blade and shouted what the monster would then say to the sword attack. He suggested that he try and withstand this attack with Li Han's blade as well. The sky demon gained acceleration and threw himself so that the floor under his feet gathered in a heap. He tore toward the dragon with such speed that he didn't notice anything nearby. And finding himself quite close with a broad swing of his sword, he delivered his blow at this monster. It hit him right in the face and pieces of his skin flew apart. The huge monster collapsed to the floor with a clatter. Smoke billowed from its nostrils and its eyes filled with anger. The punch wasn't deep enough, and Kuok-kyung decided to throw another decisive one. He filled the sword with his ethereal energy, making the blade glow and come to life in his hands. He struck another blow right in the middle of the dragon's head with such force and power as no one had ever seen. With such sword power, the demonic creature's head split into two in an instant. It was the triple-sword heavenly demon first form and the reincarnation of the heavenly demon shadow sword flash. The undead were defeated by a heavenly demon in the body of a boy named Lee Han. While wiping his mouth, Kuok-kyung reasoned that it was still a little unfair of him. The dragon lay unconscious in the middle and didn't move. It was a victory over the monster. Kuok-kyung, the sky demon, proudly walked past him towards the exit. He was glad that he was able to win. After all, one of his talents was wielding a sword, which Lee Han brought with him very conveniently. And in that moment, Oh remembered his old blade and regretted not having it with him. He saw something at the spot where the dragon had been hit and wondered what it was. But there was something sticking out that looked like a gemstone. And the celestial demon decided to see what was out there without getting dirty. He pulled the thing out and was confused. It was glowing, and in the middle was something yellow like a core. The object was blue in color and resembled a dragon's eye, as big and sharp with a pupil. The market was buzzing with sales warriors, chose weapons sellers, guaranteed the quality of goods, and asked not to hurry with the choice. Another vendor offered fabrics and a special material, strong tanned leather. They sold leather and gemstones and revitalizing mixtures, even a rewritten treatise called Shanhai Jing. Merchant Seok Sam looked around and thought that Hwachuan County was as lively as ever. He remembered trading here in a shop 10 years ago, and it had been a hard time, but now this place conjured up only fond memories. Seok Sam has been diligently saving up until today, and now he has finally opened his own store. He was overjoyed and called the department store by his own name. Isn't that wonderful? The merchant was very proud of himself and was looking around his store when a heavenly demon approached him. The merchant looked him over, but was in no hurry to offer him anything, waiting for Kuok-kyung to choose something. The sky demon read the names hanging on the wall, where there were the likes of a goblin orc, and couldn't figure out what they were. He stood with his chin held up, thinking why he would ever sell and buy such a thing. His thoughts were distracted by the voice of a merchant who welcomed him to his store. He said that the Juice Sam store thinks of customers first and asked what he wanted to buy. Kuok-kyung said he came to sell some small things instead of buying, but he didn't find any such item on the list. The merchant was upset and thought it was okay because they had just opened. Seok Sam immediately criticized him, estimating that he looked not even 20 years old. His clothes were shabby, and in addition, at the first meeting, he speaks on the first name. The merchant asked for the goods, but he didn't expect to see anything worthwhile. He thought he was an ignorant type and decided not to let him into the store. The sky demon gave the merchant what he found from the dragon. Seok Sam took a magnifying glass and looked at the merchandise. And he was simply speechless because it was a metallic wyvern magic stone. He didn't understand where such a guy got this unique thing and turned to him. The merchant was already very polite with a smile and asked to discuss the goods over a cup of tea. Thus bringing the celestial demon into a slight confusion, he hesitated. But the agreed merchant couldn't believe his ears and told him to go inside. Last night, Kuok-kyung was sitting and thinking now that he realized that these things are called monsters, and tried to use Lee Han's memories to put the whole picture together. He remembered that it had been 140 years since he had fought the Bonehead, and then Zhongwan had been infested by monsters, and the Academy had appeared. However, something still remains beyond his comprehension as for the sake of the Academy. Families and clans began to exchange martial arts techniques. Countless warriors have had to give their lives just to keep their secret books from being handed over. And now the exchange of books is going on quite peacefully. He realized that the answer is only one thing had happened in 100 years that he could not yet understand. And a scene from Lee Han's life flashed through his mind as his classmates told him that he had just memorized all the textbooks, and that someone said that now we're in the same class. Be prepared that when the semester starts, I'll kill half of them, but that wasn't the memory. The sky demon that one should leave useless memories aside, and he wondered if there wasn't some moment that would give a clue. He thought for a long time, and then it dawned on him that the basis of magic is simple: measurements. You need to draw a line from the second dimension to the third. The celestial demon thought about the girl, and what color her eyes are, light or not. The girl kept saying that one should look carefully and concentrate mana in one point. Hearing this, he was shocked and realized that this girl wasn't like that at all. The girl showed how to create fire from her finger, and then it became clear that this girl was not human. After all, humans cannot access such an incredible level of intelligence. She has very wise eyes and a perfect mind. The sky demon's mind was all jumbled up, and now he wondered if she had anything to do with that type. He breathed a sigh of relief that the most important things were taken care of, and the rest he would have to find out personally. Kuok-kyung was very exhausted and made the wise decision that, with that out of the way for now. The heavenly demon tried to restore its energy using reverse blood circulation, but only the energy of 30 years could be recovered. He realized that if you forcibly improve the skills, the body just cannot stand it, can somewhere just find and eat a miracle pill. Koo Ok Kyung summarized that he had an incomplete memory, an unstable soul, and a body unsuitable for improving quick skills. Thoughts ran through his head that he couldn't defeat that type in the usual way. 40 years ago, he applied the technique to the energy of a freed big bear, and it worked. Bonehead was destroyed and couldn't believe this could happen, that a mere worthless mortal could defeat him and destroy the king's almighty magic. That's what Koo Ok Kyung had to do. He didn't seem to be finished, but he did manage to do a lot of damage. The heavenly demon thought about everything and decided that this time it would be different. He will no longer fall into the clutches of Chuwaima even though the situation has changed, but he will still fight him. He wanted to meet that girl again and was sure he was somehow connected to King Lich. But first he decided to see how the world had changed over the years while he was gone. At this time, at Soksama department store, the merchant was saying goodbye to the customers and said that if they found anything, they should bring it to him. He received the money for the stone he sold, or rather the magic stone, though he didn't know it, and wondered where he was going to spend the money for just one stone sold. It used to be very convenient for him that he could get everything he wanted with a word or a gesture of his hand, but now he has to think about where to spend the money. No matter how much he dug into Li Han's memory, the only memories he had were of the walk from the dormitory to the academy and the studies Koo Ok Kyung thought were boring. He believed that the boy didn't know real life at all, and now how could there be a heavenly demon in his body? He approached the booth and couldn't figure out what it was. Is it really a description of mercenaries? And started reading about martial arts, their origins and experiences. He wondered what was happening to this world. Usually Muramek hid 30% of his abilities, and here people are openly advertising themselves. The heavenly demon had 500 nannies and needed about 300 on average to hire. And he had a brilliant plan to find a mercenary and dump all the dusty work on him instead of doing it himself. And Very began to realize his plan and thought who he should choose. He paid attention to one of the photos. The ad stated that the cost was 450 nannies, and the origin of the Heavenly Demon Sacred School hiring time was 15 days. At the Warrior Treasure Shop, Childok was ready to receive a visitor right now. Lighting a pipe, the man with the mustache invited his visitor to join him and prepared to listen to him. The young man escorted the celestial demon to the Ustimus Elder through a small room. The elder saw Koo Ok Kyung and said that there was a new face in the establishment. He assumed that this was the first time Koo Ok Kyung had seen the biographies of his mercenaries and offered to narrate. Koo Yem was a mediator of mercenary warriors. He clarified what class of mercenary was required. He continued that the gentleman at their place could find a fighter who would meet his every need. And when Koo Ok Kyung opened the money pouch, Koo Yum was puzzled and only mouthed "Who?" After a little time, he added that despite his age, he was very generous. He offered to talk seriously about the case and told the celestial demon to take a seat. The young guy who met him at the entrance brought him a cup of tea, which for Koo Ok Kyung was very unusual. Koo Yon called out to Childuk, and he was already here and said he had already brought everything. He took a scroll to see which mercenaries were currently available, then picked another scroll saying it would fit. Unfolded this long list and offered to start choosing the right mercenary. He began to tell me that they had 3 outstanding mercenaries in their shop, and he would introduce each one starting with the left scroll. And so the first mercenary warrior with a sturdy build was offered for study. He graduated with honors from Heavenly Cloud Senior Academy and was the wind spirit of Huang Hong. He has defeated 8 dark orcs, 2 gargoyles, and a chimera. His main weapon is his fists. His words to his employer are that he will become a force for the one who lacks it. After thinking for a while, Koo Ok Kyung decided he wasn't a good fit and withdrew his candidacy. It was all foreign and incomprehensible to him. Then Koo Young said they were moving on to the next one. The first mercenary warrior was Lord Song Gong. He ranked first in the Senior Academy's Senior Flying Dragon graduation rankings. He destroys enemies with his dagger, has crushed 4 trolls, 4 steel golems, and 2 wyverns. The special offer is a contract for only 320 nannies gold. He always says life is a real fight. Here, Koo Ok Kyung thought about it but didn't answer negatively yet, and Keo Young then decided to show the third one at once. He destroyed countless gargoyles and also slew a creepy black knight and a wyvern. His skills are so impeccable that he only needs to enter the dungeon once. But the fee for such abilities is quite high, 450 nannies for 15 days. Koo Ok Kyung muttered to himself that it was a dark swordsman from the demonic school. He asked about the demonic school, and Kuen said that a little over 100 years ago, this organization was very powerful, and he was from there. But at this point, the demonic school could be considered just a martial group whose members have a very fiery temper. The heavenly demon asked if it was true, and Kuen confirmed that there were indeed many rumors about the demonic school, but many of them were false. But one couldn't help but recognize that their cancellation skills, and Ku Ying had even heard that they had experience catching a high-rank monster not listed in the Shanhai Jing. But no matter how riotous the members of the demonic school are, and some customers are looking for them, Koo Ok Kyung recognized how much the world has changed. Kuyong continued that the prices for demon school males varied greatly, but the quality of their skills he could guarantee with certainty. The heavenly devil thought that if he hired someone, he should choose the best and use him in a big way. Then he made his choice, which fell on the third candidate from the demonic school. Ku-ok-kyu again, the guy brought a cup of tea and asked me to wait for a while. He was left alone at the table alone with his thoughts and worries. He took a cup of tea and started drinking while thinking about everything that had happened, and that again he was drinking tea. Although I was very hungry, I had to make do with only water, and at that time a warrior appeared. He approached quietly and unnoticed, but Ku-ok-kyung sensed his presence. And then the warrior spoke that before introducing himself, he wanted to announce the terms that each of them would have to adhere to. The dark swordsman said that he only enters the dungeon once because he has no desire to waste his power uselessly, and that the contract expires after 15 days regardless of the situation that will occur. It does not concern him. Ku-ok-kyung continued to drink his tea and listened while the dark swordsman continued that in return. Within 15 days, he is ready to fulfill any request, whether it be to find a person or an object, and similar requests, and that if there are claims, the contract can be cancelled right now. There is no compensation for breach of contract, and it's his mistake if he didn't read the details, but Ku-ok-kyung immediately said no annulment, and sharply threw the dark swordsman's bag of gold right into his hands before he could even think, and commented that the sack contained 500 gold pieces, of which 450 to the swordsman and 50 to the stockbroker. The celestial demon clarified that the dark swordsman promised to fulfill any request in 15 days. Is this true? The ME stood with a baggie in his hands and answered nothing, and Ku-ok-kyung decided to proceed. 5 days had already passed since the heavenly demon had hired the dark swordsman. The swordsman swung his knife with eagerness and anger and pounded the table so that it could be heard everywhere. Ku-ok-kyung didn't realize the sounds and asked who he was destroying. Maybe he caught a dragon? But the dark swordsman, he was reacting negatively to Ku-ok-kyung's teasing, who was laughing at him. Ku-ok-kyung joked that he wouldn't interfere with his work and asked if he could be quicker, because he was very slow at his job. He said his poor stomach could rot like that and asked me to hurry up because he was very hungry. The dark swordsman became furious and said, with what other job and what the hell is this job called? And continued that since going to Kanho, he hasn't had a single failed mission and has been monster hunting. He was the protector at this time. But Ku-ok-kyung had finished his lunch that the dark swordsman had prepared for him and was about to leave. The dark swordsman thought he had successfully completed all these cruel and horrible missions. At the time the heavenly demon woke up, he slept very well and asked the mercenary for food. The dark swordsman was very angry at what he was doing all these 5 days, just cooking food that would go into the mouth of this idiot. He simply couldn't sully the name of the heavenly demon sacred school with such worthless nonsense, simply couldn't. But at the same time, he thought that it was not a good idea to give up such a large sum of money. If that asshole had not been his employer, he would have killed him 100 years ago. At this moment, the heavenly demon turned to the swordsman again and asked him if he had fallen asleep there. The swordsman talked himself into keeping a straight face. 500 nannies of gold was a chance that didn't come along every day for the sake of restoring the heavenly demon sacred school, an opportunity that should never be missed. He reassured himself that there were only 9 days left and he should get his head around something. Because even now, at this very moment, time is ticking relentlessly, and soon it will all be over. Night came, the dark swordsman continued to cook dinner for the heavenly demon and do what he was punishing. After a while, the celestial demon ate well and fell back in his chair, leaving the dishes on the table. And at this point thought he'd had a good meal and didn't even have the energy to move. He told the dark swordsman that he was giving him an A for tonight's dinner and thought it was good of him to hire him for himself. And he added that the remaining days were also prepared by him too. But the swordsman, follower of the great heavenly demon sacred school, thought that he was doing some bullshit. Heavenly demon. Just about to leave and said that until he calls in the room, do not go in. Swordsman turned to him and clarified when the real work will be. The demon pondered and clarified the job work. What is there that he could offer the swordsman? And then he remembered and couldn't understand how he could have forgotten the swordsman was so happy that there would finally be a job for a mercenary. But it wasn't the job swordsman heavenly demon expected to see sent to wash his dishes. Frustrated, he was washing dishes and thought that even as he washed those stupid dishes, time was running out. Night came. Heavenly demon went to bed when the swordsman finished his work and went to rest as well. The heavenly demon couldn't sleep. He meditated and practiced to restore his inner energy. When the meditation was over, he realized that this was the limit. If he continued, he would simply tear his energy pathways, but only now had regained the energy that equaled 60 years. He had to stop there and look for a way to make space for the inner energy as much as possible now. He wondered if he should try the demonic sky and precious clouds technique, but he realized if he couldn't catch the energy flow, he would simply lose consciousness and go to the other world. Then there could be demonic lightning. If lightning traveled through the body, the pathways for energy flows could be freed up. He thought that was the case, but it was just as likely that it could also move horses. Then, there was only one solution left: to find and eat natural miracle pills of milk of purity or millennial snow ginseng. There's just one little problem. You could build an entire city for the cost. And even if you had that kind of money, you couldn't find the pills. He turned to Li Han to see if there was anything useful in his memories. He was sure at least one of these same monsters had Neden. Nadan is an egg appearing in the body of animals that help build up internal energy. And then the phrase threat level popped into his head. He immediately thought, what the hell else is this nonsense? After the incident that happened 140 years ago from a place called the dungeon began to crawl out, all sorts of monsters based on forces, people came up with a scale defined at the level of this force, and it became known as the threat level. Just as martial arts levels have a wall that can't be overcome, monster threat levels have the exact same limit. The highest threat level is 9. The heavenly demon realized that he just needed to find the memories of some high-threat monster and started searching for it. In his memories, a monster appeared. Heavenly demon thought that somehow this type looked sinister. He couldn't figure out who he was, and then he remembered that his name was Necromancer. When he got a closer look at it, he realized it was also a bony head and looked just like that donkey. The boy has no memory of any other high-threat monsters, but he needs to find out more about this Necromancer. He began to search the boy's memories for information, but in some places the text was cut off. So Li Han had been slacking off in his studies, or the memories had just been erased. He had no way out. He could look at what he had started looking and saw the information that he had the ability to control the dead. He realized that in his body are the nucleus sustaining life. Necromancer uses mana nucleus for the basis of black magic. He thought the living man had magic and believed that the miracle pill would be found in this very beast. The heavenly demon thought that no matter who he was, whether he was a lowly creature or an immortal creature, if there was anything inside him, it would be Nadan. And then a very important piece of information appeared in his memories, which just concerned the Necromancer. This was the fourth to last monstrosity lesson. He had wondered who the Necromancer was. The heavenly demon was very glad he was going to stop by the academy to meet that girl, but in the end, there was another reason to be there. He decided that he was going to see that guy soon anyway, and so that was enough. While digging through his memories, he wondered how strong this Necromancer was. He had a sleepless night of training ahead of him, because he needed to temper Li Han's body as soon as possible. Morning came. The celestial demon turned to the dark swordsman and asked if his breakfast was ready or not. The swordsman figured that even without his whims, he was still going to serve him food for breakfast. And in an instant, the dark swordsman had set the table with one hand. Everything looked very delicious and appetizing. He added that he had set a table of 16 different dishes, and also excluded appetizers that he did not like, so let him eat with pleasure. The heavenly demon had no reason to pick on the dark swordsman and had nothing to say. He simply remained silent. The sky demon clarified that there was no meat. The swordsman replied that unfortunately today there were no ingredients that came to his liking. The demon was not satisfied with such an argument, and he did not justify the lack of meat. And the dark swordsman was pleased to see that this time the heavenly demon had miscalculated. He thought he could catch him. This dish wasn't on the table now. The sky demon didn't realize what that smell was, and the swordsman noticed that it had finally gotten to his employer. The swordsman said that the demon himself guesses that it is duck soup. It is cooked over a fire in a pot in the kitchen to make the skin of the duck soft, requires strict adherence to the recipe and preparation. The demon was shocked and didn't think that in 5 days of hiring there would be such progress. The swordsman noticed that he had never disappointed his hires yet. The heavenly demon couldn't believe that the swordsman had gotten wind of what food he wanted, and he was looking forward to the swordsman's continued progress. The demon was ready to begin his meal, and the swordsman wished him approvingly good appetite. When he dined, he got some unusual herb, and he did not understand what it is, and swordsman said that he made a lucky choice, and if Demona wants more, let him be sure to tell him about it. The swordsman decided that he too should try one of the dishes and only reached for his chopsticks as suddenly something happened. The swordsman realized something was wrong and asked the celestial demon to stop in his meal. He had become completely similar to the heavenly demon and wanted to eat lunch with him just the same. The swordsman realized that being with this sloth he had become the same without noticing that he had involved him in all this so much that he had even taken over his mind. And then the swordsman became furious and asked what it was. Could this really have been the plan all along? He is the most prominent of the followers of the demonic school that was destroyed 100+ years ago that did for 5 days for 450 gold. He started to think back and realized that he hadn't done any meaningful work during that time, chowing down on food, wandering around the grocery store, and chowing down on food again. And then he had an idea that the celestial demon's plan was to get close to him otherwise. He was sure that his employer was a secret enemy scout, and it turns out that at the end of their contract he would attack stealthily and destroy the swordsman. Suddenly, the heavenly demon turned to the dark swordsman, showed him the photo, and clarified if he knew him. The swordsman did not expect such a question, and answered nothing. The demon repeated his question and asked if he was deaf. The demon kept chewing, and in between meals asked if he knew a type named necromancer. The swordsman asked if he meant the creature that summons zombies and skeletons. The demon realized that the swordsman knew him. Then he asked him just one question: how strong this necromancer was. But swordsman thought the demon was only averting his eyes from his plan to play along. He clarified why suddenly the demon was asking about him. He said if he was thinking of doing something stupid, he'd better hold his horses, because a commoner like him would never be able to deal with a 9th-level threat monster, and added that to catch him, he would need quite a lot of time and preparations. The demon didn't understand why to him. And he said he was afraid the contract would expire before he could crush the necromancer. And now the demon was shocked. Why the hell would he catch him? Swordsman came to a stupor and didn't understand he hired him. Exactly for this may be this trap. Swordsman didn't expect such a question. The sky demon asked who would then cook the food if the swordsman went to catch monsters. The swordsman's face changed. He was so shocked he had nothing to say. Once again, I asked Demon about the food. He clarified what Demon had said about the food. And at that very moment, there was an explosion. He was so angry, all he kept hearing was food, 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 food. Swordsman jumped up from his chair and hit the table with anger. And at that moment, the table broke. He scattered all the plates. The swordsman said he didn't want to hear about the fucking food anymore, and only sighed. The swordsman himself came to shock at what he had done. He had never been so aggressive. The demon turned to the swordsman in a calm tone. The swordsman asked, "How long did the Lord wait?" He asked if the soup boiled to perfection with soft duck meat would be tasted. And he added that he'd forgotten that the soup comes with 3 servings of rice and 16 appetizers. The demon thanked him and said he'd appreciate it after he tried it, the swordsman thought, thinking he'd managed to keep his joint quiet. He knew the demon was obsessed with food. The swordsman must never let his guard down so as not to arouse any suspicion. He must bring food as soon as possible. He said that just a second and everything will be fine. Heavenly Demon did not understand what suddenly happened to him. Although duck soup, he was always happy by the way he remembered something. Swordsman needed to fill out these papers. Only the demon couldn't figure out what it meant to frame a face. Demon thought what it meant to draw and didn't understand why everything was so painful and so many things were needed for admission. The next day, the Heavenly Demon arrived at the Heaven Warrior Academy to submit his documents. He went into the building and went upstairs and then walked over to the administration department and went inside. The head of the administration department was Ku Yun-cheon. He took the documents and read them. This was the profile of a dark swordsman of the Heavenly Demon Sacred School. He was a mercenary. The head of the department couldn't believe it was true that it was a student from the demonic school, but the assistant assured that they had checked everything several times. The supervisor clarified whether he had not said anything else. He did not make any demands, but the deputy supervisor replied that he did not know. He just handed over the application for membership and walked to the counseling office. Just by looking at his work experience, it was clear that he was a head above the rest of the students at the academy. The supervisor couldn't believe that he had managed to capture a dark knight of the 7th threat level. Lee Jun-gu noticed that the dark swordsman had captured an inferior knight with him, did not have a skeleton horse. Moreover, the dark swordsman was in the company of talented warriors. That is why he was lucky enough to destroy the dark knight. The leader said that no matter what, a dark knight is a dark knight, and even the 4th-year students in their academy wouldn't be able to suppress him. He clarified what the instructors were saying. The deputy responded that there was one more vote in favor. The supervisor did not understand for what reason the deputy responded that he was facing a bloody threat, so it was decided to grade the apprentices according to the benefit to the academy. Lee Jun-gu added that no matter how it is, this organization is a demonic school and dark swordsman. This is the first to join them. Ku Yun-cheon clarified, even though the alliance with the Sa clan, the deputy confirmed that yes. It was an agreement between the Chan and Sa clans to conclude such a treaty was facilitated by a girl named Lig Weezer. The condition of the agreement was one to fight on the same front line against the monsters. Immediately after that, each of the parties to the treaty received magical power from Lig Weezer. Rallying the power of each other, academies were founded, and Zhongguan stopped receiving damage from monsters. It should not be forgotten that the period of enmity between the clans was much longer than the period of their union, and asked what the deputy thought about it. Lee Jun-gu wanted to be accepted into their academy. The head of the department asked for a reason. He replied that it was impossible for a dark swordsman to become a student of another academy. The supervisor decided that he would take him on as a pupil from today and wanted to see him right away. The deputy had something else to tell him. He said that the dark swordsman had not come alone but with his guardian. The supervisor didn't understand with which trustee and asked if he was also from the demonic school or not, and the deputy said no. At this moment, the heavenly demon was doing push-ups, pretending to sigh heavily from the exercise. The deputy told the supervisor that he was a repeat student. The dark swordsman didn't understand what the heavenly demon was doing and why he was doing push-ups and 12 times so tired. Lee Jun-gu said that the dark swordsman's guardian was studying at their academy. In the second year, the leader came to a shock. It was the 6th day of hiring. It was an early warm morning when the celestial demon woke up in his room. He was starting to get ready for the academy and was trying on his uniform when the dark swordsman walked in. Demon said it looked much more rustic than he expected at this time. Swordsman just stood back. A little later, he noticed that it was his dear employer who asked him to buy such a uniform and asked why he needed it. Heavenly Demon replied that everything is clear to go to the academy. You need to wear a uniform. Swordsman asked what academy we are talking about. I couldn't understand why the Heavenly Demon needed it, and asked him straight in the forehead why he needed to go there. The Sky Demon very cheerfully replied that there was something interesting there. The swordsman said he didn't answer normally, and at that moment the second form of the academy flew into his hands. The dark swordsman was puzzled, and for what he needed this academy form and what it meant. There were certainly thoughts in his head about it, but he really hoped it wasn't what he was thinking. But the heavenly demon confirmed his fears and said that this was it and he was going with him for company. The dark swordsman exploded and asked why on earth he should go there, but the sky demon said that if he didn't want to go, he didn't have to. Added that soon his biography will be difficult to display it in the mercenary shop. The dark swordsman was simply furious and couldn't believe he was hearing this with his own ears. The sky demon said that if anything went wrong, he could get his gold back and told him to think hard. In the meantime, he went to the academy. The dark swordsman had no choice but to go to the academy with him, and he was very angry. He began to put on his uniform and thought that to rebuild the great heavenly demon sacred school, he needed this money. He was sure that demon should keep the thought well in his head, and that's when the clock ticked. To calm down, the dark swordsman counted in his head and had already reached the number 207,359. He has calculated everything about 15 minutes. He exhales 240 times in 2 hours will get about 1,920 times, and for the remaining 9 days, just this number. The swordsman thought it was better to spend the last days of the contract wasting no energy and just hold tight to his money. At this time, the heavenly demon had finished his training and decided to call it a day and clarified how he looked, because he was so damn cool. Swordsman decided that even if he was kicked out of the mercenary shop, he will bury this cretin. At this moment came in the deputy department. He walked in and introduced himself as Lee Jun-gun, apologized that they must have been waiting for him and wanted to get right to the interview. At this very moment, the heavenly demon was showing his elastic muscles to the swordsman, and the swordsman was angry and thought that he would tear him to pieces after the contract. The deputy stood in the doorway in utter confusion, wondering which one of them was the dark swordsman. He really hoped that someone who bragged about his muscles wouldn't be a dark swordsman. And then he looked at the guy who was sitting all pissed off on the bench and realized that the dark swordsman was him. The deputy turned to the dark swordsman and asked if it was him, to which the latter rudely replied that if it was. The deputy showed him the application and said that he was the one who had applied to join the Heavenly Warrior Academy. He was determined to enter the 4th year in the 4th grade. The swordsman tried to calm himself down as best he could when the heavenly demon kept joking about him and saying that he was a quadriplegic and 2 grades higher than he was. And then the swordsman laughed that if he was quieter than water and lower than grass, the mercenary's property would become his, and that would be the real death blow. The deputy called the swordsman to the 4th class, and the mercenary said that once the 4th class was over, they would meet at the gate of the academy. But suddenly, Deputy Lee Jun-gu stopped, and from asking a question, and asked to wait for the swordsman to answer him. The sky demon clarified, "Where is the 3rd grade sophomore class?" to the deputy. At this point, the deputy thought he had a very respectful form of speech, or at least a slightly less respectful style. He said that if he were his instructor, he would lower his grades for behavior. He is a student and should keep the rules of etiquette at least to adults. At first, the heavenly demon was taken aback by what the deputy told him and went into shock. Then he just laughed out loud enough to make tears run down his eyes. The deputy replied that the 3rd grade sophomore class was in the next building on the 7th floor. Demon thanked and apologized for the impolite treatment. He laughed and said he'd see you again and went on his way. The swordsman said he was a lunatic by nature and asked him to take him to class. At this moment, the heavenly demon laughed and remembered that he was a disciple, so he was addressed like this. He walked and thought that it was all very pointless. He had only changed his body, but everything around him was different now. He thought about the fact that 140 years ago, he would have considered this whole situation absurd. He just didn't need to go to any academy then. He needed to attend classes to get used to his new body, and he just couldn't quit now. He was discovering a lot of new things. The neighboring building looked very good, and Heavenly Demon was glad that the building wasn't destroyed as the main headquarters of the demonic school. He had to go up to the 7th floor, and he joyfully went to his classroom. At this point, the teacher stood in the classroom and asked the students how they had been doing all this time. First, he congratulated everyone on finishing their freshman year and moving on to sophomore year and seeing the new faces in the class, so he decided to introduce himself. His name is Cho-Jok-sang, a weapons instructor. His lessons will be boring, but in practice you can't do without them, so you had to listen carefully. That was the end of his introduction, and he moved on to the rosters since today was the first day of school. Just as he began to voice the list, someone suddenly burst through the door. The students were shocked. They couldn't understand what happened. Someone took the door out, and everyone saw someone's foot. The instructor did not understand what was the matter. The heavenly demon stormed into the classroom and clarified whether it was the third class of the second year. The instructor was furious and asked who the hell he was for kicking the door to the classroom out of the blue. The instructor was shocked by the insolence of the celestial demon. He asked what this nonsense was, and then the celestial demon, already in a more respectful form, apologized and introduced himself again. He repeated again that he was he and addressed him as the grim redhead. The instructor's fury was unbounded. He didn't even have anything to say. Then the heavenly demon clarified whether it was enough and decided to go sit back down. Cho-Jok-sang did not allow him to enter the classroom and told the deputy that this guy was crazy, to which the deputy replied and asked him to go out into the hallway for a moment. Demon did not listen to anyone and went further. He did not understand why such a small table and clarified whether here will now teach lessons. Cho-Jok-san could not understand what kindergarten. Kuo-Ken very arrogantly walked to his seat, walked over to the table, pulled back a chair, and sat down. The instructor and students alike were shocked, and he made himself at home at the desk. Behind him sat one of the students who really didn't like the behavior of the celestial demon and could deal with him right now. He thought the guy was a freak because he was acting like that and thought it was only the first day of the semester and he was already acting like that. His name is Mu-Ren, and a voice was heard in the next desk asking what he would do now. Mu-Ren that he is not fucked up to leave him alone. Of course, he already had a plan. The classmate offered to give a verbal lesson now, but he had a different plan of action. He wanted to deal with him by teachers can't see. He replied that the teachers were nearby, so they would sit quietly for the time being, and the girl asked him if he would drag him to the roof, to which he replied that of course, and there was no better place to practice. Mu-Ren sat there thinking about how he should beat up the bastard today, and thought it was going to be a fun year. But the heavenly demon was sitting as if nothing had happened at this moment. The teacher and the deputy were discussing this boy. I couldn't understand how such an impudent person managed to. The deputy replied that he had no idea, but that he had brought a dark swordsman. It was the truth. And the most important thing is that the head of the administration department has ordered all eyes and ears on this boy. We should have tried to make sure he followed the rules, and if anything happened, by all means, report immediately. The deputy apologized for interrupting and offered to continue the lesson. He was shocked that the guy had even knocked down the door. The instructor replied that they would fix it quickly. The heavenly demon studied the disciples and thought about the fact that the disciples who were sitting here were members of different families. Not far away sat a guy and a girl. He thought they were from the same guy, warned that this jerk was looking at the girl, but she didn't care. He even saw Shaolin Temple disciples in the class and was very shocked by it. It was surprising to him how many clans and families had gathered in one place. He knew something from Li Han's memories, but it was still interesting. Although there used to be types who didn't really care where you were from, I wonder if they're still alive. That's who would have liked this era. Someone approached him and asked if he was okay. Kuo-Ken didn't realize who it was, to which the guy was shocked that he didn't recognize him and replied that he was his friend. Seo-jin said he was strange today and asked if it was the Li Han he knew. He asked if he had any pain, and the heavenly demon realized that this guy was Seo-jin and thought that he should play along with him for a quiet life at the academy. Kuo-Ken said he was fine and that they didn't say hello to him on swords this time. Seo-jin skahal he didn't look like himself. The sky demon asked how he should behave. Then his friend did not know how to answer this question. Their dialogue was interrupted by the instructor. He addressed him by the name Li Han. The heavenly demon responded, but did not know what would happen next or how to behave. The instructor told him to enter the office next time by opening the door instead of kicking it open, because fixing the door every time is problematic. Kuo-Ken was confused and didn't know what to say. So he asked his friend, and he said that it's clear that you should apologize and say that you won't do it again. The boy said that it was uncomfortable, but he felt that he should beat the head of the person who put the door. The teacher said that he should apologize and asked who was apologizing, sitting half-turned. The instructor instructed him that Li Han should now address teachers in a respectful manner and added that he did not know what his family had taught him. The guy thought that he had not addressed anyone as you for a long time, but this experience would also be interesting and agreed with the instructor. The instructor decided to start the lesson and told everyone to open the 9th page of the textbook, but Heavenly Demon didn't have a textbook. A friend offered to take one. The teacher continued and reminded them not to forget that there are endless ways to use the sword in practice, and said that they would take apart this part and finish it. Chol, from the word for break, and shachik, from the word for method, is a technique for blocking an opponent's attack. Cholshchik is divided into 3 types. The teacher asked who could tell us about them. Soman N. He of the 7. Somans raised his hand and asked permission to answer. But suddenly there were some sounds. Somanen turned to the side. I couldn't believe my eyes. Where were those sounds coming from? What did they mean? His gaze drifted to the neighboring desk, and he saw that Li Han was asleep at the desk and snoring. Li Han's friend was very frightened and surprised and addressed him by name, but he did not answer him as he was sound asleep. Soman N asked if he wanted to stand up, for example, but the heavenly demon was ready to die from this pressure. And then the instructor became enraged to the point of shouting at the whole class and addressing him by name. Ku-ok Ken somehow got up from his desk and clarified what they wanted from him. The instructor said that this young man seems to know everything and asked what was the behavior in class. He ordered him to tell him what the 3 types of cholchik were, and if he got the answer wrong. He thought he didn't like the kid right away. He didn't even bat an eye, ruining school property. The instructor didn't give a damn about the orders of his supervisor and was furious that at the first class of the new semester, Li Han was snoring like a locomotive. All the students were only happy that Li Han had gotten hurt. One thought he was dead and the other called him a dumbass. Li Han's friend was shocked and told him to at least answer something can't be punished in the first class of the semester. Heavenly demon. He didn't wake up yet and didn't understand what he was talking about. What 3 kinds of what the hell he didn't understand, his friend thought he would get a big bang for his buck. His friend decided to save him and said he would answer it instead, but the heavenly demon said that the question itself was already wrong. The instructor was puzzled and asked what this disciple Li Han meant, and he began to answer that the part chol contains 2 meanings, namely tearing and cutting with a sword. Analyzing the word in this way, there are 5 kinds in all. First, chakshik. This type allows you to overpower the opponent's blade. Second chakshik, through a penetrating attack, helps block the enemy's attack. Third sugumshik means taking the attack and the ball with a fist or palm. With this answer, he amazed the whole class. Even his friend was very surprised at what he knew. He went on to say that the 4th finger shiker is the 4th finger pressing on the ground to deprive the opponent of breath, and the last 5th is the dancer with which you can cut the opponent's sword in half. And he said that's why there are 5 species, not 3, and he thought his answer was correct enough. At that moment, he looked at the whole class and asked what was wrong with all of them. He said something wrong, and they all sat there with their mouths open. The instructor was also shocked and asked how he knew all this because the last 2 types of shurits are not studied in the 2nd year. The sky demon said he was just answering the question asked. I asked, was the answer wrong? The teacher said that everything is correct. He replied, agreed with him that palshchik and danshchik are unspeakably useful in battle techniques, and added that their weapons class consists only of theory and real combat skills will be taught from the 4th year. And then the bell rang. The instructor with a disgruntled face said the class was over. He walked out of the classroom and the students began to gather their things to leave the room after him. The sky demon said that if it was a real lesson, he would have listened. But as it was, he almost died of boredom. His friend was shocked as he found out about it. The sky demon didn't understand what exactly he was talking about, but then added that it was the easiest thing to do. He suggested to finish the tedious talk and go academy watching. A friend didn't understand what it meant to watch the academy, but Kuok Ken stuck it out and said they would watch the building around the neighborhood and just walk around. Mu Ren was stunned and decided that the cretin had lost his mind, so he changed his plans and decided to smash him into the wall. Seo Jin said they didn't have time to go out because there was nothing left for the next class. At that time, Mu Ren flew up to Ku Okken and pushed So Jin away and told that bespectacled guy to get lost. Seo Jin fell down from that Gramila's push and didn't even realize what had happened as Mu Ren had already run up to Li Han. Mu Ren was so angry and flew up to the heavenly demon so quickly that he didn't expect it himself. He screamed for the cretin to die, and with all his might he wanted to pound his fist into his head and hit him right in the back of the head. But suddenly, someone abruptly turned around and grabbed Mu Ren's hand with such force that his hand turned red. Then, the same unknown person tripped Mu Ren's foot at that moment, and Mu Ren's foot went off and he flew to the floor with a thud. Mu Ren didn't expect such a turn. He was very frightened because he wasn't ready for such a fall. The heavenly demon in Li Han's body stood calmly and looked at everything that was going on, and someone from the class helped to knock out the insolent classmate. His defender was a guy from their class who had killed Mu Ren with one punch. All who saw this technique came to shock one of them, even spilled milk from the bottle. Another stood with his mouth open and could not believe his eyes. Li Han's friend was so shocked and thought that Baek Mu Ren was able to knock out this guy with one hand. Mahina Peck got even angrier when he stood up again from another blow and asked who the hell he was. He wanted to deal with him and started throwing his kicks, but his strength was not enough against his classmate's strength. Then this warrior's eyes turned white with anger, and he began to defend himself. He used his technique and struck the next blow. Mu-Ren only had time to defend himself and crossed his arms over his chest so that the blow wouldn't feel so strong. The fighter used his energy punch that destroyed everything in its path. It was so strong that no one could deal with it. Mu-Ren's strength was already leaving him, so he managed to withstand the energy flow and forced himself up with his last strength. He got up and asked why he was getting into their fight, since they had been on good terms before. The defender was So-Moon-en, who said that Mu-Ren was already a sophomore, but still had not gotten his brains back into place, and asked if he was ashamed that he had attacked from behind. And he said he thought he was the only one in this class who would just stand idly by and watch the gratuitous violence, and suggested he have an official fight in front of the academy since he was so eager to fight. He added that if he didn't care who the opponent would be, he was ready to fight, and once again asked him if he agreed or not. Mu-Ren ordered him to speak only words he could answer for, and asked him again if he was confident. These words really hurt So-Moon-en, but he was ready to fight him to the last drop and would proceed right now. Mu-Ren suggested not wasting time and said that if you don't fight, the outcome is obvious. At this time, his friend flew up to Li Han and asked if he was okay. Mu-Ren warned So-Moon-en that if he didn't want to get into trouble, he shouldn't poke his nosy nose into other people's business anymore. At this time, Odnoklasniki say that even the interest is gone and that this topic was closed and how annoying it is when all sorts of bugs stick. The heavenly demon asked his friend who the type was, to which he replied that it was the one who ranked second in the first-year rankings. It was one of the 5 geniuses. Ku-Ok-ken said that this lesson bored those two, and they decided to punch each other in the face. He did not understand who came up with the idea of theoretical lessons. The heavenly demon asked what their next lesson was, and so Jin replied that it was ethics, and he heard that they would be taught about mutual aid. This upset the heavenly demon, and he asked them what they would be taught about the spirit of chivalry. He was so upset that he was about to leave, but Seo Jin stopped him because the bell for class was about to ring. Suddenly, someone grabbed Li Han by the shoulder and asked him to wait. He was stunned and did not realize who it could be. It was So Min-young. He asked if he was taught to say thank you. He didn't ask for a greeting with all the formalities, but wanted to warn you about something. He said that he has no prejudice against students who entered the academy thanks to donations, but his ill-manneredness in the classroom has no limit, and continued that indeed the Cholshik can be divided into 5 types, but this was part of the vast knowledge not included in the lesson material. It requires a lot of large-scale actions for itself, so it is studied in the practical session, for it requires good weapons and powerful internal energy. And finish that next time. First, let him learn about the purpose and lesson plan. Also, he needs to learn to control his fatigue because it is the foundation of the basics for a warrior, and recommended him to sleep at home. The heavenly demon listened silently, but he was so shocked that he had nothing to say, that his eyes were already boiling with anger. Seo Jin realized that something strange was going on with these two, and that a conflict was about to break out. So he decided to separate them. Seo Jin said that Li Han understood and offered to end it all, but suddenly the classmates backed up So-Min-eun and said that it was the guy who had already made a fuss in the first lesson. There was no concentration at all because of his snoring, not a single mistake in So-Min-eun's words, but So Jin couldn't understand why the situation was getting worse and worse. Everyone gave him a standing ovation and said what was expected from the talent of the sword family, and also what a badass their So-Min-en was. And in Li Han flew stones all said that he interferes with listening to the lesson, and his face is very brazen. He thinks that he made a donation to the academy and now became the Pope of the Earth. So-Min-en asked for an answer and wanted to hear something back from Li Han because the other students agreed with him. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a girl and said that they are certainly good for communicating, but is it possible to flutter tongues in another place? Celestial Demon realized that it was the same girl. Her name was Unso-Ren. She said there was no point in dwelling on the problem for so long, and the second lesson started 7 minutes ago. So-Min-en saw her eyes and couldn't help himself. He was numbed by her beauty, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. She asked him what he was staring at and if he wanted to make way for her. How could I squeeze out a few words? That, of course. They were just finishing their conversation and ready to leave. So Min-young summarized that he had nothing against, it was just that he wanted him to behave normally. The next time, all the students separated at this point. Seo Jin was very worried about his friend and asked how he was doing and how it was good that it didn't come to a scandal. The Sky Demon was very upset and turned to his friend. He asked if he had seen did he see the guy touch his shoulder? We lectured him. He turned to his friend and scared him with his face. The Sky Demon couldn't believe that someone had put a hand on his shoulder and thought it was a very funny fact for him. He had never felt this way before. He laughed and said that it was a wonderful world and that he would never have had this in his life before his friend asked him if he was okay. And he suggested so Jin try to do the same thing, but his friend didn't understand what he was talking about. He told his friend to put his stump on his shoulder. It's very funny, and started laughing even harder than he had shocked So Jin. My friend didn't know what was happening to him or what wall he hit on vacation. The school building looked very beautiful. It was tall with carved windows and beautiful facades and enclosed by a small fence. The head of administration stood looking out the window at the view from the top floor of their school. At that moment, someone knocked and asked if the manager was in the office, and he allowed him to come inside. The supervisor asked how things were going, to which the deputy replied that the student from the demonic school was really something, and he would be shocked when he saw everything with his own eyes. The supervisor asked who else was in the 4th grade 4th period class, and was told that Yang Dae-chan and Nam Gung-ho were only 3. He was very surprised that Nam Gung-ho was in 4th grade and asked if it was true again. The deputy said that Yang Dae and Chang Woo were strong fighters, but they were still not up to Nam Gung-ho, and perhaps if the Dark Swordsman and Nam Gung-ho dueled, the outcome of the fight would be unpredictable, the leader agreed. The manager warned him to avoid bad days and asked him if he understood what he was implying. He was told that physical education instructor Nuo Cheon-baek was closely supervising it. Perhaps it's because of the Dark Swordsman. Even though it is sometimes difficult for the instructor to get his butt off the chair, he could not restrain his curiosity. Although it's logical soon the Dark Swordsman and Nam Gung-ho will have everyone's attention for sure. The supervisor let the deputy go and said that once the fight between these two is over, you need to let him know who wins. The leader turned again to the window and thought about the fight of these two. He could not have predicted the exodus. And I thought that time was flying very fast, and it was time to submit the paperwork for approval. At this moment, that very battle was taking place in the Heaven Warrior Academy's training arena. The Dark Swordsman and Nam Gung-ho were fighting, and both of them were already running out of strength, but neither was ready to give up. From the strength and power of both fighters, the arena was already smoking and fire fell from the ruins. Herr Namgung was a very strong opponent. He knew what to do and how to behave. Around in the arena, there were a lot of spectators, and everyone was cheering for their favorite fighter. The fight was held on swords and with the help of magic. They mostly cheered for Nam Gung-ho and shouted that he was good as well. They asked him to grind him into powder. The battle and the condition of the fighters was monitored by a medical instructor. Her name was Chog, and someone approached her and clarified how everything was going. It was the deputy. She was very happy that he had finally arrived, and he replied that he had dropped in briefly to see the head of the administration department. He noted that even the instructors that you don't see in normal times had gathered, and no matter how you look at it, it was all because of today's battle. The duel came out to see everyone, even the instructors who now have a lesson. They handed over their duties to the deputies. We came out to see so much of ourselves attracted to this duel. The gym instructor thought everyone had come, even that lazy old man showed up here. Chog and Yen talked to the deputy and said that first the battle had passed 15 minutes. As expected, there were only 2 of them left. And at that very moment, the Dark Swordsman did something that had only been rumored, and the deputy came to shock at it. The Dark Swordsman used demonic energy from the mere sight of such energy, made his throat constrict. Their fight was so exciting and interesting that the Dark Swordsman got into the excitement and looked for every possible way to win. The word was left for Nam Gung-ho, and everyone was waiting to see how he would respond to this energy. And Nam Gung-ho took out his fire sword that had endless strength and power and pointed it towards the Dark Swordsman. The deputy couldn't understand since it was Flame Chog, and Yen had heard that Nam Gung-ho had gotten the sword cert. This was a big shock to the deputy. He didn't know that he had gotten the sword, and from whom exactly too she queried that even he was aware of it. A few months ago, the Namgun family led the raid on the dungeon in an area of Anhui province, and the commander-in-chief at that time was the head of Namgung, namely Namgung-ju, who was Namgung-ho's father. The dungeon master fire giant Cert was eventually suppressed, but head Namgung was unable to stay alive after being so seriously wounded. Before his death, he handed the sword to the young heir Namgun-ho, this sacred weapon of the sword Cert. The Dark Swordsman saw this weapon. He didn't think he could see such a thing here and said he was lucky to get hold of a valuable sword. Namgung-ho said that it was indeed a very valuable sword and a family relic. He had only recently picked it up and therefore was not yet fluent in it. He added that since his opponent was a Dark Swordsman, it was an honor for a swordsman to hear such words without a sword of this level. He said it was good that he recognized him as his rival, but did he really think he could crush him with that blade? And in Namgung-ho's mind, he thought that this time he should attack first before the swordsman did. In turn, he knew if he used fire energy, he would freeze her with ice energy. Along with the emergence of the dungeon came another event of shoes giving the wearer speed. It was also armor that healed puncture wounds and helped fighters in battle. Flame-emitting sword and the like by event is meant the discovery of unusual items of sacred weapons for destroying monsters. But monster hunting has shown that not all sacred weapons are equally powerful. The bigger the scale of the dungeon, the stronger the enemy, the more powerful weapons you get. However, if a warrior's abilities are insufficient, it will be impossible to even hold a weapon in his hands. All these thoughts flashed through Namgung-ho's mind before he wanted to strike with his fire sword. Dark Swordsman said that this time he would attack first and charged his ice crystal. and used a demonic small arm attack that made the entire arena covered in a thick layer of ice, and all the fire that was there went out. Nam Gung Ho didn't expect that he was the one who wanted to make the first fire strike, and was at a loss as to what to do next. He couldn't even move his leg, and the dark swordsman checked with him to see if the ice had bound his leg. Nam Gung Ho could not understand how such a thing was possible, and why he could maintain ice energy even despite the flames. Chog and Ying couldn't believe that the dark swordsman didn't react to fire at all, and calmly froze the ground, and couldn't understand how such a technique even existed. Nam Gung Ho could not get out of the ice and realized that at this rate he would soon be completely immobilized. And so to get out he decided to settle down and start again blow by blow. Dark swordsman for the first time in a long time met an opponent who was fun to fight with. He thought it would be unseemly not to show him his true abilities. And with a threatening look at his opponent, he told him to remember that he would not be spared. He added that he should not dare to relax, and flew toward him to meet him and his fire. The swordsman struck with his ice sword with all the strength he had right now. Nam Gung Ho defended as much as he could with the fire sword, and endured this fight with dignity. Their swords merged into one, and there was a real explosion in the arena that shattered the floor beneath their feet. At this moment, the heavenly demon was attending an ethics class. The instructor told everyone to sit in their seats, and went on to say that today they will be studying what is the concept of mutual aid. First, we need to check attendance. All the seats were occupied except one. This seat belonged to Li Han. The instructor didn't understand why this seat was empty. She turned to Li Khan's friend, who was sitting next to her, and asked where his neighbor had gone. So Jin replied that Li Khan had told her that his stomach was not all right, so he had gone to the health center. And with Jin remembered their conversation that Han didn't want to listen to a useless lecture about mutual aid, and said that he would go out, and the teacher about going out got right to the point. The deskmate turned to the co-genie and told him he was four-eyed, and that he was lying, wasn't he? He said he went to the nurse's station to get some medicine, and on his way back he didn't meet any Khan. He asked if Jin knew where that guy had gone. But so Jin was silent, and the guy repeated his question, why he ignored him to Mu Ren. This was the only nice thing he had heard all day. Mu Ren remembered that he had just the thing to do with that asshole, and now he wouldn't have to bother looking for it. And it would be twice as much fun. They turned to the Kojin and told him to take them to their friend, or they would kill him if he escaped. At this very moment, on the roof of the Academy's main building, a heavenly warrior demon was lying on the roof of the Academy's main building and resting. He wanted to sleep all the time and yawned all the time because he was exhausted from studying all day. He thought the weather was 5 points. He couldn't understand why he was always sleepy. Maybe it was because he was in a child's body. He lay down and thought about what other chivalrous spirit was going to be told at the lecture times, seen now such as children small by God. He decided to forget about it and jumped up and thought again about his inner energy and how to raise it. His internal energy no longer builds up while he was only able to increase it by a captcha and a half. He thought he had only used the reverse blood circulation technique in vain. If he had known it would be like this, he would have done any other breathing exercise. The heavenly demon in his past life had almost reached the level of a sacred demon, but he realized that to comprehend with his current body at least the level of an escaped demon, there were a few necessary conditions. And he continued to argue that one of the first conditions for the realization of which need a lot of time is the consciousness of a person differently reaches a certain level of mastery of martial arts. Therefore, it is necessary to find the optimal way of consciousness. He came to the conclusion that since he was now in Li Khan's body, it was impossible to raise his level using the past method of realization. He thought further that the second condition, it is the internal energy of the body, and to accumulate internal energy, one needs patience, time, and endless training. That now the amount of his internal energy is equal to 3 captcha if he continues the usual breathing exercises. Then to move to the next level, he will need less and measure a year. He knew that to reach the level of an escaped demon, the required amount of internal energy required was more than 7 captcha, for the whole thing would take 2.5 years. And then a brilliant idea came into his head that you could cut down the time and it would be easy to do so. Did Khan's bony head appear in the memories heavenly demon knew? So apart from this type, there are no other options. But he still didn't know how to find him, or how he could get his Nidan. He only had to take a deep breath. He hoped with all his heart that the necromancer would be a big shot, and he could get his hands on Nidan. Not far from the roof was the arena, and there the battle continued. The dark swordsman continued to use her ice power. The heavenly demon in Li Khan's body heard some incomprehensible sounds like a fight. He could not understand where they were coming from. Nam Gung Ho tried to confront the dark swordsman equally. From his last strength, he defended himself with his sword and fought back very strongly. The heavenly demon realized that it was demonic energy from his mercenary and thought that here was a guy giving right after entering all the fights and battles. He decided to go and see what was going on there, but from the roof he could see ice and fireballs flying. The dark swordsman was very happy to fight such an opponent and struck blow after blow with more force. Their fight went on for a long time. It was a very mesmerizing show for the audience. Namgung. Ho thought he couldn't even find a moment to attack, and the swordsman kept attacking him. He decided that it was a mistake to let him use this technique and considered him a very difficult opponent. Namgung Ho's legs were chained to the earth and only had enough strength to repel attacks. He realized that he had to find a way out as soon as possible, or he would lose this fight. His shackled legs were causing a lot of problems, and from the recoil, his strut was terrible. The dark swordsman was in an advantageous position by applying this technique, and was open to any attack from his side, and repeated that he was clear did he really think he could crush him with his sword. The swordsman was confident that he would win this fight as his abilities surpassed Namgung Ho's. Namgung Ho couldn't do anything about it. He knew beforehand that he would lose this fight and was very upset about it. With anger, he clenched his teeth. It betrayed more inner energy that would help him take out this insolent dark swordsman. Chog and an Avenger watched from the podium, and what happened in the next moment struck them dead. Not only them, all the spectators who were present in the arena held their breath and opened their mouths in amazement. The physical education instructor, who was watching from his office, was also very worried and did not expect such a turn of events. At this moment, the dark swordsman's sword melted in his hands. He couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. He was shocked and only thought that the steel blade had broken into two pieces like wood. The swordsman's sword first met flame. It was dark flame, and he clarified what his blade's ability was. Namgung Ho and said yes, this ability is his sword and can be used to release the strongest fire. Namgung Ho offered to decide the victory with a last strike since the dark swordsman's sword had broken. The swordsman specified exactly what kind of last blow because it was funny for him to hear. He thought that it had been a long time since he had had such a strong fighting spirit awakened in him like this. And he couldn't remember the last time his heart had beaten as frantically as it did now. The swordsman asked if it was true that his name was Namgung Ho and said that he had heard that the Namgung family was considered the rulers of Anhui province. He realized that the rumors were not false. He had almost forgotten what a murim was and thanked his opponent for reminding him. He added that he was sorry that he wouldn't be able to have any more fun and suggested that we put an end to it already. The dark swordsman's sword recovered, and he continued the fight again using ice, while Namgung Ho fought with his fire sword. The two elements stood against each other with such a powerful force. This battle was very mesmerizing. Once again, fire and ice met, and their impact sent shards of ice flying in different directions. The intertwined ice and fire burst high into the sky, crushing everything in its path. At that moment, the dark swordsman injured his arm again, and the impact was felt by everyone, even the spectators who were in the stands. Everything around was filled with smoke from the impact, and nothing could be seen, only black shadows flickering. The dark swordsman couldn't believe that he was able to repel such an attack, but Namgung Ho withstood it with dignity. The dark swordsman was amazed and very upset by this. He sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. Namgung Ho asked him what he was going to do if he was going to bat next. The dark swordsman replied that he thought enough and barely admitted defeat to himself. Namgung Ho admitted that if we were to be honest, it was a draw because he was able to surpass the dark swordsman, not with his skills, but with the help of the sacred weapon. The swordsman said that it cannot be called an excuse. What is recognized must be recognized, and since good weapons are also part of the skills. Tired but satisfied rivals stood with their backs to each other. It was indeed a battle of equals. The dark swordsman was about to leave but decided to clarify just one detail. He cautiously asked Namgung Ho what the name of his invincible sword was. He replied that it is the sword of Surt. It is sacred and has unique powers. The dark swordsman left noting that this fight had been a great experience for him and marked the name of this sword for himself. Coming out of the door that led into the arena, the dark swordsman saw a celestial demon who was very happy to see him and said, "There you are, mercenary." The swordsman was surprised and asked what he had forgotten here, to which the heavenly demon replied that he was just exploring the neighborhood and came here. His employer praised him and said that the fight was excellent and that he didn't expect the dark swordsman to be a good fighter. The swordsman was pissed off at everything his employer said and thought he was an underdog. He thought that the heavenly demon was going to talk nonsense again, so he decided to just ignore him. Ku-oke Ken didn't want to keep up with the dark swordsman and decided to ask him about the technique he used on the battlefield. He decided that it was a demonic attack of the small hand and clarified really, so it was. The swordsman came in astonishment and couldn't understand how this fool knew about this technique. He turned to his employer and cautiously clarified with him how he knew this. But the heavenly demon didn't answer anything, but smiled back and continued to stand motionless near the wall. The swordsman said that he wasn't even from the demonic school after all, and couldn't understand how he knew about this technique. It's a very old technique called the demonic small hand attack. It's not well known to many people. A technique with which you can freeze your opponent by summoning cold energy once the demonic small arm attack was one of the secret techniques that brought glory to the demonic school. This technique was used to destroy the most dangerous monsters. It froze it completely and killed it on the spot. However, 140 years ago, the heavenly demon's sacred school was completely destroyed, and most of the secret techniques ceased. Therefore, at present, demonic attacks are unknown to the people of Kanko. The dark swordsman couldn't understand how any employer knew about this. Even the instructors and their assistants who were in charge of conducting the Pimu fight couldn't recognize his technique. The sky demon exhaled, and after a little thought answered him. He asks how he knew that, and jokingly replied that he'd heard somewhere by accident swordsman thought he was a real badass. He continued that it didn't matter now, because the mercenary, whom he had found with difficulty and invested all his fortune in, had just been tortured like a punching bag. The swordsman was angry and said that no one had tortured him. He replied that he just didn't want to fight with all his strength on the Pima, but the heavenly demon didn't believe it. The dark swordsman was more interested in other things, and decided to skip this topic about the fight. He didn't calm down and continued to interrogate how he knew about the demonic attack of the small hand. The heavenly demon froze and raised the index finger of his left hand upwards. The dark swordsman was dumbfounded and didn't understand what else it meant, but the heavenly demon continued and suggested that he do so. He offered to extend his contract for another month for the story. The swordsman thought he was out of his mind and didn't agree. He appealed to his employer to know the measure he could not understand how someone who happened to hear about the demonic small hand technique could make such suggestions to a warrior. The dark swordsman said that seriously, without the contract, he would have long ago, 100 years ago, with his own hands but could not finish. Heavenly demon still stood and held his finger up and stared absent-mindedly into his eyes. The swordsman had no choice but to remain silent because he was only a mercenary, and then, in a calm voice, replied that as long as he was, he didn't think it wouldn't work and asked permit me to suggest an alternative. The swordsman showed the vessel and explained that inside it was a condiment passed down in the school from generation to generation. He said that he would use these spices to prepare a dish that he had never tasted before. Heavenly demon couldn't even imagine how delicious it was, and he asked the swordsman that he was always hiding such spices. Swordsman replied that in the contract about them was not a word. Demon agreed to conclude a new verbal contract. Swordsman confirmed that the contract is concluded. Then the celestial demon decided to talk about the Kugel demonic attack of the small hand through the acupuncture point of the Palace of Labor. What is on the palm of the swordsman told him to shut up, and here they can be heard and suggested that they change places. They climbed the stairs to the roof of the school, and Ku Ok-gen asked if that was enough, and added that he couldn't wait for a dish of his secret seasonings, at which point the dark swordsman hesitated. He thought that the demon clearly explained the basics and levels of demonic attack small hand, as he did not believe that such a thing can be heard by chance he is related to the demonic school. But the demon said that there was no such clause in their verbal contract, but offered to extend the contract. He couldn't understand how he knew the demonic school's legacy, and that this brat was of the same level as him until now, doing a mercenary job for the demonic school. Ku Ok-gen continued that he would have to ask the Dark Blood Squad leader about it once, and turned to the mercenary. He asked if the swordsman knew why his last attack had failed. The swordsman didn't know what he was talking about, and if there was any reason for it, but he asked why. And he began to tell that the small hand attack is a technique based on sound energy. When the technique is used by girls, the attack can show itself maximally. Secondly, he was hindered by the wrong reaction to the enemy's attack, and in this case, the fire should have been suppressed by fire. The swordsman was shocked at how. And the demon explained that if the demonic attack of the small hand is a yin technique, then there is also a yang technique, and suggested, for example, the demonic attack of the bloody hand, at which point swordsman was stunned that he knew about this attack as well. The swordsman tried to defend himself and replied that his opponent used a sword with very powerful fire, and if he used fire in such a situation, it would be a battle of whose flames were greater. But the demon objected that the demonic attack of the bloody hand. It is not just a technique containing flames. If the technique is honed to perfection, it will reach a state of indestructible water and fire. Even the swordsman didn't know that his eyes rounded, and he asked what indestructible by water and fire meant. Demon replied that he can cope with the enemy that use fire energy is certainly a bit of a pain, but if you block the energy of fire, everything will be much simpler, only the ability to properly control the sword. And he was sure that judging by his skills he could do it, and the swordsman realized that getting used to the fire technique comes naturally through training. And he thought that maybe the employer was really right, but the problem was something else entirely. The heavenly demon couldn't understand what the problem was for a warrior like him, and asked him if he wanted to say that he didn't possess the demonic attack of the bloody hand, and hit a 10. It turns out that the demonic attack of the small hand is only half-mastered, and the bloody hand hasn't been studied at all, and the demon again offered to extend his contract if he wanted him to. He told about the demonic attack of the bloody hand. Swordsman was furious and said to die, and no way he would not do it. He did not understand why should he believe him. Demon had no reason to lie and said since he didn't trust him, he would have to make him trust him. He tore a small piece of cloth off his uniform and with a bloody finger wrote something there. The demon gave this piece of cloth to the swordsman, took it in his hands, and began to write something. He said that he could make a decision after first he just needed to take a look. Ku okay Jen, what he quickly wrote on the collar and asked him to take a look. Swordsman asked what it was. When he received the answer that this preview was the kugel of the initial stage of the demonic attack of the small hand, Swordsman once again asked again. The demon asked him, wondering what was next, and that it would be just perfect if he agreed to another month of contract. The swordsman was. Now he wasn't so adamant, and replied that he would have to think about it. The heavenly demon thought that even if some members of his school survived in reality, it was no different from a complete extermination. Although, if you think about it, there was nothing to be surprised about. He is now living in a world inhabited by monsters, and the Youngyi Sa clans have formed an alliance to deal with these monsters, and the demonic school has been destroyed by a fool named King Lich. And summarized that for those who originally lived in this time, such a world would not seem strange. At that moment, Mu Ren and his team came up to the roof. The sky demon muttered to himself that he had come himself. He asked him how he knew to come up here, and Mu Ren replied that he had sent the four-eyed man to find him. He laughed that they had such a strong friendship and suggested that we start before his buddy got here. He said that Li Han likes everything that is logical and reasonable very much. However, he suggested listening to this, and went on to say that this school enrolls types who don't belong here, and they do it not through ability but through money and connections. He let him in on the secret that he was sick of people like that, from scum like Khan donating to the academy. The heavenly demon didn't understand what he was talking about, what connections and what donations he was referring to, and at that moment, an episode that his father had a plan surfaced in his memories. His father told him that he knew a master who had connections in the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and told him not to worry because he had a great memory, and asked him to try hard because many people want to join this academy even for large sums of money. Heavenly Demon realized what the trick was. He realized that Li Khan was hated because he entered the academy through a donation, and thought it was a kindergarten reason. When Mu Ren finished laughing at him, he asked if he had become uncomfortable, to which the Heavenly Demon only mumbled in response. He repeated his question that he became uncomfortable. After all, they had insulted his parents that he was scum. He asked, probably uncomfortable after such expressions. Heavenly Demon was sure that he was provoking him, and hoped that he would lose his temper and lash out at him. Mu Ren was surprised and thought that it seemed that the same tactic several times does not work on him. He added that, before he would have jumped on him like a madman and done something no one expected. Mu Ren took a stance and was about to hit him and added that if he just pretended to be brave, he would get bored, and offered him the opportunity to try striking him first. He waited for a response from the celestial demon. Ku Ok Gen replied that he didn't care who was first and asked if he could take his punch. Murin ordered him to attack and not worry about him and called him a puppy. The heavenly demon quickly took a stand and said that he wouldn't talk for a long time now. Mu Ren thought that he had completely lost his mind, and in which toilet his distinction between logic and reasonableness had been flushed. He didn't understand, and decided that it would be necessary to correct his manners today. The heavenly demon accepted the heavenly supremacy Qigong technique and said if he can beat him, then let him just try. He lunged at the Mu Ren and knew that his external energy would make his fist crumble, but he didn't have time to finish speaking. The classmate certainly didn't expect this. His eyes rounded and he was amazed at what this boy could do. He asked for strength from his patrons and wanted to strike as well, but didn't have time to do so. At this moment, the heavenly demon slammed his fist into his chest with all his strength. The blow was so strong that his chest was dented from the pain. His eyes turned white, and Mu Ren flew to the side. The heavenly supremacy Qigong technique gave off a tremendous force when struck. The ribcage might not be able to withstand such an onslaught. Mu Ren yelled with all the strength he had. Even he couldn't understand what had happened, and where did Li Han get such strength from? He flew through the standing friends across the entire roof and crashed violently into the stone wall. His friends were blown around by the wind like a hurricane as it blew past them. The heavenly demon said that he knew someone who also asked him to hit him, and said that he was getting stronger, begging him to beat him again and again. And he added that he may have died in the process, and asked his friends if they should get hit once or not. Mu Ren's friends were very scared. They were shocked by what they saw and didn't want them to get hurt too. They couldn't understand how Li Han could hit Mu Ren and what the hell was going on, and they all ran to him. At this very moment, Mu Ren was lying on his back and couldn't even move. His chest hurt so badly, his friends asked if he was all right. He was lying on his back and breathing heavily. He couldn't tell them anything but that he was a ghost. One of the friends thought he was dead, but after a closer look they realized he was alive and decided to drag him away from the place. One of the friends shouted for the other to move the batons sooner or Mu Ren might really skate off. At this very moment, Seo Jin was sitting on the stairs, thinking that he was once again in the same class as Baek Mu Ren. He thought that if he went to the roof, he'd get punched in the face 100% of the time, and saw a picture of his friends dragging Mu Ren unconscious. They were carrying him by his arms and legs and thought he wasn't even moving when Seo Jin ran into them. When he saw Mu Ren unconscious, he went into shock and couldn't utter a word. He just stood there with his mouth open. He shouted that it was Baek Mu Ren, but why he was in such a bad condition and what had happened to him, no one said. Seo Jin couldn't understand what the hell was going on. One of his friends noticed the foam on Mu Ren's face and started carrying him even faster to save him. At this moment, the heavenly demon saw his friend and asked if it was him and what he was doing here. He asked him what he was doing here, but Seo Jin couldn't even string a couple words together, only incoherently answered him with a few phrases. The demon replied that he was talking about the type and he would be fine. He thought it was one of the entrance tests for the second year and it looks like he passed it. He suggested forgetting about that companionship and suggested it would be better to go to Seo Jin's next class. Seo Jin agreed. The heavenly demon clarified that it should be the 4th lesson already on the count, isn't it? The friend couldn't even answer him. He didn't recognize his friend. Seo Jin thought to himself if this was the same Li Han he knew, he didn't know him that badly. He thought there was another person beside him, and decided that a little later he should find out what had happened to him. The heavenly demon was very excited to attend the 4th lesson. It was the theory of foreign species. The teacher's name was Cheon. The instructor began to tell me that this creature was called a necromancer and suggested that I study more about it. However, first he decided to ask a question. He asked if anyone knew when the necromancer was discovered. One of the students raised his hand and decided to respond, and asked to be allowed to respond. It was So Mungyong. The teacher allowed him to answer, to which the student thanked him and began his answer. He said that 140 years ago on the Kunlun mountain range opened a gateway to another dimension. From there appeared foreign creatures with unusual powers 67 years later in the first dungeons, and was found necromancer. The teacher praised the student and said that he answered correctly, concisely, and clearly, and asked if he knew the name of the dungeon. Seo Mungyong said that since a large number of weeping evil banshee spirits were found inside, the dungeon was so named the Banshee Dungeon. The teacher praised him and said that he answered everything correctly, and it was an answer worthy of the title of one of the best students of the academy. Nothing unnecessary was said. The girls in the next desk were gossiping about him and saying what a great teacher he was. Open their textbooks and look at the illustration of the banshee. He said that the trait that unites all these creatures is their female physical appearance, and if you hear them crying, you instantly die. The students from the Shaolin Temple raised his hand and clarified why he was suddenly talking about banshees, since he had said that they would be studying the necromancer material. The answer he got was that he thought they were well aware of the necromancer's abilities, one of which was mind control using black magic. He asked if they remembered the dungeon that Seo Mungyong had told the student about, and the student said yes they did. And the teacher continued that while exploring the Banshee dungeon, a necromancer was found on a throne in the very depths. At the end of the dark as pitch-black dungeon, in addition to the dangerous banshees, there was a huge number of monsters with a 6th-level threat, such as the Death Knight. After the death of the necromancer in the dungeon became quiet, and summarizing, the teacher hinted that when fighting with the necromancer we'll have to fight not only with him alone. Cheon asked if the topic of the lesson was now clear, to which the students replied that it was. He asked to flip the students a page of the textbook, but at that moment, a heavenly demon approached him and asked him to look at him. Cheon reluctantly turned to Li Han, allowed him to ask his question, waiting for a question from him. Li Han stood up and said that he also had a question. The teacher thought to himself that this was the same kid that had been rumored, and he asked where he had to go to catch that goat. The teacher was shocked at the wording of the question. Cheon had heard about the student's insolence, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was shocked and had nothing to say. Li Han explained that he was talking about this very necromancer and clarified his exact location. At this moment, something interesting happened in the Heaven Warrior Academy in the central building. On the door hung a handle in the shape of a dragon with a large ring. Someone took the door handle and knocked on it. It was Ku Yunxian, who asked if the department chair was in. She said yes and let him come in. It was a young girl with beautiful long hair. She was sitting at her place signing papers. She clarified about the need to approve the documents. The department head of administration responded, "That is correct." He handed her a small folder of paperwork for her to check it over and sign with her own hand. The department chair began to review the documents her supervisor had brought her, and had a couple of questions. She couldn't believe that so many dungeons had appeared in the land of Sichuan and asked the leader about it. He replied that over 20 new dungeons had been discovered in Sichuan alone this year, and said that if the dungeons spread throughout Zhongyuan, they would be uncountable. He added that they could have a serious problem ahead of them, if the number of dungeons that have appeared exceeds the number of dungeons that have been cleared. But the headmistress assured me that there was no need to worry about the number of dungeons, because most of them were inhabited only by ghouls or low-level monsters, and asked if such a thing wouldn't be useful in building up the real combat experience of the students. The deputy said that, of course, she was right about that. The superintendent asked how the raid on the newly appeared dungeon demonic ruins was progressing. Ku Yun Cheon replied that if she was referring to that punitive plan, it had been decided to assign it to the instructors of the Heaven Warrior Academy. She was confused, and the other academies were in serious disagreement, and the case was given to them. Of course, sometimes from the Murim Union there was nagging. The leader said that the real combat instructor Cheun-bi himself spoke in defense. Thanks to him, there was not much disagreement. She knew that Sword King Cheun-bi was among the top 10 warriors of Murim and was not opposed to the instructor's personal participation in the raid. However, even with such support in the dungeon, one must be extremely cautious compared to previous dungeons. Now she feels a slightly different energy from the necromancer there. She couldn't explain it exactly, but it bothered her a lot, and she told me about her fears. The leader thought about it and reasoned that if a person who can see everything in the world says she feels anxious, it's not good. He was sure he should really take those words into consideration, and she had also forgotten one important thing. She asked about a student from the demonic school who had recently joined them. She asked how he was getting used to studying, and the head of the school asked if he was a dark swordsman. He said that the swordsman had completed the opening battle and was now already settling into the academy, which was good news. She warned, even if the instructors say that he lacks something or there are shortcomings, order not to pressure the student coming from the demonic school can become very useful to them, and asked that when the opportunity arose for the manager to arrange a meeting with them. He was shocked and asked her if she wanted to see him in person because she had refused all the Kanho clansmen who wanted to meet her. And here the first one who expressed a desire to organize a meeting confirmed that her words are true. You said you understood her and asked permission to leave. He called her by name. It was Lig Weather. So this beautiful girl who wandered into the woods 140 years ago is the head of the department. At this moment in the 4th lesson, the heavenly demon was trying to find out what the exact location of the necromancer was. The student's questions shocked everyone, and the teacher decided to move closer to look at the student in the face. The students didn't understand what this information would give him, and thought it would be better for him to sit quietly and keep quiet. Seo Mong-gyong realized that Li Han was being so clever and was getting in the wrong place again. The girls didn't understand what was wrong with Li Han and why he was acting like this before. His friend Seo Jin just couldn't stand his constant shenanigans anymore and asked what he was doing again. Ha Cheon didn't give the appearance that he was upset or concerned as he stood watching. I pondered the answer. Now he realized about whom the head of the department had received a special order, so it's just a youngster who doesn't know anything about the world yet. Of the academy graduates this year, 6 had already died at the hands of a necromancer. The bodies of half of them had not even been recovered. He thought that if such unintelligent children continued to poke around in the dungeon, a terrible tragedy would happen. The teacher said that information about the location of the dungeons is a top secret that is only available to senior students. He may foolishly lose his life, so he will only tell you in general terms. He began to say that there are 3 known places in the country where the necromancer resides. One of them was recently discovered in their Sichuan province, and continued that the dungeon is not so far from here and is located on the northern Mutha mountain. This place is on the very outskirts. Even the people of Sichuan are not familiar with it well. He added that even if he wanted to go there, he would not be allowed to go by the warriors of the Murim Alliance carefully guarding the entrance to the dungeon, and offered to return to the lesson. The teacher asked to open the 3rd page of the textbook, which describes the features and magic of the necromancer. But Li Ha no longer heard anything. He knew the name of the mountain. It was enough for him. If he finds a map of that place, everything will go well. He pondered the need to punish this mercenary case, and thought to himself about the fact that he was already flying to Nadan. At this very moment, the dark swordsman returned after the battle to his office for his next class. He opened the door and went in, but there was no one in the classroom. He wondered why no one had come yet. They were probably all still dueling. The dark swordsman sat down at his desk on a chair. He was very tired. He was exhausted. This fight had exhausted him. He held up the scrap of collar the heavenly demon had given him and couldn't figure out how he knew everything. He looked at the scrap very carefully, not trying to find any clue or answer to his question. He thought that if the employer was not from the demonic school, he had no clue at all from where. Then if he knew about the demonic small hand attack, he could be trusted. But at this point, the dark swordsman was angry again because the flap didn't say everything. He thought that the heavenly demon had only written about the peculiarities of throwing fire, but there was no mention of how to use the energy. The swordsman was psychotic and thought that he was teasing him, and he deliberately cut off the flap at the most interesting moment. The swordsman was ready to die of curiosity about what was next. He pondered that it was worth thinking hard for 1 month of recruitment in exchange for a secret book describing the demonic attack technique of the bloody hand. It was hard for him to make a decision, and he decided to leave the matter for later because he was very tired. His immediate concern now was to rewrite the opening Kugel demonic attack, bloody hand, so as not to forget. And he began to scribe Kugel demonic attack bloody hand that threw an acupuncture point in the palm of the Palace of Labor. At that moment, someone came into the office and said that you really can't be beaten. It was Nam Nug Ho and his friends, and it was understandable for them. For a swordsman of a distinguished family to lose would be a major embarrassment. Nam Gung Ho playfully grabbed his friend by the neck and said that if he had a grievance, they could settle it at swords. They decided to quickly put their things on the table and race to the stall before class started. They saw the dark swordsman and said that it was the same type from the demonic school after the opening battle after all. Go to the party to get to know each other while he is sitting in the office alone. Nam Gung Ho thought that whether the swordsman was already doing a written analysis of their fight to the Pimu, and laughed that it was expected a friend reminded him to drop the things, and they already went to the stall. But he told them to go without him because he suddenly had a job to do. His friends didn't understand what he was going to do, but they left him alone and went to the stall. Nam Gung Ho walked over to the dark swordsman to see what he was doing here alone and wanted to ask him something. Passing by, he looked at his sheet and saw that he had written a lot. He thought the swordsman had learned so much from them fighting. He thought that he had a lot of hard work, and maybe the fact that he had defeated him was just a fluke. And he decided that if a worthy opponent is working hard, he can't sit idly by if he doesn't work hard to catch up with him in terms of strength. It will only be a matter of time before he catches up, and thought to himself that their fight was just beginning with the dark swordsman, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. In the 4th lesson, the teacher repeated again that the reason why a necromancer is considered a frightening creature is because of his black magic. The curse can affect the organs of sight, hearing, and smell. Celestial demon thought that the necromancer turns out to be a 2, can only with the help of some dirty curse to control the servants, and alone cannot do anything. At this point, the teacher decided to ask only one question. Whoever could answer correctly would get 10 points for behavior this semester. And he started the question that the textbook gives information how to fight against a necromancer if anyone knows material that is not mentioned in the book he asked to tell. At the moment So Mung-yong's hand was raised, the teacher allowed him to answer the question, and the student thanked him for it. And he began to tell that the power competing with magic, in other words, in a battle against a necromancer, uses weapons that contain anti-magic energy. If you use such a weapon, there is a sacred power able to resist black magic. The instructor wondered about the sacred weapon that the answer you are quite full of is not what he wanted to hear, and asked no one once, and complimented the answer. Seo Mung-yoon was upset. He thought he had given the answer in full. After a while, a hand showed itself, and to complete the answer, the very beautiful girl wanted. No one expected it to be her, so Mun-yog pressed teacher, "You are very interested." And she started saying that holy weapons are a good option in a battle against black magic cannot be denied. She said that such equipment is an extremely rare find, so for the realism of being able to resist magic is unlikely to come down. Squads participating in the raid on the necromancer are different from the usual. And continued that at least there are at least 10 people, maybe more. And since not every member of the squad can be the heir of a prominent family to use sacred weapons against a necromancer, is an idea that is difficult to realize. And the teacher then asked what to do, and if she was suggesting that there was a more realistic method. And this girl replied that there is a real method and that it's very simple, it's fire. The instructor did not expect this turn of events, and asked what the reason for this response was. And she said that the source of black magic is darkness. If the natural power to expel darkness can weaken the enemy's abilities also. If you oil the weapon and set it on fire, the destructive power of fire can be used as a method of purification. And the teacher praised her. He said that Seo Mung-yoon's answer was also correct, but he Unso Ren expressed a more plausible point of view, and this way would indeed be more universal. The teacher praised them and said he had nothing more to add and awarded plus 10 points for the two of them. They didn't thank the teacher, but Seo Mung-yong still thought the teacher gave him points for nothing. At this moment, So-jin asked Lee Han who she was, and thus pulled him away from his thoughts. He couldn't understand who Seo-jin was talking about, so Jin explained about the very popular Unso Ren first-ranked first year. He went on to say that besides her marvelous beauty, she also possesses a brilliant mind with impeccable behavior and patronage, and could be said to represent the entire Heaven Warrior Academy. Seo-jin was in love with this unreal beauty, but the heavenly demon didn't notice any marvelous beauty in her, and said that she was scary. Unso Ren happened to overhear this conversation and blushed. The heavenly demon said that she wasn't even up to cute, but Seo-jin didn't let him finish and covered his mouth with his hands. But he still managed to get out, that since the man's face didn't really come out, and said what the problem was, Seo Mung-yong was very angry at what he heard and thought how dare he say that. The teacher stood there the whole time listening to what was going on in the classroom and did not interfere. The teacher turned to Li Han, and one of the students noticed that Li Han was not paying attention in the right direction. And the teacher added that he also didn't listen to the class at all, which was very frustrating because it was an important topic. The heavenly demon said that of course he was listening about sacred weapon fire and all those useless things, and added that there's a much simpler way to do it that doesn't require a lot of brain power. The teacher's facial expression changed drastically. He said that he was very confident he was blabbering, and it appeared that he knew a better method against the necromancer. And the teacher took out a pen and asked Li Han to tell them about such an unusual method, and warned him to answer without joking. If he answered wrong, he'd have to repeat the year. The sky demon agreed and believed that the goat necromancer without his curse that mind controls was just a pacifier, and said that we should just crush him before he uses the curse. The teacher replied that he understood and that there was no point in listening any further. And he added that no sacred power can help against a power that is many times greater than it, and suggested that he relearn the material from the first year. The teacher was shocked and couldn't understand what he was talking about, and about what power to absorb the darkness, and asked him what he meant and what this power is that absorbs the darkness. The teacher inquired whether the person originally wielding something like this, Li Han, knew exactly the answers, was confident in him, and calmly and confidently said that such power has existed since ancient times. He spoke now of men who could use the power of darkness to punish monsters, and continued that their name was the Heavenly Demon Sacred School, thus causing the teacher to be stunned. The demon said that if a necromancer is the embodiment of darkness, then they are the ones who suck out the darkness. There was silence in the classroom. The teacher was also thinking and listening very carefully to what the demon was saying. A little later, the class started whispering, and no one understood what this guy was talking about. And one of the students asked what he was talking about now they hadn't heard anything about the Heavenly Demon Sacred School. One answered that it was a clan that had been exterminated 140 years ago, and another confirmed that they were now considered just bandits. His friend Sojin didn't know what he was talking about, but he wouldn't and couldn't interrupt him. Unso Ren said that it's ridiculous if such an organization remained, they wouldn't even go to the academy. She thought that the instructor didn't react to that answer either. But at that moment, the pen the teacher was writing with. She couldn't understand why the teacher had such a vivid reaction to what he had heard. A teacher who was writing in his notebook with a quill suddenly dropped the quill and it fell to the floor. It spun through the air a few times and with a clatter hit the floor and fell right under his feet. The pen hit the floor, tapping several times, and only this pen broke the silence that stood in the office. The teacher stood unmoving, and at this moment the feather kept bouncing on the floor and tapping. The entire class froze. It felt like time had stopped after the words about the Heavenly Demon Sacred School. The teacher continued to stand like a stump and could not utter a word. He stared at him in amazement. When he came to his senses, he was very angry and couldn't understand why this insolent man could say such things out loud. The disciple was thinking about her own. So Menggyong couldn't understand why Li Han called her a bogeyman and how he could say such a thing. Unso Ren didn't understand the power that absorbs darkness. Seo Jin was just tired of being surprised by everything and was amazed by his friend's antics. At this moment, the heavenly demon reached out his hand to his friend So Jin and wanted to give something away. He addressed him by name and called him to his room. At this point, the friend was very scared and didn't know what to expect. Demon said that he had a very important day today and he would go to see him tomorrow. His friend said that the class was not over yet and asked if he was going to go to the next class. But the demon said that he looked at the textbook in it, has all the material of the lesson. So if you buy the book in general terms, will understand what was in the lesson and asked not to worry. When he said goodbye, he told him to be there and left. Seo Jin only looked at him. The sky demon jumped out from behind his desk, jumped out of his chair and ran straight for the door through everyone. Only isolated phrases about Muth's grief and being a mercenary sounded in his head. The teacher was amazed at this student's insolent behavior, but could do nothing about it. When Li Han ran out of the classroom, the teacher saw his quill that was lying on the floor. He crushed it. The teacher was very upset because this pen was given to him by the head of the department, and the kid stepped on it. The teacher remembered that it was Li Han and said he would add 10 behavior points to him a little later. The teacher said that the lesson was over and everyone had done well, and asked me to clean up the floor before the next class. Unso Ren thought that Instructor Ha had such a surprised expression on his face in the entire country. You can't find a monster theory and dungeon expert better than him. She thought about what Li Han had said about absorbing darkness. So it was really possible. She decided to ask her great-grandmother, who must have known exactly that. Unso Ren immediately stood up and said that she had to meet someone urgently and would not be able to attend class. Seo Meng-yoon heard all of this, and he was very curious who she went to go out with other than Li Han. She walked out of class and went to her great-grandmother's house when her classmate ran into her. It was Seo Meng-yoon's friend who said he was back, but the friend didn't hear him. Then he asked why he was staring at the door to the auditorium like that. Isn't he waiting for him? Seo Meng-yoon replied to let him score. The friend began to tell Seo Meng-yoon something very important and interesting in his ear. He asked if it was true, and the friend assured that Sunbei from their family had personally verified it. He said that when he first came, the two were together, and after the fight was over, he said that he had seen him very recently next to Li Han. Xiao Mengyan speculated that it was a guy from a demonic school, whether Li Han's insolence had anything to do with him. If you think about it, maybe he realized where the roots of his arrogance came from. If he had a demonic school or someone else behind his back, his friend thought maybe he'd been hired as a guard by a rich offspring. Even so, Li Han really crossed the line already. A friend suggested giving him a warning, and So Mengyan said he didn't need one. He added that it seemed that not only them but the Shaolin Temple disciples were also tense. He thought that they were furious because the Shaolin Temple pays great attention to the manners and behavior of students, and they are going to teach him a lesson with their methods. So Mengyan reminded how the martial arts assessment is done in the second year. A friend confirmed that it is a group hunt, and they will divide by several people. And he added that if Li Han has abilities in catching monsters, he will definitely show them. Well, they thought he'd probably just get scared and run away from the monsters. He was sure that in terms of strength, their team would never be outmatched come time, and they would give it their skills. So Mengyan closed his eyes and remembered everything that had happened in the classroom just before this moment. The way Li Han talked about the prettiest girl in the academy and upset her. Until now, he couldn't remember HTO calmly and immediately started to get angry with Li Han. I remembered the way he tried to be smart in front of everyone and show his abilities to the fullest. He was sure that after he'd embarrassed himself, he'd know where he belonged. So Mengyan's indignation was unbounded. He was so upset and agitated that he didn't know what to do. At this time, the Dark Swordsman continued to write a kugel about the demonic attack of the Bloody Hand. Nam Gung Ho was paying close attention to what he was doing and was surprised at how much he had already written in his notebook, and he wasn't going to stop. I was shocked by his persistence and thought that he had been writing something on paper for 2 hours without a break. He didn't realize that he had really gained so much new knowledge from their fight, he could barely write 3 sentences. He was intensely curious to know what the secret of his analytical skills was. He walked over to the Dark Swordsman, and although he was a bit uncomfortable, he decided to ask one question. And only Nam Gung Ho turned to the Dark Swordsman as the celestial demon flew in and turned to him, also called him mercenary, and said that he had found it, and they should go. Nam Gung Ho was a bit surprised and didn't understand who it was that was addressing the Dark Swordsman. When the celestial demon saw the numbers on the cabinet, he was very surprised and couldn't believe that he was a first year. And he said that he was in his second year, and it turns out that he was older than him. The swordsman upset him and said that these are Arabic numerals, and they are read the other way around, and it is the 4th year. The swordsman reminded him that his lessons weren't over yet. The demon thought he was a model student and was just made for studying at the academy, and asked him to shut up for God's sake, but the sky demon didn't realize what he said was wrong. He asked who was standing behind him. If it was his buddy, the swordsman didn't expect there was someone behind him. He turned around and saw Nam Gung Ho apologize for the heavenly demon's rude behavior, and said to forgive him. But the heir answered with ease and said it was no big deal and it was fine. Nasletic couldn't make out what the Dark Swordsman had written. The handwriting was so small he couldn't see a thing. The Sky Demon was shocked that his employer was telling him to go, and he couldn't get his butt out of his chair. Demon said that means we have to cancel that offer. Swordsman was furious and said that he would see the heir next time. Swordsman asked what happened. Demon said that he found and need to go faster, but what exactly found did not say, and told the swordsman to just follow him. Nam Gung Ho couldn't understand who he was if he was so dismissive of the Dark Swordsman. The swordsman couldn't believe it and asked if he was serious about going there. The demon said yes. The swordsman only wanted to ask if he wanted to think first, but the demon was already gone and the swordsman rushed after him, shouting for him to wait. Suddenly someone's voice said that he had finally found Nam Gung Ho, but he couldn't understand whose voice it was. It was his uncle. He was very surprised and asked how he was here. His uncle congratulated him and said that he had won the first place in the Pimu fight. His uncle came to give him the good news and asked if he was ready. Nam Gung Ho couldn't believe it was already decided. He took a thank you stand and said he was always ready. Uncle laughed and couldn't believe he was so happy about it. Nam Gung Ho thought that it would not work out because the mission was kept top secret and it was forbidden to be present at the mission. And he added that since he was already allowed to participate, he'd better work a little harder, and said that storming the dungeon is the best addition to the student's biography. Nam Gung Ho clarified what the threat level was, and the uncle answered that for 12, although it was previously known that the maximum threat level is 9. Nam Gung Ho said that this was the highest level, but uncle warned that he was understating it, and there was already talk of identifying a new threat level. He now understood why students of the academy were forbidden to participate in the mission, and asked who was assigned the leadership this time. Uncle clarified whether he meant the commander of the punitive squad. The uncle said he had been serving him for years, and thus gave the poor fellow a shock. Nam Gung Ho couldn't believe that his uncle was talking about him. But at the same time, on the outskirts of Sichuan, on some mountain, this was happening. A warrior in red boots climbed up to the outskirts and came to the very edge of the cliff. He was very tall, of sturdy build, blindfolded and standing on the edge of a precipice. He thought he was finally back in Sichuan and remembered how long it had been. He was so used to the view, but it felt like he hadn't seen it in ages. It was real Combat King sword instructor Chi Unbi. He dreamed of meeting Mrs. Ligweather for the first time in a long time, and thought that this time the expedition had dragged on long. The meeting was scheduled for the Dragon's Tavern. Now in Sichuan Province, Jintang County Dragon Tavern was having a meeting. There were a lot of people here, all talking and drinking tea. The warriors had a delicious lunch and joked about various topics at the table. They had been here often. One of them asked to bring dongpo pork and 2 cups of bamboo tea from the waiter. Suddenly, someone turned to the waiter in an insolent manner and shouted at him by the employee, to which he was very surprised. Everyone turned at the voice and couldn't figure out who it could be at this hour, and they saw the Sword King. The worker said that if he had known he was coming, he would have prepared everything in advance, but the king didn't want to make a fuss. He clarified with the employee that the location was the same, and the employee confirmed and pointed to the top floor. Sword King Che Unbi was a very serious warrior and went to go up to the 2nd floor. He told him to get to work, and the king would stop by later, and he thanked him. One of the visitors was very glad. It was a real good fortune. He would never have thought to see a gentleman here, but the other only asked who he was. He was surprised he was from Murim himself and didn't know who it was. He said it was the Sword King himself, one of the 10 strongest warriors the Alliance recognized. Mr. Chewunbing is the best among the masters that have cleared several dozen dungeons, and it could be argued that the peaceful life in Sichuan is a merit of the Sword King, and went on to say that as a native of Sichuan Province, he was the first warrior to receive the nickname of Swordmaster. The nickname Swordmaster is the same as level transformation, once again repeated the visitor. He went upstairs and made his way to the academy administration, where he was already greeted. Parole said hello to Li Jungu and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time in return. He also greeted the gentleman and said that he was expected inside. He entered the office, and the deputy heads and the head of the academy were already waiting for him at the table. Ligweather said hello to the Sword King and said that he had done a great job on the last expedition. The king greeted her back and asked if the development of the magical weapons they had talked about a few days ago was going well, to which she said of course it was. The Sword King looked around at everyone at the table and said hello to them too, and saw one of the instructors. He thought that even the instructor in Wolsan had come as a dungeon instructor. The king was surprised that even instructor Hacheon Cheon was also present at the table at the meeting. He thought that also the heads of the administration department here, who greeted the king and said how many years, how many winters they had not seen each other. The king thought that the composition of this meeting without words speaks of the scale of the upcoming assault. He clarified how many floors in the dungeon and assumed that about 8. Ligweather. The superintendent motioned for the meeting to begin and asked the Sword King to be seated. The king asked what size the dungeon was, but the superintendent replied that it was better to see it for yourself than to explain it in words. With one wave of her hand, the superintendent lifted the stack of sheets with magic and tossed them upwards. She swirled these sheets with her hand to create a magical space. The king was surprised and assumed it was void-filling matter, or was it telekinesis he could not understand. She manipulated these sheets using her magical abilities to fold them into a single sheet. The sheets of paper were folded one to one, and some kind of picture began to show. They became larger and overlapped, filling the entire space around them, until they became so huge that they took up an entire table. They lined up in a stack with distance between them. The deputy administrator could not believe what he saw, and the superintendent was also surprised when she received the results of the reconnaissance. She added that even that is not an accurate picture of the 10 members of the advance party. More than half of them are dead. The king explained that even in that creepy Cert dungeon there were 10 floors, but here there were 15. He couldn't even believe it, and asked what instructor Wal San thought about it. The instructor said that this is the first necromancer to build such a large-scale dungeon. He thinks that he used a fair number of servants for it. Well, suddenly the instructor noticed something wrong. He squinted his eyes and stared somewhere. He asked the department chair to put all the cards together, she asked. Means he noticed something too. As everyone has already realized, the dungeon consists of 15 floors, and putting all the cards together, the picture becomes very confusing. He continued that, from the 1st to the 8th floor, you can see the character Knight, in which 8 features from the 9th to the 11th character Fork, in which 3 features 8 plus 3 makes 11. Wolsan noticed that from the 12th to 15th hieroglyph king, consisting of 4 traits, means the sum total turns out to be 15. This makes it clear that the shape of the dungeon forms the word King Yaksha. The deputy administration noted that such an assumption does occur, and he thought it was far from a mere coincidence. The instructor said he didn't know if it was real, but it seemed too early to be surprised. The floor from the 1st to the 15th floor has stone slabs made of magic stones that react to mana. The king thought that if you looked at the stone slabs of each floor separately, you could see nothing, but by connecting the maps. The instructor said that you get an inverted 5-pointed star, which is called the symbol of the devil, namely the pentagram. The members of the meeting were very surprised, especially the deputy administration came to a standstill. Cheon was confused. He was so surprised that he couldn't say a word. The instructor said that this is not even close to a coincidence. It can be undeniably stated that the magic circle is a powerful curse enveloping the entire dungeon. The Sword King stood silently with his arms folded across his chest, needing time to digest the information. Cheon couldn't believe that the dungeon was infused with black magic of such a high grade. He thought it was too much for a necromancer. He appealed to the superintendent that if it was all true that he had really started his invasion. The warden said it looked like it and appealed to the Lord of the Death Spirits, Mephisto. She lifted this pentagram up to read it and twirled her hand for comfort. It was exactly as Instructor Wool's son said. It was very amazing. The magic circle has a 3-stage curse. First curse compulsion, second mind control magic. The superintendent was very frightened and wanted to call the last one, but the king said not to worry so much. The department head looked at the Sword King and didn't understand why he was saying that. He explained that it doesn't matter what kind of dungeon it is. The main thing is to clear it, and if the enemy is not easy, you can get a lot of useful knowledge from him. And he continued that, moreover, the value of the nickname given to her by the Sword King he had never neglected, and was already ready even for Sura's life. The head of the department was very surprised. It was not a look that was afraid of danger, on the contrary. It was filled with thirst for victory. She thought she had forgotten for a moment what the Zhongyuan warriors of this world were like. The instructor thought he should have expressed support instead of wasted worry and excitement, but he thinks everyone understands that the dungeon to go to this time is more dangerous than ever, because it is the first in which the enemies began to act for real. The Sword King was not in the least bit frightened in his mind, already had a plan of action that he rather wanted to put into action. The department chair turned to the senior instructor, Lee Jun-gu, and asked if he could hear her. She asked if the preparations for the hike had been completed, and the instructor replied that everything was ready, and said that the punishment squad Dungeon Demonic Ruins is 13 men and ready to depart at any time. The superintendent said that, as always, since her location should not be disclosed, it was impossible to go together, but asked them not to forget that she was always with them in spirit. And she gave the command to start storming the Demonic Runes dungeon and said that she would be waiting at the academy for their successful return. All the board members, including the senior instructor, said that's right and set off on the assault. At that moment, a student arrived at the cultural history map shop looking for a map. The shopkeeper said it was definitely somewhere around here to look for a map of Mount Mutha. And at that very moment, he found this map, took it off the shelf. It was covered in dust. He asked what he needed the card for. Dark Swordsman said he needed it for something and asked how much he owed. The worker said that this card cost 10 gold. Nanny Swordsman came to shock at such an amount. He said it was robbery and asked where it was seen that the card cost a fortune, but the employee only thought that even a child could understand that it would not be cheap. He told him to try to scour all of Sichuan and try to find this map elsewhere, and added that it wasn't easy to draw, and explained that for the sake of this map, several people went into the confusing labyrinth of the dungeon, with 6 of them not even returning. The swordsman asked that if the dungeon is cleared, does not lose the use of the map. Worker said that he does not understand anything, just the opposite, and continued that throughout the labyrinth scattered various chests and books. Even if the storming of the dungeon is over inside, you can find a lot of different items. Warriors in the storming cannot, after all, take with them absolutely everything. And he said that when there is, and benefit is not a pittance of money, and for such a precious in all senses of the card, 10 nannies is just a pittance. The swordsman agreed and thought his wallet was getting emptier and emptier after the hiring. He had already bought a few dozen textbooks at his employer's request and thought he should ask him for extra pay for such expenses. But he was sure that this dungeon would be a grave for his employer, and he only needed to master the demonic attack of the bloody hand, and looked at what he had next on his list. Next on the list was a chicken necessarily alive. The swordsman could not understand why he needed a chicken in the dungeon. It was already evening at this time. The heavenly demon was at his home. From the window light was burning. He read all the textbooks the swordsman had brought him and found nothing new or interesting. He had already read 62 textbooks. He closed it, and this was the last of them. He mouthed that he'd flipped through all those books stacked up and emphasized that there was nothing special. He already knew most of the content, so he learned the material in no time and thought that now there would be no problems at the academy. Just at this moment, the dark swordsman came in after finishing his business and informed his employer. The swordsman stood with a chicken in his hands, and the demon asked if he had bought everything, to which the swordsman angrily replied that he was blind, and agreed that here is a live chicken and a map of the dungeon was definitely nothing else needed. The demon said that no, this is enough. The demon praised him and said that every time he pleases him, everything without a hitch, and without a hitch performs just a miracle and not a mercenary. And the swordsman asked him when he would tell about the demonic attack of the bloody hand to him. And the employer replied that he would explain as soon as he returned from the dungeon on the swordsman, thought that from the dungeon, he only go to the other world. And suddenly it dawned on him that he would be at death doesn't mean he can't learn about the demonic attack of the bloody hand, the way is still there, and decided that he would follow into the dungeon with his mercenary was his plan. And the swordsman had already imagined the picture of the demon begging to save him and saying that he was wrong. And he was sure the man would beg him for help and tell him to help him before the monsters showed up. And that to me, the swordsman will take pity on him and say that there is no other choice. The demon will thank the mercenary for it. However, at that moment, the swordsman would think that nothing is free in the world, much less life. And then he will tell him that if the desire to live has not yet disappeared, he must tell him the secret of demonic attack. Bloody hand swordsman would never miss such a moment, and in exchange for life would make him tell him about the technique. And after he finds out, he will leave the dungeon immediately if all goes well. He will cancel the contract and get the secret of the technique. And the dark swordsman told the demon that he too would go to the dungeon, to which he was very surprised. He asked why he would go there, and who would prepare the food. The swordsman replied that 2 hours would be enough for that you could say, that is the power of his spices. The demon was very curious and asked if he would be of any use in the dungeon, and whether he would not be beaten like a pear. Once again, the swordsman was ready to kill him with his own hands much faster than any necromancer. The sky demon asked if he was sure he wouldn't be the fifth wheel in the cart, and the swordsman said he was giving a tooth. Ku-Oke-Ken was very determined and thought it was time to rip the necromancer's head off. The demon and the swordsman arrived on the outskirts of Sichuan on Mutha Mountain to enter the dungeon, and the hirer cautiously asked the mercenary if this was definitely the entrance to the dungeon. He said that according to the map this is it, and asked what they were going to do now. At this moment, all the types from the Murim Union had built a stronghold to defend against the monsters. The demon said that times change, and the Union minions remain the same, and offered to pull them out of the way and enter, but the swordsman stopped him and showed him something. He said that according to the map there was a small trail, maybe someone had made it for a detour. He thought no one would be there and suggested we go there. But the demon stood his ground and asked why it was so difficult to just deal with these guards and enter through the main entrance. Swordsman asked him not to be an idiot and follow him. They walked through a small forest to the very entrance that was indicated on the map. The demon asked if he was sure that this was the place to go. The swordsman replied that they were already there. They saw an alternate entrance in front of them. The demon rushed forward and told them to go through it. The dark swordsman said that such preparedness speaks of the mercenaries' excellent experience and skills, and it is much faster and safer to follow this path. Demon said that it is necessary to penetrate. The swordsman clarified what exactly needs to be penetrated, to which Demon replied how he is going to enter. The swordsman replied that he didn't understand anything and some monsters might come out, and added that the invasion should always be silent and swift and said to rely on him. The swordsman drew his sword and was about to enter this dungeon while Ku-Oke-Ken and his chicken stood nearby. He charged his sword with magic, put internal energy into it, and prepared to open the entrance. In 2 strikes, he was like a laser through the boards with his sword without even touching them. And in these cut areas, the boards split apart and opened up this entrance for them. The dark swordsman thought it was very fortunate, and it worked out just as he had intended. He said they'd have to caulk the boards back up as soon as they came in and called the hirer with him. The demon didn't understand why he was in such a hurry to get to the dungeon, since he hadn't even ordered anything yet, and asked if he wasn't hiding anything from him, to which the swordsman pretended that he didn't understand anything and what it was about either. Then the demon asked him if he had thought about asking him for the secret of the technique when he was dying in the dungeon and begging for rescue. The swordsman was dumbfounded. He had something urgent to say, and decided that he would tell what he had learned from the map, and started saying that the reason he wants to enter the dungeon as soon as possible is this. It's all because of the objects or otherwise sacred weapons. It has otherworldly power, and in the dungeon it's just darkness. Demon asked otherworldly power like, it's good. And the swordsman said that this is just fine. Moreover, sacred weapons are extremely expensive. There are even professional hunters for them. And he added that the necromancer dungeon they were about to enter now was just a treasure trove. Perhaps they could find a lot of interesting things inside. The demon was curious about the sacred weapons. And the demon realized what the reason was and offered a quick entrance. The swordsman exhaled in relief. The demon interjected, meaning the items will appear after the monster is destroyed. The swordsman confirmed it. And he put the boards in place and told him to stay out of it. Anything from the monsters is his. They entered a dungeon where it was very dark, and there was a long, dark passage they walked down. At this moment, the dark swordsman stopped the demon and told him to wait for a while. He asked what was wrong, and the swordsman replied that he had to study the place. The moisture on the walls had dried up, and added that this phenomenon is unnatural, so impossible in a damp cave. Presumably, it is the footprints of a man or monster. Chui said he would concentrate and try to pick up any signs of someone else's presence. Suddenly, some rustling was heard, and a little later, there was a clucking sound. It turned out that the chicken that was sitting on the demon's hand started clucking. The dark swordsman got very angry and asked the demon to shut her up with something. The heavenly demon couldn't understand why he needed to shut up the chicken with something, since it was doing its job just fine right now. The swordsman asked what was the point of her yelling at the top of her voice, because at this rate, the monsters would be the first to spot them. To which the hirer said that very stuffy and winging it will tell them everything just need to be a payin and follow him. The swordsman thought the more one looked at him, the more one didn't understand what was going on in his head, and whether he really intended to trust a slightly sitting animal. But then he realized that it was to his advantage that he was on his way to certain death, and there was no point in talking him out of it. The swordsman decided to explore the map. For now, he needed to secure a way to retreat, just in case. He looked carefully at the map and realized that so far they were going according to the map given. Swordsman thought he recognized that it is worth its money, and the card is made on conscience, and decided to check how correct it is. They went forward, and he said that it looks like left, and now it is necessary to go to the right. So it was not for nothing that he gave a fortune for the map, and soon there will be a second floor. And at the same moment thought that his employer had been on the right path all along, and couldn't believe that a chicken was telling him the way, and decided to see how long his superstition would last. Percent sure he'll need a map soon, because dungeon fear starts on the second, third floor. And then the demon asked the swordsman if dungeons are always this long, maybe you can take a shortcut. The swordsman thought he was talking about it, and answered that this is the shortest way. If they go further in a straight line, there will be a staircase to the second floor. But at this point, things didn't go according to plan, and such on the map, the swordsman was very surprised. Demon stated that there is no such thing on the map and no one came here, but the swordsman did not foresee it. And the swordsman said they'd have to choose one of two forks and gave the demon the decision. The chicken clucked a bit, informing the demon to go right. The dark swordsman disagreed and stopped him. He couldn't understand why he would trust such important decisions to a chicken. Does he really understand her clucking? But the demon wondered what the big deal was here. Heavenly Demon asked if he thought he had brought the animal just for company. The chicken reported the entire situation in the dungeon. Swordsman clarified how, and said that in front, at a distance of 7 meters, is a wall, in addition quite long and gentle, and there are 2 roads to the right and left, with a slope, and right angular. He said he realized it from the winged one's scream, that the sound in a confined space could be heard with 2 ears, and added that it was elementary and why he was so surprised I couldn't understand, and asked him if he was going on. Demon that swinging rights is in his spirit, especially for someone who is new to the dungeon, is natural. He followed. He didn't like it, and offered to see how long his arrogance would last. At this point, he stepped into a small puddle that was along with mud and left his mark. And that's when the trail started to come to life. Something strange was going on. It was like it was smoking. And something terrible happened. And out of that trail came a monster arm that reached out to get someone. Subsequently, from every trail that the swordsman and demon left, monsters began to emerge after them. They were different sizes. They got bigger and bigger. When they were completely out, they started to follow them. Their eyes were red, and there were skeletons among them, and they were looking for someone they wanted. One of the zombies was trying to say something to his friends, and his head was spinning on its axis. And then he suddenly saw the exact footprints that the swordsman and the demon had left, and began to look at them a little closer. He tried to figure out who they belonged to and where they went. He got low enough to see the trail and smell it. He needed to know who it was from. He realized it was a human footprint, and he smelled real humanity. They all realized that there was a person here, and this person is a resident of Zhongyuan, and he is an intruder. They now had one goal: to find this invading Zhongyuan resident and ruin him. At this moment, the Sword King and his troop traveled to this very dungeon on Mount Mutha. Suddenly, the department head stopped Mr. Cheon-bi and asked him to take something. She said that she had brought the item with her when she was in Zhongyuan. He clarified what it was and asked if it was a helmet. She said that it was not just a helmet, but a relic called the Invisibility Cap, a helmet that has the ability to hide its wearer, which is what helped her escape from the Lich King and save herself. He realized it wasn't just a magic item and asked why she was giving it to him. She replied that she didn't doubt his skills at all, but to keep the helmet with him just in case. He looked closely at that helmet and wondered what awaited him in the dungeon. Answered her that he understood. She looked at him with her blue eyes and remained silent. She stood looking at him. He put on his helmet, thanked her, and said he was off. The clerk shouted after the Sword King that she relied on him and wished him good luck. The Sword King put on his invisibility hat, pulled out his magic blade, and went into the dungeon. He stood in front of the big gate ready for battle and told everyone to get in line. He mouthed that their primary goal was to clear the dungeon, but it was worth paying attention to safety more than anything else. And that no one should die in that dungeon because the moment they die, allies will turn into adversaries. He said it was enough just to accept that attention and they already knew the rest. warned that no matter how many enemies there are, they must destroy them all without a trace. The Ori began the invasion. The horizon was clear with no signs of enemy presence nearby. He asked if anything unusual had happened, and the instructor replied that nothing had changed so far. The Sword King stood still and pondered. It was as quiet as if they had already been spotted. It had already been half an hour since they had gone inside. Still not a flap of an insect wing was heard, let alone monsters they couldn't help, but recognized that there were strangers here. The Sword King was approached by the heavenly warrior Nanyang and asked if he would have a moment. He said it would be nice to introduce him to someone and introduced the young leader of the Namgung family he had told him about earlier. The Sword King said that by looking at him, you can tell he's adopted his father's spirit. And he put his hand on his shoulder. Namgung Ho did not expect this and was very frightened. The king said he was sorry to hear about his father. He was an incredible man and had even found himself in his debt a few times. The king said he had heard that he was a real talent in martial arts and offered to follow them. Namgung Ho was pleased and replied that he wouldn't be a hindrance to them and told him that for sure. The king said that this trip would serve him well and he should get to work. He added that they would talk more later and said that it was dangerous in the dungeon, so he should be on his guard. There was a fork in the road ahead of them. On the right side of the third was a wide path, the king said, then they would set up a stronghold there. Uncle asked Namgung Ho how it felt for him to meet the Sword King in person, and he said that he still got goosebumps all over his body just standing next to him. It felt like his energy was pressing down on him. Uncle warned him to gain a lot of knowledge from this trek. If he came off the front, he would have to support him from the back. Namgung Ho obeyed his uncle and walked with him. The instructor said that only one student from Namgung Ho Academy from the 4th year topped the rankings on this raid, and asked if instructor Ha Cheon knew him. But he didn't get an answer because instructor Ha Cheon crouched down on the ground and felt something. He put his hand on the ground and realized it was small vibrations and the monsters were coming straight for them. He shouted that a Class 4 situation had arisen and appealed to the Sword King to move into a defensive stance. Namgung Ho didn't understand what Class number 4 was talking about, and they hadn't entered this place that long ago. The Sword King told everyone to leave the panic behind and ordered everyone to draw their swords immediately. He shouted, I called out to the squad for everyone to draw their blades, and Namgung Ho was concerned as well. He couldn't still understand what was going on and why everyone had taken a defensive stance. Uncle said this doesn't happen often, and to keep him alert, everyone was on standby. Suddenly, from far away in the cave, a whole troop of monsters who were very evil and scary were coming at them. They could smell the human scent, and came closer and closer, faster and faster. The Sword King turned to the instructors and said they needed to rattle their bones a bit. He gave the order for everyone to rush to the attack, and the monster fight he had been waiting for began. At this moment, a heavenly demon and a dark swordsman were quietly walking from the other side of the dungeon. They walked very quietly down the stairs, but even the chicken was silent at this point. Everything was calm and quiet, and the dark swordsman began to think that something was amiss here. He knew that luck could happen, but he wondered if it really wasn't a fluke. He thought that they hadn't even met a single rat in all this time, but he realized that his employer hadn't wandered once and had reached the 2nd floor quietly, so he didn't have to do anything but move his feet. He reasoned that he thought he was normally ignorant, but maybe in fact the hireling is powerful. Then the claim that he would catch the necromancer is not an empty statement either. And the swordsman interrupted his own thoughts that it cannot be so, and that he is now thinking about the wrong thing, and as soon as there is a chance to act according to the plan. Suddenly, the celestial demon asked the swordsman if those types were their enemies. He asked this purely out of interest. He was talking about those things up ahead, and added that they were already very disgruntled. And at that moment, a whole pack of monsters showed up, saying they were invaders and ready to destroy them. The swordsman said they are skeletons, and these things are terribly pissed off. The demon replied that they are. The dark swordsman couldn't believe his eyes because it was him. It was a giant skeleton. Swordsman thought there were even skeleton mages gathered here. The demon didn't know who the skeleton mages were and asked the swordsman about it. The swordsman thought he didn't know anything and explained that those things had a 5th threat level. At this point, the swordsman was henpecked at. He thought that as a group, they could even defeat Wyvern. Demon told him to turn the sound down and keep the chicken on, and it wouldn't take 20 minutes. And I asked the swordsman if I killed those bony ones, those things would definitely fall out or not. He was referring to those items. The swordsman was shocked and thought he wasn't thinking about that at all and said he was blown away. The swordsman was shocked at what was happening and that this little guy wasn't afraid of anything and was willing to fight monsters. Demon said that he thought he would know the answer as soon as he killed them all, and smiled at that moment. The swordsman thought that he was crazy, and thought not even a one-on-one fight he didn't understand how he was going to destroy such a mountain of bones. The heavenly demon gathered all his internal energy and rushed towards the monster squad with a frantic force that the swordsman was almost blown away. The dark swordsman couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. He was in shock. When the celestial demon applied its attack, the swordsman realized that it was a demonic bloody hand attack. 10 years ago, in the Dark Swordsman's dwelling, he had been learning fire techniques with his teacher. He tried to control the fire that came from his hand, but he was not succeeding yet. He's been trying for a long time to do his best, and he finally succeeded. Or rather, he so under the small teacher watched it from the side. Swordsman tried his best, and said that just a little more. The teacher stood silent and realized that the swordsman would not be able to do that today. The Dark Swordsman did everything he could to make it happen. The teacher told him that enough was enough. The swordsman was very angry and upset at the same time. He turned to the teacher and asked about whether he was really going to fail. He asked what was to be done, but the teacher at that moment said nothing to him. He stood silent. After a while, the teacher told the Dark Swordsman to take his time and asked if he hadn't said that progress wasn't made quickly. And he added that he also has so much internal energy, so the technique stops at this point, which can be frustrating, but that's life's journey. And he said that if he reached a certain level in martial arts, the side effect of the left hand would disappear. And I decided that just in case, I wouldn't give him any other techniques for a while. The swordsman couldn't understand if being the heir to the demonic school, shouldn't he adopt all the techniques to revive it as soon as possible? But the teacher said that if there came a point where he couldn't control his left hand, he'll have to destroy it with his own hands or he'll end up killing himself, and added that he would not be the only one there. He thought what would become of the others, for he would certainly be a bad influence on the school. Finally, the teacher said that once he found a way to hold his left hand, he would continue to pass on the techniques, so it would be safer for everyone. He said it would take at least 3 days for his inner energy to calm down and recommended rest. The swordsman thought that if he didn't learn to control his left hand, he wouldn't become a true heir, and he began to look for ways to help him restrain his left hand. It was very difficult. At that moment in the dungeon, the Dark Swordsman was shocked to find that this was the very hand attack he was so eager to master. The heavenly demon used the demonic blood arm attack and used his right hand to strike. At the same time, I tell those bony ones to eat fire and die on the spot. He threw his fire with all his might at the monster squad with this very technique. The fire had taken hold of the entire squad, completely surrounded it. All that was left was to wait. After a couple of seconds, the fire consumed all the monsters that were in its path. They couldn't even move. The Dark Swordsman was shocked at what was happening and didn't understand how this could be. But the demon, with the help of fire, managed to fell only a couple of monsters, and the rest remained alive. He couldn't believe that this was possible and thought his body was weak and decided to use some more internal energy. At this moment, the most important skeleton was ready to strike back directly at the demon. He gathered his energy into a fist, spoke his spell, and prepared to attack. With a single sweep of his hand, he threw all that power towards the heavenly demon, and the latter was trapped. Ku-ok-ken was seized by the magic used by the main skeleton but was able to escape. The Dark Swordsman saw everything that was happening and was very scared that his employer was going to die. But the Sky Demon just said that his uniform was all dirty because of that asshole. He got angry and struck back while asking if he knew how much she was worth. After his blow, he saw something lying on the floor that he couldn't understand what it was. As he got closer, he didn't realize what was there at first and later decided it was a seashell. He picked it up and asked the mercenary if this was the sacred weapon he was talking about. But the swordsman shouted that it was there. The swordsman shouted for him to look forward, but the demon was calm and replied to not be so afraid, and added that he said he wanted to learn the demonic attack of the bloody hand, and suggested that he not take your eyes off of him because that's what's about to happen, and said that he would show him the level 9 demonic attack of the bloody hand now. The heavenly demon gathered his internal energy and displayed a class, namely the palm of a bloody hand explosion. All that powerful fire energy rushed straight into the skeletons in front of them. It enveloped them all with such force that nothing could be seen and burned everything to the ground. The main skeleton who used his attacks was also destroyed, all of his knuckles shattered. The fire filled absolutely every space in the dungeon. It was such a powerful strike, which even reached the Dark Swordsman and the chicken standing next to him, who were in shock. The heavenly demon struck another blow at the head of those skeletons, and the bones continued to fall. He used another attack. It was a wheel of doom. He threw it directly at the skeleton. He thought that this creature was so resilient that it couldn't die and looked in its direction. He rushed and dashed towards those monsters to finally kill them. He ran so fast that rocks flew under his feet and threw shards of shrapnel at the swordsman. Dust and stone remnants flew to him, and he only had time to dodge. He stood and looked at what was happening. There was chaos all around, with rumblings of dust flying all over the floor, and all from the heavenly demon. The demon thought he was looking at him, and immediately his memories came flooding back. He said he'd been through a lot of pain for a bony head a long time ago. He kept taking blow after blow and wondering why these skeletons were so tenacious. And as he struck another blow at one of them, he thought they were annoying too. The heavenly demon struck again. Everything around him was burning with fire and nothing could be seen. The Dark Swordsman was standing to the side holding a chicken and was very surprised at what was happening. When all the dust and dirt settled, and it was more or less visible what was going on around him, the demon realized that it had defeated him. And he told his mercenary that he was done and that they could move on now. He remembered to look around. He'd burned the place to the ground to see if there were any objects left. He picked up some kind of vest and asked what it was, and he assumed it was armor. The sky demon thought about putting the vest on himself, but the swordsman couldn't say anything and was shocked. The swordsman could not believe that the student of the academy in no time took down the monster. He thought that he was just a psycho. As it turned out, he was still hiding his abilities, and he figured now wasn't the time to be surprised, and there was no way he wanted to fall behind in strength. When the celestial demon put on this vest, the armor took his body shape and sat just right. He told his mercenary that the armor fit perfectly and thought it was one of the items. But the swordsman told him not to make a fuss after he'd killed a couple or three monsters. And he added that they are still at the very beginning of the second floor, and there are plenty more of these things ahead. He told the heavenly demon not to forget about their opponent and move rather after him. Ku-ok-ken was surprised at what he heard and couldn't understand what had suddenly happened to him, and quietly said that he pouted his lips because he did not get the trophy at that moment. The swordsman thought that he was a head above in terms of experience, although he was behind in terms of techniques. The demon told him to at least take the seashell. It was a pity to leave it, but the swordsman replied that he didn't need that useless thing. But after a while he agreed to take, because the demon told him that he had neglected his kindness. In the deepest floor of the dungeon sat the most important monster. He was wearing a red robe, and there were red lines running from him all over the dungeon from the floors. Along these lines ran an inner energy that nourished him and helped him gain strength. But even now that he was maxed out on internal energy, he felt that it was too little. He thought that was all the internal energy those Marimians possessed, and added that he knew it was very little and not enough to keep him full. And then he decided he still needed living sacrifices for his internal energy. He turned to his servant. His name was Arver, and he replied that he was listening attentively to his lord. He told him to stop the enemy who had already entered their temple, and Arver replied that he would. Then the head rose from his throne and went toward his servant to release him. With one wave of his hand, he charged the energy and broke the chain that was chained to the servant, thereby freeing another 1,000 monsters that were ready to go destroy the enemies. He told them to wake up and go about their business, that he had punished them. Immediately, monsters with red eyes began to appear from the ground, including skeletons. He pondered who would drop by. This time he was very interested. At this moment, the punishment squad, led by the Sword King, continued their offensive and fought the monsters. The instructor gathered all his inner energy and put his hands on the warrior's shoulder and began to defend them. Orders were given to protect the non-combatants, and the squad needed to cast a spell. At this moment, one of the monsters was fighting with Namgung-ho's leader. In his hands was holding a blade. Namgung-ho defended himself with his holy weapon and told him who he was going for. He had already destroyed dozens of monsters, but there was still no end to them, and realized what a level 12 dungeon was really like. Nagun-ho couldn't afford to be a burden to the others, and thought that if he fell, it was the end. He held on with his last strength and decided to use his holy fire weapon. In a moment, the monster skeleton with red eyes jumped up and rushed straight at him, but couldn't get to him. Someone hit him from behind, and the skeleton shattered into 2 pieces. It was Uncle Namgung-ho. He helped him deal with that bony monster by punching it, and asked if his nephew was all right at this moment. Namgung-ho stood with his sword burning in his hands, and said that the movements became very tense, and clarified whether he was afraid, to which he replied that he was not. Uncle said that he can be understood because other dungeons are not even close to this one, and it's good to be nervous too. You need to control it. The leader apologized, and his uncle showed him that this fight too would soon be over. A squad of bony monsters were coming straight at them, but they weren't in a hurry to attack, just defending themselves. And then the Sword King asked what happened to those bony ones and asked if they were going to attack, and added, have they developed the intelligence to be frightened? He said they were no good to him even as a warm-up. That's when I decided to test the abilities of the helmet the department chair gave me. At that moment, the helmet began to activate, and the eyes that were on the helmet remained closed. But after a moment, his eyes opened wide, and there was a light in them that spread out around him. It was aimed directly at the monster squad so that they would stop seeing the Sword King. The bony monsters could not understand what was going on and where the head of the squad had suddenly gone. It rushed past them with an unknown force. They noticed nothing and only looked for it around them. They thought he was standing right in front of them, though the Ball King had long since stayed behind them and was preparing his sword. He drew his sword rule with it. A couple manipulations energized it and prepared to strike. Both the king and the sword itself were already ready to strike a decisive blow at this troop of monsters in a single motion. He made a couple swings of his sword, and the entire monster squad went down, bones scattering in different directions. There were no casualties of the punitive detachment. The whole squad was intact, and the king said that meant it was the last. King asked how long it took them, and the instructor said about an hour, and they were a little late and would have to hurry. Namgung-ho said that before he could even blink an eye, he had crushed all the monsters with a single blow, and his uncle told him to always keep his eyes open. Uncle asked if the Sword King was okay. He said that so he wouldn't ask obvious things. Namgung-ho thought that this was just a fantastically incredible power, and realized that this was the transformation level. And he let his guard down just because of an underclass monster. He thought he couldn't keep up with the king's strength, and realized that to get even stronger here, he'd have to keep up with his pace a bit. The Sword King said to move on and watch your step. Everyone agreed with him. On the other edge of the dungeon, the Dark Swordsman and the Heavenly Demon were advancing further. But at that moment, something alerted the Dark Swordsman and he stopped to listen. He thought there was nothing around and didn't realize if the monsters had recently come from here. The Heavenly Demon was meditating at that moment and is filled with internal energy for further combat. His meditation was interrupted by the mercenary and said he made a circle and came back to him. The swordsman asked what he was doing sitting cross-legged, to which the demon said he was circulating energy and asked how the situation ahead was. The swordsman thought that such a technique of circulating internal energy was lost 140 years ago. He replied that all monsters are similarly destroyed and can go on. The swordsman wondered what kind of power this type was hiding, but judging by his destructive combat, he had already reached the level of Kyokol-chan. But at the same moment, he thought that since his flames of demonic energy couldn't burn all the enemies, the level probably wasn't that high after all. The swordsman's thoughts were interrupted by a celestial demon and told the Ori to speed up because he was hungry. They were walking through the second floor and not far away in the darkness, they noticed a skull lying there. The dark swordsman was surprised and wondered if something had changed in the dungeon, but what exactly? He realized that the landscape had changed here and it appeared to be the source of the dungeon. They saw a wall that was slippery, and the swordsman assumed that the necromancer had had his subordinates build it. The swordsman said that it could be considered that the dungeon was just beginning, and there were monsters ahead that the lower-class skeletons were not even close to. The swordsman added that it was also possible to fall into a trap or barrier, and he indicated that something had popped out in front of them, and they needed to get closer and look around. They walked further, and the demon thought that it was quite spacious and cozy. Then he thought the swordsman could not believe that such a large-scale construction was made inside the dungeon. Demon noticed that there are some scribbles. Swordsman moved his gaze and wondered what it is. After some thought, he then said that it seemed to be a pictogram similar to Egyptian hieroglyphics. But he himself was not sure because if you cross India and move further to the west, there will be the Roman Empire. And if you go from there to the northwest, but he did not finish, he was more interested in what the hieroglyphics are doing here. He thought it was some kind of stone plaques with obscure inscriptions and suspicious control panels, and added that he thought they had gone the wrong way. He suggested they turn around and go back. At this very moment, Kuok-ken remembered something. He was familiar with these characters. The swordsman said that no monsters were encountered along the way, but it would take time to find a new road, and added that obviously there must be another way here the moment a clucking sounded. The swordsman didn't finish his thought and turned to look. Suddenly, something clicked. The sky demon was already poking at the control panel, but the mercenary stopped him and told him to leave, and asked him not to touch these things. Little things can happen. They can get trapped and clarified whether he understands in this writing. To which the demon said he thought some of the signs he could make out. The swordsman didn't believe him. The sky demon immediately pressed one of the buttons that were on the control panel. The dark swordsman stood nearby and told him to see for himself that nothing had happened after all. He added that they were just lucky that no trap had been activated and that it would be good to head out soon to find another road. At that very moment, the door they entered began to close and slid lower and lower, and with a rumble closed. Finally, the dark swordsman was very angry at the demon and scared, and saw the gate close. He knew it was a trap and it had activated. The swordsman was in a panic and said he needed to find a way out quickly, at which point he was approached by his employer. Said he seemed to have triggered the mechanism. The swordsman was angry and replied that they were stuck here. The demon said if his eyes haven't rolled out of his orbits yet to look over there and there's a light. Suddenly, all those pictograms that were on the wall began to glow with magical flames. The swordsman asked what he had pressed. After all, he thought it wasn't a trap. But then, it was as if the pictographs began to come alive and connect all the energy into one circle in the center of the text. And from this circle opened a portal that connected the gate and the stone pictograph together. The dark swordsman was very frightened by what he saw and angry at the demon for poking at the buttons. The streams of this portal entered the gate that had just closed in front of them. And there was a click. The swordsman was ready to run to close that portal. Suddenly, the streams of this portal disappeared, and a hole began to appear in the wall where one could pass through. When everything finally cleared, there was something on the wall that looked like a gateway to another dimension. And at that very moment, the dark swordsman realized that it was a teleportation gate. He couldn't believe that his employer had figured out the secret code of the dungeon in no time. And the demon said it was a gateway to the other side, and he didn't understand how he figured out the secret code. And he added that in a nutshell it happened because he's too unbelievable. The swordsman suggested he look around first because it might be a long way, but he said he was a busy man and didn't have time. The swordsman would stop him and tell them to look around first, but the demon would tell him to take the chicken and follow. The demon did not listen to him and entered this teleportation gate before the swordsman could even say anything. He took the chicken and wondered what kind of lunatic would storm the dungeon so recklessly. He said screw it and jumped into that teleportation gate too. He was very angry at his employer and wondered what could happen to him if he ever listened to him, and threatened that once they were done with the dungeon, he'd pay off all his debts. They both ended up on the other side, and at that moment the pictogram reacted to that. The magical powers dispelled, and with the help of those hieroglyphics, the teleportation gate closed. And now, on the 7th floor of the demonic ruins dungeon, something no one expected will happen. In the wall on the 7th floor, a portal opened into which the swordsman and the demon had just entered. The swordsman was thrown out of that teleportation gate like a ball and fell straight to the floor. He rolled a couple more meters and then stopped, swearing that he hit everything he could. He said it felt disgusting, like joints had been pulled out of his limbs and then put back in, and he was nauseous and couldn't breathe. He asked what kind of idiotic portal it was, even though it was convenient, but he wouldn't go there again. And he realized it was the 7th floor. He was glad he had memorized the dungeon map and figured the portal was connected to a pretty deep place. But he couldn't figure out where the hirer was, and thinking they had been thrown to different places, he shouted to him. The swordsman thought that he had had the misfortune to contract with a madman, and next time he would only sign a contract with a good look in the eyes of his employer. At that very moment, the dark swordsman heard some crying from the darkness. He turned around and couldn't understand who it was. The man was lying face down on the floor and was really begging for someone to help him now. He couldn't understand how a person could be here and asked if she was in one piece. He saw that she was all wounded and asked what happened here. She replied that they were under surprise attack. He asked what the attack was and who it was coming from, and she said that it all happened literally in an instant, and she doesn't even remember what happened. The dark swordsman thought that the place was very deep, and there could be monsters from the 6th level and up, and a lot of people had died here, and he asked if there were any survivors. But she said that there was no one else, and it seemed like everyone had been destroyed by the monsters. The dark swordsman offered to get out of there first and asked her if she could stand up. He helped her up and asked her where she came from because there definitely had to be a way out. He put her on his back and they walked together. She couldn't say anything and kept crying. He asked her to stop crying and answer him. The girl answered him through her tears that she herself did not know the way well. The swordsman was shocked. He thought he couldn't pick up the feathered one and couldn't understand why it had reclined suddenly out of the blue. And the thought flashed through his mind that she was having a hard time because of the polluted air, but he couldn't finish his thought. And the swordsman asked if he could ask her something. She said of course she could. And he asked how she knew he was a mercenary since he hadn't told her. And at that very moment, the tears stopped and laughter appeared. And a voice said, "What a pity." Suddenly, the cute little girl turned into a horrible monster and said he almost bought it. The swordsman abruptly turned around, threw this monster off his back, and saw the horror of it all. The monster was about to kill the dark swordsman as he grabbed his sword and dodged it. The swordsman thought he had almost been tricked and asked how she dared to pull such dirty tricks. He drew his sword and began to massacre this horrible monster that had tricked him. With a few moves, he chopped that monster to pieces and bits of cloth flew from it. But the dark swordsman at this moment didn't feel like he had slashed the monster at all. The maul monster was more alive than ever, and no cuts could hurt him. He lunged at the swordsman again. Suddenly, he turned into a black-colored bat with red eyes and flew upwards. And the dark swordsman realized it was a banshee, so the blade didn't feel like a blade at all. This bat started crying loudly, and those monsters who heard this crying started waking up. The swordsman thought they all stood up hearing the banshee crying was too bad. And they all went straight for the swordsman to destroy him because he was the enemy in their lair. And then the unexpected happened. Suddenly the wall began to move, and the swordsman thought to himself. The moving wall was subjected to a magical ritual. It immediately exploded. And the dark swordsman realized that it was a stone golem. He had several dozen level 5 monsters in addition to it. They were all standing directly in front of the swordsman, and ready to strike. The swordsman had no choice. The swordsman thought there was nowhere to go and urged them to pile on top of him to launch an attack. From the dark swordsman's blows and the monster's defenses, rocks and shards flew in different directions. He was beating on them and telling them to leave him the items. At this point, there was a demon in the other wing of the building. He looked at his internal energy and had no way of knowing what was going on or what he should do. He used the demonic attack of the bloody hand, but the attack was not executed at full strength. He couldn't figure out what was wrong, why he couldn't put his best foot forward. He thought that the internal energy was slowly recovering due to the weakness of Li Han's body because he had recently conducted an energy circulation. He thought that he had only spent 1 captcha of energy in the entire time. Energy is really slow to recover. All this is really bad. He thought something had gone wrong after moving through the gate. He wasn't sure if that was the problem. He thought the air here was strange and said it had become uncomfortable to breathe recently. He pondered that if the air is polluted already at a distance of 30 jang, where are you on the 7th floor after being here for a long time? There's a chance of falling under hallucinations. And he realized that there was nothing to do. Although the energy is recovering very slowly, it remains only to moderate his breaths with the technique of turtle breathing. The sky demon said he brought the chicken with him to find the dirty air, and couldn't figure out where the mercenary with the winged one was. Suddenly, the heavenly demon heard some noise. He turned around to see what it was. The dark swordsman stabbed his sword straight into the wall with all his might, and a rumbling sound was heard. In an instant, the whole place was filled with dust and dirt, and breathing was even worse. The sky demon asked the swordsman whether the swordsman had made so much noise, and added, as the saying goes, "Remember, the sun here is the ray." The sky demon looked at the swordsman and couldn't understand what had happened to him, and asked him to stop. He asked what was wrong with his arm, and that it was swollen. Somehow the swordsman clarified what he was doing here. And the dark swordsman once again saw his hand that was swelling with internal energy and burning. The swordsman explained that this was the limit and he could no longer, and asked him to move away from him. The swordsman yelled for him to get away from him faster if he wanted to stay alive. At this moment, the swordsman's arm had already swollen completely, and the energy inside it had burst out. His left arm looked just awful with teeth and marks on it that consumed everything around it. He tried to deal with it, but nothing worked. He didn't know what to do anymore. He tried his best to soothe that hand and did his best, but nothing worked. His hand no longer belonged to him. She was doing what she wanted, and he couldn't stop it. Suddenly there was an explosion from his hand, splattering everything around. The demon could do nothing but stare at it. He repeated that there was something wrong with the mercenary's hand, but he didn't understand what it was, so he didn't do anything. At this moment, the hand itself took the dark swordsman's sword to destroy the monsters. The blade was charged with internal energy enough to deal with all the monsters. His eyes became different. One belonged to him looked unnatural, and he told his employer to get out of the way, and added that finishing off monsters faster than him didn't tire him out, and walked towards the squad. The stone golem carried everything in its path and searched for those enemies it had to deal with. The heavenly demon saw this creature of stone and came to a standstill at its size and strength. The dark swordsman took his weapon, went to him. He was 100% confident in his abilities. And as the golem came closer to him, the swordsman began to think through a plan of action to crush it. The stone golem was huge in size and was striking but not hitting the swordsman. The swordsman stood looking at this block of stone. He was unlike himself. His eye glowed. He said, "You can't beat a rock like that if you don't have at least the energy of the ball." He figured he wasn't strong enough to use it yet, but with this thing on his arm, everything changes. He thought that a single blow would be enough for such a stone, but he swung his sword with all his might and struck the golem. It was indeed a blow of powerful force, and the golem shattered into 2 pieces from it. The swordsman stood back to watch as the stone golem shattered from the impact and fell to the floor. At this moment, the squad of monsters that was near the stone golem was very angry. He said that they were evil spirits, and told them to continue the battle. They began to advance one by one. And the dark swordsman said that to a cursed squad like them, not the creature on his arm. He said that there was no way they would lose, and used his sword to start striking the monsters again. The heavenly demon stood back and quite what was going on, but saw a very powerful and strong energy coming off of him. And at that very moment he realized what had happened to him. It was as if it had hit him what had happened. He thought that all of his blocked energy pathways had been released, and because of that, his internal energy was expanding. The swordsman said that at last his blade was going through, and if they could be destroyed that way, let them attack, and ordered this squad to attack him. He added that he would kill every last one of them. The swordsman remembered that long ago his teacher had shown him one thing and asked him if he knew what it was. The teacher said that it caused a bloody tragedy to a village called Misan. This thing is dangerous but also unusual, so he sealed it, and said that this thing now belongs to the dark swordsman. He couldn't believe his ears, and replied that he was not yet skilled enough to accept such a valuable object, and whether he had not better make use of it. He said that this thing, or rather uncleanness, is alive and penetrating into the human body. It will suck energy until the moment of death. But the creature causes not only harm, and in return for the internal energy, donor can get power. But he added that if he lost control, the creature would absorb his mind. The more energy the foul creature gathered, the stronger the side effect. The teacher said that for that reason he couldn't deal with the evil, and added that he had a little less energy so he could handle the side effect. And he said that if he learns fighting and spiritual techniques suitable to the nature of the unclean, he will be able to contain the creature's supernatural power. And the teacher asked if he would dare to do that, to which the dark swordsman only remained silent. The teacher tied the dark swordsman's hand and asked if he was ready, to which he replied that he was. The elder said that once the place had been determined, it could not be changed, and asked if it was exactly in the right hand. He opened this vessel and let the uncleanness out, and said that then they would start now, and that he should get ready. The dark swordsman was very scared. He didn't know what to expect. He was ready for anything. At this moment, the elder hand of his inner energy began to perform various manipulations. He pulled this foul thing out of this vessel with his hand, took it and carried it to the dark swordsman, and told him to remember to never let that thing enslave his mind. This entity's eye was huge with all the internal energy concentrated in it. But suddenly, this entity popped out of his hands and made a sound that stunned both the teacher and the swordsman. This impossible to listen to sound was deafening, and suddenly she settled into her other hand in her left. The teacher thought that the uncleanness had penetrated the other arm and asked that the dark swordsman not lose consciousness. At that moment, something began to happen to the swordsman. He began to lose his previous appearance, and one of his eyes changed and became the same as this entity. The essence penetrated deeper, and the dark swordsman no longer belonged to himself and was controlled by this foul thing. He became very evil, even demonically scary. His hand was burning, and the essence was taking up residence in his body. At some point, he turned into a terrifying creature that was ready to exterminate everything around him. The same thing happened to the dark swordsman, and in the dungeon, this essence burst out of his hand. Right now, it wasn't the dark swordsman who was looking at the monster squad with his eyes, but the essence inside him. And it was she who controlled his very hand and the sword that was in that terrible hand. He asked the monster squad what was wrong and asked what ditch their spirit was washed into. The dark swordsman, or rather the essence, told them they would have more fun hunting should be fun. A squad of monsters rushed at the dark swordsman, and he was ready to defend himself with his sword. The entity inside began to strike one blow after another while exterminating each monster step by step. In him was a non-human power that mercilessly and ruthlessly destroyed everyone. Blow after blow sounds were heard, and the heavenly demon saw monster after monster die. Then, using his other hand, he used a demonic attack to deal with them finally. Gathering all the inner strength in his hand, he struck out with a demonic small arm attack. He wielded his sword very deftly and twirled it in different directions, showing his talent. At this moment, the entire monster squad was covered in ice, which stopped them for a while. With his other hand, the swordsman continued to wield his sword and strike at the frozen monsters. And finally, when all the monsters had already been destroyed, he could exhale and came back and started to leave. The essence that was in his hand also calmed down. The hand began to behave more quietly. The swordsman was very tired, but was able to defeat this unclean force and control this hand. The essence in the hand calmed down. The swordsman came to himself. He was exhausted and could not even say anything. He could barely stand on his feet. The heavenly demon told him that he had put on a whole show, and he was even very surprised. The demon said that he had cut the bodies of the evil spirits without sword energy, and just spit and destroyed that stone giant and asked what it was in his hand. The swordsman replied that it was better for him not to know, and whether he planned to continue the dungeon assault. The demon replied that yes, and the swordsman replied that he had realized something in the process, namely, that it would not be possible to clear the dungeon completely, and if they continued to descend even stronger, monsters would come out, and added that he didn't know what his purpose was, but it was best to end it there and return to the surface no longer able to protect him. He didn't want to admit it, but he suddenly said that this dungeon was beyond him, and added that he should not worry about breach of contract. The responsibility will be on him, but does not think that living is now a priority. Then the celestial demon told him that he understood, but also for his part decided to give him advice. He said if he kept using it, it would swallow him whole. But the swordsman replied that he was worrying in vain because he didn't even know what kind of creature the demon was, and added that it was not a spiritual being that could be trained. The demon asked him to shut up, and he added that a guy like him couldn't understand the character of this creature at all, and asked him to keep quiet. Demon said he only seems to get it when he sees it with his own eyes, and swordsman said not to make him repeat it and turn off his inquisitiveness. Dema said so be it, and he asked the swordsman for a second for his sword. He couldn't understand what this madman wanted to do. The heavenly demon wanted to touch his hand, but the dark swordsman shouted not to touch him. The heavenly demon did something that the swordsman did not expect, and it gave him a huge shock. He simply took and removed the dark swordsman's hand where that very essence resided. With one blow, he would destroy the evil that lived in his hand with his mercenary's sword. And at that very moment, the hand with the essence came to life and began to move on the surface of the dungeon. The demon did it mercilessly and quickly. The swordsman screamed very hard that he had lost his arm. But the celestial demon never once regretted what he had done. He knew it was necessary to save the swordsman. Before the arm could run far, the demon stopped it with his sword, and the swordsman kept yelling why he did it after all. The swordsman was very angry, and at the same time he was very hurt. He was ready to nail the demon right on the spot. And the celestial demon started talking to him. He turned to his mercenary and asked him for something. He said to pick up the rest of his arm, and now they would put it back on. The swordsman couldn't believe what he heard. He thought he had destroyed it first, and now he was going to reattach it. The demon replied that he himself understood everything. Did he really think that this entity would just get away from him like that? The demon asked what he even understood about entities and how dare he do this. But the heavenly demon told him to look, and the parasite is already on its way back. The swordsman couldn't believe it. I told him not to talk nonsense. But at that moment, the energy gathered around his hand again. The dark swordsman couldn't believe his eyes. He saw the entity come to life again. He was shocked and couldn't understand how this was even possible, because his arm was beginning to recover again. The demon said to stay alive from the murky air, you need to use breathing techniques for this. He brought the chicken, but the swordsman is fine without any breathing techniques, and added that it's all thanks to the entity that sucks his blood. Increased regeneration is one of the Ikai's specialties. Demon said it's not cool to carry around a parasite like that, but it has its perks. At that very moment, the swordsman's arm recovered fully and the essence along with it. The demon said that he wouldn't be able to restrain the Ikai, and added that the hand had clawed itself not of his own free will back. The dark swordsman was horrified because the arm was indeed in place, and he didn't want it to be. The demon said there was no good in staying here and said we had to move on. The swordsman asked if he knew about this creation, how he should proceed now. But the celestial demon asked him if he now wants to get rid of the parasite, to which the swordsman replied that he does not want to learn how to properly wield the Ikai. And the swordsman said everything is done in this hand because of it. He cannot learn other techniques. Demon now understood everything, and asked if the teacher had told him that the demonic small arm attack could be used in case of emergency. The demon confirmed that the Ikai feeds on blood or other yang energy, so it does not react to combat techniques based on yin energy, and added that if he were to study the blood arm attack, which is based on fire energy, he would either die or this entity would disappear, and said that the number of techniques he can do is very small. But at the end, he stated that it could not be said that the situation was hopeless. The swordsman was interested. The demon told him he needed to use fighting techniques that quenched his thirst, but the swordsman replied that such techniques could not be in the demonic school. The demon was very surprised and clarified why he couldn't, and began to gather energy in his hand. The dark swordsman was shocked at what he saw and how the heavenly demon had begun to use this technique. In an instant, the heavenly demon's hand became red, all the internal and external energy gathered together in that hand. His entire arm eventually began to look like one solid blood-colored object. The demon was surprised that it was blood-colored energy and realized what kind of technique it was. The heavenly demon said that this is the beast blood demon attack. The demon said that this messy technique ruptures all the blood arteries of the opponent, and for an entity that thirsts for blood, it is just right. The swordsman could not believe it, for this is the most demonic attack known from legends. He thought his eyes were deceiving him. And the school said that this technique had long since disappeared, and the elders thought that the technique could not be recovered from where this type could use such a technique. The dark swordsman had no way of knowing who he was or what his true identity was. The swordsman suddenly tripped over a rock and fell on his back. The demon laughed that he was already falling off his feet from just a demonic attack of brutal blood, and added that he did answer his question and offered to go further into the dungeon. The demon said that without the winged one now, we'd have to sweat to find the way, and he didn't think he should have trusted the chicken. He told the mercenary to get up and move his buns. They had to move on, but suddenly the sky demon stopped and asked what happened to him, and what he was holding in his hand. The swordsman was in agreement. The one couldn't understand what the swordsman had agreed to, and what he was holding out to him in his hands. The dark swordsman replied that he agreed to what he had told him not so long ago. The demon didn't know what he was talking about. Swordsman said that he was about that conversation that took place on the roof of the academy. If the contract is still in force, he is ready to conclude it right now. And the swordsman said that he had not forgotten the gleam in his eyes at the moment of their first meeting, and that look made him realize that he was not an ordinary man, and that it was incredible luck to receive an offer of renewal. And the swordsman added that he had been waiting for the demon to say it himself, but could no longer tolerate it, and asked for a chance to serve him further. The demon said it was a great choice, but didn't know what he needed to do. The swordsman replied that he needed to sign the contract. The swordsman wanted to find something to sign with, but the demon said he didn't need to. And he said that this signature would be better and quicker to put it on, and he was talking about a bloody signature. The swordsman said that he was absolutely right, that there was nothing more accurate than the print, and added that it was expected from his employer. The demon asked where exactly to put his finger. The swordsman asked that he imprint his finger well, and the swordsman said it was time to learn a new technique. If he passed it on, he'd be washing dishes for him for years. The swordsman asked that the hirer put his finger on the contract as soon as possible. The swordsman was already glad that it was almost done and asked to bring his finger a little closer. The heavenly demon noticed something and asked what it was about, if it was red energy. He said that this energy was familiar to him. The swordsman clarified with him something wrong or something. The demon told the swordsman to follow him. He was shocked and thought he had made a mistake. He said if he was indiscreet, he'd ask for a second chance, but that wasn't the point. The sky demon couldn't figure out what to do. The swordsman ran after him and asked him to wait. That red energy oozed out from around the corner, and they followed in its footsteps, the demon suspecting something. They walked over to the control panel. The demon said the new drawing is 6, and then followed, and said it was ready. The swordsman thought it was the portal the monsters had recently come out of. He noticed that the ability to memorize his employer's road by the dozen, the latter in turn was puzzled by something. But now the control panel was not working. Pressing the button, nothing happened. He turned to the swordsman and said that something seemed to be broken because he had pressed it all the way down, but nothing happened. The swordsman replied that the map showed the structure of only 8 floors, and that there was no information about the further path. The dark swordsman said he would go look around to see if there was another road nearby. At that moment, the heavenly demon pointed him upwards. The swordsman couldn't believe what was up there. He said the color was a little different. The swordsman couldn't figure out what that meant. And at this very moment, the teleportation channel opened again, but this time it was red in color. And on the place of opening of this portal was drawn a sign. It was a circle, and inside an incomprehensible pentagram. On the other edge of the dungeon, a punitive unit was slowly advancing, led by the Sword King. One of the warriors of the squad was using a magic ball to conduct a check for monsters. The orb showed the danger that was ahead and whether there were monsters. Also, it picked up energy. Ahead, one could feel some kind of energy that belonged to one of the enemies. The Sword King said if it's hard, then don't bother, and just step back, and added that the hitters are the heart of the assault squad. He thought that when they reached the 4th floor, the speed of the assault had slowed down considerably, because of the fact that they didn't take a break and continued walking through the force. The instructor said he was worried about the condition of their squad members. The Sword King replied that it was hard on everyone and the only thing left to do was to take energy stimulants and hang in there. The instructor told me to take energy stimulants and to eat them better on the go and not stop. Namgung Ho was already very tired, and it was hard for him to walk, and the energy stimulators were no longer helping him. He thought that it was already the 6th floor during the journey. They had gone through 4 battles, and it would be strange not to be exhausted after that. But he knew that no matter how unforgivable it would be to miss such a precious chance, he needed to concentrate to gain even more knowledge. His uncle gave him an energy stimulator and told him to chew slowly and then only swallow. His nephew thanked him. So he went to his uncle to ask him something. His uncle told him what he wanted to know. Namgung Ho said that he had heard talk that when they reach the 8th floor, one should maximize not one's vision but one's senses. Uncle explained that from the 8th floor begins a much thicker darkness that does not allow light to pass through it, and you will have to rely on your intuition. The boy was scared and clarified that he meant that there will be monsters using curses. He said that was right, and in their lessons they must have studied how to resist such enemies. Their conversation was interrupted, and they were told to get the squad ready to attack. The uncle was angry that these monsters wouldn't even let them talk properly and told his nephew to get ready. Namgung Ho took out his sacred fireball weapon again and prepared to attack. This time he was very determined and had to fight with his last strength. The order was given for the squad to assume a defensive position and turn on the circulation of heart defense energy and huddle with their backs. Suddenly some kind of energy began to spread on the ground. Everyone thought it was the monster's attack. But gathered in one place, this energy became a long tether of strength and power. The instructor saw it and asked the troop to stop, and he said that very creature. He said it was a type of banshee, and to be on the lookout for it was a scary monster with a hump on its back, and it began to emit special waves that absorbed the air around it. Namgung Ho couldn't believe that the monster was pressing the air and only started to say that really, but didn't finish his thoughts. This monster rushed at the squad and started screaming loudly, and then let out a wailing sound that made everyone feel sick. He aimed right at the heart of the squad and blasted his waves and loud sound at them. The Sword King drew his sword and wanted to make a softer blow from the wave the monster let loose. Using his sword, he chopped into the flow of the waves. It didn't help them. The energy became only slightly weaker. Orders were given not to lose their temper. If they fell under the curse, there would be major problems. Namgung Ho thought that even though the Sword King had softened the ball energy shockwave, the power of the attack was still tremendous. A curse enveloped the boy. He tried to fight with his last strength and thought he should remain, jhana, conscious. He knew he had to hold out no matter what, but he was already running out of strength. He was somehow standing on his feet and holding his fire sword that was charged with energy. Uncle gave the order for the strike team to go forward right now to strike. Namgung Ho gathered all his strength in his hands and prepared to strike. He was so angry he couldn't hold you back, and with a bullet ahead of everyone else, he rushed at the banshee. All his sword and himself were enveloped in fire. The Sword King was in shock. He couldn't understand what had happened so quickly. It all happened. And Namgung Ho rushed over with all his fury and shouted for that monster to finally get it. He was already standing directly beside the banshee and swung his flaming sword directly at him. And the monster was enveloped in that same fire. Namgung Ho directed all that energy right at it. He made a protective circle of fire around himself and struck at the banshee with his sword. At this moment, the monster was fire. There are only incomprehensible sounds, and it turned into a black blur. Namgung Ho finished his punch, stood, and waited for the fire and smoke to clear so he could see everything with his own eyes. Uncle saw a boy ahead with a flaming sword and asked him if he was hurt, and told him he's not even in the strike team, and asked why he rushed at the monster alone and did so recklessly. He said it's okay. Uncle said thank goodness he's whole from now on. Let him be careful, Namgung Ho apologized, but the Sword King said he shouldn't apologize, and added that his actions were appropriate to the situation. Besides, the academy student managed to withstand a soul demon such as this, not often seen. He was surprised at what kind of soul demon. The king said that the banshee's scream was a large-scale curse magic that damaged their entire squad. He reduced the impact of the attack, but the magical effect was still strong. He added that several men of the assault team, having fallen into a stupor, were unable to launch counterattacks. He said that he managed to break the curse at a fast pace, and dealing with the monster is worth watching for more. And added if he continued to develop his skills in the same manner, then perhaps after his graduation from the academy, they could meet again. And told him not to lose his grip. Nam Gung Ho couldn't believe his own ears that they could meet again. The king suggested everyone take a break. As they heal the injured, they would continue on their way. Uncle said that even if he was praised by the Sword King, it didn't mean that the act was 100% correct. And he added that no matter what you say, safety is paramount. So if you suddenly make a mistake, but he couldn't finish his thought because Nam Gung Ho was still pleasantly shocked by what he had heard from the king. He was so happy and thought that not long ago he was wondering how he could keep up with the Sword King, and now he praised him. T said that he was moving in the right direction. Remembered that surely the swordsman must have made notes back then. With the same attitude, he still remembered his spirit, and assumed he was finally on the same level as the Dark Swordsman and was glad of it. Suddenly, the Sword King asked the instructor what he was thinking about and stood there without moving. He replied that it was strange, and at times felt as if he could feel the echo of small vibrations around him. The king asked if such a phenomenon was not commonplace in the labyrinth of the dungeon. The instructor said that they met only one monster. Although in the underground labyrinth must necessarily him asked so not to worry. He said that the black rat bracelet on his wrist reacts to deadly energy, and they can accurately recognize the target they're headed for. Just thanks to this bracelet, and managed to get here by the shortest route, the instructor said there was nothing to worry about then. As suddenly there were sounds as if the dungeon began to collapse, everyone was frightened. And they decided that judging by the sound of some mechanism being triggered, the Sword King turned to the instructors and asked if any of them had heard of anyone else in the dungeon besides themselves. At that moment, a swordsman and a demon were teleported to the deepest jhana and floor of the dungeon. They lowered themselves to the ground, and the ground showed the exact same pictograph as there. The sky demon clarified where they were, but the swordsman felt so bad he couldn't get used to the feeling. The celestial demon's gaze swept forward. He directly burned through what he was looking at with his gaze, and said that it seems that somewhere he has seen this type of dark swordsman, could not understand who it is. And when the dark swordsman turned and saw, he came to be horrified by the monster he saw. It was a huge-sized monster with a horse staring at them with its terrifying gaze. He realized it was a Death Knight. He couldn't believe how so quickly they had reached him. The heavenly demon thought he had seen him somewhere before. The dark swordsman said to be careful, for the Death Knight was no match for those they had met before. And the knight on the horse drew his sword on which were written hieroglyphics and was ready to attack. The horse reared up and was ordered to gallop straight at them to destroy them. The dark swordsmen were terrified and realized that the Death Knight was coming at them and didn't know how to defend themselves. He drew his sword and was ready to counterattack, even though he knew their forces were not equal. The Dark Knight jumped right up to him and struck with his sword. Only the swordsman had time to set his sword down. He didn't understand how the knight had such strength that surpassed him several times over. But for the knight, it was only a warm-up. He didn't even put out his full power. And the celestial demon thought that finally at least a worthy opponent appeared, and decided to see how the mercenary will cope with him. But the Death Knight swept the dark swordsman aside on his horse with a single blow. He only wanted to strike with his sword, but the dark swordsman managed to defend himself against it. And the knight struck blow after blow without letting the swordsman relax for a second. He was very strong. At this moment, the heavenly demon stood watching and thought that the one had fended off the blow well. But underneath, it was open. And the dark swordsman decided to use the demonic small arm attack to strike the knight. At this point, the knight had somehow managed to stay on his feet, and the demon thought great, and had a chance while he lost his balance. But the danger came not only from the knight himself, but also from his horse, which in a split second was near the swordsman. He wanted to separate horse and knight so he could win this fight faster. He tried to make another attack, but the horse wouldn't let him and ran further away from him. The swordsman knew that a knight becomes stronger on horseback, but because of this mare, his attacks were irregular. He knew he was in for a rough ride and felt he was going to have to sweat a lot. He turned to his employer and told him that he couldn't divert and help him yet and to look for the necromancer. And he added that a knight never walks alone. If he's here, it means the necromancer is nearby. The demon thought that it would not be easy to find him on the swordsman said to find him at any cost, and only then they could save themselves. The demon interrupted the swordsman and told him to look forward because he saw something scary there. When a dark swordsman turned around, he was shocked to see that no one expected this. The dark swordsman stood on his feet because the energy was so strong that he was blown backwards. Ahead, he saw an entire army. He couldn't even roughly count the number of monsters that were Tam-Tam. The swordsman thought that there was nowhere to run, and to everything else, one more knight appeared. His fighting mood was melting before his eyes, and the situation was worse than ever. The heavenly demon at this moment turned to the swordsman and showed him something that was behind him. He said there was some dude sitting in the back and asked if it was a necromancer by any chance. The dark swordsman replied that it looked like he was sitting on a large throne dressed in red. The demon said he looked more intimidating with what they said about him in class. He asked the dark swordsman to stay out of the way. The swordsman didn't understand what his employer was up to. He said he would show him the sight. In the necromancer's hands was a magical orb that he held and guarded like the apple of his eye. When he energized it, he threw this magic ball upwards and thus activated the entire squad of monsters. The dark swordsman was stunned that they were advancing. He needed to do something immediately. He wondered what he should do. He couldn't stand by and watch what his employer said, but he couldn't ignore the order. Swordsman. He thought that make the monster another 5 zhang forward, and he wouldn't even be able to react in any way to escape. If he didn't take a frontal attack, he was finished. The dark swordsman realized that he had to act and thought that if his employer was going to do something, let him not drag it out. The monsters were coming closer and closer. They were so numerous and their strength was great. The dark swordsman decided he couldn't wait any longer and drew his sword to attack, and yelled for them to attack him. But the demon told him not to yell like that for God's sake. And the celestial demon decided to apply the flame tongue. Swordsman only stood silent and watched. On the heavenly demon's head, the internal energy began to curl into a single stream. After a couple of seconds, his head was no longer visible and instead was a vortex of energy. At this very moment, the dark swordsman was so shocked by what was happening, he couldn't understand how he was doing it. And the heavenly demon activated the underworld shaking ball of flame tongue in an instant. He immediately swirled that energy around him and it began to come out of his head, then filled the entire space around them and the swordsman and hit the squad in a wave. I was so strong that the monster squad was blown away by the nuclear blast. From the bright light, the dark swordsman couldn't open his eyes and see everything that was happening. The heavenly demon struck a crushing blow and blew all those monsters away with a single wave. The swordsman couldn't believe that this flame language was the very technique that was only transmitted through writing. Row after row of monsters in the squad were swept away by this wave, but new ones appeared. Ken was angry that he couldn't deal with them in one go and they reappear. He thought that the blast fire had failed to spread completely evenly, and at this rate their position would be unwinnable, need to be prepared for the worst. The dark swordsman could not understand who he was and how he knew all this, even the techniques that were no longer there. The heavenly demon turned to the dark swordsman at this moment and asked him to do something. Said that there was no time to explain, and he would do it once only need to fulfill 2 conditions to apply the demonic beast blood attack. He said that the first is to apply the spiritual technique of reverse blood flow, and the second is to excite the meridian points and cause the effect of dizziness. He added that after explaining it in words, he probably wouldn't be able to use this attack, but he thought that the dizziness effect would work, so he asked what spiritual technique to use to cause thirst and desire. The heavenly demon said that there were several ways, but right now he needed to use the enemies in front of him. He noticed that there were monsters around, and at any moment they could use a curse if he was exposed to it, and fell into the state of a soul demon. The outcome would be to or destroy himself or get out of power. The heavenly demon continued that if he overcame the state of the soul demon, he would come to understand the use of spiritual techniques. But the swordsman asked in case something happened to him, and the demon answered whether he remembered what was said before they entered the dungeon, and the heavenly demon replied that the whole answer was to understand the point in the battle. The dark swordsman remembered the moment when they first entered the dungeon and the words of his employer. At that very moment, the necromancer began to recite some sort of spell to call the monsters to action, and the monsters began to emerge again from all places shrouded in red energy. They tried to protect the necromancer. The heavenly demon thought that they were very noisy and was ready to deal with them now. He realized he had to act fast. First, he gathered his inner energy. Then, the external energy connection of heaven and earth. Then, the celestial pole and the great celestial circle. And at the end, the synchronized circulation of energy. When he was fully ready to fight, he told them he was ready to warm up with them. The monsters started on their offensive and came closer and closer to strike. But the heavenly demon destroyed these monsters in the blink of an eye with his energy that he had gathered together. They broke into small pieces. He handled them very quickly and skillfully. He needed to sneak into the very center of their squad, and he did so with ease, knocking everyone in his way. Once he was in the center, he used another attack that was best suited for this particular moment. But he couldn't proceed to activate it because the monsters wouldn't let him take a step. They tried to give him a single blow that would be decisive for him, but he ran away from the blows. He gathered all his strength into a fist. I decided to use a demonic attack that would destroy everyone. And standing in the very center of the monster squad, he made a demonic small arm attack. He then grabbed his sword with his hand and began to fight with it, destroying the monsters. He shouted that he would show them how to use a sword to slay a few dozen monsters. He wanted to show how to use the sword and rushed forward to do so. The heavenly demon drew his sword and used the demonic bloody hand attack immediately. The unfortunate squad of monsters was blown away by the fire like matchboxes. Only their last sounds could be heard. The heavenly demon was so engrossed in the battle and had forgotten about the swordsman. He was dealing with the monsters very quickly. The demonic attack technique of the bloody hand was so strong that everything around it was ablaze. The dark swordsman thought to his mentor that this was the first time he had ever seen such a psycho in his life. He said that not only did his employer use simply stunning techniques, he also went to the very center of that army of monsters and thought how unshakable his self-confidence was. The swordsman thought to himself that however fighting so illiterate after all, and at that very moment, the dark swordsman fell from a blow he hadn't expected he wasn't prepared for. It was a death knight on horseback, but this time he had a real spear in his hands, which he used to take down the swordsman. The swordsman thought that the first knight was also not the same as the second one with spears, and realized that he would have to fight at a different distance. The swordsman said he was bored here anyway and turned to the knight to attack. A fight began between a dark swordsman and a death knight who had a lot of power. The swordsman didn't understand where he got his strength from, and repeated to him that he wouldn't be able to take him down in no time. He knew it was all for the best. If he could defeat him, he would become the mercenary who defeated the knight. He would be able to raise the price for himself as much as double at this moment. The demon was trying to deal with a squad of monsters. He fought the stone golem with his sword. He landed several accurate blows right on it, and the monster collapsed after another heavenly demon strike and shook the entire dungeon. The demon thought he got a weak monster. He hit it a couple times and it's already in pieces. The heavenly demon thought that since the blades were dulling, it meant the battle had been going on for a long time. The magical orb that the necromancer had activated continued to work and resurrect more and more monsters. They rose up from the ground and continued to attack the celestial demon. He had no strength left. He thought he had already slain several hundred, and the necromancer kept calling for more. The necromancer himself was confident in his abilities, and he had a great many monsters to spare. The demon thought to conserve internal energy as much as possible when he heard the sounds. He glanced over to look and saw the dark swordsman fighting the death knight. Kyok Ken thought that such an opponent was a bit difficult for him so far, but he couldn't help it. The swordsman had to find the answer himself. He knew that the dark swordsman needed to understand the true meaning of his words, and then he would win. This conversation they had a few hours ago before entering Mount Mutha. The demon asked him at once if he had ever shrunk with a necromancer. The swordsman didn't understand why he was asking, and the demon just wanted to say something little he didn't know, and said that the academy told him the necromancer's curse is pretty severe, and a sissy like him won't be able to withstand it and magic, so he should be prepared. But the swordsman replied that he and such evil have been around for years, because he knows where the demon comes from, and said that martial arts make the monsters move aside, and because of that the opportunity to face each other is lost. And he added that no matter how strong he is, he can't avoid curse magic because it attacks the mind. Said if he ever fell under the curse, he had to remember one thing: he wouldn't die. The demon confirmed and said that fear torments him and makes him go crazy, but can't destroy him if he realizes it will be easier. The swordsman couldn't understand how he knew. Maybe the employer had actually come to the realization himself and asked him directly how he knew it. And the celestial demon said that he had experience, to which the swordsman was of course dumbfounded. Demon said that because of one monster he once had to suffer a lot, and the necromancer is nothing compared to him. The demon wondered where the guy was now and said he was talking and they had to go. The knight struck blow after blow, and the dark swordsman defended himself as best he could, but his strength was failing him. From their battle, shards of stones flew in different directions. Dust stood up to the ceiling and nothing could be seen. The swordsman thought that the stamina was getting worse and worse. It was because he used his left hand. He realized that he had to decide the outcome of the battle as soon as possible, or it would be too late. And then he decided to apply the demonic attack of hand, his last strength, into a fist. Jumped high up high and used a demonic small arm attack while he was only able to use it. He froze the Death Knight and his horse for a moment to deal with them finally. And while they stood frozen, he drew his sword and prepared to strike next. The swordsman charged his sword with internal energy and let all that energy go straight into the knight. Suddenly, one of the monsters grabbed his sword with its bony hand and stopped him. After a moment, they both let their energy, swordsman's energy, small hand energy, and knight's energy, fire energy out. The situation repeated itself as on the battle Pima fire energy versus ice energy. Knights were not willing to give up. The swordsman was also confident that he could defeat him with this attack and went all the way. But the knight was able to overpower the swordsman's attack, because this way he can't stand and needs to defend himself. Suddenly, demonic flesh armor began to appear on his body, and there was a sudden impact. The Death Knight delivered a crushing blow to the swordsman with his spear. From the surprise, the dark swordsman fell with a clatter to the floor and rammed it. He lay there unable to get up, and he then realized what a 9th-level, threat-level monster meant. The knights he had fought before were not even close to that. He thought he had only added a horse, and the difference felt very strong. He realized that simple attacks would not crush him. He had to think of something very quickly. He got to his feet with his last strength and drew his sword. But when he looked up, he didn't see the knight, but a monster even worse stood in front of him. It was the head of the Banshee. He couldn't understand when this entity was here. He needed to finish it off. And at that very moment, the Banshee used a curse called oppression. The The swordsman knew about this curse. It was debilitating, and the swordsman lost his strength. The voices said he would die. I would not come to destroy him. They repeated this several times. And when he dies, it's all over. The real end will come, and he'll cease to exist. They were saying that he would not survive. The voices in his head were saying that he would die, and it would happen right here and now. The dark swordsman began to lose consciousness and was completely consumed by the voices of these entities. His eyes were already starting to get cloudy and dark, and he could barely make out the silhouettes of these monsters. He was getting worse by the second, and the pictures in his eyes began to swim. He no longer realized what was going on around him. The voices of monsters and entities had taken over him completely. He kept hearing them in his ears, and at that very moment he really thought he was finished, and there was no strength. But suddenly he heard who said he would not die. The swordsman woke up, and as if to wake up. It was the voice of a demon telling him that fear was tormenting him and making him go mad, but would not destroy him once he realized it. He would see fear as his only enemy, and in the swordsman's eyes there were monsters he thought were enemies. He thought about what was now blurring in front of his eyes, and there were his enemies if they were the real bodies of his opponents. How he should fight them he could not understand because he could not move. But he gathered all his inner strength and energy and began to try to resist this curse. And it did help him. He struggled to draw his sword and began to strike. He had strength and was able to confront them. He shouted for them to stay away. But suddenly, a force superior to everything around it appeared and struck the swordsman with all its might. The swordsman from the blow fell down around him, scattered stones on which also came all the blow, and he flew into the abyss. The dark swordsman was sure that this was the end. He felt like he had been flying for a very long time. Everything around him was white. Dark forces flew after him, and the energy they had wanted to destroy him completely. These beams turned into spears, and there were an immeasurable number of them, all aiming straight at the swordsman. And in an instant they hit him right in the stomach so he couldn't even breathe. The monsters standing nearby were eager to receive the energy from the dark swordsman that would emanate from him. The dark swordsman could do nothing about it. He was completely under their power. They had passed into his body. He tried to yell for them to get away from him, but they just kept getting bigger and bigger. But then he kicked those creatures out with all his might, and struck a crushing blow and swept those monsters away with a wave. The dark swordsman rose. He finally realized what was required of him and how to proceed. There was a sword sticking out of his chest, and he pulled it out and got to his feet and came to his senses. The dark swordsman thought that the enemy he must destroy was near him. He was screaming for them to attack him because of the kind of wound they inflicted on him. This early on, he couldn't care less and was very determined and ready to strike at everyone. He realized that only by killing the knight with the horse he could survive, but it was very difficult. The dark swordsman fell to his knees because he was exhausted. His internal energy was spent to the maximum, and in front of him stood a death knight on a horse with a huge spear and a whole troop of monsters. The knight swung his spear to deliver his decisive blow to the swordsman. The dark swordsman sat on his knees and was exhausted. The only way out was. At this very moment, the spear was already flying towards the dark swordsman, and it would be the end of him. And then he decided that he needed to revitalize the essence of his arm that would definitely be able to handle the knight. The knight couldn't believe what he saw because the essence that had come to life in his hand was able to launch a counterattack. And the knight's spear struck the swordsman's arm and shattered into small pieces. The dark swordsman and his essence that he was able to control were able to protect him from the blow. But the knight was not ready to give up. He began to strike more blows, which made him even more angry. The fight began to take a new turn. Now the swordsman had a lot of power with which to win. The dark swordsman rose to his feet, and the essence began to penetrate his body to fight. He thought his heart was beating erratically. He was having a hard time breathing, so his heartbeat was erratic. He thought he should have died from the final blow, but still alive, he didn't realize whether he did in essence or not. But at that moment, the swordsman felt that nothing had changed, and the curse was still in effect. He reasoned that fear was setting in again, and the curse still ruled his body. But he realized that, strangely enough, right now, he was no longer afraid of anything and was ready to fight. The Death Knight took his spear and once again struck another blow at the dark swordsman. This time, it hit him right in the hand where the essence was. The dark swordsman thought such a low life didn't scare him, and he was in absolutely no pain. And he said that now it was his turn to attack, was very angry and determined. With one swing of his hand, he broke his spear and threw the shards of that spear at him. The essence that was in the swordsman's hand struck the old one mercilessly, and another blow hit right into the horse. The knight did not expect such a force and was angry beyond measure his weapon and ready for another attack. Just at that very moment, he realized that the dark swordsman wasn't there. He had disappeared somewhere. Appearing on the very other side, a hand and essence grabbed the knight's horse and took it away from him. They knew that a knight without a horse was just nothing behind the horse, followed by his turn to be a knight himself. The swordsman gathered all his strength and used his sword to strike the knight after he flew away. Again the horse attacked them, and the dark swordsman used his power to destroy it. But the knight was still alive, and then he returned to the monster army and went at the swordsman with it. The swordsman's mind was still reeling with the phrases that he would not die. He didn't fully understand how it happened. But he was grateful to his employer because, thanks to him, he had survived with the help of the entity in his hand. Right now, the heavenly demon was fighting the newly resurrected monsters and gathered energy in his palm, which would then turn into a demonic ball lightning attack and let that lightning bolt into the squad. He did this and thought that it took a bunch of his energy to do it too, and the demon wondered what he should do. He didn't understand what technique then he needed to use now to win. And among the monsters, he saw a knight. He thought it was the type who had just recently fought a dark swordsman. He thought that they were certainly not ordinary monsters since they even possessed sword energy. But the demon was sure they were still out of luck with an opponent like him. They couldn't win. And at this very moment, two energies converged with each other. It was the energy of the heavenly demon and the energy of the knight on horseback. The heavenly demon's strength surpassed the forces to death, and he was in an advantageous position. The heavenly demon had used the demonic attack of the bloody hand and was ready to strike. He drew his sword and flew up to the knight on horseback and almost knocked him off his feet, but got a kickback. The knight pulled on the reins and defended his horse against the celestial demon. And he hit the sword right into the horse, which screamed and was finally finished. Sky Demon thought he pulled the reins and set the mare up instead and added that he was lucky. Suddenly, at their place, something burst out from under the ground. Ku Ok Ken was very surprised at what he saw. He couldn't figure out what it was, but after a while, he assumed it was bone. The demon looked at the necromancer and thought he was a bastard because it was his handiwork. Demon said that getting involved in the decisive moment of the fight gets on his nerves and attacks such groups use. At this moment, the heavenly demon was called out by his dark swordsman mercenary and said something to him. The demon looked at the swordsman and said that his hand he replied that it happened, but thinks that thanks to him he will never forget his kindness. The demon replied that everything was fine now, but he wouldn't last long. The swordsman was shocked, and added that the condition is abnormal and the parasite is moving and eating his life away. The demon said that he knows that the blood donor whose blood is consumed by this entity is in danger, and those monsters don't have it. And he added that, simply put, the parasite was about to go berserk and he would inevitably go mad and the body would be taken over by the parasite. The swordsman was utterly terrified and asked the demon what he should do since this could happen. But their conversation was interrupted by a troop of monsters led by a knight on horseback. They were coming straight at them. Once again, we saw a red-colored funnel and thought it was a recent teleporter. Something started to happen that no one expected. The dark swordsman said to stop. He didn't realize what was happening. The swordsman asked why he had suddenly withdrawn his army, to which the demon replied that it seemed to be a luring tactic, knowing that once they got here, they would not back down, and added that it looked like he'd finally thought with his bony head, but what he was really up to was unclear. Suddenly, everything around them became quiet. The monsters disappeared, and they were left alone with the necromancer. And the necromancer asked them if they knew where they were. The swordsman was surprised that he spoke their language. And the demon answered that in his grave, the necromancer said he was brave, and everyone is like that at first. And he added that people like them had already come more than once under the pretext of some kind of raid on the dungeon demon, said that he was just lucky to survive, and asked if they knew what the reason was. And the celestial demon said that there was only one reason here, he just hadn't met him yet. The necromancer noticed that his self-confidence was a little different from the others, and the necromancer said that he has one unusual ability with which he can roughly determine the strength of his opponent. And he said that the two of them only had a captcha and a half of internal energy left, and that amount would hardly last long. The demon asked that it was important now, to which the necromancer laughed and said he was a fool, and offered to show him what awaited him soon. With magic, he raised his hand and began to show. In front of the swordsman and the demon fell a lifeless body that was wrapped up like a mummy. When the dark swordsman saw the face, he realized who it was and was very scared and upset. He said he had a visit from the humans 2 days ago, and this cocoon was one of the fallen, and added that of course he didn't reach them. He died in battle with a death knight, and congratulated them for managing to get there, but still they were no different from the rest and were just prey. The necromancer offered them a choice. If they agreed to die quietly, he would do so as quickly and painlessly as possible. He added that he would show mercy to them personally and laughed, but the swordsman was very angry with him. The swordsman was angry and thought it was utter hopelessness, and his overbearingness alone was already crushing him. The demon was in agreement with the necromancer that, after using the tongue technique, the capstone of internal energy flew away at once, and it regenerates at a snail's pace. The demon thought the necromancer had placed obstacles throughout the labyrinth to steal the internal energy, and the demon turned to the swordsman to listen carefully. His swordsman listened. He said he had to finish in 15 minutes, and that time could not be exceeded. At any moment his body could be taken over by a parasite, and added that all that could be done in such a situation was to crush the knight and absorb his magic. If he could suppress the knight and replenish his energy, then the attacks could be avoided. But the swordsman didn't understand how he could absorb his magic. At this point, the necromancer asked, and if they were done talking. He wondered what they were going to do, by communicating with the help of the chonim, and said it looked like they weren't going to give up. At this very moment, the two knights they fought with revived back. And the demon said the necromancer heard everything, so there was no point in the chonim. He knew it was his magic. It was necessary for him to lay a hand on the tangent monsters and apply the spiritual technique that was used in normal times. The origins of the technique of absorbing the escaped demon that steals the opponent's energy also started from here. But the necromancer said that whatever plans they made were useless and asked how they wished to die. But the celestial demon turned to the necromancer and said he had something he wanted to ask first. And the demon asked him what was the amount of his internal energy. The necromancer, after a bit of thought, answered that it's such an option for the last question, but in principle, before his demise, he can answer his question. And the necromancer said that his energy 7 captured demon came horrified at what he heard. The demon only laughed at what he heard and asked if he was serious, but he didn't understand why he was laughing. Said he now has 7 captures, so originally there were a total of 8. The demon said that was great news, and that was enough. He had already devised some sort of plan in his head. The heavenly demon said that he could reach the transformation level in one go and prepared himself. But the necromancer said that he was talking nonsense, and he didn't like that he was talking all the time, and it was time to die. And he directed a squad of monsters at the celestial demon with a swordsman to destroy them. Ken was ready to attack and knew what he had to do. He was waiting for that opportune moment. They rushed at each other with such force and power that the dust behind them was a pillar of dust. A veritable slaughter began as the demon smashed everything in its path. He took them out one by one. And at that very moment, he approached the one he needed the most to the knight. His spear was very close to the celestial demon, was to strike him. The death knight flew up to the demon, reached out his bony hand to him and wanted to grab him. But the demon was not afraid of anything, only smiled because he was sure of his victory 100%. This made the knight very angry, and he didn't understand why he didn't do anything or defend himself. And then the demon used the sacred defense technique and then the great shift of heaven and earth. And he thought it was a good attempt at a sneak attack. And since he got it, he'll return it twice as much to its owner and direct all that attack at the knight. From this blow, the Death Knight's horse scattered in different directions, leaving no trace of them. And before anyone could recollect the celestial theme, he accelerated and leapt upward. He flew from his seat towards the necromancer, overcoming all obstacles in his way. He didn't even realize what had happened or how it all happened when the demon was already near him. The demon reached out his hand and wanted to grab the necromancer by his bony head. But suddenly something happened to him. He couldn't understand what it was because everything was going perfectly. Turns out it was the necromancer who used his magic and made the feeling of confusion. There was an explosion in the distance and it sent waves that spread to everyone. The celestial demon's head was as if, and he couldn't understand what had happened to his body. His mind was clouded, his head was possessed by a necromancer, and the demon couldn't do anything about it. Everything began to blur in front of his eyes, and only the silhouettes of monsters remained. All around, as if everything disappeared, twisted and spun, the demon asked what it was his curse was. He realized that judging by the fact that everything was blurring in front of his eyes and no sounds were reaching his ears, he had confused his senses. All of a sudden, someone shot him. He was hit right in the shoulder, but there was no one around. The demon couldn't understand what it was because there was no form near him, but he was wounded, and he thought that they didn't talk about this curse in class, and it seemed to be a special ability that a necromancer had. The demon was starting to get annoyed and couldn't even cast a spell due to the low amount of energy, and he realized that the only way out was to focus on his intuition and use it to sense the battle energy. He said that even though the necromancer had brought the perception itself into chaos, it had not disappeared, and the fact that his hearing and vision were impaired and his other senses paralyzed was still the same. Suddenly, rays began to manifest from the demon's chest as if someone had wounded him, but trusting his intuition, he realized it was fake and didn't fall for it, and said that the real enemy was here and with a precise blow, knocked him down and destroyed him. He kicked him right in the head. It was the monster the necromancer sent. The heavenly demon massacred him in an instant with his vision completely absent, and I thought that if you confuse the feelings, all you have to do is awaken the other ones. He asked the necromancer how much longer he was going to keep up his cheap tricks, now he had seen everything. At this time, the dark swordsman stood there and couldn't do anything. He didn't understand what was going on. And who is he, his employer, since the swordsman couldn't even squeeze into this fight because of him? The demon thought that originally the necromancer had no mind, and if his assumption was correct, then this high-level magic sense of confusion. The swordsman thought that, however, beyond the bounds of common sense, it was rather the hirer who continued to fight with absolutely no regard for the curse. And he thought that perhaps the hirelings might actually be able to defeat the necromancer. While the swordsman pondered, the demon used another combat technique to destroy the necromancer, after which everything around her went up in flames, after which no one could survive. However, what the heavenly demon saw in front of him stunned even him and shocked him. The necromancer was hidden beneath a pile of bones, told him what amazing techniques he was using. And peering out from under a pile of bones, the necromancer asked, didn't he tell him, that the heavenly demon's blows couldn't touch him, but he couldn't say anything. The demon was already standing next to him. He gathered all his internal energy into one point and gave the necromancer a good kick. He came to shock from it and couldn't understand what it was, and his attack speed became completely different. The sky demon shattered the pile with one swipe of his hand and hit the necromancer directly. He just can't understand how a human being with so little internal energy can move like that, and added that he wasn't just fast. His movements seemed to be red. He wondered if he was using a stealthy stride technique. The necromancer could not understand how he was able to learn this technique having low energy, however this technique would burden his body. And the necromancer decided to strike back and use the bone spear technique. But the speed of the heavenly demon was so fast that it was able to slip away from the spear as well, and was already directly beside the necromancer to strike again. The heavenly demon swung his fist and was ready to deliver the final blow that would be decisive. As a necromancer, he applied another technique called bone armor to his defense. But that didn't help him, and the demon punched him with all his might right in the stomach, making him fly away. The necromancer couldn't understand where he got so much power in him, and the demon only scoffed and asked what he was so surprised about, and said that for his information he knows more than one technique how to instantly increase internal energy, and asked what he knows about martial arts if he uses magic. The demon said he'd like to correct his ignorance, but it's over and he'll take all his inner energy. But at that moment something went wrong, and the demon failed to take the necromancer's energy. The heavenly demon was able to wound him, and it was very astonishing because he was a monster. And the necromancer screamed how dare he leave a wound on him with his dirty hands. At this point, the dark swordsman realized that he turned out not to be a skeleton, and called out to his employer. He shouted that there was someone behind him, heavenly demon, before he knew what it was. The necromancer said he would show him, and at that moment the demon began to be swallowed by the bones that appeared from beneath the ground. He wanted to show how big the difference between the two was, and whether it was magic or martial arts. The necromancer was very angry and applied on which was known to the demon as well is the 9 dragon heavens. The demon couldn't understand how he knew the Kunlun technique, he was just horrified by it. He picked up the heavenly demon with his inner and lifted it up. The dark swordsman was shocked at what was happening. He didn't know how to help him or what to do. At this moment, the necromancer was using the technique at full force, and it seemed to be the end for the demon. He applied a shock-wave force and the heavenly demon flew back a few meters. The pain was very strong. The demon felt bad and flew forward, not understanding anything. And a few seconds later, he crashed into the wall with a crashing thud. The wall collapsed from his impact. At this moment, a dark swordsman flew up and shouted to call out to his employer, but he didn't hear. The swordsman stood in shock. He didn't know what to do. His employer looked very bad and almost out of breath. He asked if the employer was okay and asked him to wake up, but he didn't say anything. Waking up, the demon asked how the monster knew the technique of the Kunlun clan and asked if he was from Zhongyuan. He couldn't understand if a person from the Kunlun clan who had been wiped out had turned into a monster. The necromancer was very angry and said he would know true fear. He called him a worthless mortal. The demon told the mercenary to try to hold out for an hour. He thought that would be enough, but the swordsman didn't understand how to do it. And the necromancer turned to the traces of life that exist on this earth, and covered with living flesh from the 1st to the 5th floor, and called upon them. He also called the eradicated, and stretched from the 6th to the 10th floor, and those who touched the abyss from the 11th to the 14th floor. The dark swordsman took the celestial demon to his back and wanted to carry it to safety. But suddenly they saw something strange ahead, as if the earth had come to life and rays were coming from it. The swordsman asked how he was supposed to last an hour. He said he could see with the naked eye that this magic was dangerous, and decided that we should move towards the entrance first. But the necromancer saw that they wanted to escape and shouted where they went. He was furious. The swordsman had nowhere to go because more and more monsters were appearing from everywhere under the ground. The swordsman was shocked. They were surrounded on all sides. He couldn't even step anywhere with the demon. Stepping on one of the seats, the ground beneath their feet exploded, and they scattered in different directions. The swordsman lay on the floor and thought he was the one who assumed it was some sort of recent curse. The necromancer ordered the monsters to catch the demon and the long type they could finish off. A group of monsters began to attack. Some of them went after the demon, and some of them went after the swordsman, and the swordsman thought that they were only losses. The swordsman had nothing to do, and then he took out a vessel and drank the contents of the potion from there. He thought that one such potion would cost 100 nannies, but 4 such potions would cost 400. He said that once the hirer gets out of here, he'll owe a fat reward. At that very moment, the ceiling on the other side of the dungeon began to collapse, and the squad was ordered to assume a defensive formation and take cover from the rocks. Nam Gung Ho thought an earthquake had started in the dungeon, but it looked like a trap device had been activated. He interrogated his uncle in what sense he meant by the trap device. After all, he thought their punishment squad had destroyed all the traps along the way, but he didn't have time to finish. As the uncle yelled for him to save himself and said it was a trap, he pushed Nam Gung Ho away. Nam Gung Ho was in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes what was happening, and his uncle was covering him with himself. A curse magic was placed on the punishment squad. They saw and heard nothing. Uncle couldn't understand why, and out of the blue he asked the healers to break the curse and form a barrier. Just at that moment, there was an explosion behind Namgung-ho's back, and the shockwave threw them aside. The instructor shouted to the Sword King that from above too was coming. They were surrounded. The Sword King was very angry because everyone was affected by the damn curse. The Sword King asked Wolsan's instructor what measures to take, but the instructor didn't have time to say anything. He later said, "There's nothing you can do here, and it's at least a created 5-part curse." Namgung! Ho shouted to his uncle with a cry for help. He too could no longer see or hear anything. His uncle asked him to come to his senses, but Namone Ho sat on his knees and couldn't even get up. The Sword King thought that at this rate, their punishment squad would be exterminated before the actual battle. He shouted for everyone to circulate the chi energy and release it through the acupuncture point. The monsters continued to advance on the demon, and the swordsmen, they were giving them a pass. They were getting more and more numerous. The swordsman began to think about how they could get out, but nothing came to mind yet. Then he took the heavenly demon in his arms and jumped up and down with it over those bony monsters. He ran past them, stepping on their heads and knocking them over in his path. He didn't notice anything. He didn't understand where so many of them were coming from. There were already countless monsters following them. The swordsman thought that he was running, and at the same time following his employer, and shortening the distance between him and the monsters was not possible, and wondered if the hour always stretched so long. He turned to his employer to see if he was going to wake up. He tried to wake him up. Now the monsters didn't just run after them, but started attacking and throwing their spears and arrows at them, and from each of their blows the consciousness became more and more clouded, and it was already hard to hold on. However, he thought that everything was fine for now, and he could still hold on, not just could, but should. From above began to attack them. Other monsters' swordsmen thought it was a banshee. It was very bad. The Dark Swordsman decided to use the Dark Soul Divine Palm technique and put his palm forward. He told them to get out of the way and opened a small portal for himself to get through. And at that moment, he heard the clatter of hooves and turned around to see the Death Knight, and thought he was attacked out of spite by his employer. He had to do something to protect him. The Dark Swordsman turned sharply to cover his employer and prepared to take the blow. The knight on horseback continued to pursue him, and the swordsman put the demon down to launch a counterattack. He said that even if the employer woke up, nothing would change, and there was no hope of rescue. But one had to hold on until the last because he came from the great heavenly demon sacred school. It was impossible to let fear take hold of him, and it was at that exact moment that someone grabbed his leg. He stumbled and flew and thought his body was hanging in the air and the heavenly demon along with him. He said it couldn't be helped and apologized to his employer and tossed him aside. A death knight on horseback caught up with him from behind, and a squad of monsters from above attacked him with a banshee. A terrible battle began. The Dark Swordsman fought alone against a whole troop of monsters. He tried his best and did his best. At this point, the demon began to wake up. The swordsman was saying that do they really think cursing with such dirty attacks? And went on to say that he would defeat those who study martial arts and decided to turn to the hand. The swordsman thought that if he died, then he would use the full force and activated the essence in his hand. He gathered fire energy in his left hand and prepared to attack them all. Prepared to strike, and the swordsman said they wouldn't get one after the first proud battle. He wanted to make a demonic bloody hand attack, but at that moment, someone caught his hand. He turned around and saw his employer. It was a celestial demon stopping his attack. The swordsman marveled. The heavenly demon looked at him with his eyes. They burned with red flames as if it wasn't him. The Death Knight was already very close and pointed his spear in their direction to destroy them. The heavenly demon asked the swordsman if he honored the darkness, but he didn't understand the question. Demon explained who the subjects of rebellion and decadence settled in damnation and degradation combined body and soul, and continued that fear that still dwells in gray despite the fact that the world is divided into white and black and light begets darkness. The Dark Swordsman couldn't understand what it was. He thought it was some kind of spell. The demon said he'd own them now if they fell for any of the traps. He spoke a few more phrases about the frightened demon, about the fire god of demons, and the dark sand of the deceased. The monsters began to advance, and the last thing the heavenly demon said was the golden lord of the world. Near them already stood a death knight on a horse. He swung his sword to blow their heads off. But suddenly, he changed his tactics and started attacking the squad of monsters that were standing nearby. He defeated, and with them all down to the last one, thereby going over to the side of the heavenly demon. The Dark Swordsman saw all of this and was shocked, and couldn't understand what was going on and why he did this. The real battle began, but now it was between monsters fighting each other. The Dark Swordsman and the heavenly demon stood to the side watching what was happening. Having finished his business, the knight approached the demon and said that the commander of the knight's squad, Lover, would follow his master. But new monsters kept appearing and appearing, and the commander of the knight's squad defended his master. The Dark Swordsman stood watching it all as the fight went on and couldn't understand why the knight had changed his position. He asked his employer how such a thing was possible, to which he told him he was lucky, and it was blood cult sorcery. The dark swordsman didn't understand where it was. He said it was long to explain, and added that the items were much more useful than he thought. He pointed to his armor and said it was a good thing to be without it. But the dark swordsman asked to explain to his employer in any way what else the blood cult was. Well, he said that members of the blood cult could control such a thing and put his hand on the swordsman. The swordsman fell to his knees and something began to happen to him, and he passed out. The sky demon said he told me not to activate that thing on my arm, so I got it. But added that anyway, he did a good job when he fought the monster squad, and added that the finale would be on him. At this time, a necromancer appeared up in the air. He was very angry and was ready to deal with the heavenly demon one-on-one. But the heavenly demon was already unsure of his abilities and wondered if he would succeed or not. The necromancer lowered himself to the ground, flew closer, and asked the demon who he was. He clarified how the man was able to control them and why he didn't fall under the curse he did. Diamond said he doesn't really understand it himself, but if you rack your brains and look for the cause, then we can assume that it's because he's too unbelievable. The necromancer said it's beyond arrogance. The necromancer said there were times in his past life when he, like the demon, didn't look up at the sky. And he added that having met that gentleman, the veil fell from his eyes against him, all is useless against him, no one can compare with him. He said that thinking he was an ordinary necromancer, he was mistaken, he was a great god ruling life and death, and told him to feel the power of his patronage on his own skin, and wanted to strike. The sky demon thought to pull himself together, he needed a plan to destroy the necromancer, and at that moment, the necromancer began to move with tremendous speed. His movements were elusive. The sky demon came to a shock, and he had no way of understanding he thought his movements. It's not even a problem with the speed between his moves, there were no gaps, and it was hard to tell what was attacking, what was defensive. And the demon thought that somewhere he had already seen such a step technique, but where he could not remember. The necromancer flew upwards and activated many arrows that were meant for the demon. The necromancer said his next spell and called it Black Arrow and prepared to attack. The heavenly demon managed to dodge deftly from all the arrows with his movements. Like a nimble bullet, he leaped between those arrows and was not wounded once. But there was another test ahead of him. The necromancer had prepared something special for him. He said his next spell and used the bone bonding technique for the demon, around which the bones and skeletons of monsters swirled. The necromancer controlled them with his hand. The heavenly demon was very angry and spoke what vile bones he had prepared to strike, and with one right hand he straightened them out in a flash and shouted for them to get out of here. And at the same moment, the necromancer appeared in front of him with his spear, which he held against the demon. The heavenly demon only managed to dodge this spear, but the necromancer managed to wound him. The necromancer struck blow after blow and was not about to give up. He thrust his spears at the demon. The heavenly demon thought he was going to use magic again and grabbed the spear with his hand. At this very moment, a shockwave came out of the spear that threw the heavenly demon away. He wasn't ready to give up. From the last of his strength, he got to his feet and prepared to strike. The necromancer turned to magic again and summoned a phantom summoner and launched it straight towards the demon. The heavenly demon was wounded, and thinking about the blood whipping around was very uncomfortable. And at that moment, the very phantom of summoning bound the demon from head to toe. The necromancer exulted with delight because he had managed to capture the demon. He called him a fool, and said he was finished. He prepared a spear to throw at the demon, and the spear was already flying towards him with only a few seconds left before the celestial demon was killed. But out of his last strength, the heavenly demon screamed at the top of his voice and with all the power he had in his body, and the spear flying to the demon boomeranged back into the necromancer's hands. The necromancer praised the celestial demon and said that it was pretty good for someone like him. The heavenly demon got to his feet and said exactly what he remembered the technique afterward. This dragon step technique is characterized by its characteristic of moving as if you were leisurely floating on the clouds. The demon thought that because of this smoothness, this technique could be mistaken for a slow step, and that it had been a long time since he had seen this technique. Necromancer said he didn't know what spiritual techniques he had studied, but he seemed to have a resistance to dark magic. However, backing this up with martial arts is impossible and can only be dodged and added some more. He said that the monster you summoned had already come to an end and was glad of it. The necromancer continued that it was worth giving credit to the first man with whom the battle had taken such a turn. His skills were commendable, but he seemed to have no strength left to stand upright, and stated that if he died so he wouldn't worry, he'd be a very useful toy. The demon agreed that in his current state he could not suppress the necromancer because the difference between them is significant, and added that the situation was not hopeless. The necromancer did not know what he was talking about. The demon said that if once he could use the power of a level limit demon, he would be able to surpass it, and added that he would have to go on a gamble, namely to artificially increase his level 2 steps higher. The necromancer asked what he was talking about. The demon said it would be a great honor to see one of his best martial arts techniques. The demon removed his defensive vest, unbuttoned his clothes, and prepared to perform the technique. The necromancer said he kept thinking about what this human was up to and realized that he wasn't sure it was worth listening to this nonsense. The demon completely agreed with his opinion, and said that he had no desire to talk to someone who was already 1 foot in hell and on fire. He walked towards the necromancer. He added that he would take the initiative this time and applied the heavenly demon's domination move. As he took a step around his foot, a glow appeared and lines of light went off in different directions. The demon was very serious, and the closer he got, the more clones emerged from it. He artificially increased his level 3 clones create, did not work out. The necromancer could not understand what kind of dirty martial arts technique. The demon said that he didn't know anything about martial arts, and therefore didn't know what an honor it was to see this technique. In other circumstances, one could create 12 clones. And he added that now the technique is not perfect, it is not at full power, but it will be enough to destroy him. He was very angry with him, and needed to come up with a counterattack that would be decisive, and asked him what he thought to fool him with some cloning demon agreed with him. And the necromancer grabbed his spear and rushed towards the celestial demon to destroy it, and told him not to make him laugh. He flew at him with such fury that the ground went out from under his feet. But trying to strike each time he missed, and the celestial demon managed to dodge. The necromancer was shocked and couldn't understand how he was able to get away from him so quickly. The demon replied that he had increased his level and said not to expect his step to be as slow as before. The necromancer couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was surrounded by as many as 3 celestial demons. Ku Oki Ken explained that this technique creates real physical bodies, rather than illusions. The two held the necromancer on both sides. The main celestial demon said to what was already a familiar composition and prepared to strike. He swung with all his might and strength and struck the necromancer right in the stomach. From the heavenly demon's blow, the necromancer flew into the distance. He couldn't even be seen. As he flew, he thought and couldn't understand how a mortal could have such strength and how he could surpass him. This story happened late one night 140 years ago on Mount Kunlun. The village on the mountain was completely destroyed and the monsters continued to advance. Kunlun clan elder Cheonmeng, ask one of them who he is. And how can one living on Earth possess such a sinister and powerful energy? The huge monster told him that he would be useful to him and destroyed him instantly. The clan elder only had time to say that Murim's alliance wouldn't forgive him, and he replied that he would make excellent material. Cheonmeng apologized to the head of the alliance and warrior Chagal Yujin before his death, and said that he didn't even realize that the power he saw for the first time was the power that came from the other world of magic. It was an absolute defeat. And added that as payback for his loss, he was forever enveloped in a curse. He became a dead man's knight and lost his memory. So his time of glory and shame passed, and hundreds of years passed. He opened his eyes and saw that before him sat the Lord of Darkness. Mr. Mephisto, after the curse was broken, managed to find himself. He continued that his strength was simply amazing, and from one touch of the Lord, memories immediately came flooding back, and said that the mana flowing through his body turned him into a necromancer unique body, allowed him to use both magic and martial arts. Once the power he craved to obtain in his past life filled his body, came an epiphany. The unknown power was all that he sought. He thought that becoming one of the 10 guardians of the Lich King someday wasn't such an impossible task because monsters don't die, they grow endlessly. And he is able to reach a level that a man can't even dream of. He was sure that everything would work out, and being on the verge of death, he thought it was impossible to die like this. He to whom Mr. Mephisto himself has delegated his powers simply can't lose to demon. The heavenly demon clarified about Mephisto's son and asked what kind of person he was, and asked if he was stronger than that so-called Lich King. The necromancer was shocked by the question. The necromancer was furious and asked how he knew the name of their king. He couldn't understand it, and that gave him strength. He grabbed his spear with his bony hands and thought of something. He decided to defend himself against the heavenly demon and recreated a bone wall that would save him. He decided to make it not just one, but in different places. Several times he drove his spear to build walls. The celestial demon was amused by this. He was overjoyed and asked the necromancer if he could believe it. And isn't he ashamed that he can't outdo him, to which the necromancer only told him to shut up. After saying that, the necromancer used his spear to give him a bone blast. From this explosion, everything around caught fire. Heavenly demon remained somewhere under the flames of fire. The necromancer exulted in his success and only laughed wickedly. He was sure of his victory. But suddenly, I heard the demon say that anger equals powerlessness, and then powerlessness will turn to fear. He didn't understand how he managed to survive, and he used the following death hand technique. Hit one of the celestial demons. Nothing happened, and he thought it was a clone. He wondered where then the real heavenly demon was hiding now. Just as unexpectedly, a heavenly demon landed from above and struck his blow. The necromancer was so angry and decided to use the 8 great styles of the cloud dragon technique, and said that the dragon's tail causes wind and released that energy into the sky demon. I was glad I caught the second one, but it was also a clone, and nothing happened to him. He wondered where he had come from on this one, but before he could finish speaking, he saw a flying sky demon. He understood, but still asked that the heavenly demon in front had passed through the clone. The demon grabbed his bony head with one hand, only his eye was visible, and said he fell for the same trick twice and now his inner energy belongs to him. The necromancer stood gritting his teeth, the energy leaving him from within, but he couldn't resist. But a moment later, there was some kind of force behind him that prevented the demon. And the necromancer said that now it was the end of him, and took the demon's hands away from him. He was amazed. He threw the demon to the floor, and applied the separation of body and soul. The demon fell off in surprise. He lay there but couldn't help it and thought how he could be so careless. The heavenly demon from the last strength said that his soul was coming out of him. It was the end. He saw a guy named Li Han with Ku Ok Ken in his body walk away. The necromancer moved closer to him to straighten him out finally and end it all. Li Han's body was lying on the floor unmoving. This was the consequence of the soul and body curse. Finally, the necromancer could exhale. He was sure this was the end for the celestial demon. He was very happy and smiling, and said that it was the power of imminent doom that Mephisto-san had given him, and wondered if he thought he could stand up to such great power, and laughed. The necromancer could only use this technique once, but not using it now would defeat him. He remembered that this person was from the demonic school he had forgotten, because it had been 140 years. Now he understood why he was unharmed by curses, and why black magic didn't work on him. But now it didn't matter anymore. He took his spear in his bone hand and decided what needed to be done. The necromancer said that now it is worth making a new Death Knight before he has not seen such material, and will get the best toy. And at that very moment, when he turned his back, a heavenly demon rose up behind him. He said that he was very lucky, otherwise really could have died. The necromancer couldn't believe it. The demon added that by chance there were 2 souls in his body, and now this problem was solved. He attacked the necromancer and said that he had tricked him. The demon was just furious. The necromancer couldn't even say a word as the celestial demon was beside him, and said that he would take all his power, used his technique, and struck a blow because the heavenly demon disemboweled thousands of hands. At this moment, the celestial demon was taking all the energy, both internal and external, that was in the necromancer. At the other end of the dungeon, the Sword King, led by the Sword King, was trying to rescue Nam Gung Ho's leader. He lay on the ladder and opened his eyes a little. He couldn't understand where he was or what had happened to him. In front of him, he saw his uncle and the Sword King, who said he had opened his eyes, and it looked like consciousness had returned. The Sword King leaned over to him and asked if he was all right and how he was feeling. He wanted to answer that when he lost consciousness but had no strength, he was told not to get up and rest. Uncle said he pressed acupuncture points that are now putting stress on the body, and he needs to rest for a while. His uncle praised him and said that he was doing well. The Sword King also confirmed that he was doing well, and that he didn't think a 4th-year apprentice could last this long. Nam Gung Ho was very happy to hear that he was praised by the Sword King himself, but there was no strength to be happy about it. In front of the punishment squad was a sacred barrier. Someone had applied such a spell inside the curse. The Sword King turned to instructor Wol-san and asked him how he was feeling. The instructor replied not to even ask. In his 50 years, this was the first time he had encountered such a cruel curse. He said that the structure of the dungeon seemed suspicious, and he brought some sacred magic stones with him, and added that the roar of the Sword King pushed the curse away, and he had the last of his strength. Good thing he wasn't too late. The Sword King asked if they had unearthed anything about the current situation. The instructor replied that there was just something. He said it was a 3-dimensional magic circle. The Sword King didn't understand what it was, and he remembered what League Weather had said about it. At the meeting, the instructor had said that it was said that the entire dungeon contained magic consisting of 3 stages. But the curse activated as a trap has not 3 but 6 layers of 6th circle cursed magic. And he added that, in other words, there's a possibility that someone artificially applied it. The Sword King thought about it, and the instructor said that they hadn't even met the necromancer yet. The Sword King took off his helmet and said he would leave it on for a while. The instructor didn't understand why. He turned to Che's instructor, but he said nothing and moved farther away from the squad. He closed his eyes and channeled his inner energy to circulate. Everyone started to turn to instructor Che Un-bi, but he said he was fine. He tried to concentrate and channel all his energy into energy pathways, and thought that for the first time in a long time all his nerves were on edge, and realized that the one who could emit such a curse was downstairs. But he was distracted by what appeared ahead of him. He looked up and saw ahead of him. It was light, but where it came from, and what it portended, the Sword King did not yet understand. At that very moment, where the light was, there was an explosion and blinded everyone around. The instructor asked Mr. Che Un-bi if he was all right, but the Sword King said nothing. A little later, he ordered the barrier to be removed. Wol-san interjected in what sense of removing the barrier. He said there was a curse hovering around, but the Sword King said it was hard for him to explain, and asked him to trust. And then instructor Wol-san listened to him and said the removal of the sacred barrier. When the barrier was removed, everyone looked up and marveled. It was very strange. They were just standing there, and they were no longer threatened by anything, and their sight and hearing were in place. And then one of the instructors said the curse was gone. He couldn't believe his eyes. From the surprise from his hands, the helmet that the Sword King had given to support him even fell from his hands. Wol-san said there's no reason for the dead to suddenly stop feeling hostile towards us. And the Sword King replied that it was simple if the curse that was supposed to continue its effect was lifted. And continued that didn't that mean the Master of Curses was destroyed? No one could believe it. At this moment, the Sword King was enraged. He snapped out of his seat and flew to wherever his instructor's name was. But he didn't hear them, and was only focused on one thing: to find out what happened to the ringleader. After a while, sounds that sounded like snoring were heard near the house of a certain person. The demon turned to the dark swordsman and tried to wake him up. Well, he called his name, but he didn't respond. Then the heavenly demon kicked him on the head and told him to stop screwing around and quickly open his eyes. The swordsman jumped up and shouted that he could be woken up with words. He thought his head would split open, to which the demon replied that he should not let himself be kicked. The dark swordsman was annoyed and asked if he was mocking him or not. The swordsman looked at the house and wondered what had happened, and if it was a temporary dwelling. The demon answered what the one meant, and said it was over. The swordsman was surprised. The swordsman asked how he managed to get out of that hell, and what happened to the necromancer. But the demon said that he would tell everything later, and now there was more important things to do, and told him to blow to light the fire. The dark swordsman was surprised, and did not understand what kind of fire we are talking about. The demon laughed and said that he was hungry to death here, prepared him food. Swordsman did not believe that weirdo and really cleaned up the dungeon. It was dawn. The dark swordsman and the sky demon were in their temporary dwelling. The window in the demon's room was open, and from there came rays of energy that the demon was performing. He sat on the floor with his eyes closed and unmoving, and worked with the energy he had received. It was hard because he had spent a lot of energy fighting the necromancer, and some things didn't work out. Ken said he had to try again, and he tried again and again until it worked. The heavenly demon used its energy to try to tame the necromancer's energy, but nothing worked out, so he got very angry and started all over again several times. He thought that the special nature of the necromancer's internal energy did not allow it to be absorbed immediately, and to put this energy into a human body, it would be necessary to change its nature. And then he began the cleansing of the altered inner energy, and after a time, everything was complete. He thought now if he shoved the internal energy, 7 kapcha, into Tanjan, but couldn't negotiate as all that energy rushed back out of his body. The necromancer's energy did not give in to him in any way and did not want to be in his body. He was frustrated. He sat on the floor and wondered if this was another failure, and if there wasn't some other way. Lihan's body could only take in a maximum of 4 kapchas, but he had as many as 7 and couldn't absorb that much. He reasoned that he was losing more than 4 kapchas of internal energy. Well, anyway, energy can't stay intact forever. And he gave up and said it couldn't be helped, and he wasn't in a position to choose now. And then he decided to take in as much energy as he could fit, and there is always a reaction during that process. He thought that even though it was him, he could still feel the cutting of the bones still felt unpleasant. The demon said that there is a cognition-level technique fusion of the body with the ball, and the 3 kapchas of internal energy is the beginning of transformation at the demon limit level. At this very moment, there were sounds in the kitchen. It was the dark swordsman preparing breakfast. Now he was doing it, especially frying it in a pan and stirring everything with a ladle. And of course I didn't forget to add my secret ingredient, breakfast for hire. The dark swordsman thought tomorrow was ready. He set up an entire table with just about anything. The swordsman thought it came out so splendidly that the dishes seemed to sparkle, and these dishes can safely be called a work of art. The employer uttered, "What an appetizing smell." The dark swordsman turned around and saw his employer. He cheered and greeted him. The swordsman asked what was wrong with his clothes, to which the employer replied that it was nothing special. The swordsman said they had more soups and tofu dishes left over. The hired man was pleased to see such a perfect table in front of him, and he remarked that they shouldn't be late for the academy. And the dark swordsman said he was saying all the right things. He told him to get to the food as soon as possible. They had enough time to eat, the employer agreed. The heavenly demon tasted all the dishes that were on the table and said that he had eaten to his heart's content, and added that not for nothing is the secret of the swordsman's spices considered. A secret swordsman brought him another cup of dessert. The demon asked what it was, and the swordsman said that after the main meal it was dessert, and asked if it wasn't his mission. The demon said that there is nothing better than being faithful in your work, and speaking of missions, he remembered something. And the demon said that he thought that since the monster is strong, and the object from him good will fall out, but in fact, it turned out to be empty. Swordsman asked what's inside. The hireling gave the pouch to the dark swordsman, and said that, of course, there was trash in there, what else could there be? And added that he thought it was some kind of cool weapon, but it's just a rock you can find anywhere. The swordsman wondered if this obsidian is a grand treasure in Kanho. There are only a few specimens. The employer said that all the small work is on him and let him deal with this lump himself if he wants to take it, and added that there's no hire from him, but saying he fell out of the necromancer might pay some babysitters. The dark swordsman thought he didn't know what this stone was at all and needed to grab it sooner rather than later. He knew it would be very profitable to take him for himself, but if he just showed his true intentions, then the employer might change his mind. He decided he needed to act strategically. He thanked but had to decline, and he said it might not even be pawned because it's just a rock. His employer told him to throw him out. Then the dark swordsman was glad his plan had worked. Now he had to follow the movements needed to move his hand slowly, but at the same time naturally. The dark swordsman said if such was his wish, and wanted to take the stone, but the demon grabbed his arm. He stopped him, and the dark swordsman was very scared he thought he had been exposed. And he began to make excuses about the stone to tell the truth, but his employer wasn't talking about the stone. I asked him if he was going to leave it like that, and I asked him if his seizures were getting more frequent because when he loses his guard, it's harder for him to maintain control, and added that at this rate, this entity would simply consume him. The swordsman thought for a moment. The employer said he needed to train. He meant demonic beast blood attack, need to know the spiritual technique of reverse blood circulation and dizziness effect. But that was the problem. If the dizziness effect can still be dealt with, what about the thirst control? But the heavenly demon seemed to read his mind and said that he knew what he was thinking and needed to find an effective way to train him. The swordsman wondered what other way to hire told what spoke of imagination, and added that he should visualize the enemy and fight him in his head so that he himself could control within his imagination even his breathing, and said that it might sound ridiculous, but so be it. You don't have to cover you in real blood if it works out. The entity in your hand won't crave it anymore. And the dark swordsman remembered that the elder from whom the hand had been obtained had suggested a completely different method, and the hirer was now different. He realized that he couldn't just take it and refuse because his employer had shown him a demonic attack of a brutal hand. The swordsman didn't realize who he was connected to the demonic school he had approached. The swordsman asked who he really was, and after thinking about it, asked how he should answer that, and told him to introduce the strongest man he knows. The swordsman said that introduce. The hireling replied, then now one must now imagine an intangible being that is capable of suppressing it. But the swordsman said he's not out, and if he's talking about who can beat him, but his employer said he's not. He clarified that he was talking about himself, and his above his dark swordsman now stopped understanding anything at all. He stood in amazement, and the sky demon asked him to stop and thought not. And he said not just higher, but higher and pointed upward with his index finger. After saying this, the heavenly demon thought for a while and remained silent. And then again he said, no, not that too higher, and asked or higher still. The dark swordsman thought that he was indeed a man of greatness, but there was definitely some trouble with his head. He pretended not to hear anything, but his employer kept talking about it. The swordsman wondered when he would stop talking. Right now, a cart guarded by 4 people arrived at Mount Mutha's dungeon. The deputy chief of staff said he had arrived and stopped in front of the gate. He advised that a barrier would now be formed, to which he was thankfully responded. The man standing near the cart began to form a barrier to protect the arrival. Now the entire coalition was safe around them and nothing threatened them. The door opened, and someone started to get out of the cart very slowly and gracefully. The arrival asked where and which way to go and showed me that way. He replied that the telegram was urgent, and he himself was not aware of the situation. But it was said that the necromancer had disappeared. And the deputy said he thought she should see for herself how things were going. The department chair had arrived. They went up to the 14th floor of the demonic ruin dungeon with the entire squad. The Sword King stood puzzled, and Instructor Wolsan said that meant it happened here. The instructor said that maybe this portal is connected to the entrance. It was like that. They wondered if the necromancer could not retreat using the portal. The instructor said that this is contrary to common sense. Moreover, not a part, but absolutely all monsters disappeared. This indicates that the head of the dungeon, that is the necromancer, has been eliminated. At this very moment, the department head walked over and addressed them. The Sword King turned around. She asked if she was late and said she tried to arrive as quickly as possible. She said everyone did a great job and unspoken is glad the whole team stayed intact. The instructor started to say if she wanted to know what happened, but she said that she was generally aware of what happened. She asked about the sudden disappearance of the necromancer. The Sword King said that a curse had been emanating from the 10th floor for a long time, and the squad members were in a critical situation. And then all of a sudden the curse broke and all the monsters disappeared without a trace. She asked if anything had been found here. The Sword King said he smelled something wrong, but there was nothing here except for the portal marks. Ligweather heard about the portal and decided that someone had come here before. The king replied that the situation was just confusing and couldn't figure out who it was. The instructor said that if the stranger was able to descend to the deepest depths, then he was far from simple, and at the very least his skills could be comparable to those of a Zhongyuan century warrior. The superintendent suggested that the union had nothing to do with what had happened. The instructor asked who did, then it was up to them to find out. The department head started looking for something with her eyes and saw one of the items she needed. She said it would do. The instructor asked what she was going to do with the skull. And Liege Weathers resorted to magic. She wanted to read from this skull what happened here. This technique, called psychometry, is a magic of at least the 10th circle, with the help of which to see the desired picture. And the skull began to show snippets of what was happening here as orders were given to fight to the end. The supervisor said it was too cloudy. She couldn't believe that the image that should be clear was so blurry. But a little later, the picture became much clearer, showed what happened then. There was a battle going on with monsters all around, and in the middle stood only one person who was defending himself. The supervisor couldn't believe this was a man who could control a flame. And she said that the energy was not at all like the energy of the Murim she had met, and asked if there was such a dark energy in the current Murim. She thought that whatever the case with this, it was hard to say anything for sure, and needed to get more accurate information. And at that very moment, something happened that no one expected of them. The superintendent was also shocked. The Sword King and the instructor didn't understand what was going on or what it was doing. But suddenly the skull that was under the magic seemed to come to life, as if its eyes were reddening. And then abruptly there was a small explosion and red spatters flew in the sides. The head of the department was very close to this skull, and it was she who was hit by the bulk of it. The Sword King asked if Mrs. Superintendent was okay. She said yes. The Sword King said that even for them, it was quite a powerful force, incredibly brutal and destructive. The superintendent said he's taken control of the monsters and everyone's been asking who he is. She said she didn't see who it was, but she was sure the stranger was using an energy similar to black magic. She added that such energy was similar to demonic energy, thus she was very surprised. The instructors were puzzled and asked if she was referring to the demon school, and thought that Mrs. Superintendent something confused because the demonic school has completely collapsed and that there is no such skilled who can cope with such monsters. I replied that they will know when they check. She ordered all forces to gather and search for the one who broke into the dungeon, and added not to miss anything. The Sword King was very angry that the demonic school was involved. Right now, there was a heavenly demon in the Heavenly Warrior Academy in the main sophomore building. Or rather, he slept on the desk and snored all over the class, so he wouldn't let anyone listen to the class. His friend Seo Jin sat next to him and watched as Lee Han slept through several classes already. He thought at this rate he'd get in trouble for his behavioral scores, he'd be retained for a second year. The only thing I was glad about was that the instructor of military literature was a very kind teacher who said that everyone did a great job, and that was the end of the lesson. At this moment, the teacher was about to leave the classroom when Lee Han's voice rang out, and he said that he had a great sleep. She was very angry, and thought that he was not just napping but openly sleeping and snoring at the whole audience. She tried to turn a blind eye to it, but apparently it would not work. She forgot her glasses, so she couldn't see his face well, but she couldn't find his name. She found Bak Mu Ren's name and said that even though he seems like an uneducated kid, she decided not to see him next semester. Seo Jin turned to his friend and called him by name. He wanted to warn him that the rules of the academy say you can't change seats yourself, but the celestial theme, he replied that he just likes looking down from up there, and added that when the type would specifically ask for him to give up his seat and asked why these classes were so boring. Seo Jin said that from the third year onward, they will constantly be moving around and will not be able to sit around much, and the demon may jump to the third year. He turned to the entire class and asked why everyone was staring at him like that. At this moment, Tang Mu Ren from the Tang family of Sichuan province asked if they were going to leave things as they were, and added that the situation in the classroom is a nightmare because of him. No concentration classmates confirmed that he behaves like a boor and disrespectful to the instructors. They asked Ren what she thought, but she said she wasn't interested, and they didn't think she was arrogant. Tan Mu Ren turned to Philia and asked what she thought. She was confused, and wasn't immediately able to answer. A little later, she said she didn't really care, and besides, he answered the question well in the last class. Tang Mu Ren pounded the table when Philia said she thought it was better to entrust the matter to the instructor. Tan said that by covering for him, she was lowering the scores of the entire class, and suggested that the teacher would look at them badly because they left him alone, and added that if the instructors give them a bad look, they'll all stay for a second year. A friend approached Tan and said that no one is openly expressing their dislike of the situation, and added that So Munen has a plan and the Shaolin disciples also plan to teach him a lesson in gym class. Heavenly Demon still agreed to come down to his desk and said what a stubborn friend his friend was. So Munen looked at everything that was happening silently, but in his head, he was already coming up with a plan. At this point, the instructor came in and told everyone to get in their seats and start the lesson. Heavenly Demon said that if this class turned out to be tedious, he would seriously consider transferring to another year. At that moment, the teacher entered the room and greeted the third grade students. When the instructor entered the classroom, Li Han had some memories in his mind. The magic instructor introduced herself and said her name was Elisha, and she would be teaching magic. The Heavenly Demon saw those blue eyes and recalled seeing the same ones in Li Han's memories. He couldn't understand why the appearance was different, and a friend suggested that it was because she was a supernatural creature. The demon asked who they were, and the friend told him that an amazing phenomenon had occurred and that Marimians capable of using magic were appearing, and added that people extremely rarely born in families where parents are good at magic power at a glance can see at first sight that they are different from them. He said that at first people hated and despised them, but 140 years ago there came a time of great change, and when all the Murim were dying, the supernatural creatures helped in eliminating the monsters. They have incredible talents, and can use sacred power. Moreover, most of these people have righteousness and courage. So Jin continued to say that after a time they have become prices and respected figures. They have great looks. The demon said he is unstoppable. The demon thought he missed the time when he had Li Han's knowledge. He could understand most things foreign to him. He thought that after the battle with the necromancer, Li Han's soul had completely disappeared. He was, of course, able to survive, and the physical sensations had become much sharper. The instructor said they wouldn't need study materials. She wanted the training to be hands-on, and she said she'd use it in today's class and pulled out a suitcase full of stuff. The instructor said whoever can guess what's in here will get points. Opening the suitcase, everyone saw 4 stones. The class thought they were gems. The demon said it was clear they were gems and asked if there was a difference, but his friend said no. Someone in the class raised his hand and asked permission to answer. The teacher asked his name. He introduced himself and said he was Somun Yun. The teacher said that means he is from the Somun family and offered to try to answer. He said that these are magical stones. The scarlet stone is ruby, blue, sapphire, yellow, topaz, and the last green one is emerald. The teacher said that was correct and asked what powers the stones had, and he replied that they were the 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. And he added that ruby symbolizes fire, sapphire, ice, emerald, poison, and topaz has the property of lightning. The teacher said that all the information is in the teaching materials, and therefore the diligent students are already familiarized with it, and added that she had said that textbooks would not be needed today, and asked if that was correct. The teacher reached for one of the stones and opted for the red one, and said they were going to take this ruby and asked what magic it had. Someone in the class raised his hand and decided to answer the question. The teacher asked his name. It was Unso Ren, who said that magic stones are treated the same way as gemstones, and depending on the amount of transparency and chromogen angles, their functions change, and added that she thinks this treasure can summon a 3rd circle spell called Firewall. The teacher asked why she thought so, to which Unso Ren replied that the chromogyne ruby is bright red, and the darker the color, the more dense mana it can contain. The teacher interrupted and said that was enough, and added that the 3rd grade 2nd year class specialized in martial studies. She didn't think they had such a deep knowledge of magic, and said that her answer was close to the highest ball. Soman En thought that even he didn't know that, although he was practicing additionally. Tang Mu Ren didn't like Unso Ren. She thought she was boring and arrogant and looked at her obliquely. The teacher said that magic stones were powerful attributes, and depending on the kind they were, they could store themselves. Even top-grade magic, their power could be stronger than the explosion of several hundred zin of gunpowder. And that there are cases where the stone is endowed with a special feature, so they can use magic even without much training. The celestial demon asked what the point of the lesson was. But the instructor continued that magic stones of that size have other uses. But if you take them for expendable, you're missing something very important, and asked who knows about it. Unso Ren thought that magic stones are powerful, but after 1-2 uses, they are destroyed. And the teacher complimented that, as mentioned earlier, magic stones possessed name abilities. And certain class stones contain huge mana. With their help, you can recognize talent in magic. She asked everyone to come forward one by one, and said she would show them one ability that was hidden in the stone. In 4th grade at this point, Nam Gung Ho was talking about the dungeon. He was bombarded with a lot of questions, and he said he still can't get over it. Suddenly, he interrupted his story, and turned his attention to the middle desk with a classmate. There was a dark swordsman sitting there, but for some reason he didn't come over to listen to the dungeon stories. And Nam Gung Ho remembered his Pimu fight with the dark swordsman. Now he was sure he was superior in strength. He told everyone to move over and stood up from his desk. His friends asked him where he had gone and asked him to tell them more about the raid. The dark swordsman sat at his desk and tried to concentrate. He crossed his arms over his chest and didn't move. He tried to use his imagination to picture the battle must be a colorful event rather than a vague one. And he began to imagine. His imagination painted that he was in a gloomy space. There were many defeated enemies all lying around him, and scarlet water was pouring everywhere. He wondered if he was doing the right thing, but decided he needed to fully visualize the picture in his head first, and imagined further that there had been a hard fight, and to quench his thirst he fell to his knees. He gathered that scarlet water in his hands, which still had warmth in it, and wanted to drink it. He was very thirsty, and he had no strength to hold on any longer. His eyes filled with thirst, and he imagined pouring that scarlet water into himself, just as the demon had said he did colorfully. But no sooner had he finished his imaginary business than Nam Gung Ho approached him and distracted him. And he said that he was waiting for him to respond and that he had incredible concentration. He felt it last time. The air that he is pale and offered to go to the infirmary, but the swordsman replied that everything is fine and he is just absorbed in his thoughts. The swordsman asked why he approached the air, replied that it was nothing serious, he just wanted to know if he had heard the news, and said he was talking about destroying the demonic ruins dungeon, which was one of the goals of the Murim Alliance this year. Nam Gung Ho said that this dungeon has a bad reputation, and asked if he was surprised by that. The dark swordsman was scared and thought it was a disaster. He was sure they had been exposed. He decided to remain calm and best to change the subject before he aroused suspicion with his confusion. And the dark swordsman asked if he could ask the air something, and he said yes. And the swordsman asked if he knew anything about magic stones, to which he replied that he did not want to brag, but since joining the academy, he has never missed the first place in the ranking of students. And the dark swordsman hesitated. Namgung-ho asked him what was wrong, but he didn't say anything. He only took a pouch out of his pocket and showed it to him. The heir asked what it was. But the swordsman said he couldn't show what was inside now and added that there were a lot of extra eyes here, and suggested he go elsewhere. Classmates wondered why they were socializing like this. Namgung-ho called out to the dark swordsman and told him to follow him. At this moment, in the Heaven Warrior Academy in the central building, the superintendent's office was very quiet. Liege Weather sat in her chair and tried to use magic to see what was happening in the dungeon. She was sitting still, and beams of energy were coming from her, and she saw some pictures that surprised her very much. It was a very large number of different monsters that attacked. Someone who used a bloody hand and flame attack to burn those monsters all to pieces. It was some man she couldn't see, but he had great power. She thought it was demonic energy, and it was similar to black magic, but different in essence. He thought that the force naturally accepted the opponent's energy without repelling it, and she could feel the black magic obeying him. And she decided that if the power has a sinister and bizarre character, there is nothing more fierce than black magic. At that point, the head of the administration department knocked and said she hadn't responded. The supervisor said he had lost a little weight and asked if he was okay, to which the supervisor replied that he just had to work a little harder. He gathered her material and asked her to look at it. She said he did a great job. Liege Weather didn't watch it all with her hands and read it all, but with one sweep she lifted all the leaves up in the air. He figured he'd known her for over a decade, but he was still amazed every time. The clerk saw the information and said that it turns out that the dark swordsman was looking for a map of the demonic ruins in the shop. She said there was the first clue, but the leader explained that there were no warriors that strong among the fourth graders, and added that the dark swordsman stood out for his skill, but not that much, to which she said that it was easy for a true skilled man to hide his true power, and added that if the Sword King wants him to student, the first-year instructor said, it's called great wisdom, similar to foolishness. The headmistress said that it was important which method to use to test the dark swordsman's abilities, and remembered one of the quadruped's quests is to hunt monsters, confirmed that they are placed in a certain place to hunt. And she said that in the dungeon area that was allocated by their academy, there was a lair of wyverns. The leader asked if it would be an easy prey. She agreed, but asked him what would happen if there were more than one wyvern. The head of the administration department realized what she meant, but was surprised. The superintendent said to send him there and said they'd see how many wyverns he could handle. At this point, the magic instructor said that the method wasn't difficult and that it was time to get started. She explained that you need to fill the stone with internal energy, and the stone reacts to the energy and will show the differences. The first one who wanted to try it was headman Pang Yun. She asked him to approach her. She said to start with the ruby, it should be squeezed lightly and let your inner energy flow. Pang Yun did as the instructor said. He stood and held the ruby in his hands. He filled it with his inner energy, and at that moment something happened to the stone. She said the fire didn't seem to suit him and suggested he try the next one. He thought he'd squeezed too hard. But the magic stones didn't respond, and the apprentice asked what could be they were broken. The instructor said she thought he should focus on martial arts. I told him not to get upset and asked for the next student. The heavenly demon was already interested in this and wanted to test his talent in magic as well, but magic didn't lend itself to the deputy warden either, and she invited the next student. The student thought that since the older brothers had no reaction, he wouldn't either. And at that moment, when he let his energy out, something started to happen to the stone. He picked up the yellow stone and couldn't believe it had happened. He was very amazed. Everyone saw that the stone reacted and it began to glow. Everyone was surprised by what was happening. The teacher said the topaz reaction shows he has a predisposition to lightning, and added that in other words he has a talent for magic. He got very excited, and she said that through the ability of the stones you can recognize the focus of talent in magic, and added that you can learn magic even if the stone didn't react, but the speed will be significantly slower. The Shaolin students asked her if she had no talent, and she said yes. She said that intimacy with some magical properties and using the power in practice are different things. She asked who the next students wanted to try it. Many students came out, but there was no response. Student after student was disappointed that the rocks were not responding to them and went back to their desk. She said to let the reaction, not to let them get discouraged, because it's not just magic that matters. When another of the students reached for the stones, something unusual happened. A few of the stones began to glow because a student just happened to be right next to them without even touching them. It was Philia, and she was amazed that 3 stones reacted to her at once. The teacher said that you can't find more than 3 people with this predisposition in the academy, and added that she had an innate talent for magic and congratulated her. Philia thanked her teacher. At that moment, another student walked over to the stones and took the yellow topaz in his hands. It was Somanen, and the topaz reacted to him and began to glow in his hands. The teacher said he was close to the lightning property, but he replied that he was just lucky. After him, another student approached the stones. It was Unso-ren. She leisurely and carefully walked closer, bringing her palm up to the stones, and began to check their reactions to herself, in turn. Was wondering what stone reacted to her first was Ruby. The teacher said that Ruby showed no reaction. The next stone is Sapphire. And when she picked up another stone, what everyone expected happened. He reacted. It was a blue stone. It began to glow in her hands very brightly, and even scared the girl. All the students standing nearby were surprised by what they saw, especially the heavenly demon. She was frightened and asked the teacher what it meant leaving the stone. It continued to glow. The teacher said it was induction. Unso-ren didn't understand what she was talking about and asked again. She congratulated the student and said that she had minimal magic and that this meant she could take a dual class. The teacher explained that she could develop both martial arts and magic and that she had 2 paths open to her. She offered to talk to her a little later in private and invited the next student over. It was a heavenly demon who said the classmates are just like fish on ice. Demon thought that if you brainstorm a little, you can understand that the principle is similar to the use of ball energy, and did not understand why it does not reach them. He knew he needed to suppress the stone of his inner energy and release it through the acupuncture point Laogun in the palm of his hand and started with fire. He remembered that the record was only 3 stone and decided to show them what real talent meant. He took the red ruby stone in his hands, but nothing was happening. He couldn't understand why. He told the teacher that he couldn't understand, and something was wrong, and she suggested he take the next stone. His classmates laughed at him and thought he didn't even know how to let energy into stone. The heavenly demon thought that he had let in a weak energy flow, and that was why there was a problem. He took the sapphire. I decided to release 10% of my internal energy into it. But the magic stone again gave no reaction, although it let in even more energy. The heavenly demon was getting angry because nothing was happening to the stones. And at that very moment, something unexpected happened that shocked the teacher. Unso-ren was also amazed at what she saw in front of her. She had never seen such a thing before. Everyone couldn't understand what the reaction was. It was the most powerful reaction they had seen. The heavenly demon was jubilant that he had succeeded, and thought that this was the right reaction. He thought to himself that it was called talent by nature. The stone glowed with incredible power. A couple seconds later, that stone exploded in the hands of the heavenly demon and shattered into shreds. The demon said it was a weak rock and couldn't even handle 10% of the energy. He said it might be because he was too strong and laughed. Seo-jin asked him to stop. The teacher said it wasn't a reaction, but the magic stone simply shattered from the rejection of its energy. And he decided to use only 5% of the energy this time, but the teacher asked that he put the stone back. He went to the instructor and said it was proof of real talent. The same thing happened to the green one, and the instructor couldn't stand it and yelled at him to get his hands off the rocks. The heavenly demon thought he had overdone the energy this time. The teacher was shocked. He decided that with the last one he should definitely succeed, but the instructor wouldn't let him. He asked for her to give him the stone and asked what she was doing, but she said enough was enough. He didn't understand, and then she screamed at him to just take his hand away and give him the stone. The instructor said the class was over for the day and the rest of us would try it on our own. Unso-ren was very surprised by the behavior of the heavenly demon. She didn't understand why he was acting like this. The dark swordsman and Nam-gung-ho climbed up to the roof of the main building of the Heaven Warrior Academy. The heir said that there was no one but here and asked to show what he wanted. The swordsman agreed. He opened the pouch and took out a magic stone and showed him he knew what it was. The dark swordsman placed a magic stone on his palm and held it out to Nam-gung-ho. He asked if he had stolen it. The swordsman replied that he didn't need to know that, but the heir insisted on telling at least the source. The dark swordsman asked if he refused to tell him what would happen then and stared intently. Nam-gung-ho looked just as hard and replied that he would not say anything then either. The swordsman had no choice but to tell the truth about where he found the stone. And he said that found him in the dungeon. Heir asked in what dungeon swordsman said that no more questions, and if nothing, he is not going to say, then go. The heir said there seemed to be reasons for his silence, and said he understood. He took it in his hands and began to conduct his inner energy into this stone to see what it could do. The swordsman thought that it was common to use a professional meter so that the stone's energy wouldn't collide with his energy, and wondered if he was so sure of himself at that moment the heir saw something. He realized that the magic stone didn't just react to energy, it absorbed it relentlessly, and said it was a true jewel. The dark swordsman couldn't believe the reality of those words. As asked why he would lie, and said that it is indeed a very valuable thing, he can say that because he has seen many different magical stones. And he added that he asked about the location because of the color of the stone, the color of dirt, or to be exact, the color of the mineral garnet. He said that such a magic stone has the property of darkness. The swordsman was shocked. Nam-gung-ho reported that his stone passes the rare class but falls slightly short of the unique class. He realized that such a stone specializes in black magic that can be used to raise the dead and control them. The heir added that if you look closely, you can see a black shadow wriggling in the center of the stone, which is proof that it contains black magic. The swordsman asked if he could use black magic. Nam Gung Ho said that a person must first be able to control this magic, and explained that this is similar to the fact that to use a ruby you must at least master fireball magic. It was difficult, but the heir said that such a stone could still be called an amazing find. Nam Gung Ho continued that this stone is a top-grade stone with superior density, and he can't even imagine how valuable it is. The swordsman asked him how much, but the heir didn't understand the question and rephrased what he said. And the dark swordsman said he was talking about price and how much he could get for that thing. Nam Gung Ho asked what he had asked him about the stone, for he wanted to sell the stone and make a lot of money. At this moment, in the main building of the Heaven Warrior Academy, a training session was taking place in the training hall. Monster mannequins were arranged in a chaotic order all around the hall. Very much were also the main monsters that stood a little further away. The training was conducted by the instructor. It was a physical training instructor, and his name was Shim Sang Cheon. He spread the blades between his fingers and threw them towards the monster dummies. The blades flew between these dummies without hitting a single one, and headed towards the main monster itself. The instructor said to do so, because concealed weapons throwing is also part of the first semester evaluation, and added if they hit the same spot the first time with any weapon laid out in front of them, he would give the highest score. He said to get to practice, and if anyone wants to fight, let them come forward and talk. One of the Shaolin brothers began to swivel his head as if he had lost someone. He then turned to his older brother and said he couldn't see him, and had he forgotten that they had class elsewhere. But the other one said that it can't be like that, and he would make up an excuse again. He was sure that he had decided to skip class on purpose. The elder brother thought that for a follower of Buddhism, quarrels are not an option, but the insolence crosses all boundaries, and continued that because of Li Han's piggish behavior in magic class, LN had boiled over with anger. The younger brother had something to tell him. He told him that there were rumors that the guy had handled Baekmu Ren, and added that maybe Li Han might be stronger than they think, but his brother didn't let him finish and shouted at him, and told his younger brothers that Li Han was only in this academy for the money. But the youngest said he just thought it was worth being careful, to which he replied that he didn't even have to worry about getting into their conversation. He gave his younger brother a task and told him to go and look for him, and told him to remember to only have a formal duel in front of the instructor. Unso Ren heard the whole conversation and thought why she was constantly distracted by silly things, and this isn't the way to go, need to focus. She took the blades in her hand, spread them between her fingers, and threw them at the dummies. At that, she thought, and didn't understand why her great-grandmother told her to watch him. The conversation took place last night, and at the Chagall family's estate, she clarified what she wanted to ask. And the girl said that people who slay monsters with the power of darkness are called followers of the heavenly demon sacred school, and added that she just couldn't accept that fact, and asked if it was true that a person could use that kind of power. The grandmother clarified if she had been told so and asked what his name was. The girl said his name was Li Han, and her grandmother told her that from now on she needed to watch him closely to see what the cause was. But her grandmother said she just needed to listen to her, and added to just follow quietly at first, and asked if she remembered the words she says. Usually Ren replied that you can't have preconceptions when it comes to information. Her grandmother served her tea and said she looked a lot like her. Ren thanked her. My grandmother asked me to tell her everything about my observations, and she will make her own decision. Unso Ren knew that Grandma is a witness to a time of great change, and she is a survivor of a great catastrophe. She couldn't understand the reason why great-grandmother was so interested in a descendant of a fallen demonic school. Her blades flew between the monster dummies. You hit the most important monster without hitting anything, and she decided that at first she would just watch and act, as it was always up to her to make the decision. Someone behind her back asked that this would also go into the evaluation if it wasn't too easy for them. The girl replied that it all depends on how he throws it, to which he said that if he throws it thoughtlessly, it won't work, and asked what she was doing after school if she had time, but the girl said she was busy. Unso Ren couldn't even finish his sentence and she left. He was a little shocked. Someone behind him told him to take his time, and he turned and saw his classmate Tan. She said that the usual methods will not help to win the heart of a girl who is not interested in guys. He was surprised because they had never talked to her. She asked him what's the big deal because they are classmates, and he knows her name, to which he said that she came to make fun of him. And she said she noticed that Unso Ren was getting a lot of weirdness. He didn't know what she meant. Tan explained that the girl had never looked for anyone at the academy, but literally, just now she was asking where Han's student had gone. He asked who it was. Tang Mu Ren looked at him with such surprise that it was the first time he heard about him. But a little later, he realized it was about Li Han and got very angry about it. And Tan repeated that it was Li Han, the peddler's son they hated, and was very happy. At this moment, the heavenly demon was sitting in the energy circulation process in the third classroom of the second year. He repeated the process time after time, but he wasn't doing well and was getting frustrated. He felt like he was just suffering from bullshit. The energy was rising very slowly. He thought that today his energy was up not 10, not 1, but only 0.5%. He thought that the spiritual training of reverse blood circulation was not used to accumulate such a mockingly small amount of internal energy. He reflected that until he absorbed the necromancer's energy and reached the demon limit level, everything was fine. And he said that usually as one reaches a stage, the energy vessel also increases. He thought that now the amount of internal energy needed to move to the next level had doubled, and the vessel being filled had become larger. He realized that to reach the next level, he would have to seek out Neden again, and added that there are those who in the current situation will be hard to defeat. The necromancer possessed a power that went beyond his calculations. He thought that if not for the two souls, he would die if an opponent like the Lich King appeared. He had no idea how he would act. He sat at his desk and said it looked like he was going to have to wander the dungeons again. His friend Seo Jin came over and asked him if he had been here all this time. And he said that fourth period PE class, he asked what he was doing here that the others really weren't, and asked if the instructor should come here. The friend replied that PE was elsewhere, and asked if he didn't know, to which the demon asked why he wasn't in class then. Seo Jin said he's exempt from gym class and has health problems. The heavenly demon didn't understand what the problem was and turned to him again. He said he had a disease of the 3 yin energy pathways, and the friend was shocked. He asked how he knew about it, because he had not told anyone, to which the demon said that it is clear to a fool. He added that he tires quickly and is often injured, and it can be assumed that with the disease of the energy pathways, Nell has no talent in martial arts. Demon asked why go to the academy then, but the friend said he was not in a position to say such a thing. He himself enrolled through donation. So Jin, that in the written exam he is confident. Demon replied that of course with such a disease only remains to use brains. The demon reasoned that with such a disease, a person has high skills, and the reason why he entered the academy in his mind. He asked his friend if he had heard anything about the Lich King. Seo Jin said that he was the devil of great change, and asked if there was anyone who didn't know him. The demon asked his friend to tell him who he was and where he was now, and he added that he had a super brain and asked me to explain it in a simpler way. Seo Jin pleased, and asked if he was ready to listen to him. His demon was surprised at such a quick transformation, and began to tell that he was the head of the unknown personalities that appeared on Mount Kunlun. Countless dungeons he summoned monsters, and fundamentally changed Murim. He said that if one followed the assumption of the 7 sages of Zhongyuan, then the Lich King had expended tremendous power to change the world. And he added that the sages say that the Lich King will reappear when he regains his former power, but no one knows when that will be. Demon asked if that type is in hibernation, then what about the dungeons, because there are still a lot of monsters. Seo Jin said that even though the Lich King didn't appear, the 4 guardians of the Lich King are the 4 servants of the Lich King. And he added that it is said that the guardians are beyond the Great Wall, but no one knows the exact location. Demon thought that now the balance was being maintained because the keepers were abroad, and his friend had decided to tell him about the 4 keepers. He said that the first servant, Calvus von Untermeim, is the head of the Death Knights. He is called Commander-in-Chief. He added that in the history book, it says that the knight wears a mask and rides a black horse. Demon asked how strong he was. He defeated 2 transformation-level masters at the same time. Even the Sword Emperor, who has a level of profundity, said that he wasn't sure of his victory. The demon was surprised that Zhongyuan had a profundity-level master friend, saying that there were only 3 of them. In the past, only one has been able to approach the beginning stages of the depth level, and in the current Kanyo, there are as many as 3 owners. And told further, the second guardian is the head of the guards. His name is Unchanging Lingard. He guards the sealed Lich King, and he is subordinate to the stone golems and gargoyles. He explained that they are different from the dead who died and then resurrected. They can be called inorganic. They are like stones existing for thousands of years. And finally, it went to the 3rd keeper, from which the demon was very surprised. It's the Dark Lord Mephisto who leads the necromancers, and the demon recognized him immediately. Seo Jin said that nothing is even written about him in the books, and if he finds out anything, he'll tell you. The 4th guardian, Okrad, has round eyes, green skin, huge fangs, and a big axe. He is the head of the greenskins. A friend said that greenskins are violent creatures with a mad urge to fight. They include orcs, goblins, trolls, and added that among them there are also close in intelligence to humans. Demon surprised monster with intelligence. Seo Jin continued his story that each individually did not pose any special threats. The subject stopped him. Asked if there was anyone with Nidan among them by any chance. The friend was surprised and asked again with what. The heavenly demon was as if engulfed by an unholy force when he heard about Nidan. And he said that these very brainy heads should have a Nadan, thereby scaring his friend. Seo Jin replied that sometimes they do, and asked why he was asking. The demon asked which one of them was large in size, agile, and strong. A friend replied that the ogre he is called the Emperor of Monsters. Sushi demon understood. The demon asked where he should then go to find him. Out of the conversation, someone interrupted. Jin and the heavenly demon were startled out of surprise and turned toward the door. He was very angry and said that they dared to skip class for the sake of doodling. He said they were out of line in disrespecting the instructors and other students and asked if they realized where they were. So Jin asked what's wrong with him. Panman said it won't come down to scum like them. That every year out of several thousand candidates, only a small fraction get here, and the warriors who have no talent are a whole carload. He yelled at them and said they had the nerve to make fun of the efforts of other people who wanted to enroll here, and said they were left completely empty. Audience didn't ask what they thought they were stealing. Jin tried to explain themselves. Panman said for both of them to take off their uniforms if they weren't going to obey the rules of the academy. So Jin thought they weren't going to be listened to, but they really didn't do anything. The sky demon took off his uniform, threw it right in his face, and told him to choke on it. The demon said the cape would show him his innocence, and now as commanded, he would go to class, and added that no amount of nerves would be enough to freak out over stuff Jin was worried he'd made things worse. Panman got very angry and told him to stop, and he would have to teach him a lesson today. A disciple of the Shaolin Temple says he's officially calling Li Han to fight Pimu. The sky demon stopped to ask about the fight. He was very surprised by this. Then he turned around and asked if the fight was with him. Panman was already furious, and so Jin was ready to burn with shame. And the celestial demon, with a smile on his face, asked if he had the strength to do it, and told him not to roar after he punched him from that temple disciple came to such a rage. At this point, in the staff building at the academy, on the 3rd floor in the training department, an instructor was asked about the rumors. The physical training instructor couldn't believe that the raid on the demonic ruins had failed. IMU said that to be precise, the raid was completed, but the achievement itself was stolen by someone. The senior instructor asked if they had found who it was, but IMU said that no exact information could be found. The senior instructor asked that there wasn't even a suspect, and said that he didn't expect the Sword King to fail like this. They both laughed at the misfortune that had befallen the academy's senior instructor Cheun-bi, but at this moment, the senior physical education instructor gave a very disapproving look. And he said it was too loud. He asked what he would do if the office next door heard. He said he understood what he was thinking, but nevertheless their academy was disgraced and asked them not to behave incompetently. He said it may be a chance for them, but for the academy, a gigantic issue with a powerful impact, and explained that he showed short-sightedness. He explained that just action is not enough, and said he has noticed that people applying for instructors lately have been leaning in only one direction. He was unhappy that students who go through rigorous training and apply for the position choose Cheun-bi. He added that he almost lost his IMU receiver, and since it happened, he couldn't just sit idly by. The senior instructor said that now there would be students who would start to doubt him, so IMU decided to start selecting 4th-year students. But I noticed that it will be hard to win over Namgung Ho, who is at the top of the rankings. The senior instructor asked what he thought about the dark swordsman IMU, replied that he was afraid he would bring damage to the academy's image. The instructor said to mark him as a candidate, and a decision could be made later, but he stopped him and told him to wait because the quadruplets had already decided on their future path, and asked if it would be better to bring back 2nd graders to turn them into real specialists and bring them to their faculty. He took out a magazine and suggested that perhaps the 3rd grade class with Unso Ren and Somun Yun would be a good fit. He read that the girl is the best in all subjects, and the guy is the 1st place at the military faculty, and said that with such personnel, the bright future of the faculty is assured. IMU said that instructor Shim Sang-cheon had just started a lesson with the 3rd grade and asked if he wanted to go watch, to which he replied that he was asking obvious things and said they were going right now. The instructor was small in stature, and with a bald head he was well past his age. When he saw senior instructor Nui Cheon-baek himself, he was very excited, and he said he didn't expect to see him here in person and asked why he was here. The instructor wondered why, of all the old men here, he was the one called Master Qigong. He asked what he was doing here, to which Qigong replied that he went out for a little walk and ended up here, and added, "Since this is the case, I thought I'd sit down and watch the young talent, but my senior instructor knew he was here for the same reason they were." Qigong said that something interesting was coming up. The senior instructor didn't understand what he was talking about. He said there would be a Pimu fight between the students. The senior instructor noticed that one of them was from Shaolin, and they took pity on the other. The senior instructor asked what the names of the 2 students who take part in the fight at IMU's place were. He said that the first, as they had already realized, came from the Shaolin Temple. His name was Pan Man. The instructor asked what was wrong with the second one, but IMU read what was written in the logbook, and said that a student named Li Han is the son of a merchant and entered the academy through donation. At this moment, the heavenly demons saw them and the way they were communicating with each other and watched without looking away. The referee was explaining the rules and asked if both knew that if an opponent shouts that he is giving up or passes out after the other one, it counts as a victory, otherwise a defeat. The demon noticed that their energy was stable and different from the energy of others. In other words, they had a level of transformation. He looked at them and thought that the man next to him was much stronger than the bald man instead of thinking about the fight. Pan Man was very angry with him and thought that he dared to sideways glance away. Everyone was really looking forward to this fight, and my classmate asked Tan how long he thought he would last. She replied that 3 seconds and that she was exaggerating, and the first year there was no attention to him, he just sat in his seat. But Unseo Ren said she doesn't know and doesn't think she should jump to conclusions about it. Tan asked her if she sided with him and if she really thinks Li Han will take down Pang Man, to which she replied that she meant to say that prejudice can be a human flaw. Tang Mu Ren could understand what was going on with her and why she was so interested in Li Han. She added that there was no reason for her to freak out anyway. Whoever jumped out in front for being conceited was there. She looked towards So Moon En and made a look of I feel sorry for him therefore about it. He couldn't understand what the joke was or what Unso Ren was saying to her was making such a face. His thoughts were interrupted by On Gyu asking what So Moon Yoon thought about it. He asked if Li Han had anything to show, and Li Han asked if he had any hopes for him. So Moon Yoon said it's already clear that this fight will show him that Li Han is a nobody, but he was told that there are rumors that he took down Baek Mu Ren with one punch. Young Cheon Do said that since Baek Mu Ren didn't show up today, the rumors weren't false. So Moon Yoon added that he fought against the weak. Jung Cheon Do replied that he would be able to make the most accurate guess out of all of them. And he added that he still put Li Han's Nana, thereby surprising Solman En very much. He said he wasn't even the slightest bit nervous standing in front of his opponent and asked who else could stand so confidently on the court. Jung Cheon didn't know why, but he was very interested in him. So Moon Yoon didn't understand why he was so interested and said that he would soon be very embarrassed. But Jung Cheon stood his ground and replied that they would see about that. The judge asked if they understood the rules and told them to try not to make mistakes. He added that if the situation took a dangerous turn, he would of course suspend the fight, but still both had better be careful. The celestial demon's musings were interrupted by Shaolin disciple Pan Man and addressed him. He asked if he was going to look in his direction and added that it looked like he had time for it. Pan Man said that if he wanted to leave of his own free will, he would give him a chance, and if the demon apologized, he wouldn't beat him up too much. But he did not answer him anything, and Pang Mang was very much surprised at this situation. He did not understand him. The heavenly demon was shocked by his words. He assumed a fighting stance and prepared himself. He told him to attack faster because he wanted to finish faster. Pan Man replied that he was only too happy to do so, and prepared to attack the enemy. The referee asked if they were ready, and then waved his hand and said the fight was on. Pan Man attacked first and said that he would make someone like him realize his mediocrity. Qigong began to say that the Shaolin Temple has a muscle-strengthening technique, so they have a righteous soul and a strong body compared to others, and he believes that the result is already certain. Seo Jin sat in the bleachers thinking that he wouldn't be able to be there for his last moment. But at this very moment, the heavenly demon surprised everyone and used his counterattack technique. He gathered all his inner energy into a fist and prepared to strike back. Unso Ren, who was watching from the side, was amazed at what she saw. The heavenly demon prepared his energy-charged fist and struck Pang Man. The punch was so strong and came straight to the Shaolin disciple's lower jaw. From one punch, Pang Man flew up the arena. He had in no way expected such strength from Li Han. For a moment, Pang Man lost consciousness in midair. Everyone thought he was already dead. The demon himself was afraid for him, and he struck him so hard he didn't expect it. Ok Ken thought he would recover from such a blow, and Pang Man fell to the floor with a thud. The referee ran to Pan Manu to check if he was all right. The demon himself had not expected such a blow. He thought it would be noisy because he only meant to hit a little, and it looks like he overdid it. The judge ran up to him and checked to see if he was alive. He thought it would be a shame if he got kicked out of the academy for this. The judge said he was just out of it and thought the guy was dead. He was really scared. The referee said the fight was over and declared Li Han the winner. At this point, the whole room was screaming. The heavenly demon, hearing that he was alive, became very calm and said what a relief. All who were in the hall were very surprised by the strength of the guy. No one expected such a thing from him. Qigong jumped up from his seat and stood watching. He couldn't understand how this was possible. He asked why he was lying there and told him to get up. He didn't notice anything while he was flapping his tongue. The senior instructor asked him what he was talking about and asked if it was muscle-strengthening training. The instructor asked Qigong to tell him again what made Shaolin Temple stand out, but Qigong was silent. Qigong jumped off his seat and rushed towards the exit. He was not happy to hear all this. In parting, he said they would see senior instructor Nwawe again. He descended into the arena and took a Shaolin Temple disciple from there to carry him away. No one could believe what was happening, and everyone had only one question as to how Pang Man had passed out with one hit. One of the students asked if anyone had seen what had just happened, and they were very surprised. Gyu asked the student Soman Eun if he saw what happened, but he only remained silent in response. Everyone was surprised because even Soman En wasn't aware of it. They asked how to understand it. Suddenly, someone answered them that Li Han had pushed the space, but no one understood what they were talking about. And then Tang asked in what sense did it push the space. Unso Ren was in confusion. One of the students suggested that he was using a wind fist, but Tan clarified why he would be proficient in this technique. Unso Ren was sure that Li Han's fist did not touch the opponent, in other words, he just moved the space. Zhang Cheondo commented that Li Han won and thought he had no reason to be embarrassed. Everyone was surprised at what they saw, and Tan clarified then about whether the conclusion was not obvious, and added that he used an object to win and asked if they thought he could move that fast. Unso Ren thought that such a conversation would only be appropriate if such a subject existed, but thought let her think so. Pan Man's brother who lost this fight was very angry. He was confident in his abilities and that he could beat the guy. He said he can't believe he used the item and doesn't recognize his victory. To which the heavenly demon replied that softly punching was also an art, but Pang Man's brother told him not to mess with his mind, and added that everyone present saw him ask if he wanted to say that he had won by his own strength, and asked if he didn't realize that his lies could embarrass the entire class, but the heavenly demon only remained silent. The instructor intervened in the conversation, and he said that Li Han didn't use any object, and that it was pure skill, but the brother could not calm down. The instructor hurried to end the useless conversation, and asked what he was going to do. The instructor suggested he fight Pima's battle. My brother asked why, then he was moving so fast that no one could see the movement. The heavenly demon stood listening to all of this and wondered if he wanted him to admit all of this. Pang Man's brother was sure that he had won unfairly, but the demon said that he would never admit it. And then the brother said he could fight because he wanted to find out the truth for himself. The chief instructor was delighted with Li Han and said that it was a find. Meanwhile, the instructor suggested to start the fight. The senior instructor asked IMU to get information about this child, but he didn't understand what it was for. To which he replied that the moves the guy had just demonstrated were unique, and no other second-year student was capable of it. The senior instructor told him if he didn't believe him to look again this time, he would understand everything exactly. The instructor gave the command and said attention began, and once again the Pimu fight began. The Shaolin Temple student prepared to strike and assumed a fighting stance. The heavenly demon was already tired, but he was ready to prove that his victory was clean. He thought to himself that he was very tired and that getting loose from people like this was a tedious endeavor. He thought he was trying to show strength that would match the level of the others, but it ended up being unbelievable to everyone. He thought that since he'd attracted a lot of unwanted stares, someone else would come after him to harass him. The Sky Demon realized that he was not eager to waste time on useless bullshit, and he said since it's such a case, he offered to do it like this. The student couldn't understand what he was up to. He said that this time he'd end it for sure because you can't play weak and lose, and replied that he would recognize the technique because it was learned at the academy. He thought what better way to do it so that no one else would bother him. But then he added that it was not because of that, but because this Shaolin Temple technique the opponent did not understand anything. The heavenly demon said that he would understand everything now and began to implement his technique. He raised his arm high and began to twist it rapidly, after which he created a vortex. The enemy couldn't believe it and said this nonsense, but he couldn't finish his sentence and was hit by a wave. The heavenly demon gathered all the strength in his fist and used a technique that demolished the opponent. The blow was so strong that the opponent could not be seen because of the dust in the arena. This technique is called hitting the mountain, but hitting the cattle with it. He used it to push the opponent back more than 9 meters. Imyu was surprised that Li Han was airborne and asked if a second-year student could do such a thing, to which the senior instructor said that he had seen it all himself, and told them to go and ask them to put the young man on the list for the physical education department. He told the aide that they had a bright future ahead of them. The celestial demon thought that after that, everyone would get off his back. At this moment, there was a conversation in the neighboring academy building. This building was a little smaller than the main building. It was an academy circle unit called Sword Hilt where Baek Mu Ren came to. He brought a picture of Li Han and gave it to the top man because he couldn't beat him in a fight. Squad leader Moon Pyong said that the strange man killed him with a single blow. Baek Mu Ren was depressed and upset and replied, yes, that's right, and he did it to him. He added that he only wanted to warn him not to poke his nose where it didn't belong and that he didn't know where he belonged. But the squad leader couldn't understand what Baek Mu Ren wanted from him and why he had even come. The deputy squad leader asked what he was proposing to do and if he was asking for a beating. Un said it was his problem what he got, but the squad leader said there was no point in getting into a verbal altercation and asked him to stop it. Mooch Pyong said that of course he's not aware of what that guy did, but since they're ring members, he'll accept his request. He looked menacingly at Baek Mu Ren and added that that was the end of it and he would decide what to do with him himself. Ha Woon commented that he still counted himself among the squad sword hilt. The squad leader said that he could go. The deputy asked what he was going to do, to which the head replied that to start meeting with him just became more free time. The deputy asked if he had such good skills, would he call him to join their squad. Mu Pyong said he didn't even know and asked his deputy how to proceed. Right now, the 3rd grade class was having a heated discussion about the Pimu fight. The entire class was just discussing this fight, and how Li Han was able to win was still a mystery to everyone. A classmate asked if a friend had seen what had happened, but no one even had time to realize anything because Pan-Man flew away like a cannon. They thought that Li Han had abruptly gained strength and overcome some obstacle, and wondered how such a thing was possible. Guo Shiel said that everyone is talking about the guy even though this event can really be called the most shocking. And he added that he found out that his parents had been killed by monsters and his house had been destroyed, and asked if that was why he had gone crazy, but his friend denied it. He said he had hired a sorcerer and asked how he could get stronger in such a short time. And he added that there's nothing complicated about it. He's a rich man who probably solved everything with money. Zhang Cheondo overheard the conversation and said that if it was possible for money, everyone would use it. And he added that whether it's witchcraft or an object, the truth is the truth and must be recognized. He also said that the physical education instructor didn't raise any objections, so Meng Yong replied that he was just mocking him. Zhang Cheondo asked if he wanted to say that he would be able to beat Li Han in 2 counts. And immediately the class began to murmur that Li Han could defeat Soman En, but thought he wasn't that strong. Zhang Cheondo said that the others were also curious and asked if he would tell them what he saw. Soman Yoon asked for a reason he teases him, saying that the other guys didn't see Li Han's moves, just didn't add that. To be honest, even he doesn't know how Pan-Man lost, so suddenly there is interest. He wondered if the young heir of the Somun family had seen what had happened, at which he was angry. Zhang Cheondo was very calm, and Soman Yoon said that the 5th martial arts class was coming up. He added that there will be an evaluation, and they will be divided into teams to hunt monsters there, and he will show the difference in strength. He said he wouldn't just show him, he'd run him into the ground, so he'd never show off again. A classmate said that he should help then too, and added that they are looking forward to it. Chan thought he was a simpleton, and although the first in the martial arts rankings clearly had his pride stroked by this situation, he reasoned that judging from his gaze, he didn't see what Li Han had done either and wondered what he would show against him. Chan was sure that whoever won it would be a fun and rewarding spectacle for him, and I figured I'd make fun of the situation and then use my connections. Right now, Li Han and Xiao Jin were in the dining room. They had come to eat lunch. The dining room is located on the 1st floor in the Sky Warrior Academy. It is a small, cozy place. Xiao Jin looked at Li Han and said that soon the class would already start and they would be so late. At this time, the heavenly demon was eating very greedily and said that this thing was very delicious. The friend said he didn't understand what he was saying with his mouth full, and asked if he was hungry yesterday, to which he replied that he even had breakfast today. He asked why Xiao Jin wasn't eating, and said that the food was just melting in his mouth, but his friend said he didn't want it and asked him to eat faster, though no, it's better to eat slower. The Sky Demon thought that the intoxicating joy he was given was the life that was filled with battles, grabs, and training. But after he was in another body, the taste of fatty meat, the sweetness of cookies, and the sharpness of spices bring happiness, he thought it was because he was in the body of a child. And he realized and began to wonder if his past life had sucked too much. Xiao Jin said there would be an evaluation at the 1st martial arts class. A friend interjected, asking what it was. He replied that teams would gather and hunt monsters, and he asked if it was necessary to go to monsters in a crowd. Xiao Jin replied that they were not simple monsters, and he had heard that some of the disciples had lost their lives. The Sky Demon asked what he was going to do next, and how he was going to live with these abilities. So Jin didn't know what he was talking about, and the demon explained that if he messed up, he could make ends meet too. He added that if he wanted to say that he would have to try harder, then let him drop it right away, and said that not everything can be solved with effort. The friend couldn't believe that Li Han, who was recently the worst, was saying such a thing. But now, he was unimaginably strong, and he thought he had no right to charge him with anything, and sadly replied that he was right. He asked what he should do, and the celestial demon finished his food and thought for a moment. But later he said that it's just that he has no talent in martial arts, and he's sick, and added that he'll just have to give up. But the demon assured that if he could find someone to help him get to the conversion or plow, then it would be fine. Xiao Jin couldn't believe that he was now talking about a martial arts level transformation demon, saying that at the most he wouldn't be able to pull it off, and asked what he could do because he probably doesn't use magic either. Xiao Jin said he didn't know. So Jin said that he had read a lot more books than the others, and the demon replied that he was fumbling with the subjects then, and said that in this world there is just a lot of so-called sacred weapons. If he knows about their functions and method of use, it will be extremely useful. And he added that if he learns it, then maybe he'll take it with him, but he'll see what the situation is. Xiao Jin thought that he had called the transformation level, where the arms and legs moved as one unremarkable level, an unremarkable level. He thought this person was out of his mind. He thought that if he stayed with him, he might get a chance to improve his abilities. And he said that even though he's weak, he's still lacking a lot, but he'll do his best. When the celestial demon had finished, they went to class. 2-3, there was an open door. Senior martial arts instructor Choi Il said he didn't care about anyone and neither did their grades, and added that he plans to replace all the lessons this semester with an assignment in which they will have to fight monsters. He explained that this was the traditional method of grading and objections were therefore not accepted. And he wrote on the board their purpose. It was gargoyles and said they may differ in appearance, but most have wings. The instructor explained that having physical and magical resistance at the same time, gargoyles are considered to be monsters of the 5th threat level. He said that the exam would be held at Mount Ami, specifically at the Corsac Royal Tomb with a threat level of 4. The instructor said that there were recorded deaths among civilians. The sky demon thought that just there was Li Han's house, and added that they could not cope alone, and the number of points would be calculated according to the level of the monster they caught. He said they had a week, and he had talked to the instructors in that span of time there would be no lessons. The instructor said that this was the end of Seojin's lesson, and Sojin thought that there was no theory in this lesson. The instructor also added that there are no bosses in the dungeon, so there's no point in getting to the heart of it, so they don't waste time. The whole class was shocked they didn't understand anything, and asked how they were to divide into teams, and if this was going to be an exam. After the instructor left, the class immediately became animated, and they began to divide into teams. They needed someone in charge of the attacks, and someone who would take on the role of healer were only heard asking who would be on the team. One of his classmates asked if there were any spots left on Somun-en's team, and was told that it depended on what his role was, and added that they needed a guide and a healer. Somun-en thought the responses had already gone out. He knew that real combat requires a clear understanding of enemy analysis, and the ability to assess the situation. He knew that he could not cope alone. Therefore, it is necessary to assemble a team and competently distribute the roles of each of the participants. Namely, it is a defense conductor, shock troops, and healer. He planned to become a raid commander that would lead everyone wisely. He was sure that the hunt would go off without a hitch with him. Heavenly Demon sat on the sidelines, and I don't understand why everyone is making such a fuss. He wondered to himself if this monster was direct since there was such hype around. He asked the class why they should divide into teams, to which Somun-en clarified, and he wondered how long he could get his nose in the air. The Sky Demon asked Sojin if he knew which gargoyle was the strongest. Everyone stared at them in a daze and waited for him to give his answer to Li Han. He said he knew, but it wasn't the best environment to talk about it. The demon asked what was wrong with the environment. Someone in the class said that this ancient gargoyle is the strongest and most dangerous gargoyle. Unso Ren replied that she is called the queen of all gargoyles, and there are people who saw the ancient gargoyle in person 5 years ago, but little is known about it in detail. The Sky Demon said the ancient gargoyle is good, and they'll catch it too. Somun-en was very surprised that she showed interest in him. The Celestial Demon seemed to not understand, and asked why everyone was looking at him, and added that he didn't want to go with them, but if they wanted his team, let them say their name to Sojin. He got up from his desk and walked out, and said goodbye so they wouldn't hang around him during the fight. Seojin sat back and hoped that he had done the right thing in deciding to follow him. At this time in the Heavenly Demon House, the swordsman was asking if they were going to go to the dungeon again, and said that it was obviously about the royal tomb. Corsac Demon replied that catching monsters would replace the rest of the martial arts lessons. The swordsman said it was boring to be in one academy, and asked if it was not good that they would look around. But the demon was annoyed that other people were going into the dungeon because their instructor had told them to, and everyone was making a fuss about it. The Sky Demon started to eat the food the swordsman had prepared and said he wanted to go alone. He said he was cooking the swordsman for a tenor, of course, and he asked when they were leaving. The swordsman said that a week is not a small period of time, and it is necessary to prepare a lot of food for the trip, but the demon refused. At that moment, Seojin's friend Sojin and his team walked up to his house and knocked on the door. The dark swordsman was washing dishes when he heard a knock and asked if anyone was home. The swordsman said that someone had come to see the employer, to which he replied that it was a painful business. He said that he went here, didn't shirk his training, that even an untamed Ikai would fall before a powerful force, and added that it was only possible to subdue her Kai by becoming stronger, and mastering the demonic attack technique of the bloody hand was not easy. The dark swordsman said he would remember his words and looked sadly at his hand. Demon went outside and told them to hurry up and finish with their friend, but Seojin had something he wanted to tell him. The Heavenly Demon saw everyone standing outside and asked what else it was and why they were here. The three of them stood outside looking at him, and Seojin said they wanted to join his team. Unso Ren and Celestial Demon Philia, and those talked as if they weren't here. He asked why them specifically, and why they wanted to go with him. Seojin said he would explain everything now. Back in class, Seojin was approached by Unso Ren and asked if he would go with Li Han. Said that if there were still seats left, she would like to go, and besides defense, she could take any role. Seojin didn't understand why with them. But suddenly Tang asked if she was going to go with them. Unso Ren apologized for changing her mind and said that some circumstances had come up, and asked if Philia wanted to join them. Tan was very surprised, and so was Philia herself. To which Unso Ren replied that she didn't think she wanted to follow them, but if she did, she was wrong. and added that she would not insist, and it was up to her. Tan was not angry, and said they had decided to ditch her. Seo Jin told all this to a friend who said he didn't understand, and himself why they joined the demon said that many missed their happiness. The heavenly demon asked their names, and the girls were very angry because they were in the same class, and names should be memorized. He said that on one hand, more people more hassle, and said they were leaving, but Seo Jin replied that they needed to finish the preparations. After a while, they arrived at the place and got out of the carriage one by one. Unseo Ren came out first. Seo Jin said that they were in place. Unseo Ren asked to take her time. Philia and the demon didn't realize what they were doing. Seo Jin showed the place and said they had to go here. The girls couldn't believe it. They arrived at the department store, and Seo Jin explained that anything can be found here. The department store was called Family. So, and everyone was very surprised by it, they came to a big shock. Philia asked if Seo Family department store is related to Seo Jin. He said he didn't want to brag, but yes. The girls thought that his family is really very rich, although he is very uptight at the academy and you can't tell. Suddenly, the heavenly demon said he could feel the unclean energy coming from there, and asked why they didn't just stand there to look at the store while Seo Jin everyone inside. They were greeted by their host and asked if it was the young heir and clarified what brought them here. To which Seo Jin said that these were the team members he was going to the dungeon with. He added that they wanted to see the gear before the hike. The host asked to follow him. In the hallway, there were signs hanging everywhere indicating the items that were there. There were guards everywhere, and the guys were looking around and they were very surprised at how much there was. Suddenly, the heavenly demon was stopped by something as if it had sensed something. The owner told everyone to come in, and he would escort them to the 3rd floor by elevator. Philia asked what it was, and Seo Jin said it was a lifting device that functioned through the power of a magic stone. He pressed the button and added that if you press the up arrow after landing, then the elevator will not move by human or machine power, but solely by the magical power of the stone. The girls were very surprised by this invention and said it was a lot of fun. They went up to the 3rd floor and exited the elevator following the master and Seo Jin. He said it's part of a department store where the paraphernalia needed for a dungeon raid is collected. He asked to prepare backpacks for Type 1 and Type 2 reconnaissance, and the rest they would still look at. He added for them to see for themselves if they needed to. Philia was surprised and asked if they really could. He said that anything can happen in a dungeon and good preparation is essential. Unseo Ren was surprised at how many things there seemed to be items for guides. She asked why this substance was in the guide department, to which Seo Jin said it was chalk and was used to mark directions or traps. She asked what the iron object was, and he explained that it was a lighter used to light the way, and said that unlike sticks with smoldering coals inside with the help of a lighter fire can be caused in 2 seconds, and because of its miniaturization can be used at any time. He added that it is a utensil that was found during the excavation of the cave, and a craftsman from their family repaired it. Seo Jin said that his father said that magical items from the dungeon were good, but such utensils were a much more valuable find. He added that he still had to study and learn to become like his father, and Unseo Ren was surprised at the breadth of his knowledge. Philia's gaze settled on the archery items and took a long look at what was there. So Jin asked if she liked any of the items given, and she wondered. Philia asked what it was and said that she had been hurting her fingers a lot lately. Seo Jin replied that the thimble was for arrows. He replied that it was an item for skilled craftsmen and asked what her bow tension strength was, but Philia replied that it was small, and modestly said that it was only 40 Jin, which shocked Seo Jin. He was so surprised that he wanted to tell his friend, but when he turned around, he saw that he wasn't there. He asked if the guys had seen Li Han by any chance, but Unseo Ren assumed he had gone to the bathroom. At this very time, Li Han was on another floor of a department store far away from his friends. He walked down the stairs to the basement from where he could feel the unclean energy. He walked lower and lower, going down the stairs and past the many flights of stairs. He walked into one of the rooms that was at the very bottom and looked around. He assumed it was somewhere up ahead because the sensations were only getting stronger. But an employee stood in his way. He was very surprised at the visitor and said that it was not allowed here and apologized. He asked him to leave the place, but the celestial themes went through him and said he would see what was here first. He cut off his energy pathways, and the guy won't even remember what happened. He thought he had sensed the dark energy of the monsters emanating from the department store from the beginning. Although maybe it's because many of the items are made from monster parts on the wall, was a sign that those entering are required to carry a map. The door was locked and no outsiders were allowed in, but that didn't stop him. He hit the door with one blow of his right hand and it opened. He asked what was here. He was sure it wasn't just monster energy. He felt something familiar and thought he'd find out what it was. He walked around the room, but it was as if there was nothing there but junk, and he said he could clearly feel the energy. He was sure that an item with such sinister energy would not be on display, and it was hidden somewhere. He thought it might be behind the wall, because their school also had a place where secret books and relics were secretly stored. But tapping on the wall, he said it was thick, but he was already hoping that's where it was. Suddenly in the wall, he saw something interesting to him that caught his eye. He said that it was suspicious that the opening was only in the place he knew it would open the passage. He said he'd have to find something similar to the size of the map nearby, but someone asked who he was. It was the guards. They asked how he dared to steal and told him to surrender immediately, and they recognized him for coming with the young heir, and the demon thought they heard him kicking down the door. The guards asked if the passage was coordinated with the heir, and said if so, then he should show the map. The other guard said that someone who entered here illegally should not be treated with ceremony, even if it was the heir's guest. The demon decided that they, at first glance, seemed quite capable for guards. They decided to go ahead with the scheme. But the heavenly demon said they wouldn't succeed anyway and used his technique. The shockwave blew the guards toward the wall and they couldn't move or speak. They only wondered what kind of power this was and how to get rid of it they could do nothing about. The heavenly demon didn't want to do this, but he had no other choice so that he wouldn't be in trouble later. He said he shouldn't have stuck his nose in and he'd have to erase their memories too. He applied a memory erasing technique and directed his gaze that emitted rays directly at them. He found the very card he needed to get in and took it for himself to get in. As he inserted the card, the wall slowly began to part like a door. After a while, he stepped inside the room and looked around. Entering the room in front of him, he saw the object that the workers were guarding so fiercely. At first, he didn't realize what the object was or where it came from, or why there was such energy from it. He realized that this was the source of the ominous energy that emanated from it, so evil that it could be felt from afar. This item literally enveloped the heavenly demon upside down in evil. This item was like some sort of spear consisting of small coils on it. The heavenly demon said this was where the ominous atmosphere was coming from, and he was right. On the plaque was the inscription that the demonic arrow from beginning to end is made up of bones. The phenomenon is unexplained. He couldn't believe that an ordinary arrow could emit such a powerful evil energy. He had no way of understanding and wanted to touch the arrow, for he was familiar with the sensation. And then he decided he needed to see what the arrow was really about. And at that very moment, sounded one of the highest spells of the demonic school that extracts the soul from the body and reads the memories accumulated throughout life. He didn't know if it would work on this obscure arrow because it was usually used on a human. And when the heavenly demon cast this spell, something unimaginable happened. It felt as if some unthinkable force had struck his forehead and penetrated very deeply. She had gotten into his head and sent him to his memories. At first, he couldn't even realize it. He found himself in a place and later realized it was the world of Arrow's memories. A little while later, he heard a strange scream, and he thought he had heard it somewhere before. He assumed that there were no memories too old to see so poorly. He said thanks for seeing at least that much thanks to this spell. The heavenly demon stood in the middle of the place, and suddenly from behind he heard a rustle coming from the monster. When he turned around, he saw that it was a monster of very large size and powerful energy. It looked like a dragon made up of bones with red burning eyes. He thought it was the bony dragon he'd seen when he'd met King Lich. The beast was enormous in size and soared above the ground, right above the heavenly demon. It circled above him and dipped lower and lower to him, and now he felt it. He realized that the familiar energy felt from the arrow belonged to him, so the arrow was made with the dragon's energy stored inside it. The heavenly demon asked if it was an arrow and couldn't understand who was using such bone poles as arrows. While he was looking at the bone pillars, another monster appeared behind him who was holding an orb in his hand. The sky demon was so surprised by the light he saw that he didn't notice anything around him. It was an amazing sight. From the bone pillar a hole appeared in space. He couldn't believe it. Suddenly streams emerged from this very hole and twisted amongst themselves. And after a while, a black monster with large wings emerged from this stream. The sky demon turned to see what it was. He didn't expect to see such a monster in front of him. And when he turned finally, the arrow flew straight into his eye with incredible force. It almost pierced through his eye, and the point touched the shell of the heavenly demon's eye. But he was able to react in time and grab that arrow with his hand. His reaction was very fast. He held her with such force that she couldn't get away, and a sinister energy radiated from her. The heavenly demon thought that he hadn't seen such frenzied arrows before, and didn't let her go. He knew that one could safely place internal energy inside an arrow like a sword to enhance its power, but this was the first time he had seen an arrow that shot itself. He thought whoever was using it wasn't just shooting, and I was using magic at the same time. He reasoned that the arrow was found in the royal tomb of Karsak, and so it couldn't be said that the probability of encountering a magical archer was 0. He said that if the two meet, he would only be happy. Maybe he would get a Nidan in a place he had no hopes of. The sky demon said he was done with business and they'd have to clean up the place. The guards who couldn't move or speak were still lying on the floor. As night fell, the moon shone in all its radiance, and the hour approached for them to enter. They arrived at Mount Ami at the checkpoint at the main gate where the guards stood. The team to fight the monsters was getting closer and closer to the gate to pass through it. The guards heard the footsteps and were wary they didn't let them get any closer. They said that this place was under the protection of Heaven Warrior Academy and stopped them. They then asked who they were, and at this point the team took off their hoods to introduce themselves. He said that his name was Somun N, and 9 other people were second-year students of the Heavenly Warrior Academy and had come to fulfill a mission. The guards told them to go ahead, and the team representative should write down his name and the names of the rest of the team, and said that everything that happens in the dungeon lies entirely on them, and if something happens, the academy will not interfere. They explained that there are 4 entrances north, south, west, and east, and asked where they would go. The representative said to the south entrance. The guard said he wanted to warn them not to go to the center square of the royal tomb. There is nothing there. One team member said that most people know there is empty space in the center square with no catch, so that's why everyone is talking about it. And he added that since they were warned that there might be traps or something, Somunen asked if everyone remembered the plan and reminded them that their goal was the 4th square, leading to the heart of the dungeon. And he added that the 1st and 2nd squares have regular gargoyles on the 3rd, are reinforced, and the 4th is the strongest. He said that there are tough monsters crawling out there all the time, so don't let your guard down. And he added if they can successfully sneak into the 4th square, victory is in their pocket. Somunen asked if everyone was ready, and when everyone agreed, he said they were coming. Meanwhile, Li Han's team was approaching their dungeon, in which they were to fight. They rode in a horse-drawn wagon and were almost at the very entrance to the place. Unso-ren suggested repeating everything again and said that there are not many, but to group well, you need to know who is responsible for what. Said that she would take the vanguard and act as a defense and strike team and take on the monsters that are running in front. But she added that it was her first time, so Seojin and Philia would stand behind her and block the enemies she couldn't handle. She said that Seojin will analyze the monsters and tell them how best to attack them. And Philia will fill in the missing firepower, and that will be enough. Unso-ren just wanted to say about Li Han and remind him what he's responsible for. When she turned around, she saw him sleeping peacefully and snoring. She was shocked. Philia asked if they will pass this assessment, so Jin, that if you fight in a clear pattern, and Unso-ren couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't imagine how they would fight. She thought that no matter how much she watched, this guy didn't seem special, and thought great-grandma was wrong. She remembered talking to her grandmother, and she had told her that the warriors of the Kowloon clan couldn't handle any of the 4 guardians, let alone King Lich, and said that the Alliance knew the truth. They were aware that the Lich King's advance was blocked by their enemy, the demonic school. Great-grandmother was precisely why she wondered if the absolute demonic school warrior, who was only thought to be a rumor, had appeared at the very end, and added that it's 4 years until Mrs. Ligweather's prediction comes true. The great-grandmother said that the king will surely wake up and return, and when that day comes, terror will engulf everyone. Unso-ren couldn't believe that this guy was the one left from the demon school. But the great-grandmother replied that this boy said the same phrase as one man who lived a very long time ago. And she added that that man was already dead, and she couldn't ask her granddaughter who he was. Great-grandmother answered who he was and why he is no longer alive. It was very unexpected. Unso-ren couldn't believe it. She was in deep shock and didn't say anything. And now she was looking at Li Han, who was snoring very loudly and didn't seem special. Philia said out loud that they were in for failure and confirmed the speculation of those on the team. Unso-ren didn't know how the words of the serenely snoring boy coincided with the will of the past leader of the Alliance. At that moment, another team that was eating squid rice came to the gate. Seojin, ask your friend if he's going to be okay. He was worried sick, and said that most people take protection with them, but the demon said it would only cause trouble, and it wasn't the same item he had last time. Seojin was very surprised about which past time he was talking about, and the heavenly demon realized that he had almost blurted out. He asked his friend if there were any gargoyles that used arrows in their battles, to which he replied that maybe the boss in charge of the gargoyle pack could use abilities from the field of target shooting. Seojin asked why such a sudden question, but the demon said that even if he knew, he couldn't participate. Unso-ren asked if the boys were ready to fight, and said it was time to enter the dungeon. So Jin-A asked how their clothes were and said they were not made to order but were quite wearable. The Sky Demon told them to enter at a waltz tempo and return to their homes. They entered from the north gate. Meanwhile, on the first floor of Karsak Dungeon's east gate, Team Tang walked in and said what a huge place. The team member asked if they could be relied on, to which Tang Mu-ren clarified if she was worried not because of Pimu's past fight, and said that the Shaolin boys have been performing at their best throughout the semester, and if you add those two, they have 5 people for defense, and added that if Li Han's skills are real, they only have 3 people, and asked whose position is more favorable. The warriors from the Shaolin temple asked to stop and showed them the gargoyles. He said there were 4 of them in the first square. He added that they should act in a practiced formation and no one should relax. He ordered the battle to commence and to take up positions and keep distance between each other. 4 gargoyles jumped in front of the team and were ready to destroy them. They were huge in size and had fire in their mouths to shoot at their enemies. The order was given that the defensive unit would take over the vanguard and the rear guard would attack from behind. Li Han's team entered the dungeon. They stepped towards the monsters they must deal with. The Sky Demon said that it looked like it was them and explained that there were only a few of them and asked who would be first. Unso Ren clarified who he was talking about, and the demon asked if she couldn't see that they were curled up on top of each other, and said there were only 4 of them. Felicia explained that they didn't seem to have discovered them yet. Unseo Ren was surprised that Li Han had noticed the monsters, but Philia's answer amazed her even more. She said she had to strategize and that she was coming out ahead, but the demon asked what the strategy was and why she had to come up with it for the sake of this garbage, and turned to Philia and told her to take them all down. She couldn't see how she could do it alone. She said that even though they were regular gargoyles, they could take out 4 of them by themselves, but the demon said it was just 4 gargoyles to her. He added that they had already reached here and asked how much longer she was going to hide. Seo Jin didn't understand anything. She turned to Li Han and said that means he knew everything from the beginning and kept quiet. The rest of the team didn't know what they were talking about, and at that moment, Philia began to transform. Unseo Ren was very surprised at what she saw. Philia began to emit fiery energy around her. At this time, the gargoyles spotted their team and swarmed at them to destroy them all. Philia had powerful energy and radiated fire around her. Her eyes changed color. She told the guardian of the land Num to answer her call and climbed high up. Seo Jin was speechless. He couldn't believe that this was soul-summoning magic. Philia said she commands the Legion as a single soul and her enemies are their enemies. She ordered the punishment and threw the invading enemies into the swamp and used the Spear of the Earth. The heavenly demon was not at all surprised by what he saw calmly, and Unso Ren did not expect it. The guardian of the land Gnum was a huge beast who fought their enemies alone. Philia, I took a couple arm swings and controlled that keeper very skillfully. After a couple minutes, she said it was ready, and instead of a keeper, little bears appeared on the floor. She was standing on a mountain of cute little bears who had just killed a monster. So Jin believed that she was a soul-summoning mage, and that she would ever see such a mage live. She apologized for hiding. She said she didn't want any attention to herself, and Unso Ren reassured her that if everyone found out, she wouldn't be left alone. The heavenly demon was very wary of something in Philia's fight. He couldn't help but think about it, and realized that during the technique, she didn't use the energy of the lower Tanjan, meaning her power is different from magic or martial arts. He thought the source of this power was in the high intelligence of the upper Tanjan, which she had a vastly superior intellect compared to them. So Jin asked what level these souls were, at which Philia saw that it was medium and not yet up to high. It was the first time he had seen the spirit and asked if he could touch them, but she said she didn't recommend touching them. So Jin realized that she needed an arrow thimble to do this. Heavenly Demon asked what these so-called summoning spirits were. Seo Jin explained that moreover they are earth spirits, and they are a class above summoning spirits with other properties. The Heavenly Demon said that the level was worthless, but the ability itself was quite handy, and the friend was surprised to hear it. And asked if he hadn't seen her take down 4 gargoyles in one fell swoop. Unso Ren confirmed that soul-summoning magic was very powerful and rare, and said that there were only 10 known soul-summoning mages in all of Zhongyuan. She couldn't understand how his brain was organized. But the celestial demon replied that it was just a spit, and asked if he could learn to do that too. He said the ability is so handy, then he told them what to do and they scattered around. Somanen's team was fighting the gargoyles, and he gave orders to follow the formation and move wide, and asked them not to take their eyes off the claws. He told everyone to watch the movement of the wings while he prepared to use the technique. It was a bolt of lightning. He gathered all the power in his fist and struck the gargoyle with force. It hit him right in the chest, there shattering his core that was inside that monster. But suddenly something went wrong, and Somun-en, when he turned around, was horrified. Because everyone lost their composure, the gargoyle attackers were as many as 14. He was sure there were many of them, but they were just gargoyles, not bringing unexpected twists and turns in battle, and didn't understand why everyone showed fear. He said we can't stall here and ordered him to take the rear, and he would go forward. He rushed forward and began smashing the gargoyles in his path with a sweep of his arm. But suddenly one of the gargoyles was behind him and ready to destroy him. He couldn't take them all on and fought as best he could. His strength wasn't enough for all of them. And then he shouted for Class 2-3 to wake up immediately and start fighting against them. He asked why they were frightened and clarified whether the academy was not enrolled by Blatt. He said that if they got together, they could finish them off. But he fought 3 gargoyles at the same time. Suddenly, someone called his name because the life-threatening representative was approaching. He turned around and saw a fireball that the gargoyle had launched at him. But he didn't have time to defend himself in any way, and the ball hit him and exploded in front of everyone. The crew members were very frightened and thought that this was the end for him and that he was dead. The gargoyle that launched that fireball was also rejoicing in its victory. But suddenly he came out of the fire and said that he would not be affected by their fire, and added that he only felt sorry for the mantle, which had been damaged by fire and burned in several places. He was very angry and determined to deal with them once and for all. He used the lightning strike again and rushed straight at them with all his strength. He shouted for them to cry out and applied the lightning strike ascension to the heavens. The team members also got together and said that no one is afraid here and started throwing their punches. An order was given for everyone to follow Somanen and told not to lag behind. Soman Ying was sure that this time, one must win the first place as quickly as possible. It just had to be done. At this very moment, warriors from the Shaolin Temple were fighting gargoyles at the other edge of the dungeon. They struck blow after blow that did not bring the desired result. Monsters remained alive. The warrior's blow only created a dent in the gargoyle's head that was not uncomfortable. Then he took his spiked weapon and said he was going to hit it again with more force. He gathered all the strength in his fist and gave him a crushing blow and shouted for him to receive. He said they'd handled almost all of them and had a little more to go. Tang thought that due to the external family's honing of techniques, they didn't even need armor, and so movements were fast and attacks were devastating. The Shaolin warrior said that the rear cannot stand idle, and Tang said to Yang Mi to freeze. He used magic power and froze the gargoyles with it. He threw an ice sword that froze and immobilized the gargoyles. They couldn't move. Now it was Tan's turn. She told everyone to step aside for the strike. She took her magic item on a long chain and smashed all the monsters. They shattered into small stones from her blow and crumbled before her eyes. It was a victory. Tang thought for a moment and admitted that she didn't hope for high scores after Unso Ren left. She said there were 4 more and asked if everything was okay. She didn't think they'd make such a good team. She was sure it was realistic to get first place at this rate and told me to get it over with. At this very moment, Li Han's team was already approaching the next room. The little spirits that belonged to Philia were climbing the gargoyles looking for food. One of them climbed on it and said it was food he wanted to eat the stone monster. So Jin asked if she could find out how many of them there were in the other room. She replied that she pillars on the left side 6, and on the right side 8, just stone statues totaling 24. She was able to tell the difference between real gargoyles and stone gargoyles thanks to the earth spirits. Unso Ren reasoned that each of them should destroy 2 or more, but if they hit So Jin, he would be in danger. And I thought that in this situation, it's important how many monsters Li Han can deal with. She thought she was convinced he was capable, but for some reason, he still didn't inspire her confidence. Anyway, she's just an observer and in no position to give him orders. She thought that following him only made her nervous, and she was sure she was just as good as him. She was sure that ordinary gargoyles weren't the kind of creatures to worry about, even though there were a lot of them. She pulled out her holy weapon and said she was walking ahead. Seo Jin was surprised at her weapon. She said, "What about the 3 axe?" and asked me to remember to hold the line commanded 3. Seo Jin his archery weapon and was preparing to fight when he Unso Ren commanded 2. As Philia tuned into her fire wave and gathered all her inner strength for the fight, 1 sounded. A command was given to go forward, and everyone rushed into the room where the gargoyles were. Unso Ren prepared to attack them and had a clear plan of action. She thought that since they were in the form of a statue, they hadn't spotted them yet, and remembered that there were 6 of them on the left side. She reasoned that she could start by climbing the pillar and destroying the 2, but the sky demon was already there. He swung his fist to strike the gargoyle and said there were 14 of them. Unseo Ren couldn't believe what he was doing and why he was doing amateurish things since they had a clear plan. He swung around and with all his inner strength hit it and said, "Now 8. From such a blow, a hole appeared in the gargoyle's chest, which destroyed that monster. He massacred them one by one with airstrikes. There was no chance for them to survive. Only remnants in the form of rocks flew off the monsters, and he blew them away in an instant. Everyone was shocked, and Unso Ren realized that it was the wind fist she had seen on the Pima. She couldn't believe that he was able to destroy 6 people at once with a single blow and realized that it wasn't an object or an accident. She realized it wasn't a bluff when he said he saw no point in assembling a team. His actions were unpredictable every time. And she can't figure out what he's thinking. At that moment, more monsters swoop in. The Sky Demon asked why they were frozen since new monsters were coming. Li Han was at the very epicenter of the monsters, and the team began to advance on the remaining ones. Unso Ren said that the monsters that are on the ground will be after Philia, and she said she understood. Philia would utter a num of earth energy heard her, and she speaks through the force of the cracks that will soon separate. She asked to raise a huge stone flower and destroy the enemy that before his eyes. She commanded it to bloom, and at that moment the gargoyles were struck by the flower's rays. It was the earth flower that destroyed the gargoyles. Unso Ren praised the girl. Now was her exit. She prepared to strike with her holy weapon. She scattered and took on 3 monsters to strike at them with her sword. She took a leap and flipped high above them in the air. They didn't expect it. And then used the sword of the Moon Maiden to defeat them. She used the sword technique of the Moon Maiden and made this Moon Maiden awaken. Seo Jin was shocked and thought that she had used such a thin saber to cut the stone skin of the gargoyle like tofu. She didn't even use sword energy or external energy, but the strike was incredibly powerful due to the holy weapon. Seo Jin was sure that their team was incredible, and he didn't think they would have such success. He was upset that he was sick, or he would have fought shoulder to shoulder with the guys. He needed to start by finding something he could do. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Seo Jin turned and saw his friend, and what he had in his hand shocked the guy. He brought him the gargoyle because he thought he should take down one too, so Jin asked why he was dragging it, and said that if he comes closer, he will really shoot. The Sky Demon replied that he would shoot, and it is worth it to use the weapon once. He added that he should aim for the chest, and here if he hit a core, she would die. But Seo-jin yelled for him to put it away, and he's about to shoot. The demon said he was carrying that carcass especially for him. The sky demon tossed the gargoyle into the air and told it to do as it pleased. At this moment, the monster started screaming loudly and wanted to lunge at Seo-jin. He yelled for the monster to leave and fired his weapon right at him. When he opened his eyes, he realized that his finger had twitched by mistake, and he had hit the wrong one. The arrow hit the gargoyle right between the eyes, causing it to cry out loudly. Seo-jin was scared. The sky demon thought it was a failure, and he said to aim straight for the chest, but here he didn't listen. And underneath Seo-jin, there was a fire that couldn't be put out. He couldn't understand what it was. The girls turned around to see what was going on and asked what was wrong with Seo-jin. They immediately ran up to him and asked if he was all right. He sat on his knees and remained silent. Unso-ren asked what he shot with and clarified if it was a phosphorus shell, but he said he didn't mean to shoot. He continued that he was just confused when his friend started bringing the monster toward him and yanked his finger by mistake. They wondered what they would do if Lee Han died, but he came out of the fire and asked who died there, not him by accident. He said if he was going to water it with that stuff, let him say so in advance or he'd be dead if he was that dead. Seo-jin asked if he was in one piece, but the friend said he wasn't and asked if he would be in one piece if he were, and told him not to worry, and added that the shot was nothing, so that he would shoot like that from now on. The girls looked at him and couldn't say a word. He asked what they had amicably become fools and said, but they also had faces. The sky demon said he would reach the third room with them. Unso-ren didn't understand how he survived the phosphorus shell. She realized there was something she didn't know yet, and until she did, she wouldn't let him out of her sight. Right now, at the entrance at the southern gate of Mount Ami, the team decided to take a break. They stewed meat on the fire according to a special recipe and prepared to eat. The warrior said this special dish from On Gyu stew from Pemmican Soman-en was upset about something. A friend told Soman-en that a good job had been done, but he didn't say anything back to him. My friend asked why they did not enter the third square, as they had enough strength, although they were a little confused. He replied that there might be victims and that the third square had reinforced gargoyles, and they were very large. The friend said that if such were to be pinned to the ground, and Soman-en added that he wouldn't even have time to squeak. He said the main indicator of how safe and knowledgeable the team leadership is, and now they have added 5 people. And he added that in order to defeat the other teams, it is necessary to safely deal with at least the gargoyles of the third square. Soman-en repeated that they had intelligence, which meant that the attacks would become more varied in this place. There were always some incidents. Suddenly, in the distance from the other side, there was the sound of an explosion that everyone was surprised. A friend said the bang was loud and asked if the Tangmu-ren team happened to be in the same direction or not. Lee Han was already heading to the third room. Seo-jin said that he shouldn't go there so thoughtlessly, and asked at least not to come forward alone, but the sky demon heard nothing. Unso-ren told him to stop because he wouldn't listen to him, and they had no reason to avoid the monsters. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Seo-jin said that the third square is very dangerous, and that we need to act in a 7 times measure once cut one scheme. But the girls said they were more comfortable going that way. He thought they were all crazy. The girls gossiped that Lee Han's strength was definitely beyond the capabilities of a second grader. They only had one question as to how this was possible since his strength was unimaginable. Unso-ren was sure that she winter break something happened. Maybe he really had finished mastering the technique. At this moment, Lee Han said opening the door, and they entered the third square. And what they saw before them shocked them. The number of gargoyles was inconceivable. The sky demon said there weren't enough of them and started counting. He counted 8. And he said those thugs were different from the previous ones and said they'd be tougher. Seo-jin said that if one of them saw them, the rest of them would wake up. And that was his problem, that he was a coward all the time. But the friend didn't understand what this had to do with anything and screamed at what he saw. He turned to Lee Han and said that a gargoyle was coming from above, at which point they were almost blown away. One of the monsters took the sky demon in its clutches and dragged it upward to its lair. Seo-jin told his friend that he was a jerk because he said he needed to get out of there. And while he was scolding his friend, one of the gargoyles stealthily approached him to destroy him. Unso-ren shouted and called out his name and told him to look forward. She said they were all already awake. Seo-jin didn't immediately realize what was required of him, and he was afraid to look forward. He hadn't had time to turn around yet, but he already heard the sound of the monster that was next to him. Unso-ren immediately rushed to him to protect him from that gargoyle and save his life. She told him to duck at this moment. The gargoyle had already swung its huge paw at Seo-jin. Unso-ren threw her sacred stone that was hanging above the monster's head at the monster. And at that very moment, there was an explosion that stopped Seo-jin's gargoyle just in time to hide. This stone was able to stop the gargoyle from hurting the guy for a while. He was surprised that it was a magic stone. Unso-ren was already heading towards the monster to straighten it out. She reapplied her technique, which she possessed to perfection, and did not fail. This technique is called the Moon Maiden Sword Technique, specifically Moon Maiden Awakening. But this technique had no effect on them, which the girl was very surprised about. Seo-jin stood back and couldn't help. He told her to be more careful. At this very moment, someone used their technique called dryad roots. They bound the gargoyle and prevented him from moving. His paws were tangled in those roots. Unso-ren couldn't believe it and said that it was tree roots that restrained the monsters. Philia directed them and told the girl to hurry up. She wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Seo-jin was worried about his friend, but Unso-ren told him not to worry and that they were in much more danger. She realized that enhancement gargoyles have intelligence and hunt therefore in groups while one distracts the other attacks. She said if they split up, they're dead, so they need to huddle together and increase visibility. She asked to release Philia 2 gargoyles at a time, and at that moment, Seo-jin was to shoot one of them and added that she would take on the remaining monster. Philia tried to contain these monsters with wooden roots. She held on as best she could, but each time she did, her strength left her more and more. Her strength was failing her, and it was very difficult for her, but she held her ground. When she was ready to give up, Unso-ren commanded her to let go now. But she didn't have the strength. Her inner energy ran out, and she fell to the floor. Seo-jin said he had heard that rushing to use spells can have a side effect called chuwaima. Unso-ren said that she overexerted herself a lot. It was a failure, and in that case there was only one choice. Seo-jin offered her a potion that would restore her lost stamina and said he still had a mana-restoring potion. Unso-ren turned to Seo-jin. She called his name, and he told her that. She said that potions alone wouldn't help, and now he should fight in her place. She added that she couldn't handle them all alone, and asked if he could fight. He thought that now he wanted to send this evaluation and just get the hell out of there, but if he made a mistake, he'd be screwed. He replied that of course he could handle them. She had seen it recently. He thought he would rather die as a student enrolled through donation than abandon his comrades, and asked whom he should take. She replied that she would attack from the front and he would shoot from the rear, and told him to get ready for the second attack. Unso-ren added that his eyesight is not very good, and so one should not aim but anticipate their trajectory. He assumed she meant shooting in front of the 2 leads. She replied that he had understood correctly and asked him not to worry, they would be able to overpower them quite well. At that very moment, the roots were torn apart by the gargoyles, and they broke free and began attacking them. Unso-ren said they were coming and ordered him to be ready to attack. He wanted to answer that he understood and screamed at what he saw in front of him that was unexpected. He told her it was a fire projectile. She couldn't believe it either. It was dangerous. Unso-ren pondered what they should do and told him to protect Philia, and she herself rushed to attack the monsters alone, sidestepping the fire projectiles. Seo-jin took Philia in his arms and wanted to carry her away from there as an explosion rang out. A wave tossed them aside, and Felicia said she was hot. He asked if she was okay. Unso-ren approached the next monster to strike it, but she didn't have a plan. She jumped onto a pillar that stood nearby and ran up it all the way to the top. And from there she jumped straight at the gargoyle, flying with her sword to strike him. But the gargoyles again launched their fiery projectiles directly at her. They were enraged. She asked what was fire again and said their tricks didn't work on her and kept stepping on it. She made smooth movements and jumped step by step, coming closer and closer to them. And then she applied her technique called the stairway to the clouds. The monster tried to throw his punch but missed and didn't hit her. It was very good. And destroyed one of the monsters with the technique. The impact was so strong that its head flew off to the side. She said she was finally done with one and started on the second monster. Seo-jin couldn't do anything to help her. He was protecting Philia, but he was very impressed by what Unso-ren was doing. He thought she was fighting against gargoyles right in the air and wondered if this technique happened to be a ladder ascending to the clouds. He said that the absolute technique with which it is possible to rise higher and higher, floating in empty space. He didn't think it could be used in a way that was expected of this girl. At that moment, Unso-ren that when some attack, others attack, and so Jin is in danger. She yelled for him to beware when the gargoyle was already flying straight at him and Philia. So Jin had no choice but to use his weapon and shoot his bow straight at him. His glasses reflected this gargoyle, and he was so scared he did everything on automatic. He was left alone with the monster that came closer and closer to him, and didn't understand what that pressing feeling was all over his body. He assumed it was the oppression felt when facing an enemy. He thought he was overcome by an unknown fear and saw that 2 more were following that gargoyle. Fear paralyzed him, but he knew he had to act and he had to shoot her. But at that moment, his whole body froze like a stone. He couldn't believe that he would die so miserably. And at that moment, he heard a voice saying that now was not the time to worry about himself. The voice told him to look away because he had Philia's life in his hands. And so Jin turned to her. It was a celestial demon who said if he kept standing there, they'd both die. And he added that no matter how much you say he can't because he's never been in a battle like this, the demon said his only wish was for him to face his enemy. Unso-ren asked him what he was doing and told him to shoot the monster or it would be the end. The monsters were already quite close, but Seo-jin still stood there and did nothing. The monster was already near the guy and at this point could destroy him with a single swing. The voice said it was the last chance and to shoot, and so Jin prepared himself. He pressed the button and said that even without their words, he was going to shoot those monsters. And he did what he had to. Everyone was shocked, and only the heavenly demon rejoiced. After the shot, there was an explosion that could have destroyed the gargoyles, thanks to Sojin. The sky demon held him by the shoulders and told him it was nothing complicated, and to shoot the same way he did. He added that it was his only whim and asked to face the enemy face to face. Seojin couldn't believe that before the shot was fired, his stiffened body seemed to relax. Unso Ren shouted for him to shoot quickly and not delay. He had to do it for everyone's sake. The heavenly demon said it was his last chance and ordered him to shoot immediately. So Jin took aim and shot the gargoyles he said he was going to shoot even without their words. One of the monsters still managed to dodge the shot and was very happy about it. Seojin said, well, he dodged, but still he wasn't his target from the start. And he added that the target was the thing behind his back and he hit it. The gargoyle he hit exploded on the spot and was destroyed by the arrow shot. And the other monster flew right at him. He was very angry and wanted to shoot a fire projectile. Seojin asked where he was going to fire and prepared to fire another shot. He pressed the coveted button and the arrow went straight into the monster's mouth just as he intended. The monster collapsed to the floor, head down with a rumble, and Seojin fell to his knees as well. The monster was lying face down and not moving. The projectile was in its mouth and even deeper penetrated. Seojin thought that falling down had also succeeded in sufficiently increasing the distance between them. He knew that the second bomb had a time counter. It exploded after 5 seconds. He had to cover Philia with his body. And at that very moment, the shell that was in the monster now exploded. Shrapnel and fire sprays fell right on top of them, but he shielded the girl with his body. Unso Ren asked if they were unharmed while the celestial demon watched the whole thing from above. He thought he'd hit the bullseye and only helped him by relaxing his stone carcass. He didn't think such cold-blooded judgment would emerge in such a short time, and he could be of use to him if he were stronger. He also said that the sword technique of the Moon Maiden was nothing, and it's been a long time since he's seen it. He thought it looked almost similar. Apparently, she just hadn't fully mastered the stride technique yet, but filled that gap with the stairway climbing to the clouds technique. The heavenly demon reasoned that there was a disciple nicknamed January Empress who had comprehended the path of the sword, who had achieved great success in mastering the Moon Maiden sword technique. And he remembered that this sword was so ferocious that it was still distinctly in his memory. He was more interested in watching the battle, but he said the show was over, and it was time for him to join the others. Seojin lay on the floor and said his whole body was numb. Unso Ren said he did a great job. He agreed with her and asked how Philia was, and if she was okay because he couldn't get up himself. She replied that she was fine because he had protected her and said he didn't have to worry. Philia said thank you to him out of the last of her strength. Seojin was very happy with those words. Very happy that both Unso Ren and Philia were safe and sound. They were happy about that too. Seojin couldn't get over what had happened. He thought he was really finished. But he remembered his friend and asked where Li Han was. The girl said he was on his way. The sky demon said he could see that everyone was alive, and Unso Ren quipped that he was all blooms and smells. She said they're done for the day, and they need to get outside because it's time for them to recover. When they came out of the dungeon, they sat down in their tents and rested prepared to eat. Seojin took his trunks out of the wagon and stacked them one on top of the other and started pulling things out. The sky demon didn't understand why he would carry so much junk for the sake of catching a few monsters, but his friend said he would appreciate the contents of the wagon. He replied that even when he was penetrating the enemy's camp, he only had a sword in his hands. Seojin asked how the girls were feeling. They replied that they were fine, they had regained their strength. They asked what was going on, and he said he had brought something with him and told them not to be too surprised. The sky demon said he'd seen so much in his life that he couldn't be surprised, but that wasn't the case. So Jin said they did a great job and offered to have a drink each. The sky demon didn't understand how the bottles could be cold because it was summer, and a friend replied that their retail store had an unreleased, extreme refrigerator product. And he told me that it's a China set Geo-Western appetizer, yet there's coffee he recommends magicians drink. The celestial demon was very happy to have a cold drink and said that magic really is an awesome thing. Unso Ren thought that his intelligence was lower than theirs, had destroyed 6 gargoyles, and thought maybe he really was getting stronger through the use of clever tricks. She reasoned that he'd never had any thought of hiding his abilities, and now she wasn't sure of any of her theories. She started watching Li Han at her grandmother's request, but now she was wondering who this guy really was. They built a small fire and cooked dinner to fully recover their strength. Philia was drinking her freshly brewed fresh coffee and savoring this moment. Unso Ren said she thought it was right that they teamed up with them if only for the coffee. But later she added that she was joking, and to tell you the truth, she was a little flabbergasted, and said he had a talent as a shooter. He got embarrassed and replied that he just liked guns, to which Unso Ren said that guns are also a person's abilities, and added that she didn't expect Philia to turn out to be a spirit draftee either, which is very surprising. She said that the power was enough, but she looked constrained and asked if this was the first time she had fought with all her strength. The girl said yes. The heavenly demon asked who appears in the 4th square, so Jin replied that the gargoyles of the elite dwell there. He said that the elite gargoyles are covered in metal on the outside and inside, and their wings are thinner and stronger, so they are faster in aerial combat. Unseo Ren added that since the enemy has become stronger, they will face dangerous situations ahead, just like recently, and said that she is starting to worry about Philia. She said that unlike previous squares of gargoyles, elites will only appear 4, but thinks it's better to bait them individually. Seo Jin said that they will act on a luring strategy and need to find out which ones are fake first. Unseo Ren added that you can't overstretch Philia. Felicia said she thought it would be a little more problematic this time around. She told her that the metal was different in character, and the earth spirits wouldn't be able to tell them apart. You could try tapping, but they would destroy them, and the damage would go to her. Unseo Ren said that it would be difficult since she wasn't feeling well, and replied that she needed a couple days to recover. The Sky Demon said it would take at least 3 days to recover. He explained that spirit summoners use the upper tanjan. In this case, from the mind energy and body, it will use the mind, and this is the most important deep component. He said that exhausted stamina is restored in 2 to 4 hours and energy after 24 hours, but the mind's powers take at least 3 days to recover. Philia, if she waited that long, would be much more comfortable, but the demon said it's not about convenience, it's about necessity, and added that if a warrior injures his tanjan, he will be left disabled, and when injured, the upper mind is destroyed. He asked if she knew what he was talking about, and added that the man was going crazy. Philia said that this would only happen in the worst-case scenario, but Unseo Ren said that this is not a final exam or a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Therefore, she is obliged to rest and need not exhaust herself by exposing herself to such danger. Philia was confused, but she had nothing to do and said she would rest then. She apologized for getting a little testy, and Seo Jin asked how he knew so well about it. Unseo Ren thought he didn't care at all about other people's circumstances, but he told the truth and she thought she could trust him. And the heavenly demon said instead of sitting on his heel for exactly 3 days, he's offering to do something. So Jin thought that his abilities beyond training were worthless. The demon offered Philia a job she didn't realize what such a job was for. The demon grinned sinisterly and said, "Well, what's that like?" and added that he would tell me everything. He spoke of her spiritualism with a smile and asked him to teach him the skill. He said that summoning spirits is quite a useful trick and looks handy, and having mastered it, he would be on full alert. And she agreed. She began to draw hieroglyphics on the ground with a stick to begin her training. She later said that the preparations for summoning the spirits were complete and they could proceed. Everyone was surprised that spirits could be summoned this way, but Philia said it wasn't the most common way to do the summoning. She said that the contract is determined based on the predisposition to the 4 properties, which can be checked even with magic stones, and added that the invocation can be called a kind of greeting. If the spirit's intentions are determined, one can summon it and make a contract without offerings, but warned if the spirit didn't show interest in him, what even the most precious sacrifice wouldn't fit the call. She told him to breathe and focus on the bridge of his nose. The breath should move energy from the lower abdomen to the solar plexus, and from it to the bridge of his nose, and added that after that, he should lead her down over her shoulders. The celestial demon said he would try. Philia replied that she understood, and said that they were starting then, and got ready for the ritual. Seo Jin said that they usually check for spiritualism during the academy entrance process, and asked if he had forgotten about it. Philia crossed her arms and began the ritual and greeted her dark mother. She also greeted Gay that she supports everything below. The heavenly demon concentrated on his breathing. He was fully prepared to master spiritualism. And at that very moment, the magic circle lit up, and Philia said that she was summoning all the creatures of this world. She put her hands up and asked to show herself in front of her and give her her answer. The Sky Demon asked if it worked, to which the girl said yes to begin with, but it was unknown if there would be a reaction or not. When he opened his eyes, the magic circle in front of him was glowing, and something began to crawl out of it. Shown was someone's small paw that was on fire. Seo Jin couldn't believe it was there. He asked who it was, and out of the center came out a salamander. It is a lower-rank spirit of the property of fire. The heavenly demon couldn't believe that he had gotten some palm-sized lizard. Philia said that this one was understandable, and explained that the invoked spirit has a connection with the character of a person, and spirits of water are suitable for calm and rational people. Spirits of wind appear in free people. She said that even though he had a lower rank, but had been summoned without a catalyst, so the energy expenditure would be great, she offered to approach him and share thoughts with him. The heavenly demon said that the lizard had taken a lot of energy and was emitting fire around it, but it was the size of a palm. When the celestial demon touched the lizard, her eyes widened and she froze, and then she jumped off and got away from him quickly. He didn't realize what was going on here. Philia was also very surprised when she saw that the lizard had 2 heads and asked what was going on. At that very moment, the lizard jumped into the fire and vanished, only in time for Philia to shout after it to stop. So Jin couldn't believe that the salamander had died by jumping into the fire, but Philia assumed it had just gone back into the fire. The heavenly demon looked at everything that was happening and understood why this was happening. He asked what it meant, but Philia said she didn't realize she was facing this for the first time. It was the first time she had seen a spirit that had itself rejected the summoner, and fled. Usually they would be friendly and attached. The sky demon thought his energy was to blame for everything. Philia tried to figure out what had happened. She then said it looked like he was scared, but the demon asked what exactly he might have been scared of. She assumed he was the one who had scared that child little salamander that came to him. Everyone went to sleep in their tents. The sky demon and Seo Jin slept in one. But Kuok Ken couldn't fall asleep. He lay with his eyes closed and kept thinking about something. After a while, he opened his eyes, and it was clear from his expression that he was angry. He said he got angry just thinking about it and couldn't sleep. He thought it was illogical. He reasoned why some lower spirit had come to him. If the call is made by him, then a higher-ranked spirit must come out. Having reached the level of an escaped demon, he has learned a power similar to a small space when turning a jet of wind into a ferocious typhoon and fire into a fire demon. He thought he had a level of limit demon now compared to then, but doesn't think it had an effect. He was angry because he had been sent by a low-ranked little spirit and stolen 3 energy captchas from him. Thus, his pride was tarnished. He decided he would stop thinking about it because he could only trust his 2 fists. In his musings, he didn't even notice his friend was next to him, and thought he was exhausted and passed out quickly. Heavenly Demon thought about how he was lucky to have lived so many years to be in the company of the minnows, although he had done it before. Back then, he was most likely moving to the level of an escaped demon, and was once inspecting Zhongyuan with his subordinates. It was a mindless outing, in which as now there were a bunch of types hanging on his tail, and there was no childish purpose. Everyone was just having fun. Someone slammed a fist on the table and said he was fit enough for chapter status, and said that it was a minor difference. It was the deputy head, who within the walls of the school behaved rigidly and strictly. The types who were part of the so-called direct submission defense squad dared to point their fingers at him. The guy said one of them did something disgusting, and he felt sorry for him. The other replied that it was a person with a pathetic level of chocholshun telling him. There was a real morass in which the chiefs of 3 divisions fought over a deer leg, and the defenders standing next to him begged him to separate them. At that time, he was absorbed in calligraphy, so he didn't care about anything else. After this incident, he never went out to Zhongyuan again, and going back to school for almost 100 years were spent exclusively in training. The Sky Demon thought why looking back now, it was hard not to wonder why he spent so much time on mere training. The Sky Demon thought why looking back now, it was hard not to wonder why he spent so much time on mere training. After all, he didn't even want to leave his physical body and ascend to the world of immortals. He tried everything he wanted, so he doesn't regret anything, and basically never felt lonely. In the end, after a time, all that was left was this body, and his life was a bit empty. Suddenly, everything around him changed, and he found himself where the sky was everywhere else. The heavenly demon couldn't understand where he was, and what the strange phenomenon was around him. He realized that he was in his original body, and this was not reality, but his inner world, who had called him here. He did not understand. He heard a voice saying that even looking at this picture, he still couldn't believe it. The voice said he answered the call as he thought it was the demon king calling him. He asked why it was him who called. The heavenly demon had no way of knowing who he was. Fat was not even a creature, and the demon interrogated what he was. And this being replied that he is a fatalist, he is the source of all worldly chaos and shadows. Kuok Ken was in shock. He didn't know who a fatalist was and didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. And he remembered the same spirit summoning that Philia had helped him do. Then he had 3 more caps of energy blown away. And he laughed and said that someone like him just can't get out, just a lizard you can't look at without tears. And the celestial demon said that means he is the very spirit that answered him. The creature said you could also call him a spirit and asked who he was and how he summoned him. The demon replied that he was his master now, and he was able to summon him thanks to the unrivaled skills of his original body, and added that let him consider it an honor. The creature was surprised that it was his master. It once again asked who its master was, and the heavenly demon thought that this guy had a temper. And I thought it was also said that spirits are friendly with affection. The creature only started laughing loudly and said that he did make him laugh. He couldn't believe that some mortal dared to summon him and kept laughing. Suddenly waves started coming from this small creature, and the demon asked what it was. At first it was like waves, and then it was like a rain of energy streams. At this moment, the heavenly demon was finally confused and didn't understand what was going on. A little later, that rain turned into a rain of fire and continued to fly straight at him. And the creature told him to attack him and suggested he see if he had the right to be summoned, and offered to see if his skills were enough to control it. The demon didn't realize what it was. When this rain of fire hit, there was an explosion, and the heavenly demon was able to dodge it. He got very angry and loudly asked how the man dared to attack stealthily. The creature was very surprised that the heavenly demon was lucky enough to dodge, and then he taught him another lesson and told him to try to endure it too. An energy arrow flew out of the creature and shot high and sharp. The sky demon said that since he didn't know his master, he'd have to teach him a lesson, and applied his technique. The creature only laughed and said it was fire magic, And did he really think it would work? The demon said that the enemy is like an immortal creature, and physical attacks won't work, so it will burn him with fire energy, and added that whether it worked or not, they'd find out now, and blew up everything around him. But the creature only said that he had already introduced himself, but he still didn't understand anything. It said that if it did so, it would immediately realize who it was, and it kept its promise. The sky demon was very surprised at what he saw, and the creature asked a familiar face, "Isn't it Lily?" and said that in everyone lurks its own darkness, and this darkness is him, and this is the appearance of which he is ashamed and frightened most of all. The celestial demon asked who he thought he was pulling these tricks on, and the creature in his guise replied that he was denying his own identity, and said that then let him try to feel, being shrouded in chaos, what kind of creature he is. The creature gathered all its energy in its hand, and the demon couldn't believe that energy. The creature used a technique that was known to him, and it was the heavenly demon blast. The sky demon used the same technique and tried to defend itself. The powers were on par, and the creature said it was an interesting power. The demon couldn't believe that he could even use demonic attacks, and moreover, his power repulsed him. He thought it was impossible to replicate the technique just by seeing it. He couldn't realize what his true identity was. But no sooner had he thought about it than the creature used the super-strength steel energy technique. The heavenly demon was thrown back by this impact force, and he thought that no matter how hard this type was to deal with, he was very uneasy. He looked down from the top down below when there was an explosion below where the celestial demon was. From that eye comes a deep oppressive feeling like a black color that has swallowed up all other colors, an unpleasant sensation from just looking at it. The 7 states of mind and the 5 desires, having reached the limit, mix with each other and become a viscous substance, truly extreme chaos. Now he realized why he had been drafted for his explosive and aggressive fire-like temperament. The noblest ideal that demonic energy pursues is not destruction, not creation, but eternal chaos. He realized that if the man standing before his eyes was chaos and demonic energy, there was only one thing left to do. The heavenly demon gathered all of his internal energy into his fist and smashed the stone that was on him. The creature couldn't believe it and asked if he still wanted to continue, and the demon replied that they weren't done yet. He got up and turned to the creature and asked if it knew what it liked best. He said that he liked to grapple with strong types like him, and for that, he had honed demonic techniques, and he applied the heavenly demon's step domination technique and told him to try again. To which he replied that it wasn't hard for him to do and did the same as the demon. The heavenly demon couldn't believe that he had replicated this too, and even the shapes of the techniques were identical. But I figured his experience would overwhelm him with anticipatory tactics, and he began anticipating his opponent's every move in an attempt to do damage. The creature said it was very interesting, and he went into the melee out of the blue. It said he was trying very hard as if he was trying to let his guard down, and asked what he would do if the strategy from not working the demon thought he was cocky, and offered to see how much longer he could be as carefree as he was now. The creature said that originally he was just going to play, but now he changed his mind as the first soul that matched so well with him. He said that after his victory, he would personally take possession of his soul and struck the heavenly demon. Ken was very good at dodging every attack of this creature. I stayed alive. He was very angry with him. The rage was already at its limit and something had to be done. He was very angry that the creature was completely copying him and told it to stop doing it. And the creature hit him and told him what he got and asked him what he was going to do next. The heavenly demon said he would finish everything at once and use the flame of destruction technique. He gathered a large energy ball for his throw and said he was caught at last. With all his might, he threw this ball at his opponent, and there was an immediate explosion. But at that very moment, a creature that was alive and unharmed reappeared from the explosion, and said that the end had come. Just this mortal. The celestial demon could not believe his eyes, because the creature applied 2 techniques at once, the sacred defense technique, and the great shift of heaven and earth. And with this technique, it struck directly at the heavenly demon, causing it to fly far away. The heavenly demon was thrown from one side to the other and hit the ground each time. And the creature laughed and said that he spins like a worm and such a floundering is just like him. It said that worthless attacks, one similar to the other, wouldn't go over well with him and asked if he could finally feel the difference. The heavenly demon thought it was a shame he was floundering around on the ground in order to survive. He figured it was as strong as that Lich King, though it still prevailed in the power to control darkness. The demon said that this anger didn't compare to what he felt during the battle with the Lich or when his level dropped to sacred demon. He couldn't believe there was someone looking down on him like a third-rate creature. The creature asked if their games were over, but the celestial demon decided to launch his attack, though he felt instinctively that this jump would be his final attack. And indeed, he was caught off guard by this unknown creature that brings chaos. The heavenly demon gathered a power in his palm that was incomparable to anything else, and said that even if his soul leaves him, he'll only leave after striking him, and used a technique and a power that was capable of destroying everything around him. The creature said it was a power that encompassed even darkness and smiled sinisterly. The heavenly demon made an attack and shouted for him to receive. He was very angry. This technique is one of the strongest and is called Dark Spirit Heavenly Demon. The creature said much more interesting than it seemed at first glance, and was ready to attack. It wasn't afraid of anything, and it was excited about what was happening, and told him to throw himself at it. The demon couldn't believe how he was still alive and what to do to finally end it. Their fight continued for a very long time. Their forces were equal and no one wanted to concede. The creature said he fights to the last man with only human perception, and it's incredible. It said it was much better than the worthless demon king, and apologized for its demonic and ill-mannered behavior. But it's a little early for recognition, and it's not enough to run it. It told him to come back and not yet ready to be ruled, and took its former form. The heavenly demon was very upset. His ego was hurt, he didn't understand what had happened, and said he was so insolent that he dared to order his master around and couldn't calm down. The core that was inside the creature began to split into small pieces, and then disappeared completely, but said they'd see each other again soon. For the heavenly demon, it was a defeat. He was falling into the abyss exhausted. She felt so pathetic after becoming an executive with that very skeleton head. He had felt anger then, but now there was only confusion inside him during the battle with the king. The defeat had not been so humiliating. He thought as he flew that when he got out of there, he knew exactly what awaited him. And at that very moment, he woke up in the tent on a bed, barely alive and unable to move. He lay still, his insides aching, ashamed of such a defeat. Demonic energy raging through his veins at the rate he's going. He'll fall into a state of chukovaima. He knew this and would only survive by pressing on the acupuncture point of the great artery. With difficulty, he overpowered himself, controlling his hand, pressed the point several times. It was an unbearable pain, both in his arm and on his chest, as he pressed it against his chest. And at that very moment, blood began to develop through his veins and he began to come to his senses. And inside him, there was an incomprehensible feeling, as if he didn't belong to himself. But feelings began to emerge. Finally, when he fully came to his senses, he thought it was possible to go crazy after something like that. He sat down and said he almost reclined again and berated his unready body for all this. He thought that the clothes had turned to shreds, and the pieces of cloth were proof that he was not in a dream or under an illusion. That place was nothing like the real world, and wondered where he was then. And when he remembered everything that had happened there, he got angry again and asked how he dared at all. He thought that he couldn't even use his own power and ended up losing in disgrace. Moreover, he remained unharmed after his attack. He decided to ask Philia what had happened to him first. Since it was the work of a spirit, he should visit the one who bound them. Before doing so, he decided to reset his body back to its original state. Until now, the anger wouldn't let him go. At this very moment, his friend Seo Jin was practicing and trying to improve his shooting skills. He shot at the target several times, but it was all wrong, and he was getting very frustrated. He thought he should shoot with the same attitude he had then, but he wasn't getting anywhere yet. With another shot, he hit the bullseye, but it was still the wrong shot. His strength was already running out, but he did not want to give up and continued training. He said that he knew that in just a day, the skills would not get any better, and a lot of arrows had already been spent. He said he had launched several dozen arrows but only hit once, and added that he still had a long way to go. He fell to the ground and lay panting, thinking how he could improve his shooting, and suddenly remembered. He was literally on the verge of life and death, but suddenly the voice relaxed him. He was sure that he was finally no longer some kind of burden, and there was some use for him too. And then he heard someone's footsteps, and didn't give up hope that he would do well in the future. He thought his friend had been in about the same position his first year, and now it was like he was a different person. Techniques have improved, and grit has increased, however shocking is his crazy confidence. Seo Jin wanted to ask him to reveal his secret, and no matter how much money it would take. Immediately he realized that no matter what he thought it was some kind of kindergarten, he was very upset about it, and decided to take another shot. Thanks to Philia, they rest for 3 days and can still practice. At this moment, a heavenly demon came out of his tent and headed towards Philia. And Philia had just woken up and was enjoying the fragrance of the flowers near the tent. She couldn't even believe that there were wildflowers growing next to the monster-infested dungeon, so she could get some fresh air. Before entering the academy, she spent a lot of time in the woods, and in crowded places it's hard to breathe, and she didn't strike up a conversation with anyone. And she thought it was the reason the class didn't make her presence felt, but she didn't care. She saw a beautiful flower and decided to touch the wildflower with her hand. But at that moment, something happened that she hadn't expected in any way, and she was very upset about it. This flower immediately wilted after she touched it. She was very frightened. And I thought that when she tries to get close to other people, they get as scared as these plants, and decided to keep a little more distance from the guys in case her secret got out. At that moment, a heavenly demon approached her and said he wanted to ask her a question. Suddenly, someone shouted very loudly, and the whole neighborhood heard it. Philia asked what was the matter, and the man replied that he yells a lot stronger than the gargoyles. Heavenly demon said, since she has spiritualism, will help him and ask the spirits because there are only 4 natural elements. And he said that in his dream he saw this weird dude, black, aggressive, and very strong, called himself the Shadow King. and added that it was too real for a dream to be a nightmare. Philia asked if he was talking about the Shedu race, and added that if he said king, they couldn't be human. The demon asked him to be clearer. She meant the shadow spirit is a kind of shadow spirit and it also combines with it. But it's just not believable, because the probability that a normal person has a talent for spirituality is 1 in 10,000, and by themselves, shadow spirits are very rare. She said since he called himself a king and more so a source means that spirit is of the highest class or even more, and added that the spirit cannot lie about itself, or else at the slightest misstep the host will destroy it. She said that his case was not rare, but unlikely, though not exactly absurd. The demon thought haughtiness could overcome him, and the more he listened, the more he realized he was an unusual type. The demon was very angry, and he didn't know what to do with him. Philia wondered if he was okay. She said that maybe it was a bit of a weird dream, because he can already control fire spirits, and that's already impressive. But suddenly the celestial demon uttered an utterance that shocked her. It was Fatalist. The sky demon repeated that he said his name was Fatalist, and asked if she had heard that name. Philia was very scared, said she hadn't heard, and quickly got away from him. The sky demon remained sitting alone like that, and didn't understand why she had such a reaction. He was lost, and thought he ended up at the starting point. I didn't know what to do next. He realized that he couldn't beat him now, and thought it was worth a try after reaching the level of an escaped demon, but that would require a Nedan. He decided that he would have to hurry up a bit with this dungeon to finish his business. At the north end of Mount Ami, the instructor came to the instructor with a report on the progress of the assessment. And they said that first the exams all die at once. He asked for a report because there are so many things to do. Hogak read that the third square with only 4 members was passed by Unso Ren's team. The instructor said the case was unusual and much faster than the other teams, and now they were camped. He said the other teams also took a break to strategize and recuperate, so the results could change on square 4. He said he would go then, but Hogak asked where he was going and the mountain of documents waiting to be filed, to which I got the reply that he was still as busy as ever and didn't look good. At that moment, Nam Seo Cheon Gung Seong Benim walked in and asked how the evaluation was going. Hogak clarified what he had come for. He replied that as the head of the special assignment, he had come as a check and had something to hand over, and asked everyone to step back for a while. Hogak couldn't understand what he was going to say. The instructors went outside and said their eyes were blinding and how long it had been since they had seen the sun. He thought that everyone ran out as if they were waiting for him to come, and asked him what was keeping them locked up here, to which Hogak replied that they were not, and asked if the instructors were not all like that. He said that judging by the fact that they behave this way every time during the 3 annual events, it's just a simulation. Hogak asked why he came and said he didn't think it was because of curiosity, and Nam So Cheon said yes. He asked about the unknown source of mana that had appeared in the Karsak royal tomb last year and asked how things were progressing. He said that just as they had expected, the amount of mana inside the dungeon was gradually increasing, but recently the level had changed drastically again. He said that there's no explanation yet, but the report clearly shows that 1 or 2 new gargoyles appear every quarter. Namso Cheon said that no matter how many times you catch these gargoyles, they regenerate after a month. Hogak said that originally this dungeon was not destroyed and was just left for the students to study. He added that the problem was that it was the number of elite gargoyles that had increased by as many as 5. Namso Cheon is surprised that there are 5 elite gargoyles and says he realized what's up. He said upstairs just put forward the decision to remove everyone from the royal grave. Karsak, the head of the department, gave such a decree. Hogak said there is likely no other place where students can safely accumulate real-world combat experience, and the current assessment will be the last. Nam So Cheon said that as soon as it was over, Mrs. Lig Weezer would arrive. Hogak was very surprised by this. Nam So Cheon added that it looks like she's thinking of using a meteor, and the neighborhood will be completely swept away. At this moment, Soman N's team was going to the 4th square, where they were scheduled to have elite gargoyles. The team asked exactly if they could use it, to which the commander replied that as much as they wanted, as long as they remembered to return it. There were giant's belts that increased muscle strength by 30%, and sharpness scrolls that contained mana that maximized the sharpness of knives. The team said that with this equipment, even the physical fortitude of elite gargoyles is not scary, and asked how many planned to slaughter. Soman N replied that 3 and more, and he prepared himself so that he could successfully complete the raid no matter what. They agreed that in real combat, the more thorough the preparation, the better, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of these things when they come in handy. Soman N added that when he's a Muramek, there's always one hidden ace up his sleeve. Everyone thought that in order to take first place, such a move was obvious. The commander said that everyone was in the same position and suggested not to hide anything. He was sure that their team just couldn't help but win and offered to show their skills in all their glory. Tan was also sure that the advantage was on their side in this fight, and asked them not to sweat it. She asked if everyone had taken the one piece she handed out, and everyone said yes. It was a deadly corrosive poison that, due to its high acidity, melts metal, causing irreparable damage. She said not to forget that you need to maximize the enemy in one place, the team added, and draw them to a certain distance, and then hold them for 10 seconds. Tan said right and asked to buy time. First place will be on their team. She wasn't worried. The warriors from the Shaolin Temple were ready to fight, and Tang said it was super preparation, just chic. The Celestial Demon's team was also undergoing training, and he was trying to recover his internal energy. When he finished his meditation, he said he thought he'd be gone by then. He squeezed his kune again and decided to see if there was anything left or not. When he unclenched his fist and pulled his finger out, he realized nothing had changed. He thought that like a remnant of fire after a forest fire, the Fatalist had exerted his influence on his inner energy by penetrating all the energy pathways. The Sky Demon said that when he thinks of him, he gets angry, but since it's over, it can't be helped. He realized that he had to think in cold blood, and now there was no chance of victory. His inner strength was almost close to infinite, and the purity of demonic energy was better. He thought if he had a level of escape demon to even look at, there would be nothing to look at. He would apply the big bear release technique and done. He knew it was not easy to suppress him, and obedience could not be assured, but once he had disgraced him, he would not get off with a simple beating. Seo Jin walked over to him and asked if his clothes fit him, to which the demon replied that they were the same as they were before. Everyone was just waiting for him. When he came out of the tent, there were already girls standing outside waiting for him, and they said they were coming. Demon said that this dungeon is already starting to bore him and wanted to get away quickly, but a friend said that there is no boss. Finally, they reached the 4th floor and noticed that the door was a little different. The Sky Demon moved closer to the door and said he was opening it, and everyone got ready. When the door opened, they didn't notice anything strange. He calmly walked inside. They walked a little further, and Philia was very surprised, and Unso Ren noticed what it was. The room was very empty, and it was a rather unusual place. They wondered if this room had a specific purpose. Unso Ren said that there are no statues here, but there are a few columns and no signs of gargoyles. Philia told everyone to look over there, and there was a drawing on the wall. The drawing seemed to show a dragon that emits fire, or a mage destroying a monster, although it could be a human, and there are many gargoyles around. Seo Ren was sure that this drawing was there for a reason. Seo Jin assumed it was the story of the gargoyles. He said that this is found in ancient tombs where there is no text, or in the royal court because of restrictions in the transmission of oral information. The text was replaced by pictures. He told me that overall, it was a typical narrative of saving mouths being destroyed by dragons mages, and others it was them gargoyles, and went on to say that they eventually met a free being possessing a powerful force. The Sky Demon said he didn't need to read it, and they would look in the books. Later he didn't understand why the story, and just wanted to take down the gargoyles. He looked up and saw that on the ceiling there were no gargoyles, only scribbles, but this drawing was a little unusual. It was a man with wings. He was different from the others. The demon saw that he had a bow in his hand. He couldn't believe it was the same type. Suddenly they noticed that the gargoyle drawn on the ceiling was not a drawing at all. And the celestial demon ordered to prepare for battle because they are on their way and very near. Unseo Ren said that there's no place for them to appear, and he told her to take a closer look at the ceiling. She asked if he meant to say that they would emerge from that drawing on the ceiling. Everyone was surprised, and Seo Jin said that gargoyles couldn't come from such a place. They thought that if they didn't go with Li Han, they would take his words for nonsense, however. Unseo Ren said to have Philia form a protective wall, and for this dungeon, it's perfectly normal for monsters to appear at any time. They all got ready, and she was sure that the enemy would be coming soon. Philia began to form a wall. The heavenly demon stood very still and thought that they had finally gotten what he was saying. He said he was just wondering what was crawling around in there and orders to watch from there and enjoy it. Philia told them to resist all storm waves and erect a wall the moment an earthen wall appeared. The Sky Demon turned to his friend. He called him by name and told him one thing. He suggested he try it once first and ordered him to shoot. Seo Jin was very afraid, but at the same time he was glad that the heavenly demon had offered to let him do so. At this moment, an elite gargoyle that was different from the previous ones began to emerge from the pattern on the ceiling. The sight of it was very intimidating. It seemed to have several eyes and a huge mouth. Seo Jin prepared and fired, and the arrow flew directly into her mouth. And when it reached its target, there was an explosion right next to this gargoyle. The instructor, who was sent to oversee, watched from around the corner and watched the progress of the assignment. Assistant Martial Arts Faculty Professor Han Woon couldn't understand how he attacked first, and how he knew about it. The explosion was so strong that there were still sparks flying in different directions. When the fire went out, there was smoke from behind, which nothing could be seen, but the drawings shone through a little. Everyone watched and waited for Seo Jin to ask you if he hit it or not, and didn't take his eyes off the ceiling. But after a second, they realized that not only did it not hit, but it woke up all the other gargoyles that were flying right at them. So Jin said he didn't hit and asked if Philia was holding up, to which she said she was fine for now. Unseo Ren asked as she opened the passage, so Jin asked if she was going to go out alone now. She said no, and we'll go with Li Han and told Seo Jin to take up the rear when they get back. The Sky Demon thought that they would go outside the protective wall and deal with the monsters. If the situation became dangerous, they would go back in and the friend would cover them. He said the strategy was effective and understandable, but if the attacks were concentrated on one person, he would simply die. Unso Ren threw something to Li Han and asked him to take it. So Jin asked what it was. She said that with this thing, he would become twice as fast. It was a haste ring, speeding up movement, and a floor-milling brooch, increasing flight time. She asked how he was doing and clarified if he could fight even better than he had before. He laughed and replied that she was asking if he could fight even better. He thought that some little girl was asking him that question. Philia started to open the passage. The Sky Demon said that since he wanted it that way, no problem, and thought he'd leave her one gargoyle. Somanen's team was ordered to never go forward one at a time, because if the monster dodged, it would become even angrier. The gargoyles were attacking with such power that it was very hard to resist them. One of the gargoyles attacked a team member and did significant damage that caused casualties. The team thought they had a casualty, but the commander said not to worry, and he was just whisked away. He didn't think the monsters would jump out of the drawings, and because they didn't have time to prepare for the attack, the whole team is overwhelmed. He thought it was a good thing that they had time to jump aside thanks to the objects. Without it, it wouldn't have even been possible to defend themselves. One of them asked if he was okay, and he said he thought he wasn't hurt anywhere, but it was very hard. Soman En said to act more decisively and boldly, and they would deal with one first. He told them to use everything they had and ordered them to advance on the monsters. He told them to keep the gargoyles at bay and keep striking. But the elite gargoyles had a lot of power to deal with. Was not an easy task. At that moment, one of the monsters decided to use a fire throw, and the commander noticed it. From the monster's mouth came a stream of endless fire that reverberated through many of his warriors. Somanen thought that the attacks didn't affect him at all, and asked where he got such defensive power from. Told the vanguard to deal with the wounded. He thought he could get the team's morale back by killing one monster. And he told GYU and Koshil to get rid of the monster that looms before their eyes. They said they agreed and followed. They didn't have time and rushed forward. GYU began to clear a path for them and rushed the very first one on one of the monsters. Somanen was very surprised at his friend's boldness and praised him. It was a good attack. Koshil drew his sword and struck one of the gargoyles with it with incredible force. With his sword, he hit her right on the wing and yelled for that monster to get it already. The gargoyle was caught off guard by him, and it didn't expect it, and so it suffered a bit. Koshil was overjoyed and only wanted to ask how she got such a kick as he got stabbed in the back by another monster. It was a fatal blow, and he fell right on his back. He was immobilized and exhausted. Somanen had no choice but to use his secret weapon. He gathered his inner strength into a fist and asked how dare she touch his friend. He fought the gargoyle with his holy weapon. There was fire and smoke everywhere. And when he struck again, he saw the core show up, and it was awesome. He jumped high up and said that was the end of him and swung his sword. But at that very moment, another gargoyle flew up and grabbed his sword, and he couldn't strike. And in the warrior's hands, the sword began to come alive, and an energy appeared that helped him. He was very surprised and couldn't believe it and asked again what it was, not energy or swords. It was Zhang Cheondo who said that's not why she took those gloves and the sword energy from him. Soman En told him thank you, but he replied that he would thank him later. Zhang Cheondo said that the situation was far from in their favor and suggested that they end it there and retreat. But the commander disagreed with him. To which the one said that without his command, the two monsters became concentrated to attack the rear, but they are only valued by the healers and strike unit, and said that the longer this fight went on, the more damage they would take, and if the gargoyles got any bigger in the worst-case scenario, their team would be wiped out. Soman En didn't want to retreat because they hadn't caught a single gargoyle yet. Zhang Cheondo said that there are still 2 more days until the evaluation is over. If he's stubborn, he might not come back here tomorrow. He added that the leader of their team was him and asked to decide faster because it was dangerous. Tang's team was also struggling to fight off the gargoyles, and the throwing group was ordered to drop everything. They gathered up all the poison weapons Thane had given them and threw them at the gargoyles nearby. The poison made the metal begin to melt, and the Shaolin Temple warrior ordered the rearguard group to move forward. Tan offered to throw a few more bottles, but the team said these were the last ones. She thought that would be enough, and was sure the fight wouldn't last that long. She said she brought a deadly poison capable of corroding metal when they hit the gargoyles the first time the paralysis effect worked. But these monsters are getting used to the poison. They shake it off and roll around on the floor, and the splashes do damage to them as well. Pan Manu was told that Junior had been poisoned. He ordered to go back and neutralize the poison. He too would go back and clean up the formation. He was sure that advancing now would only increase the number of casualties on their part. Tang ordered everyone to prepare to retreat, and Yang Mi included. She was surprised. Thane decided that they needed to change their strategy. They had underestimated their intelligence too much, and without even more preparation, the gargoyles would not be defeated. Yang Mi applied the mirror image to distract the monsters from their retreat. The warriors of the team were surprised at this mirror image, for it was as if there were 2 of them. They told the rear guard that this was a signal of retreat, and added that they should not think of fighting further and should run away. Thane ordered the entire team to leave right away, and everyone rushed after them. Upstairs was the instructor monitoring the battle. She was surprised that they were already retreating. She said it was a shame but not a bad decision. She thought that was it, and decided to evaluate them as the leaders of the team. She named Tang Mu Ren and Pang Yun as the teamwork and judgment excellent, but their individual fighting power was lacking. She could have given them an extra point for lack of casualties, but the team failed to cast a large-scale containment spell, and they didn't catch a single elite gargoyle. She thought she had 2 more days left, and hoping they wouldn't let up, she wondered if the others were done or not. And Li Han's team was very interesting. He actually climbed into the gargoyle to get the cannonball. The instructor watching was so shocked he couldn't even move. The heavenly demon just mercilessly stuck his hand into the monster and took out its core from there. He was very happy with what he had done and proud of it. He shocked his team. Another gargoyle crept up from behind and wanted to strike with its long clawed paw, but the celestial demon stood by her side and didn't even try to defend himself. He just dodged her blows. It was like he was playing with her and saying that she thought she could reach it by waving her stumps like that, and said it's too late to react after her enemy, although no matter how much she says, she won't get it. Unso Ren thought that he dodged all 5 or 6 blows in the blink of an eye, moreover not even making contact, but just dodging. She was sure he was not fighting, but playing as if with a child, and the celestial demon asked if the monster was finished. And then he said he was taking his hands out of his pockets to deal with him. The elite gargoyle didn't understand why he wasn't afraid of her, and was acting this way with her. He took his hands out of his pocket and let his energy flow into her. It began to spill all over her body. And then the monster didn't belong to himself anymore. He changed color and started shooting fire. The heavenly demon struck the gargoyle with his fist with all the strength he had, and flew to the next one to deliver another blow that would be her last. He jumped on top of her right on her back and made a final thrust at her. The monster was lying on the floor with no strength to resist, and a heavenly demon was sitting on top of him. He charged his hand with energy, put it on his back to reach the core. And he said the core was in his back, so he's going to finish the job. The instructor, who was overseeing the entire assignment, was so shocked that he still couldn't come to his senses. He started digging around in the monster's back looking for that core, and after a moment he said he found it. He ruthlessly pulled it out of his back and got that core out and was very pleased with his work. Seo Jin stood back and just couldn't figure out who it was. He didn't recognize his friend. The heavenly demon said that it was certainly not Needon, but he would need these items as well. The new elite gargoyles were already standing in front of him, preparing to destroy him. He told them to attack and called them pieces of old iron. They were very angry that he destroyed one of them and would do anything. One of the monsters stepped forward and prepared to strike. Heavenly demon asked if he was next, and turned to Unso Ren what she was doing. He said he could finish it alone, and if they were going to leave, then let them say so now. She asked it who was scrambling around and used the speed enhancement magic technique. She told him not to be surprised. Later, she took her sword and headed towards them and then used a haste. She was confident of her victory and very determined. She rushed straight at the monsters, swept past the celestial demon towards the monster, at which he was very surprised. She was already standing one-on-one face-to-face with this gargoyle and ready to attack. The monster had already begun to be piled on by Unso Ren's beams of energy that she planned to use to defeat them. She delivered her most powerful blow and surrounded the gargoyle with her sword. But she couldn't believe what had happened. She'd spent so much effort, and there was no effect. He only had scratches on him. She couldn't believe their skin was so tough, and decided that if you save your inner energy, you can die in no time at all. You have to squeeze all the strength out of yourself. She tuned in again, gathered all her strength, and was ready to go all the way to destroy this monster. At this time, another monster was already getting close to the heavenly demon. He asked what he wanted, and kicked him with his foot. The heavenly demon scattered once again and threw all of his internal energy at the gargoyle. He struck the monster on the head again with all the force he possessed. The gargoyle was in shock. He hit her right in the nose, which made her fall down, and he thought it would be a while before the end of the fight. He said it was time to call it a day, but at that moment something happened that he didn't expect. In front of him and the monster, the earth spirit Philia appeared in front of him and the monster, asking for food from the monster. Suddenly it grew to a huge size and was ready to massacre the monster by eating it. He lunged right at him and said it was his food. The monster had no strength. He fell to the floor with a clatter and lay there not moving for some time and not breathing. The sky demon was surprised by this creature and asked what else it was. He only looked at it. It was an earth elemental that had the form of a golem, and the heavenly demon realized that it was the spirit of Philia. This spirit was huge in size and very strong. He had big muscles. He raised his hands up and struck the ground with all his might, thus preventing the monsters from moving. The gargoyle was simply blown away by a single blow from this golem. It was so powerful and strong. She said that she was very worried because it was her first time using this spell, but luckily, she managed to kill one monster. But the celestial demon was very angry because he was about to finish off the monster. She took it from him. The blows from the monsters came from different places, were clear and sharp attacks. Unso Ren was still continuing the battle with one monster so could not destroy it. Striking blow after blow, she hoped she would get lucky and be able to handle him. She saw that a crack had appeared, and now she had to hit harder and open it up. She swung her sword and begged for some of the core inside it to show. As she tuned up, she struck her blow at the monster and was in anticipation of whether or not she had succeeded. The monster fell to the ground with a clatter from the impact, and she wondered if she had succeeded. And at that very moment, she saw the kernel come out, and she did. She thought that the internal energy was already at 0 and should finish quickly as suddenly the monster took off. She couldn't understand why he was running away from her right now, and she was upset about it. But in the air, something she didn't expect happened to the monster and it exploded, flying away from her. It was So Jin who helped her. He shot his bow and hit the monster and told her to finish it off. Unso Ren was very happy and praised him. Now she was confident of her victory and ran towards the monster. She accelerated with all her strength and with her sword split the monster in half and said it was the third gargoyle. She stood at the bottom and wondered what to do next while one of the monsters watched her. The sky demon asked what they were going to do with that monster and continued to torment Philia. Unso Ren asked him what they would do, and if he would finish her off because she was at her limit. He said that all interest was gone and let them deal with it themselves. Philia suggested that she try to do it herself, and Unso Ren agreed. She used a technique called Earth Spear and stuck it right into the monster's wings. Seo Jin said he would finish it himself and released his arrow right at him. The instructor who was overseeing all of this couldn't figure out who these kids were because second graders can't show such skill. He was sure that one should not miss such a report and suddenly saw that gargoyle. Exploded in the air and burned. Everyone was sure it was destroyed and they had won. Seo Jin said that he finally took down the elite gargoyle. Unso Ren replied that he had gotten pretty good at shooting. Philia said that each of them had killed a gargoyle and that there were 4 of them, and it looked like it was because there were no more monsters around. So Jin repeated that 4 and asked that then they finished. They didn't believe themselves and began to gather their weapons to leave the 4th square and go home. Unso Ren said everyone did a great job and passed the evaluation, so Jin said his heart is still racing. She told him not to screw around in this fight. He played a big role, but he replied that he was just lucky. He said that skills can't improve much in a few days, but when he's been lucky twice, that's a skill. He was very pleased to be praised, and suddenly he saw something that caught his attention. He drew his friend's attention to an object that appeared behind them. It was a bow and arrow. He said it looked like an item fell from an elite gargoyle. No one could believe it. Seo Jin was surprised at how the items appeared. He said he was seeing it for the first time in person, but it looked strange. And taking it in his hands, So Jin was even more surprised. He couldn't utter a single word. Unso Ren asked if there was any problem with the item, but he said it wasn't, that it was just very light. He was sure the weapon had some sort of chip, because its appearance was different and its glow was not like the others. Unso Ren offered him to take it for himself and asked if no one minded. So Jin couldn't believe it, and that he could have the item for himself. She said that there was a crossbow shooter in the group, so it made sense that he should take the weapon. The sky demon thought he realized something after using it. It's infuriating, of course, that the stronger item makes him stronger, but the user almost immediately jumped. He remembered that in the previous dungeon there had also appeared items: an unfinished shell, a leather vest, and some stone, but nothing impressed him. He thought he wouldn't use such a toy, but it would be nice to find some cool sword himself. Seo Jin said that this crossbow should be scrutinized in the analysis room first. Suddenly, the heavenly demon asked who said that the 4 gargoyles were all that. Everyone was very surprised. He said there were monsters coming from above and for everyone to get ready for another fight. But this monster was unusual, and the 2 gargoyles joined together and became together. Everyone was surprised by what they saw, but they had no time to think, and Unso Ren ordered to shoot. The monsters joined together to become one huge creature that emitted fire. Unso Ren realized that the monsters had blocked the way to retreat, and that was too bad. When the connection ended, the girls saw what they had not feared most. It was a 2-headed elite gargoyle. They couldn't believe they had fused together. Now this monster was even scarier and stronger, faster and more powerful, making it invincible. Unso Ren said that while she distracted the monster, they should run back to where they came from. But Philia said she disagrees and she will stop this gargoyle with the help of a golem. She once again summoned the earth spirit giant golem to destroy the 2-headed gargoyle. Seo Jin asked what she was doing and said that Mana could get rampant again if she overexerted herself too much. But the girl told him not to worry and to run away while she controlled the golem. But this time she failed, and the 2-headed gargoyle began to eat the earth spirit. The monster was eating the unfortunate golem, but it couldn't do anything about it, and Philia was powerless. Then one of the monsters gained a mouthful of fire and prepared to shoot it directly at the spirit. He began to launch a stream of fire directly at it, but the golem held on with all its might. He defended himself with his large and strong arm against the stream of fire and prevented it from doing so. Felicia told the spirit to push on and was sure she could take it. At this time, the other monster head began its freezing attack. In the same instant, the fire ceased and other streams in the form of ice appeared. Seo Jin couldn't believe that this gargoyle could use ice magic. He realized that if it was so hot, it would abruptly turn cold. Then the golem may simply not be able to withstand it and will crumble into small pieces and die. And the two-headed gargoyle was well aware of this, and this was her plan to destroy the spirit. And at that very moment, the earth golem shattered into two pieces from the sudden change in temperature. Philia was also affected by this. She felt very sick and fell to her knees because she had no strength. The team was very worried about her and didn't know what to do now they were shocked. The gargoyles were overjoyed. They were confident of their victory and had no doubts whatsoever. Unso Ren told So Jin to take Philia and leave, but the celestial demon said there was no need. He told her to leave and he'd handle it himself, but she couldn't understand how he was going to handle this monster alone. He asked whoever kills the gargoyle to take his item and said that stronger monsters should drop something better. And he added that he also wants one item for himself, so he'll deal with the monster himself. He was about to use the flame tongue when someone erected a wall of ice, and the monster was instantly cut off by the ice from the heavenly demon and Unso Ren. The team was very surprised at who did it, and most importantly what they were standing there for. They didn't know what to do. Unso Ren said it was ice magic and asked who could use a spell of that magnitude. It was the instructor. He said that the evaluation was suspended and asked everyone to leave. The celestial demon didn't understand why he was constantly being interrupted by everyone. The instructor yelled for everyone to run inside to the 5th square and as fast as possible. And he himself will deal with the gargoyle, although he was not sure about it because it was very powerful and strong. When the wall of ice was gone, they stood opposite each other, and he told her to attack. The team walked towards the 5th square. Seo Jin was carrying Philia in his arms. They were jogging, and Seo Jin couldn't stand it and fell to the ground, but he held the girl up so she wouldn't get hit. Unso Ren said she thought it was safe to run and said she would take care of the girl. She couldn't believe that there was an instructor around. They were just lucky. And what kind of monster was Seo Jin? Hadn't seen one even in the records. He said it had 2 heads and asked if such a monster could be called a gargoyle. Unso Ren didn't understand why such monsters were crawling out at the very end. Philia felt really bad, and she said to look for a place where she could rest when she felt better, so Jin asked if the instructor would be all right. The girl replied that their level of ability allows them to cope alone, and a second squad will arrive here, so you have to wait. He said if so, fine, and suddenly they saw something in the distance that surprised them. Seo Jin pointed toward the exit and said there was a light. The whole team stared there. They found themselves in the central square and thought the light came from the moon. Seo Jin asked if there were any monsters here. Unso Ren said she needed to put Philia down first and asked her friend if there was anything to put on the floor. The demon asked what was ahead, and if it was a coffin, some friend said it was better not to touch anything. Heavenly Demon said that there are some obscure inscriptions. Friend was very surprised and decided to look. Unso Ren said that it looks like Philia has calmed down, and at that moment, Yaso Jin was surprised at what he saw. She asked what was there, but he walked all around the tomb and read the inscriptions. He said he thought it might be a historical ruin, and everyone wondered what he was talking about. When the mana collected in a certain space is condensed in one place, a point appears through which a creature can be summoned. This is the dungeon. However, there are cases when in the found dungeons appear not only monsters and spaces. Such dungeons scientists call historical ruins. And he said that there's a possibility that this place belongs to historical ruins, inscriptions left by beings with intelligence. Unso Ren said that a lot of superintendents have passed through this place, and students would have discovered something worthwhile long ago. So Jin said their case is different, and he can make out one sentence. Everyone asked what it says. He read that their king Karsak sleeps here. The dungeon is called Karsak's Royal Tomb. The instructors said that there was no boss there, but if you think about it, there is no dungeon without the head of Un. So Ren added that she was told not a word was said about the raid being conducted here. She said maybe there really isn't everything here discovered, the celestial demon said, so his name is Karsak. The team saw that Li Han was going to do something, and they were very scared about it. So Jin said that in case something happens, and they fall into some kind of trap, and asked what he would do then. But he opened the tomb and said it's empty. There's not a single bone, and there's nothing to study. Unso Ren said then just wait, and the instructor could handle that huge gargoyle anyway. They were able to defeat 3 elite gargoyles. Seo Jin noticed that there was a keyhole, and the heavenly demon was interested in the hole. A friend said that among the Western-style secret vaults are the ones that you put a key in and twist, and it seems to be the same design here. Unso Ren reported that Philia opened her eyes, and So Jin asked if she was okay. And he thought that if it moved like that entrance plank, then it wasn't the end of the dungeon. He decided to open it up and asked how it all worked here and climbed the tomb in its entirety. It seemed to him that the coffin was not made of ordinary stones. He could feel the energy, albeit weak. It was a dark, raw, and shivering energy of darkness. He was familiar with the feeling. When he touched the tomb, he realized it was the energy of that necromancer he had fought. Right now, all the materials are being taken out, and the instructor told them to be careful with the academy stuff if they don't want to write an explanation later. A healer arrived at the dungeon and was met by senior instructor Chok and Yen. They apologized for calling her, but she said it was okay because it was an emergency. The instructor was asked how he was, and she said that fortunately his life was no longer in danger. They said that such assistants like him can be counted on the fingers and could not believe that he got so badly. And in fact, next year he was supposed to go on promotion. The instructor asked what happened to that unidentified gargoyle, and Hagak replied that when the deputies arrived on the scene, the fight was already over. He said the aides say the gargoyle had the opportunity to injure him even more seriously, but didn't put up a fight and reached inside the ceiling. They asked when the head of the department would arrive, and the healer said before midnight. Hagak apologized for not paying more attention to the distribution of forces, but the instructor replied that he was busy, and closing the dungeon was an expected event, and added that it probably ended better than it could have. Hagak was very startled to hear those words. The assistants who took out all the material asked about the students who were in the dungeon and if they were hurt. Seo-jin stood watching everyone clean up and thought maybe they needed help. He thought that the dungeon was being closed because of them. Unso-ren said that since there was a special type of monster that had no information about it, the dungeon would no longer be used as a place to conduct evaluations. He asked what about the other groups. The girl said she had just asked the instructor about them and said they were outside. So Jin asked if grading was over. The girl said yes, and they are the last class going through grading before closing. He said he was relieved in some way, however, that surprised her. Philia reported that working with each other to fight at full strength, all of these things were a first for her, and it was a wonderful experience. Seo-jin confirmed that he too had the opportunity to go into battle for the first time, and that this evaluation had given more than it had taken away. Philia cried and said that at the very end the assistant instructor got hurt and she was sorry. Seo-jin said he was still alive and offered to visit him sometime later. Unseo-ren was also upset because she wanted to know more about Li Han, but there was no hurry. She thought she had joined this team and got close to So, Jin, and Philia. Now it would allow continuous observation of the guy. And at that moment she noticed that he had disappeared again, as if he had fallen through the ground. The friend assumed he was hungry and was the first to leave, but Unso-ren thought that apparently it didn't bother them anymore, and Jana, not surprised. At this moment, the dark swordsman came to one of the shops to show off his gem. While the appraiser stood and studied him, the dark swordsman waited unmoving for his answer. But the man was fidgeting with the stone in his hands for a long time and was examining it. Later he said it was still good that he had come. Dark swordsman asked what he could say. The appraiser reported that the value would be at least 10,000 nyan, and among the high-end valuables, this stone is special. He added that he would be told this anywhere if selling it at auction could possibly fetch several times as much. And the owner has the right to set the price of a magic stone whose properties do not belong to any of the 4 basic ones, just like the heir said. The appraiser said it will take time to put a reasonable price on it because it is very rare. He said that in about a month, there will be a regular auction. If there is a desire, you can open a special one, but it will cost 3,000 nannies. The dark swordsman was shocked at the amount he heard and said thank you, and here is the fee for examining the stone. The appraiser said there was no need to dwell on such minutiae and offered to let him handle the transaction in lieu of a fee. He said he would give him a letter with the date of the auction and that he should keep the stone as the apple of his eye because it was a real treasure. The dark swordsman was so pleased and surprised to hear that he fell to his knees. He couldn't believe it, and he started laughing hysterically. He sat on the floor and laughed. Now all he has to do is find 3,000 nannies to pay for the sale. Then, if you even calculate the approximate value, it will be more than 5,000 nannies. It is more, even if he sells his property. He thought his employer was an oak and asked how he could just take such a treasure and give it away. The dark swordsman thought that his employer was so generous as to hand him such a precious item without any hesitation, and at that moment he walked in. The dark swordsman was very frightened that his employer would find out all that he was turning his back. He couldn't understand what he was doing here now because he was supposed to be back only tomorrow, so he asked what kind of leftist was coming out of their house. But the dark swordsman said he didn't know what he was talking about. The demon was familiar with his face and thought it was the peddler who was drooling from his mouth. Said that if it's about that, it's about 6 to 4 or 5 to 5, the demon didn't know what it was talking about. And he said that wasn't the problem and asked me to cook him a hearty meal. The swordsman breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had been exposed. He was about to leave to make dinner, but the demon stopped him. He asked the swordsman to find him a sword after the meal, and they arrived at the dungeon where Karsak's royal tomb was directly located. The sky demon said to skip this place before anyone sees. The dark swordsman noticed that it looked like the demon had cleaned up the place and realized it was because of that monster. The sky demon suggested sneaking in quietly, to which the swordsman said that there were still people there. But the celestial demon didn't care. He said they would get through and asked them to follow him. The dark swordsman thought to trust his skills and rushed after him. When they were inside the plaza, the dark swordsman said that these drawings were a diagram of evolution, and in these places are often found such wall drawings. With the help of them, you can see the origin and the process of creating a dungeon. Demon told that before the 2-headed gargoyle from the ceiling crawled out, the swordsman wondered what exactly was out of the drawing. The demon said, "Remember, the sun here comes the ray." And she appeared in front of them. The swordsman was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes that a real monster was crawling out of the drawing with 2 heads. He wondered why the monster had such a viscous consistency and asked if it was definitely a gargoyle. The demon said it did, and the monster did have a liquid consistency. When the monster finally appeared before them, the demon said that it looked like a gargoyle. The demon added that it was wetter than recently. The swordsman thought this monster was the dungeon master. The heavenly demon asked what kind of master he was and began to draw his sword to deal with him. The dark swordsman turned to him, but the demon told him to wait. The swordsman asked what he was going to do alone. The heavenly demon with a calm voice said that he was going to cut and confidently held his sword. He had already run through his plan of action in his head and was confident of his victory. At that very moment, he raised his sword, from which energy struck the ceiling like a jet and split the gargoyles. The dark swordsman couldn't believe what it was. He said it was amplification energy. The blow came right in the middle of the monster and split them in 2. The gargoyle was furious, and the celestial demon stood with sword in hand and waited to see what would happen next, and if he could win. The dark swordsman thought that he knew that the combat power of the hireling was higher, but didn't realize how he was just applying the amplification energy that absolute warriors used. The swordsman asked if they were done, but the demon replied that the real business starts in the next room. And the heavenly demon called him after him and told him to catch this master. When they got to the central square, he said they were in position and they needed that stone coffin over there. The dark swordsman didn't realize wasn't he empty and where then the boss demon had asked of him. The swordsman didn't understand what he was talking about and asked what he wanted. The demon said he was playing dumb and asked for the very thing he told him to throw away, which was the rock under his chest. The dark swordsman was shocked how he knew the stone was under his chest and wanted to offer him money, but the demon needed the stone. The dark swordsman asked why he needed this trash, but the demon got angry and said, "Stop talking." The swordsman asked him to be sure to return the stone, and the demon said he had already figured it out. He thought that the moment he acquired this stone, he didn't even want to think about where and how it should be used. He was disgusted to feel the energy of this Kunlun. He reasoned that this stone might have its uses, and said that if there was an opportunity, it was worth a try. He reopened the tomb and said to look at it. He asked himself if it was here, or if it needed to be inserted. When he brought this stone closer, a reaction began to occur, and their energies were reunited. And when he put the stone in, it disappeared. He said that must have been the whole point of the stone. The demon stood there and did not understand why nothing was happening. It seemed to him that some kind of magic was activated here. He asked the swordsman to see if anything had changed. He was so upset that he'd lost so much money. He said the tenant said he didn't need it and asked him to throw it away, so why did he take it then? He sobbed because he lost his money and only repeated that it was his precious money. And at that very moment, the tomb began to glow, and that stone activated the magic. Magic was coming from everywhere, and even the ground the swordsman was tapping on began to give off energy. A little later, everything around the tomb began to crumble and disappear, and the stones fell into the abyss. Just there was a dark swordsman, and he flew down. He was in the very center. The heavenly demon thought that nothing could be solved so easily, and watched the swordsman fly down. He accelerated and jumped and said, "We need to look at that archer's face." After a while, the dark swordsman landed the ground. How long he flew is unclear. He asked at what height he fell and how it happened. The demon said it was about 320 meters. The swordsman asked what this place was, but the demon said he wouldn't have come down if he'd known, and asked if there was anything to shine. The swordsman replied that 1 second and there should be a night pearl here somewhere. Someone found it and lit it up, and the square was lit up in a flash, and it was very bright and you could see everything. The swordsman said that the path they had fallen down was closed and they could not go back up it. The sky demon said that since someone turned on the light, he would tell them about the exit. Swordsman asked who was here. And at that moment, a voice said that they were not dead, but ordinary people, and he couldn't believe that they had managed to break the seal. The voice asked who they were. Dark Swordsman said that this is a Shanren ability similar to Shanam, although here the sound is transmitted not one, but in general Demon said so this is where he was hiding. The voice said, sounding like he already knew about it before coming here, the swordsman realized it was an unusual monster. Ku-Oke-Ken said he saw the memories through the arrow he released, and realized there was a type that casts strange magic. The monster asked if he saw the memories through the material object and asked if he realized what result his curiosity might eventually bring. The demon said he didn't care and only wanted one thing and swung his sword. He said he needed Nedden to help him boost his energy and asked him not to take up too much of each other's time, and added that the stronger the monster, the cooler the item falls from it, and said he would take it as a nice addition. With those words, he made the monster very angry, and he called him a lowlife. He said he was a pathetic and unremarkable creature, and since he had already awakened, he was ready to fight him personally. But first he offered him to defeat his army, and then they could fight one-on-one. The dark swordsman saw the walls begin to glow. He thought it was a reaction and said it couldn't be. As before, monsters began to crawl out of the drawings, but there were a huge number of drawings. One by one, they appeared from the drawings and were ready to fight them. The swordsman said they were elite gargoyles with intelligence and an army of them. The swordsman said that it was the first time he had seen such a demon, and realized that it was the monster So Ren had told him about. He assumed, if he wasn't mistaken, that it was an ancient gargoyle. It was the strongest of all. The demon asked if he could handle half. The swordsman said that half here would only be a few hundred. The demon said he was weak, and so he was smashed to smithereens with a blunt sword emitting fire. But the dark swordsman said that he was saying that he just didn't put his best foot forward because it was a practice fight. The demon said that's usually what losers say. He told him to stand behind him, and now he would see his true abilities on the swordsman wanted to show him the result of his daily training. The monster said that if he decided to stand up against such an army alone, he was very brave, and asked if he could actually show such skills as in words. The dark swordsman prepared for the attacks from the elite gargoyles. He was very determined and strong, and they came at him with their whole army, and he just had to fight them off. He used the technique and smashed the gargoyles, striking them one by one, but it wasn't easy. The demon was surprised that he had used sword energy because he had not been able to wield this energy before, and said that now he was doing quite well with sword energy, even without using Ikai powers. It was really progress. The dark swordsman used the energy and all the power he possessed to prove to his employer his abilities. The two-headed gargoyle began to step on him and apply ice energy. At this moment, the dark swordsman used his next technique to destroy them. It was a technique demonic small hand attack. He threw energy at the monsters. The dark swordsman continued to fight them, showing good results. The demon noticed that the purity of demonic energy also became higher. However, it was not the right decision to press the strength in a battle by an opponent whom one did not know. He realized that the energy of a sword or demonic small arm attack would not be enough to finish off this monster. And he added that unless some secret strategy is revealed now, he's done. The dark swordsman turned around and saw the oldest gargoyle attacking him. She jumped on top of him and in one blow smashed everything around her. The dungeon master laughed and said that it looked like the human could only speak brilliantly. But at that very moment, the voice of the dark swordsman was heard. The gargoyle did not expect it. He said he didn't mean to rush it, but it's not nice to be so pushy. He said maybe it was for the best. He just wanted to check something out and woke up his Heikai. The dark swordsman was sure he couldn't dodge from this distance and struck. Ikai was already activated and ready to fight the ancient gargoyle that was also ready to attack. The dungeon master did not expect what he saw before him and realized that these were not empty words. The celestial demon was also shocked. He couldn't believe if this was what he was thinking right now. Yokai grabbed the monster's arm and began to slowly destroy it, shocking everyone. The dark swordsman gathered all his inner energy, all his experience and strength, and applied the technique. This technique was a demonic bloody hand attack that he had previously been unable to perform. One by one, the monsters fell and were killed by this technique, which was a great start for the battle. When one of the monsters fell, the rest of the monsters saw this and got even more angry. The swordsman wasn't sure if this technique would work on a non-human, but it worked. The dark swordsman was getting into the swing of things and yelling for them to attack, and he would wipe them all out. He once again gathered energy in his hand and applied the demonic attack of the bloody hand. He told them to attack him, and he would wipe them all out, and he was sure he would win. The dungeon master was very unhappy about it, and his anger reached his limit every time. And the heavenly demon was very happy that the dark swordsman had awakened this energy after all. The swordsman channeled the energy gathered in his hand into the army of monsters that were advancing on him, and told them all to die. It was a very strong blow that had not been received before. One by one, the monsters died and fell to the ground, but new ones appeared even more vicious. The dark swordsman was controlling his Ikai, and while things were going smoothly, his strength was still there. Suddenly, a monster flew up to him and got very embittered with him. The gargoyle wanted to grab the swordsman with its hand, but he managed to dodge it. He said that he had destroyed so many gargoyles that he was tired of putting them on his resume, and while fighting, he accidentally learned about one strategy. He knew that their bodies also had acupuncture points in the left trapezius muscle, and I knew if I hit that spot, they'd be paralyzed, even though she's the strongest gargoyle. He said that some makeover wouldn't change the point and press that point. He held on for a few seconds, and for a while, really, the monster was paralyzed. But in the next second, the monster grabbed his arm and began to squeeze it with such force that it hurt so much. He held the dark swordsman and didn't let go, even though he himself lay unmoving on the ground. The swordsman tried to get out, and the demon said he was still clumsy at some points, and decided to help him. The swordsman saw it and was very surprised at the technique he used. The dark swordsman couldn't believe that he would idiotically fall under the influence like this. And when the heavenly demon used his technique, the swordsman stood with his mouth open. He couldn't even move. The demon said that for his level, the fight was not bad, but it was not possible to master the demonic technique of brutal blood as it should be. The heavenly demon said that one should not concentrate on energy empowerment, but to abruptly snatch the power from the Tanjong. And he demonstrated it all by himself and said, well, that's how to do it. The swordsman was dumbfounded. The dark swordsman said, thanks for teaching, and the demon replied that they would end the warm-up at that point. and told him to crawl out already and stop looking at them from the darkness, the master thought. The monster replied that it was good because he was just getting curious about something and stepped out of the semi-darkness. He said his name was Karsak, and he was king of the gargoyles, and asked what the arrogant little man's name was. The dark swordsman wanted to stand up for him and told him to watch his language. But the celestial demon replied that his real name was Ku-Ok-Ken, and said that he surpassed his ancestor founder and received his name, he heavenly demon, the 16th head of the sacred school of the heavenly demon. The dark swordsman opened his mouth and was shocked. He asked what his employer had just said. Monster said he would ask him a question, and asked him where he got his mom's yin measurements from. But the heavenly demon didn't understand what yin dimension mana he was talking about. The monster told him not to pretend, because the door he created would be activated by it, and stated that only mages wielding the power of darkness can pass through. And he uses this power, but it is not like any of the dark mages. The monster said that because of other mana properties it was impossible to awaken him, and asked what he did, and the demon asked if he was talking about the magic that summons a string of skeletons. Ku-Ok-Ken said that he had killed that Kowloon himself, and came here thanks to the stone that fell out of him. The monster couldn't believe he had a Hyung Mayon. He was very surprised by it. He said it's good that it's working out that way, since he said that was also the purpose of coming here. He can't sit idly by, and he'll start the battle right away. He drew his weapon and prepared himself. He took out a huge bow and arrow and drew it and said he'd start with that small bipod, and launched an arrow from his seat. It was a magic shot. He wanted to destroy the swordsman. But the heavenly demon didn't understand why he let the arrow into empty space. And when the arrow reached a certain spot, at that very moment, a portal opened. It was an arrow that moved between spaces, and the demon said it was much crazier than when it just moved. The dark swordsman still couldn't recover from what he had learned, and that the hireling was a heavenly demon. He hadn't even noticed the arrow. The demon said it was told to start with that little biped and didn't understand why the dark swordsman wasn't doing anything. He told him to stop worrying and be careful, but the arrow had already hit him. The swordsman was wounded, and it could be his last minutes of life. He had no strength to hold on, and he collapsed to the floor. The celestial demon ran up to him to see what condition he was in. He wanted to ask if he was okay, but realized he wasn't, and the tangent threw up whole. The monster cheered and asked if it was his partner. He said not to worry, because soon it would be the same with him. The dark swordsman, out of his last strength, only asked him one question. He asked if it was true. He asked if he was really the one who surpassed the founder in level and became known as a great heavenly demon. The swordsman said he thought it was all strange, and he knew the lost demonic techniques of the school. He said that they were just waiting and praying since they didn't know what to do with the fading heavenly demon school. He went on to say that they hoped that one day there would be someone who would eliminate this chaos and lead the way, and asked if there was anything he could find out. He asked if he was the one who stopped the Lich King's advance. He really wanted to hear the story. The Sky Demon wondered if there was any way to save him. And at that moment, he heard sounds and remembered about yokai because he was still alive and full of strength. The Sky Demon grabbed the swordsman's hand where the essence was and said, if this works out. That's the only SP, Ian. A special to save him, and now he's going to shove that thing into his Tanjan. He said that he would have to fight with yokai, and he had to win, or his body would be completely taken over by him. And if he prevailed, he could use his abilities to the maximum. The demon said that he didn't stop the Lich King, but put him on the ground from which he still can't recover. He said he'd give details when he woke up and asked to stay alive. The dark swordsman closed his eyes and prepared to fight for his life. The demon said that now he would have to face pain he had never felt before. He took the dark swordsman secured with fire and carried him to the pillars. He carried him further away from the battlefield and hid him behind one of the columns so that he would not be affected by the aftermath of the battle. He told him to be here, and the dungeon master had already prepared to damage him. The monster asked if the tearful goodbye was over, and said that what was left to see was his last moments of life. Demon said they had a bloody fight left. He thought it would take a little time and offered to finish what they started. The monster once again took his bow and loaded a magical arrow. He called him an insolent man. He shot and told him to try to run away, for the arrow would chase him until he was exhausted. The heavenly demon said that he would make him pray for mercy and rushed straight towards him. He thought a bunch of garbage at once and felt sorry to waste his time on them. He yelled for them to get off quickly and smashed them one by one, heading for the host. He thought that now that crazy arrow would fly and see that there was no definite shape, it would randomly disappear and reappear. He noticed that when the arrow is shown, the space next to it begins to waver slightly. And I realized that in this case, we need to seize this moment, which is right now. He took his sword and put it in front of him, so the arrow struck right at him and bounced off. He managed to stop that arrow this way while the monster was surprised. He said he couldn't believe a man could take an arrow. But the celestial demon said he was babbling again about some powers not doing. The demon said the ability was unusual, but it was just an arrow, and asked if he thought it would work on him. The monster laughed that it was an unusual arrow as it flew from side to side. And at that very moment, not one but two arrows flew out of the portal. The monster said his arrow stalks his victim until he takes his last breath. and added, "Even if the arrow falls apart, the pursuit will not stop." The demon thought what to do. After a while, he said it was clear, and then decided to do so. He gathered the energy in his hand and applied his destructive attack technique of Heavenly Demon Sura, which was very strong. The monster couldn't believe that he had destroyed even space entirely with her help. And the celestial demon said it was his turn to strike at the wretched monster. And he defeated the army of elite gargoyles that were right in front of him. With each step, he grew closer to the dungeon master with the mastering of his techniques. He was smashing gargoyles with the enhancement technique, and he was perfectly good at it. The monsters fell away one by one, and he got closer to him and almost made it. The monster said that now it was understandable, and the abilities would actually be enough to handle the Chanmayan. He said it was a level worth living up to and decided to give it his best shot. And did something the Sky Demon didn't expect at the place where he was. There was an explosion. He thought his energy hadn't dissipated yet, and it wasn't over yet. He realized he was up to some kind of trick again. The monster used a technique called Dragon Tooth. Summoning this technique was very complex and strong. The Heavenly Demon was surprised, but he realized what the matter was, and he needed to respond with the same strike. He kept wondering how to use such a big bone as an arrow, and couldn't believe he had summoned a Rhea of such enormous size. The monster realized that judging by the reaction, he hadn't been able to see it before, and he liked it. The monster said that there was no one who survived after seeing the ballista is his secret weapon, demon arrow, and he told the demon to consider it an honor to recognize her and soon to die. The dungeon master loaded his holy weapon and used a magic shot. The demon said that even if the arrow got bigger, it was enough just to destroy it in the exact same way. But the monster said he doubted it would be easy to do so, for she was spinning and elusive. There were a huge number of them, and they turned into snowflakes. The demon couldn't believe they were all arrows. He thought he might lack inner energy and suggested he try something. He said that he wasn't going to die here at this moment. The dark swordsman lay unmoving. He fought inside with the Ikai, and then suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. He woke up, and the first thing he thought of was his stomach. He needed to heal his wounds sooner rather than later. He couldn't understand how everything was all right. He remembered exactly how the gargoyle's arrow had pierced his stomach, and without the arrival of the great celestial, there was no way he would have been able to stay alive. And he remembered that the demon had said he would have to fight the yokai, and he had to win, or he would lose his body. And he realized that now he is not alive, but most likely this is his subconscious, and here he has to fight with a Kai. As I said, celestial demon, he must by all means win. He heard the voice that finally this chance had come. This is the second time they faced each other. The voice said that now would be the end of this torturous life as a parasite. The swordsman was sure he must defeat it no matter what. But the voice said that it seemed the worthless weakling didn't realize where his real body was and had forgotten his place. He asked to give up his body instead of being uselessly used and exterminated. Ikai grabbed him and said it was too late. And now this body, his swordsman couldn't believe that this giant thing was the parasite. He understood that he must definitely carry out the first order of the heavenly demon. But he was so weak that it looked like he couldn't even defend his own body. He said he was unforgivable and apologized for that Ikai was already consuming him and taking possession of his body. At this moment, the heavenly demon was trying to right itself with a huge amount of arrows. The monster was emitting more and more arrows that were aimed straight at him. The heavenly demon evaded the gunfire very nimbly and came closer and closer to the dungeon master. And then the monster decided to use the dragon bone summoning since nothing else worked. At this moment, the heavenly demon had already flown towards him, and the monster completed its magic shot. Ken knew what to do and how he could defeat this dungeon master. He once again uses his arrows and the heavenly demon bow technique of controlling empty space. The monster was very shocked and amazed at what this man could do. He couldn't believe it. The sky demon held back the arrow and thought that if he pushed a little more. But at this moment, the dungeon master told his servants to grab him and asked what they were doing. At this moment, an unknown force swept towards the elite gargoyles protecting the demon. The sky demon turned around to see who it was and what it was doing. He realized it was the dark swordsman who had come to his aid and directed his Ikai. The heavenly demon was glad that he had finally woken up and was now invincible. He saw the state of his hand and it distorted even more, but luckily it looks like he won. The sky demon wanted to tell him to deal with those monsters behind him. But at that moment, something happened that he didn't expect happened. He asked what was going on. The swordsman grabbed him and said he was not a good man. He had wounded a heavenly demon and kept it with him. The dark swordsman looked strangely unlike himself, and as if it wasn't him. Even his smile was different, something sinister, not like his old one. The demon realized that he had been absorbed because the energy coming from him was completely different. And the dungeon master decided that he must die. Just now he gave the order. In front of the celestial demon, the portal that was about to swallow him opened again. There was a sharp explosion hitting directly at the heavenly demon next to the dark swordsman. Well, the dungeon master and the elite gargoyles didn't understand what the matter was. They were surprised by what they saw. The monster said that it looked like the so-called heavenly demon had done something since he remained unharmed after being hit by his arrow, and added that his form seemed familiar to him. The swordsman said that it had been a long time since he had drunk such fresh blood and had finally returned, but it still wasn't enough. At that very moment, the dark swordsman, or rather the creature that possessed him, realized something. He said he thought who was there, and it was Karsak. How many years? How many winters? He said he realized why he didn't feel the blood. The monster asked if he knew him, and the dark swordsman replied that he was hurting him, and how could he forget his longtime master Shak? The monster couldn't believe it and said if it was you, he was very surprised. He said it was a vampire Vlad of demonic lineage, and he replied that he didn't think he'd accidentally reunite with him like that. The vampire told him not to stand post and asked where his manners were. He called him Bat Shak, and added that he was back in this world. This story took place about 100 years ago near Mount Mutha. The gargoyle offered sacrifices to the hosts that were in a huge cage, and said that here were 50 men, that he asked the king how long it had been since their deaths, to which the latter replied that it was not the first time they had made a deal. The king checked everything with his bony hand, and said that the stage of decomposition could not be cheated, and then he gave him the bounty for this time and asked him to take this magic stone. But the monster couldn't understand how you could give such a thing to just a few people, to which the king said that right now, a large army was the priority for the dungeon, and added that he was unaware of the world he was talking about, but there was another power he could use besides mana. The monster was about to get paid and was about to leave, but the king said he would tell him something. The king said that a subject escaped from Mr. Mephisto's lab recently, and he said that he began to attack everyone in his path. The test subject's name was Vlad Dracula. Perhaps his mind was damaged in the process of being turned into a weapon. The king said it was the first time he had heard the name, but since he had passed into this world, he might know it, and the last time Vlad had been seen anywhere near here. After this conversation, the monster flew to his master and said that he had been handed over to Mr. Lingard. Lingard said that Mephisto had once again shown unforgivable tactlessness before his master's orders were to guard the Lich King until he awoke. He said that as Vlad is known to be their ally, but he is dangerous to his former servant, it must be known there is another reason he didn't become a keeper. He raised his hand over the monster Karsak and said if they made a mistake, their powers would then be taken away. The monster couldn't believe it, because its power was limitless. Lingard said that no matter what the attack was, his wings could stop any of them, and that was part of the power he had given him. Lingard said that the master's return was imminent, and that it was necessary to build a strong citadel that even Vlad could not destroy and prevent him. Lingard added to capture the fortress and fulfill his mission, and called him the young king of Karsak. He said he would obey. King Karsak was a very strong and powerful monster, there was never a miss. But now he was at a complete loss and said he eventually came here as well. It was Vlad, the Duke of Vampires. He was huge in size, and all red, his eyes were burning. Vlad looked very intimidating. His mouth was drooling and his tongue was long. Karsak thought he wanted to drink the gargoyle's blood, but didn't understand, and said that he did know that the fluids flowing in their bodies were different from the organic species. The king realized that he had gone into a frenzy and completely lost his mind. If he lost, he would destroy the dungeon at the same time. At this very moment, from the outside, the mountain looked very calm and nothing portended trouble. But in an instant, something flew out of the mountain like a bullet, and the mountain was broken into pieces. King Karsak stood in the dungeon and looked up at the ceiling where he saw the moon in the hole of the mountain. The king thought that if at the very last moment the power Lingard had given him hadn't activated, it would have been the end. But Vlad had taken another of the wings. He realized that the dungeon needed to be rebuilt first, and for a while he should focus on that alone. His musings were interrupted by a voice that said he was here. The monster turned around and saw the strangers. The team said it was their leader, and told them to catch him immediately. Karsak saw the men rushing in while he was distracted by Vlad. The team said that if they destroyed the gargoyle, they would be able to close the dungeon, and told them to spare no effort and finish him off. Karsaka was very angry that these wretched creatures dared to close his dungeon. He said it would never happen and ordered the unholy sanctuary to rise. The king said that for lack of strength he had to seal himself. He couldn't believe he was showing such shame. He told them not to think it was the end, because the remaining power would be used to create a dungeon army. He said the Lord had fallen, but the dungeon would exist forever. The team couldn't tell if they had succeeded. King said that if it wasn't for Vlad, he wouldn't have had to face such an insult, but he overpowered him. He thought that 300 meters underground was the only thing that gave him peace of mind to close his eyes, even in a dark and damp cave, defeating Vlad. But at that moment he saw him, and said that it was impossible because he had ruined him, and asked him who was the survivor. He replied that he had had a hard time after losing his powers, and could only continue his existence as a parasite. He told him to look at him right now, and body and mind all back to normal. Now he was ready to be a lord again, and said that certainly to take this place, the blood of one man is not enough compared to the past. It is a drop in the ocean. Vlad said that it seems that while he was making a move on someone else, it's a betrayal, but it's understandable, and offered to team up with him again. He said if he helped him regain his strength, he would be the possessor of a much more powerful power. But at that very moment, there was some kind of blow that split him in two. The king asked why he hadn't realized that this dungeon had been built from the beginning to send him to eternal sleep. He added that since his mind had returned to him, he was not going to serve him again. Karsak said that he is the king here, and abilities are superior. The time for his pitiful mana handouts has passed. Vlad laughed and said that his nature had not changed, and he was a worthless bat that ran from one master to another, and added that a servant who disobeys orders is useless anyway. Vlad decided to destroy his second wing to shreds, and the king was very upset about it. Karsak used his technique and said that this time he would definitely finish him off. But Vlad only laughed. He couldn't believe that he could beat him and said let him try. The king opened a portal that began to suck in the vampire was sure it would help. The portal held him for a while, and the king followed by sending hundreds of arrows towards him, who burst through the portal in an instant and seemed to have no chance of surviving. Well, that red energy reappeared from the very center of the portal, so he was alive. And in a second he stood before King Karsak whole and unharmed. He was terrified. Then the king decided to use another technique of his called dragon tooth summoning. And on the other side, the vampire was directing his red energy against his power. Their forces were on par, and no one wanted to give up. Vlad said he was wrong. But the king interrupted him and told him to shut up, and already dead, he was very angry. From the battle, the explosions went off one after another, and only shards of stone flew to the sides. Where King Karsak sat, there was nothing to see, and it was unclear who would win and who would not. Celestial Demon asked what the hell that other twist was, and said that it was cool how they were punching each other in the face. The demon was angry at the Dark Swordsman because he was in a lot of pain. He was trying to heal his wound. The demon thought that this eternal ice wall technique makes the body as cold and hard as stone, the best sacred defense technique from the demonic school. If not for it, he would have suffered the fate of a swordsman. He wasn't able to recover enough to get back on his feet, but he was able to retain energy with the reverse blood circulation technique. The demon said there was a chance while the Dark Swordsman was fighting the monster and needed to focus and channel life energy into healing. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate to help himself stand up and regain his strength. The energy hovered around him and tried to leave, but the demon resisted it in every way. As he sank into meditation, energy entered through his head again, and he was there. He heard the same voice that told him it had been a long time since they had seen the demon was surprised. He said he could see the confusion on his face and assumed that would be the case, but that confused face is really funny. The voice said he probably didn't expect him to visit him first, but it was too early to be surprised. He said it was too early to be surprised because the real one was just ahead and laughed. The sky demon couldn't understand why he was here, and that one grabbed him by his shirt, and then tossed the heavenly demon aside with such a force that he didn't even have time to realize. The demon had no strength to fight. He got to his feet from the last of his strength after his blow. He could not understand how he had called his consciousness, and the voice replied that he did not understand anything. He'd said back last time that he'd destroy and take the soul, but he took a moment to think that it would be a pity to do so, and would be upset if he lost the opportunity to consume it. And he added that if with force to break the connection between body and soul, damage cannot be avoided, and it is possible only now. The voice said that when he was consumed with anger, he didn't notice how some of the mana penetrated his soul, then it traveled through his mind into his body, and then into his shadow. He said he had paid a hefty price for the latest powerful technique thanks to that he was able to keep tabs on him. The demon realized why the energy wasn't burning, and the voice said he was talking too much, and prepared to deliver his blow that would ultimately destroy the celestial demon. The heavenly demon, sensing the energy, couldn't believe it and thought that it couldn't be. It was demonic energy, wandering ominously through his blood vessels, he had no doubt. The demon thought that it was an absolute sacred technique that allowed one to use the power always after the maximum release of internal energy. He didn't understand how he could use a technique that he had barely managed to master at the demon limit level. He said his power impresses him, though it will soon become his power. The voice said he wouldn't let him go this time, and the demon thought if he let his guard down, it was over. Or at that very moment, the voice speaking to him struck him a blow, powerful and merciless, from which the heavenly demon once again flew a few meters away from him. He couldn't concentrate. The voice struck the ground with his fist and applied another of his techniques. There was no way the heavenly demon could strike, and thought that it couldn't distance itself from him. This voice used all the techniques that the heavenly demon had mastered to perfection, and he tried applying one of the techniques that would help distract the voice for a while. He didn't understand where he got so much strength in him, and despite managing to dissipate the shock as much as possible, his arm felt as if it would fall off now. Demon said there was no time for a pugilist with that voice, but couldn't finish and got hit. The blow hit him right in the stomach and was so strong that the demon flew away without hitting the wall. The voice asked what happened to him and said he's become painfully boring now. The voice said he had more enthusiasm and suggested a counterstrike at least. The sky demon really disliked it all and was angry at the same time. And he said if he wanted to have fun, he'd have fun, and the voice said that's what he should do. The demon said it was for the best, he just felt humiliated from last time, and said he would show him the origins of the embodiment of darkness. The heavenly demon tore off his clothes, put his hands to his chest, and began to draw out all the energy. The voice said he was drawing out a power he didn't have, and added that the madness of the last is reckless. The demon said that the recklessness of his style is the carelessness of one who has few options left, and the desperation of one who chose the last way. The voice said that the one standing in front of him was his maximum strength, and how was he going to surpass it? The demon said that by following to his doom, he would rise to a level above him, and if he failed, he would leave this world, but he had never failed. But the voice only laughed at him and offered to show him what he could do. He said he too would use all his strength to crush him and lunged at the demon. They gathered all their strength and prepared to attack each other and then ran towards each other. They came together in equal combat and began a battle whose outcome no one could predict. They fought each other using all the techniques they knew, and all the ways to destroy the enemy. But suddenly the celestial demon was distracted and a voice struck him right in the jaw. It was a very powerful blow that made the heavenly demon's head spin. He clenched his teeth and there was a pain that spread throughout his body and engulfed the demon. But he wasn't ready to give up, and using his fist, he struck him the same blow with fury. The heavenly demon hit him, causing him to fly a few meters away and disappear from sight. The strength was leaving the celestial demon he had put out at full strength. He could barely stand on his feet. And thought his body, though no, his mind would split. In addition, the shock he was receiving continued to build up. He said he was pushing him to an even greater disadvantage and drew his sword. But he struck at the celestial demon and managed to wound it a little. The heavenly demon thought that even so, one couldn't just give up and began to strike as well. He said if he wasn't going to die, at least let him pass out. He tried his best to kill him. Their fight continued for a long time. They struck at each other, but neither wanted to give up. The demon was already at his limit and was in a rage because he couldn't overcome his dark side. His opponent was finding more and more tricks to damage him, and this was another one of them. He drew his sword and wanted to strike at the demon again, but the demon managed to dodge and slip below. The heavenly demon gathered all his internal energy into a fist, flew towards him, and prepared to strike. His opponent was very amused by this, as if to amuse himself, swung his sword with dark energy and... At that very moment, something happened. They became as one embodiment of evil and darkness, and thus formed a huge, dark ball in which the energy of the two of them had gathered. The heavenly demon in this state changed a lot. His eyes were closed. And he opened his eyes, he had a different color than his opponent, and he realized one thing. He thought his energy was all over his body, and asked, eventually, it ended up like this. And he said that because of him, his place of residence has turned into an incomprehensible thing. And the voice said that if he won already, he will somehow survive. And he added that right. But he didn't realize who this demon thought he was. He wanted to put it inside himself, but ended up being absorbed himself. Laughing and saying that the level that exceeds doom is not something any human can achieve. He opened his palm and realized that the demon's energy was still present, and said it had appeared. He hovered in the air as if he had wings, and from behind him 2 fiery eyes watched him. This voice was in the body of a heavenly demon, when he suddenly turned around and was very surprised. He couldn't believe it when he saw a face in space and wondered if it was him. He didn't understand why the one was still alive, and moreover how it could be so huge and distinct. He said the takeover was complete, but he didn't really understand what happened. He looked at the heavenly demon and wondered if such a thing was possible. He couldn't believe it. And he said it can't be, and it's just impossible. It's just some kind of mistake. He wondered how some mortal that was addicted to life could cross the threshold of death. The sky demon had gotten his way. He was very angry with him and decided to attack. And that red space that was a heavenly demon struck the unfortunate man. He said he thought he was dead this time and asked who he was and what he had done. The demon said he's tried everything he's tried all his life. He's pushed the limits, even faced death better than anyone knows how to take advantage of a critical moment. He said it was all due to him being a wall, and added that as a return gift he would show him that this is the level of an escaped demon called God. The dark side of him couldn't believe what he heard and was very surprised. The heavenly demon was now so strong that it had dealt him a blow incomparable to life, and this was the extreme point of martial arts. The dark side of the heavenly demon was thrown a very long distance away. But he wasn't impressed by this attack and started hitting him with contour blows, getting even angrier. He grabbed his arm and asked him how dare he arrogate to himself a godly title. He said he'd fry his whole head and used a technique to power him up. But the celestial demon said it was too late to intercept his hand. He didn't even realize how it happened. He had grown to a gigantic size that now he was unstoppable. He was invincible. The dark side of the demon was in shock. He didn't know what to do or how to defeat him. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he extended his palm endowed with power and energy. And as a knife cut off his hand, the heavenly demon did not expect it and was surprised. He then did a summoning cancel, and the heavenly demon was thrown aside. He asked what he ended up cutting off his tail and said he was a coward. The demon flew far back. He said that even the fire lizard didn't do that, and at that moment, lightning struck. The heavenly demon missing opponent was left standing alone. He had expended a lot of energy on this fight, and he said it was the first time he had ever felt fear of a human being before. At this point in the dungeon, the fight between the vampire and the king was going on. Karsak was very angry and didn't know how to deal with Vlad. He launched his arrows and hit the vampire right in the stomach and thought he could finally overpower him. The vampire thought that recovery was slow and that drinking blood once wasn't enough. So he decided to take the form of a mouse because it uses much less energy. The king laughed and said it looked like someone was short of blood and asked which one was now a mouse. He couldn't believe that it was possible to get on his nerves so much, while in a body that had just been absorbed, that this parasite wouldn't be able to overpower him. The king wanted to destroy the bat and told him to now disappear and passed orders. But suddenly he saw a heavenly demon. He couldn't believe how he stayed alive. He asked him how he was alive, to which he asked what I was and smiled at him. The demon said he died because of him and came back to life, and he's going to answer for it. The heavenly demon struck him and he flew off to the side, smashing the wall beneath him. He said he'd been acting important, and now look how the mouse squealed in shock. Kuokai-ken gathered all his energy and strength into one hand along with the dark energy. And he said that the gargoyle leader had been long enough, but now he would finish him off. The heavenly demon finally woke up. He couldn't believe what had happened to him, and how he was still alive. He thought this was the place, and finally he was back, and it's a fucking fatalist to have him, and couldn't understand how his body recovered. He realized that his energy was completely gone from him, but there was no change in his internal energy. But he couldn't believe that after all that fiddling he had gained nothing. And he heard the sounds of fighting that was still going on. He went to look. Demon asked what they are still fighting means not much time has passed, but the dark swordsman's energy is fading. The demon said that the fight was over, and he was going to shut this shop down in a flash. His right hand held dark energy. He was very surprised and said that it seemed like he wasn't just going out of his way for nothing. He got up from his seat and walked over to where the king and the bat, or rather the dark swordsman, were fighting. The demon said he admits it was a good attempt to sneak attack him while he was off guard. But the best part is he still got it in front of him. He said when he took someone else's body, he should have left instead of staying here. And he added that he'd stopped acting like the boss and told me to come to him. The vampire inside the bat realized that he was far from ordinary and asked who he really was. But at that moment, the heavenly demon began to take away his body. He summoned a soul control demon and began to separate the body and soul of this parasite. The vampire couldn't believe he'd be so miserable to lose the body he'd just stolen. And at that moment, his soul and body disconnected, and he began to gradually close his eyes. The demon thought that the demonic technique that placed energy into the opponent's head through strong hypnosis mastered or controlled the soul. He said they had taken care of the most urgent, and now it was his turn. King Karsak began to strike again with his bone arrows, and the demon said it still blooms and smells the same. He added that the tooth gives that it's all his power. He thought another before dying would show, but it's boring. Demon said since he was going to do that, why did Chagall no call him to shut up and by all means, wiping the heavenly demon off the face of the earth and started throwing his arrows at him. The demon said that an arrow that flies from space to space and ignores distance is a pretty impressive attack. But that was the end of it, and he started taking the arrows away from him to let him have them back. He collected all his arrows and began to manage them, throwing them back at the king. Karsak was very surprised and couldn't understand how he did it or who he was. He said that even a ruthless bloodsucker couldn't dodge his arrows, and it wasn't just stopped, it was devoured. The demon said that unlike him, he could safely send any object into subspace, even if it was endowed with some power. He realized that he could use the transferred power as easily as breathing, as if he already had it. He thanked the fatalist and rushed at the king. He thought it was absurd because he was lying unconscious. King Karsak tried again and again to aim arrows at him through space, but the demon devoured them every time and said it was useless because he warned. He said that if he hadn't let his guard down because of the dark swordsman in the beginning, he wouldn't have even gotten hit by his arrow, and the arrow is just a fast-flying arrow jumping through space. The art of ignoring phenomena above the level of the escaped Demon King thought he was just space ignoring. The demon said that whoever was in front of his eyes had traveled not only through space, but even through time. Karsak told him to stay away from him, but the celestial demon was already here, striking. The demon said that was the end of the tale and used a demonic hand attack. He also added that it was a good party and told him to come. He shouted that heavenly demon disembowelment 1,000 arms and used a technique. King Karsak shouted loudly and said that if he had known this would happen, then he would stay at Vlad's side and fly into the abyss below while the celestial demon watched it all happen. A moment later, the sound of the monster hitting the ground was heard, and then the heavenly demon breathed a sigh of relief. He said he finally wants to go to the other side of the world in peace. The demon thought that he was nevertheless glad that it ended like this. If you think about it like that, Lihan's body had already experienced several fatal wounds. He thought that if he continued to use the hidden power for almost a year, he would have to recover. He turned to the swordsman to open his eyes, and the swordsman very slowly began to open them, but it was very hard. When he opened his eyes, he screamed for the bloodsucker to leave. The demon said, "Why scare him like that?" but was glad he was still alive. He asked what had happened and specified that he had finished with everything alone, and this time the demon replied that his mercenary had stabbed him in the belly and turned red. The swordsman apologized and said that not only was he unhelpful, but he couldn't keep control, and asked him why and what was the reason the celestial demon didn't know what he was talking about. He meant why he was revealing his true identity. He was ready to give his life for the school. He said he couldn't die in peace now, and again asked why he hid the truth, why on what the demon said that especially did not hide, and asked what he was carrying. The demon replied that he had said it once before, that he was above and beyond you. And he added that it is much more important that only he understands his food preferences, and asked who will cook for him. And the celestial demon told them to go already because it's time to eat. The swordsman agreed. He still couldn't believe it. Tears rolled from his eyes and he said he was listening. But at that very moment, something happened that they didn't expect, and that would prevent them from getting out. The swordsman said that the dungeon was collapsing. The demon confirmed that since the leader was dead, his shelter would collapse, and asked if he could get to his feet, but he couldn't. The demon took the swordsman by the scruff of his neck and dragged him and said then they would do this. Then he slung it on his shoulder and reassured that he could carry it. The swordsman asked what he was going to do. The swordsman said there might be a portal here, but the demon replied that he didn't have time to look for a portal. He told him to close up or the stone dust would fly in, and he sprang upward with the swordsman. He said we need to get out of here and flew up towards the exit. He held the swordsman on his shoulder. Then with all his strength, he pierced the mountain and flew out of there like a cork, and the Ori were free. The head of the department asked how the protective barriers were doing and was told that everything was fine. They had installed 3- and 4-layer barriers. The instructor asked if all nearby residents had been evacuated, to which Hogak replied that they had double-checked it 3 to 4 times. The chair said okay, and ordered everyone to retreat. The instructor said rely on her. He added that everyone watch carefully because this archmage is at least 10th circle. Liege Weather stood on the edge of the cliff, raised her hands up, and began to release energy. Everyone thought what a huge amount of mana. She then used her palm to use her technique to destroy the mountain, and activated the meteor blaster that was the only solution to destroy this dungeon. Over the mountain hung a huge fiery substance that could fall at any moment. And at that very moment when the blaster was active, a celestial demon with a dark swordsman flew out. The department chair was very surprised. Instructors asked what was up. They flew through, and the meteor blaster blasted it ended up high in the sky. A moment later, the blaster fell on the mountain, blowing it up a little more, and they could have died. And at this very moment, not far from that explosion, a heavenly demon was walking and carrying a swordsman in his arms. He asked what the explosion was and said that if they didn't get out quickly, it would be very bad. The sky demon said for the swordsman to wake up and asked the dungeon should always be destroyed like this. And began to look around, then he lowered his eyes. He couldn't believe what he saw. At the edge of the cliff stood Mrs. Head of Department Ligue Weather. He recognized her. She stared with incomprehension, and he looked at her and said that woman. He had seen her blue eyes in Lihan's memories, and had forgotten that he had wanted to visit her once. But now he thought it was no longer necessary, and she would come to him and said he was waiting for her. The superintendent asked the measuring group to report the situation, and was told that the mana remaining in the strike point was 0. The instructor told everyone to look around to see if there was any damage, and as of today, Karsak's grave has been completely destroyed. And now in the place where the sky demon had recently appeared and there was only sky around, something amazing happened. The entity that was in there felt something, and around her, arrows that belonged to King Karsak began to appear from the ground. The entity stared for a long time, then its eye opened and it said Celestial Demon. They, along with the swordsmen, were returning to their home. Their journey was a very long one, and they were traveling through the sky and were already very far away from the place of that dungeon. The sky demon flew at rocket speed because he wanted to be home faster. Finally, they were near their temporary home, and a hole appeared in the sky, which was a portal, and they jumped out of that portal and landed on the ground. The sky demon said that they were finally there. He was very tired and hungry. He turned to the swordsman and said he was hungry and asked him to get him some food, but the swordsman was not himself and was not feeling well. He turned to the guy again and asked him to wake up. To the swordsman didn't react in any way. 3 days later, the demon sat between the trees and restored his energy. Just as suddenly, his right hand activated and began to release dark energy. The heavenly demon could not believe his eyes. I did not understand what was going on. Why did this suddenly happen? He got up from the ground. He had to decide what to do, got to his feet and got ready. He decided it was worth a try and raised his hand and wanted to do what he had in mind. Using his hand, he made a funnel and opened the portal. For a while, he stared at it. Then this vortex began to consume one of the trees standing nearby with its dark energy. And in one fell swoop, she broke that tree. It was no trouble at all. She did it with ease. The heavenly demon held his power in his hands and was very surprised at what he could. Out of surprise, some moments even scared him and he tried to hide. But at that moment he realized something and was very much surprised by it. His eyes opened very wide. He was able to control this energy, and it dispersed between the trees, enveloping everything around him. The heavenly demon made a few more manipulations with his hands and cracks appeared in the ground. He said it's pretty useful, but he thinks it's best not to abuse it too much. The heavenly demon thought about it and said he would use it from time to time. Suddenly, the voice of the fatalist rang out. He said that he was using his energy in this way. The fatalist said his mistake was that he thought he had won, but the demon replied that he was talking too much. And he thought he would have to put up with his endless chatter. The fatalist said he would surely return. At this very moment, some sort of shouting was heard from the house, and the heavenly demon looked back to look. It was the dark swordsman screaming something happened to him, and he hit the wall and shattered it. Something was happening to him. He was holding his head and sitting on his knees. He was very sick. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his body because he couldn't control his hearing and smell. He was very sick and felt a terrible hunger that he had no strength to endure. And all he had in his head were phrases about how he wanted to eat. He wanted to eat. He wanted to eat all the time. The sky demon said it was because that monster took the swordsman by surprise because he didn't see it. The demon said that after that guy attacked him, his body changed to look like his. The swordsman asked what he was now and said if he wanted to take possession of his body. The demon said he would look into it and asked the swordsman to rest because he was very weak. He asked him not to get upset, didn't tell him if he couldn't beat someone, then he should make them his ally. The swordsman didn't know what he was talking about, and the demon explained that it was easier to give the guy in his hand what he wanted, and added that whether he's a vampire or someone else he likes to fight, he needs a fight. The dark swordsman was one surprised by what he said, but decided to think about his words. Right now, the following was happening in the main Chunmuhak building on the top floor. Department Chair Lig Wazer reviewed student files and scrutinized them. She finally reached the card with student Li Han and studied it thoroughly. She saw him and remembered that he had tried to enroll last year with them. He had a terrible fate, the fate of someone who would lose loved ones one by one and eventually die himself. She said that among the owners of such a fate, there are those who fall into agony. She pondered the fact that such a Li Han could very likely become Chunmuhak's strength. But she immediately remembered what had happened on the mountain as Li Han flew out of it and then paced through the air. Ligeweather was sure that Li Han's abilities might be a cruel joke of fate. She held 2 cards in her hands, one belonging to the dark swordsman and the other to Li Han, and knew that Li Han had hired him. She had no way of knowing what it was that connected them, and why they ran away, that they had an ulterior motive. Right now in the house, the dark swordsman was preparing dinner and cutting vegetables for him, and he kept thinking. He was glad the head had explained everything to him, and had already set a whole table of delicious lunch. And now he was calm. After just a couple minutes, his body was no longer his own again. He got a sudden headache and grabbed his head, and voices started appearing in his head. It was the vampire in him who was hungry again and saw the food. And the dark swordsman couldn't control his body and started eating everything he had prepared. He climbed right onto the table, and as if he hadn't eaten in years, started grabbing and devouring everything. He was saying something in an incomprehensible language and eating so sloppily that he broke all the dishes. When the meal was over, he went outside because he heard a sound that beckoned him. He came to the basement where the pig was tied up and looked at it for a long time and thought about what to do. The dark swordsman was so hungry he was ready to eat her whole. He took her hand and said something. And then with this hand like a sword, he split that pig in half in 2. The vampire wanted to eat it. The vampire sitting inside the dark swordsman was very happy to have had a delicious meal. At this moment, the heavenly demon came over and said, "Did it really work?" And the swordsman turned around. He turned and looked at the sky demon with anger, but he stood there smiling. The dark swordsman's hand turned into a sharp spear and became red and filled with energy. Eyes filled with anger, and he wanted to attack the celestial demon. He got into a stance and prepared himself. Then very quickly, he snapped out of his seat and ran to strike the demon from the back. The heavenly demon stood very still while the dark swordsman spun around him. The swordsman stood behind the demon and wanted to strike him with his hand as he turned around. But he did nothing, and the swordsman blew his head off with his sword hand. He was very angry. The vampire that was in the dark swordsman had strength and stamina. And at that moment the demon's head flew away, but began to dissolve in the air, and the swordsman realized what was not true. The heavenly demon said that it was instant teleportation. The swordsman didn't understand how he did it. And the demon replied that it was the ultimate mastery of technique and only laughed at him. Then the dark swordsman swung at him again and wanted to attack him again, this time definitively. And the celestial demon used the demonic art of the primordial fist, and his fist became ice. Demon said he was trying to attack with such obvious blows and asked if he was serious. But at this moment, the dark swordsman was up to something, and the demon thought the same thing he wanted to do. His eyes showed that he had a plan and was ready to use his power. The swordsman swung his arm and struck a blow that made the sky demon fall. He spun his arm around, and there was no escaping the blows. It filled everything around him. This time, the heavenly demon was angry. He activated his arm energy and prepared to launch a counterattack. He charged his arm and gave the one a stunning blow that was very strong. The dark swordsman didn't expect this and screamed from such a blow and then fell down. Then the celestial demon once again jumped over his head and already kicked the dark swordsman. He was holding onto his arm because he had injured it while the dark swordsman was lying somewhere far away from this place. And the celestial demon asked him, so he is a vampire, is it true the demon's power was higher? When the dark swordsman woke up, he began to walk back up and replied that he was Vlad's blade. And he said it's his name, and the man who called him is the vampire Duke Vlad Dracula. They were facing each other and waiting for some action from each other. The demon asked him if it was a temporary form or a real one, to which Dracula replied that this guy is gone. He's been holding it together for quite a while, despite the fact that he comes from a pretty mediocre background. But the celestial demon replied that the mediocre here is only him, to which Count Dracula just laughed. Dracula said his blood smelled delicious, and he wondered what it tasted like, this awesome liquid pulsing through his body. The sky demon said he could try it if he could tease him, of course. Then Dracula charged his blade in his hand and prepared to strike. He took a few leaps and in a flash was behind the back of the heavenly demon, who had not expected it. He enveloped the demon with his energy and was in an advantageous position to deal with it. Dracula said he would take what he wanted and swung his blade at the demon. The heavenly demon had time to react and turned around to defend himself. When Dracula struck at him, the celestial demon put up a hand that was in ice. He tried with all his might to hold back that blade that would split him in two just a little more. While resisting, Count Dracula's blood started dripping directly on him, and he wounded the demon. The vampire could already taste his blood and couldn't contain himself. He was at his limit, and said it was amazing he wasn't ready to stop and continued his fight. The heavenly demon had quite a bit of strength, so it had enough to thwart him. The vampire said he wanted more, and make no mistake, he asked he wasn't an ordinary man, was he? But the celestial demon didn't answer him anything, only thought to himself, and worked out a plan in his head. And Count Dracula just kept saying he wanted more. He was obsessed with it, and there was no stopping him. He said he wanted all his blood. He was so thirsty he was ready to tear down everything in his path. The sky demon stood silent. He didn't say anything. He didn't do anything he needed to figure out how to act. At that moment, the vampire's arm inflated with such incredible strength and power and turned even redder. Ken turned to him and asked if he knew what demonic energy was, and told that demonic energy has the property of intoxicating people with its power, and possessing this power have a special tendency to destruction. And he added that if he could harness that power, it would become his own. That's what demonic energy is. But the vampire didn't understand what this had to do with him, and waited for an answer from the demon. The one replied that, in simple words, it is a powerful controlling force. And as far as he understood, the vampire is one of the strongest monsters, but the source is specifically demonic. And no matter how much he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to devour the one who possessed her. The vampire screamed for him to shut up. In an instant, he grew in size, changed his appearance, and tried to grab the heavenly demon. He said that the man keeps talking his teeth out if he thinks he can stop him with stories. He's wrong. The vampire underestimated him. He thought he had caught him as suddenly he appeared behind him. The heavenly demon sat calmly at the top of the tree and looked at the dark swordsman. This infuriated him even more, and he screamed for the one to die and continued the attack with his claws. No matter how many blows he threw, he missed, much to the amusement of the celestial demon. The demon didn't do anything, just sat there, and he told him there was one difference between them. And the outcome of the fight is decided not by the number of techniques and their speed, such are the basics. The dark swordsman saw mirrored reflections now the demon was very numerous, and he used another one of his techniques called the heavenly demon's footsteps, and blasted the dark swordsman into small pieces. He didn't expect it. I didn't realize who had struck. Right now, the door to the mercenary store opened, and in walked he who hadn't been here in a long time. He knew the place like the back of his hand, and walked on straight to the main entrance itself. A man sat at the table and was surprised by the elder who came in and said hello to him. He said he had finally returned, but the elder replied that he had come for heavenly demon cult. Elder Nadal said that he had come to meet his disciple. They left the shop and walked to a place where they could talk quietly and sit. They sat down at the table and began to drink tea and discuss what had happened. The elder listened very attentively. Then he said he had some business nearby, so he decided to visit his student. The man replied that he had gone mercenary, so he wasn't here anymore, and added something else. He said what he thought, and he thought it was strange. Elder clarified what he was talking about. He said that a few months ago a boy had hired him as an apprentice, and he hadn't seen him since. He should have come back long ago, but something must have gone wrong. But the elder didn't understand what difference it made if his employer was paying him and looked closely. The man replied that there was no extra charge, he paid the usual amount, but told him not to worry and he'd handle it and bring that guy to justice. The elder finished his tea and said he would leave it to him then, and he had to leave. But he still didn't like what was going on because he should have a conscience if he was taking up other people's time. And the elder said they should charge him a fee of at least 10 times the amount the old man agreed. The elder was very angry. He didn't like it that his student was being treated this way. He got angry and pounded his fist on the table loudly and scared everyone around him with his action. He said that he had to return his student after he finished his work, and what kind of person he was to make him work like a dog. At this moment, in the battle between the celestial demon and the dark swordsman, The demon won. The dark swordsman lay on the ground, unconscious and unmoving. He could not recover. Then he opened his eyes abruptly and didn't realize what was happening or how he got there. He stood up and asked where he was and what was going on. The demon said he was finally awake. The sky demon said he's a jerk, and he just asked for food to be prepared. Why make such a fuss? The dark swordsman replied that he had no excuse and realized that once again the vampire in him had awakened. The sky demon told him to forget it, and he was damn hungry and suggested we go get something to eat. The swordsman looked at his hand and thought that at this rate he would only annoy his teacher. The swordsman realized he needed to get this sorted out quicker and went to the market to shop. He remembered that thirst the teacher had talked about and that one should deal with it by simply destroying monsters or beasts. The biggest problem was the hunger that didn't stop for a minute. The swordsman realized that no matter how many monsters he destroyed, the vampire was always thirsty for blood, and it couldn't be stopped. He wondered how long he could keep his sanity. The dark swordsman was walking through the market and wondered aloud what he should do to his teacher. Suddenly a voice called out to him and asked what he was doing here. It was the foreman. The swordsman asked how they ended up here and the master of the mercenary store, to which the master wondered if he couldn't meet his apprentice. The master asked what he was doing here, and the swordsman said he was buying groceries. He explained that his employer is hungry, so to prepare the meal, we buy groceries for side dishes. The master got very angry at the swordsman and asked why he was doing this. He didn't understand it. The dark swordsman told the master to restrain his anger, and at that moment someone turned to the swordsman. He was called by name by a heavenly demon who was munching his apple very appetizingly. The demon asked why he was talking to this old man and asked him to cook something faster because he was starving. The master approached and asked who he was. The demon said he wanted to ask him the same question. The swordsman said that it was his master. He thought there was a misunderstanding and they needed to talk. The demon replied that he looked like he was having trouble even walking. Hearing these words, the master got even angrier. His anger peaked and he called him a bad word. After calming down a bit, the master turned to the demon and said that he was his employer, and he added that he wanted to meet him and show him the motherfucker. They stood face to face in the empty square and looked at each other and wanted to make sense of the situation. Master said that before he showed him his power, he would give him one last chance to refuse, and asked if he wanted to join the heavenly demon cult. The sky demon didn't answer anything and just stared at him in bewilderment. Master said that the heavenly demon cult didn't divide people by origin and said that his power could be useful to the cult. The sky demon asked how many people were in the cult, and the master said he would find out after he joined. The heavenly demon continued to stand his ground and said that he would show mercy one last time, and asked him if he wanted to give up, which the master became so furious that his face turned red. He said the rules say they have to give the kids the first 3 strikes, but he wasn't going to do that. The sky demon was so calm and stood picking his nose and ear and said he thought so too. And the master went out of his mind. He used the 5-star demonic flame art technique. This technique involved an explosion that just went off right in the square. The swordsman thought how fast he was, and he didn't have time to follow him, and the art of demonic flame could turn guests into ashes in an instant. The heavenly demon remained alive, and unharmed master did not understand how this was possible. And the demon asked him everything and told him there were 2 more strikes, and he didn't do anything himself. Then the master got even angrier and used his next attack. He connected his fists, which formed energy, then raised his hands up and formed a vortex with tremendous power and energy, and applied a technique called the 6-star demonic flame art. The master angrily told the demon that he would send him to hell along with his lousy tongue. Again, there was an explosion from which the celestial demon was not harmed. He deftly slipped between the blows. The demon said he had 1 strike left and advised him to put all his strength into it because it was his last chance. The master in no way expected such insolence, blocked, and did not know how to act. And once again he attacked. He put his hands on the ground, and in that instant the whole earth cracked. But the heavenly demon was not bothered by this and continued to stand still. This technique is higher than the others and is called the 7 stars demonic flame art. The dark swordsman said such a fever, and if he wasn't so far away he doesn't know what would happen to him. And he immediately thought of the teacher and asked how he was doing, but he couldn't see anything because of the smoke and fire. The sky demon said his attempts were over and it was his turn to strike. And in an instant the heavenly demon seemed to split and it became not 1, but many. Master couldn't believe that this technique was a descending heavenly demon lord. The heavenly demon expected a response from the master and was very surprised when he applied it. Master applied a technique called the 8 paths of demonic appearance, and he became numerous as well. They began to fight each other. The celestial demon was many and the master was many. The master asked who he was and how he was able to achieve such mastery of this technique. And the demon replied that he would tell if he washed his clothes. The master was shocked by this. The master wanted to strike him again, grabbed his arm and readied his sword. But the heavenly demon was very cleverly able to fend him off and push the master away, much to his annoyance. Then the master took his blade and prepared to stab it directly into the heavenly demon. Striking blow after blow, the celestial demon dodged each of his blades very skillfully. But the master didn't give up and kept swinging his sword in hopes that he could defeat him. But in an instant, the celestial demon hit the master with such force, and from the surprise, the master bent over in pain and flew very far away from the place, and that he was very hard to see. He did a somersault in the air, spun around a few times in the same place, but remained alive and unharmed, and then easily landed on the ground right in front of the heavenly demon. The sky demon was really sick of it and was hungry and said it was time to call it a day. Master asked if he still wanted to speak and began to activate his power in his chest. He recreated the shadow armor that protects by consuming mana and was sure it would protect him. But the celestial demon wasn't frightened by it, only amused by it. He knew ahead of time how to deal with it. Demon said it certainly wouldn't be easy to break through and asked if he was sure he was ready for it. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the master struck again, jumping up from the ground and swinging his sword. Then, with a rumbling sound, he landed near the celestial demon and started throwing punches. Master was so angry with him that he wanted to deal with him since she always did right now. The heavenly demon didn't stand still either. He dodged the blows and threw his own. Their fight went on for a long time, energies intertwined and fought each other. There was nothing to see around, there was smoke, constant explosions, and they were using all their techniques. The heavenly demon was getting angry, but he still had enough strength to win this battle. His eyes turned red and he turned to the darker side of his personality to strike. You could tell by the master that he was very tired, and he had no more fight to give out. He didn't want to give out either. After a while, he said they would stop and thought that was enough. The heavenly demon noticed that the master wasn't the kind of person who could just pick up and stop so easily. To which the foreman replied that he seemed to have gone too far and asked him to apologize. But the demon didn't accept his apology and was willing to continue this battle because it really hurt him. The master shouted for him to forgive him, Jan, and said he was a rude old man apologizing again. But the heavenly demon was already standing over him and swung his fist to strike his face. The foreman said he would wash his clothes as he asked, but he didn't have time to say anything and got punched in the face. They went back to their home and the master joined them and said he was honored. He couldn't believe that he had met a disciple of the 16th heavenly demon, and honor was too loud a word. The master asked if he knew anything about the legend. The demon asked what legend he was talking about. And the master replied that the legend of the heavenly demon that single-handedly slew the Lich King. And at this moment, the heavenly demon remembered how he had fought that bony head. But he told the master that he knew, and he replied that it was as expected of his apprentice. The heavenly demon didn't understand something and asked the master why he came here. The master was washing his clothes and said that it was all because of the incident in southern Yixian. The demon asked about southern Yixian, and the master began to tell that Ziqian and southern Yixian are famous for being the grain center of Sichuan. And in order to restore the celestial demon cult, he wants to build a good relationship with these fertile lands. Master said that it is rumored that a lord has appeared in northern Guandu. The swordsman asked if it was Quado, but the celestial demon didn't understand what it was talking about, who Quado was, and what lord. The master said they call men like him chiefs. They rule over trolls and orcs. The demon asked what their leader's name was, and he must be talking about those green-skinned weirdos. The master replied that being a direct subordinate of King Lich's guard, he was not only strong, but also very fast. The master was silent for a while, and said that the most important thing he wanted to say was that he was still eating. The sky demon then didn't understand anything at all, and asked what he was eating and what it had to do with eating at all. The master said that he eats not only people, but also monsters' trees. Rocks, objects, is everything in this world. The demon said he was very interesting, and asked how strong he was, but the master remained silent. The dark swordsman intervened and said he was much stronger than the guy they had fought the other day. And the celestial demon then offered to catch him, to which the swordsman said that it was absolutely impossible. But the demon said it's okay, they don't have anything to do anyway, they'll just go look at it. At that moment, someone arrived at the building where Department Chair Lig Weather was located. It was the chief of staff who said that apparently, along with the wyverns, hundreds of trolls and orcs had appeared in southern Aijin. The head of the department replied that since the army of orcs and trolls is there, the Lord must be with them. The superintendent thought that yes, the apocalypse must be 4 more years away, and why now Quado had arrived. She decided to take her magic ball and check one piece of information she had. The chief of staff thought it was a magical area of communication and was seduced by it. Liege Weather in her eyes took her magical sphere of communication and got to work. When she opened her eyes, she said that she had requested reinforcements from the celestial thunder cult, and added that they could only find out the truth when they'd sorted it out completely. The leader replied that he understood. The department chair turned away. She couldn't believe it was already starting. At this moment, the heavenly demon with the swordsman and master arrived at Yixiang and saw that there was an overwhelming force of monster army, who mercilessly slaughtered everything in their path in great numbers. In the army, orders were handed out to make sure no one was in a hurry and everyone stuck to the formation. But each time a new monster appeared in their path, then it was a flying dragon. who emitted fire and set fire to everything he saw and burned down half an army of people around him. The master thought sadly of the monsters and said, "Wyvern, if only they weren't there." They stood at the top of the cliff and watched everything happen as the orcs fought the army. The demon asked if they would be able to get something useful from his mutts. The master said he didn't think they should, and asked if he wanted to go. The celestial demon pointed to one of the monsters and said, "This one." It was a terrifying monster with a piece of meat in his hands, and in his other hand he held his weapon. It was their lord, namely the Lord of Quado, about whom the master had spoken so much. It all happened in one of the first villages of the demonic cult of Yiqing. People started running around the village screaming that a monster had come to them, and they were being attacked by a monster. The Orc Lord Quado came to one of the houses and attacked everyone who lived in the house. He began to suck everything around him with such power and strength that no one could resist, and the wall that was next to it collapsed, and the people who were there started flying towards him. People couldn't even resist and only shouted for someone to help them. But it was too late, and Quado ate everything in his path. He was always hungry. From eating all the time, he was big and fat and had a circle on his stomach. It ate everything around it and left only the ground to walk on. The sky demon asked, "What is this lord, if he is not mistaken, Lord Quado?" The master replied that it was him. The swordsman thought to himself, what a monstrous power. The master couldn't believe how he dared, because there were people of their cult there. But the demon told him to curb his anger. If he went along with his emotions, he would die. The master asked what he was offering just to watch him destroy his men, and the demon said yes. And that since he spilled the blood of his men, they can't leave it as it is, but he doesn't have enough energy to fight now. The dark swordsman asked what he planned to do and was surprised by his answer. And he replied that he doesn't see any strategic building. He just goes and observes everyone, and asked if he knew what that meant. The sky demon replied that they were only here as a distraction, and added that he was now the same and prepared to go there. Swordsman and master were surprised. He asked Nodel if he could follow those flying things and pointed at the dinosaurs. The master replied that of course he could, and prepared himself for this exciting fight. The demon said the swordsman shouldn't be here. There was a chance the vampire would wake up again, and asked him to find a hiding place. The heavenly demon commanded to start fighting and jumped off that cliff right into the center of the monsters. After a couple minutes, he dealt with all the monsters and exhaled like nothing had happened. Then he saw a sword lying near him and decided that he should take it with him. Just as he bent down to pick up this sword, a monster came up behind him and wanted to strike him. The heavenly demon immediately turned around and saw there was a whole squad of monsters that was approaching him. He turned sharply and began to defend himself with this sword, striking at them and attacking. The heavenly demon thought that it had been a long time since he had held a sword in his hands and began to deal with these monsters. When he defeated the last of them, he sat on it and thought about it. There was only one left. It was a huge orc, larger than all the others and very strong. The demon thought that here comes the orc, a good opportunity to replenish his internal energy. The monster swung its huge weapon at him and struck, but the celestial demon was very agile and managed to bounce away from the attack. Then he decided to hit it from the side. He swung that weapon towards the demon again. The demon was able to crouch down and that one missed, but then he smashed an army of his monsters. The heavenly demon hadn't thrown any strikes yet and was only defending himself against that huge orc. Suddenly, the heavenly demon sensed some sort of plume that passed by him. The orc stood still and waited for the right moment to attack it. It happened very suddenly, and even the demon didn't have time to brush it off, and got hit hard right in the ribs, so some of his ribs were broken. The orc continued to deliver blow after blow, and the demon flew off to the side and couldn't even get up. Then he decided he would try again. He got to his feet and prepared to attack. And at that very moment, the bulky man began to suck in everything around him. The sky demon began to suck in his mouth, but he resisted in every way. At the same time, the bulky man was striking at the heavenly demon, and the latter could do nothing in response. He stood already without strength beside him as the bulky man swung again and struck him. The impact was so strong that the heavenly demon flew very far away from him. The warriors who watched it all were shocked at what that monster had done. The heavenly demon looked very bad on him with no living space left on him, and he had no strength. He was all wounded with blood everywhere, and he was sitting on his knees and couldn't even stand up. The demon had no strength left, and the orc swung his club once more. The demon thought he wasn't in the best position when he saw the weapon flying. And looking at what was going on around him, he thought maybe doom was scary. And he added that man only develops when his body is put to the test. He said it's called the end of the demon when the body reacts before he can think of anything, and added that only then does he gain real experience, and at that moment the orc hit him. But what happened in the next minute really amazed the monster. He could not understand how this was possible. The heavenly demon stood without strength, but held this weapon, and did not let itself be crushed. At that very moment, inexplicable changes began to occur in his body. His body filled with power again, and he tensed up with all his might. I pushed that weapon away. He pushed the club so that it flew back at the orc and hit him right in the head. The heavenly demon then gathered all of his internal energy into his hand and gave him a crushing blow, from which the orc fell with a clatter to the ground. It was a victory for the heavenly demon and was now stronger. The demon said that now his inner strength had reached the 5th level. He had climbed to the pinnacle of demonic power. The warriors who watched the whole thing asked what it was and clarified how he was able to repair his bones. At this moment, the troll army was advancing, but now the heavenly demon was not afraid of anything. At this moment, some force collapsed on the monster army from above and slaughtered several dozen goblins who died on the spot from such a blow. When the warriors looked up, they saw that it was the instructor who had dealt with the monsters. When he finally got downstairs, he said it was a good thing he wasn't late, because the main orc, or rather the lord of all orcs, was still alive and well. The lord asked with a chuckle who these people were that had joined them, and the lord turned to the servant and told him to report the information to him and called him Manat, and he replied that he was probably from some academy, and given his clothes, he was probably from Cheonmu Academy. The lord laughed and Manat apologized to his lord for the mistake. He said it was all right anyway, they were just a distraction, and since someone powerful had come here, it wasn't worth waiting any longer. Manat was ready to attack them at any moment. You said that's what he expected. They took the pendant and applied the overflowing heart, and the Lord said they would get back what these people had stolen from them. Manat said that as expected of their lord and asked if it was time for them to go. The orc lord was ready to destroy them all and said it was time for them to go. At this moment, the instructor was ruthlessly slaughtering the monsters in every possible way. The army of warriors who had been here for a long time also rushed to attack after him. The dark swordsman stood at the top and watched all this fighting and could not understand where the master and the celestial demon were. At that moment, a celestial demon came up from behind and asked what happened and where Nodell was. Just then, the foreman came over and said he had finished. The demon asked what was up with those flying things. The master said that he lured them to a place before destroying it with fire. Nodell said he'd gotten this far and asked what the demon said he was trying to distract them for. The swordsman didn't understand, and the demon replied that he thought they were doing it on purpose so that they would throw all the forces here while they attacked the other base. The master realized that that base was more important than this one. He became very angry, and so energy began to emanate from him. The orc lord saw this energy from below and suspected something was wrong. He told his favor that he felt a familiar power from that hill, but whose it was he could not understand. Manat asked the lord what was wrong, but he told him that everything was fine. And he took his horn out of his pocket and blared it to summon all the monsters. And after that sound, a huge size and unlike any other crawled out of the ground. It was a strange creature that looked like a dragon but had horns. The creature opened its mouth and the Lord stepped his foot right on its tongue. Then he sat down in that monster's mouth like a throne and told them to go forward towards them. The heavenly demon master and the dark swordsman went to the vast settlement right now. The demon asked, "So this is the cult's secret location?" They looked at the building. The master was silent. And a little later he said that yes, he was only recently created, but he was already doing a good job with the cult. The demon noticed that there were a lot of people there and couldn't figure out what his secrecy was. The master replied that in fact, that was exactly what they were after. If he decided to plant a sapling, then wouldn't it be better to plant it in the sun? He said they keep a close eye on paying taxes so no one even knows what it is. They went inside and were met by a man who greeted them and said welcome. The man asked who the men with him were. Nodell replied that it was a very respectable man asked to escort him to the 3rd floor. They went up to the 3rd floor and sat down at the conference table and began to discuss what had happened. Master said that now we need to talk about Quado. The celestial demon wondered what exactly. Nodell replied that he was thinking about where they could attack after they attracted attention and said that there was a place called Red Goblin Academy in Sichuan province, and said that unlike the Heavenly Academy, its reputation was lower than nowhere. They had completely lost all the money twice, and it had been many years since their elders had been able to recover. And he added that there is a treasury in this place called the Goblin Spiritual Column, and said that's where they keep all sorts of treasures, elixirs, scrolls, divine weapons, and artifacts. The master was sure that if there was a place Quado was targeting, this was it. At that moment, a guard came in and shouted that there was urgent news. He was very worried. The master asked what happened, and the man replied that the Red Goblin Academy Quado had attacked them. Everyone was surprised by this news that he was able to do it so quickly, but it was expected. The heavenly demon wasn't confused. He was happy about it and told them to go ahead. Right now in the Red Goblin Academy, they were trying to fight off the Quado Lord. The Lord was of enormous size, and standing before them, he was confident of his victory. The inhabitants of the academy defended themselves as best they could, and orders were given to hold on and not to retreat in any case. The Lord asked that the overflowing heart was in the spiritual goblin colony. The great shaman Thoris sat on the floor of the stone room and said it was true. The Lord said he would attack the Red Goblin Academy, and Manitou was told to go to the goblin spiritual column and take the overflowing heart. The servant asked if he alone would not be enough, to which the Lord said their leader Arakchuk and 4 of their warriors could not defeat 1 man. Manat said for the Lord to forgive him and got ready to do what Quado commanded. He told him to go and that his task was more important than anything. The servant agreed and left. The Lord himself went to deal with the Red Goblin Academy and eat everything in his path. He ruthlessly removed anything that got in his way and dealt with people very harshly. The others who saw what he was doing were shocked by what they saw and very afraid. Quado is so insatiable that he eats not only people but all objects around him. And then he started sucking in his mouth and everyone and everything around him, leaving nothing in his path. He had secret weapons that he used that killed people on the spot. People literally vaporized before their eyes, falling under his influence and techniques. It was very scary. When Lord Quado had massacred everyone who tried to defend the academy, he was ready to go in. He was very pleased with his accomplished work and headed off to further destroy the others. At this time in the goblin spiritual colony, his servant was poking around and looking for what he needed. Suddenly he saw a thing on the table that looked like the one he needed. It was a pendant with a green stone on a chain. He said he'd finally found that overflowing heart. He took the pendant and added that now Mr. Quado could regain his power. He held the pendant in his hands and it sparkled with all the facets of its gemstone. He looked at it for a long time and something began to happen to the pendant and he was very surprised. The stone in the pendant seemed to come to life and the black crystals inside it began to play. Manat was very scared of what happened. He said that no, his owner, Mr. Quado, but not him. He wouldn't look at the stone again and said it could end badly. He folded it up and put it away in his bag and began to head towards the exit to give the overflowing heart to its owner. When he opened the door on his way in the passage, he was met by a celestial demon and a master. The sky demon eyed him for a very long time and asked, so it wasn't Quado, and got upset. Manat, seeing the strangers, was surprised and very angry and asked who he was. The demon replied that yes, so he is the one who came to destroy, and with a snide smile told him so. Manate was ready to massacre them right now, but the heavenly demon and the master were very calm. The heavenly demon stood there, energized by the gusts of energy already emanating from him. But the servant Lord Quado was very angry, and the demon asked who this guy was. He said that he had fought many times with people of high cultivation levels, and when fighting them, he had severely injured them. But he said he couldn't see the kid's strength level, and he thought he was stronger than him, but he looked like a little brat. The demon said that a warrior should always fight, even if his opponent is stronger. And Manat had already swung his sword to strike him, but the demon didn't care much. While striking, he wanted to hit him, but the heavenly demon was able to counter that strike. Manat was surprised at how cleverly he did it, and decided to repeat his strike. The heavenly demon grabbed the end of his sword and asked him what he was so weak. Then the servant got even angrier and began to strike blow after blow, trying to destroy the demon. But the celestial demon was dodging every blow very dashingly and was already near Manatee. And at that very moment, he used his technique called airstrike and blew him away. It was a very powerful blow that immediately crippled Manat before he could even recover. He fell to his knees in front of them from this blow and sat in that position without moving. The demon said this guy wasn't dangerous, but Nodell cautioned that he shouldn't let his guard down. Manat wasn't defeated, he still had strength and said he wasn't going to die here. And he realized that fighting the demon at this rate would soon be the end of him. And he realized he had to do something and pulled the overflowing heart out of his bag. He held this pendant up to his face and it started working. After a couple minutes, it was activated. When he succeeded, he told the Lord of Quado to forgive him. He said he would pay for this sin with his life, but now he couldn't pass up such a chance. The demon said to have the master look at him and ask if he thought he was capable of anything. Nodal at that very moment saw something start to happen to him and told the demon to look at it. Suddenly, Manat increased in size, and the staff in his hands began to glow, and the pendant around his neck also came to life. The demon asked, so he had a trump card up his sleeve all along and said it would be worth showing right away. Manat laughed at him and said that it was so, and now he would show all his strength. The demon and master stood still and did nothing. The Lord applied the mirror reflection technique. After that, the exact same monsters appeared behind the demon. He turned around and asked what was there, and behind him, several of the same monsters with their spears started attacking him. The sky demon deftly dodged and began to inflict counterattacks on them. Now he was getting more interesting. The mirrored monsters were advancing from all sides. They were ordered to destroy the demon. But he was not so easy to catch. His agility and experience made it clear. The heavenly demon swung at one of them to strike with his powerful arm. He swung harder and hit him right in the eye, knocking him through. As another monster approached, the heavenly demon took a stand and prepared to strike again. It wasn't the real Manat. After the blow, the place where the blow hit started to disappear. And the heavenly demon realized that when the clone is destroyed, the other monsters are strengthened. He said that the ability seemed strong, but only at first glance, and began his actions. He sprinted and jumped to strike another monster and hit it right in the face, causing it to fall apart. The most important monster stood not far from him, holding his spear on his neck with an overflowing heart glowing. He was very angry at the demon and screamed with all his might so hard that the sound deafened everyone. But the celestial demon was not scared. He was ready to take any of his blows because he was confident in his strength. And with his strength, he broke his sword and tore the overflowing heart from his neck. And when he did so, Manat once again assumed his previous guise and fell to the ground. The chain on the pendant broke, and it fell beside him, and the Lord's servant was already insignificant. The demon asked Nodell if this was some kind of artifact not true. And the man replied that this stone seemed alive to him. even moving, and he offered to take it away and come back soon. The sky demon asked if he didn't understand their good fortune, he couldn't understand what he meant. The demon said that the Red Goblin Academy had most likely already been destroyed by Quado. He went into the room where the treasure was kept and asked if they were going to leave all these things to him. Nodal couldn't believe what he was hearing from the celestial demon and what it was for. The sky demon tried to explain to him that it was something he needed to pack with him, but he discouraged him. A little later, Quado came to the Red Goblin Academy because his servant hadn't returned for a long time. When he saw it all, he was just amazed and didn't realize who had done it. The treasure room was empty and his servant was destroyed. Lord Quado was enraged, his eyes began to glow with anger, and he was not on the fritz. And shouted throughout the neighborhood, his voice was very loud and deafening that everyone could hear. The heavenly demon and the master brought all those treasures they took to their house. The dark swordsman, seeing this, asked what was the master, explained that they had taken it from the Red Goblin Academy. Couldn't they just leave it all there? The swordsman was concerned with knowing how much it was all worth, and the demon said he thought Quado was looking for this thing. He took the overflowing heart in his hands and looked at the thing. He wondered how it worked and what it was for. Nodal said if he's not mistaken, that little orc got stronger after using it, and added that it seems to be some important artifact for the orcs the demon was interested in. And while he was looking at the stone on the table, something unexpected began to happen. The sword that was lying on the table began to glow with black energy emanating from it. The dark swordsman asked the master what it was, and he replied that it was the sword of Roland of the Dulan race. He explained that the undead headless race, Roland was a strong knight when he was alive and became the same after he became undead. He said that he had heard that he had been completely destroyed and didn't think there would be a sword left. Apparently Roland's will remained in it. The dark swordsman said that now he understood, and he thought it was just a sword and touched it. And at that very moment, something happened that he didn't expect. He got really scared. When he touched that sword, it struck him as if he had been electrocuted and withdrew his hand. The dark swordsman didn't manage to take this sword in his hands because it was as if he wasn't letting go. Nodal told him to back off because he wouldn't be able to control that sword. He said he would try it. He lit a fire with his hand, energized it, and grabbed his sword. But his strength was only enough to hold the sword, and he couldn't fight with it because the sword wouldn't obey. The sword exactly the same resist, but the master had much more experience and ability. Master said that even someone as strong as him can barely subdue him. But the demon said that this sword is designed to fight, and it is no use that he holds it. So the master offered to take the sword to him. The heavenly demon drew his sword, and the sword easily began to obey him and glowed stronger in his hands. There was no resistance from the sword, and it felt like it was in the right hands. And that really surprised the dark swordsman and Nodal. They didn't understand why this was happening. The heavenly demon stood with sword in hand and asked them so, and was it really that hard? He even tried swinging it a few times and said that anyway. He needed a new sword and decided to keep it since they had such a connection. The frustrated Lord of Quado came to the shaman Taurus and brought the hand of his servant. The shaman put his magic stick to his hand and began to watch what happened. He saw the full picture as the heavenly demon arrived and destroyed Manat. After that, he said it was all the fault of a third party. Lord Quado asked who it was. He said Manate was destroyed by a dark guy and asked him if his servant took a chance and activated the overflowing heart, and added that in the end, this heart was taken by this human lord, made him even angrier, and he struck out with his fist. He was just furious, he didn't know what to do. He pounded his fists on the ground and rocks flew off. After a little thought, the Lord of Quado decided what he needed to do. He stood up to the shaman. The Lord said that when the shaman found it to let him know, and he would destroy it. He was so angry and said he would destroy him and leave him no chance to live. Taurus and said of course it felt like he saw everything and knew how their battle would end. At this moment, the following was happening in the office of the head of the department at Heaven Academy. She pulled out her magic orb and decided to watch me again to find out information. She was focused on her work and kept thinking and why it happened so early. Suddenly, the chief of staff came into the office and said it was urgent. The superintendent interrogated if he wanted to say that the Red Goblin Academy had been destroyed by Quado. The supervisor said it's just a distraction to gain access to something else. She thinks the overlord is targeting the spiritual column vault. The chief of staff said they stole everything there was and gold and weapons artifacts. Department chair Ligweather responded that this was not good and was very upset about it. She asked that it be conveyed to all academy leaders that they are meeting today about this. The supervisor left, and the superintendent sat there wondering if they should get involved. She pondered if they would interfere what Lihan would do, then she was very worried about this question. When the celestial demon returned to his classroom to him and began to ask questions, they said his group got top marks this time and asked how they did it. But the celestial demon was not at all interested in this and did not want to answer their silly questions and answered that somehow it had worked out. Unso Ren didn't understand how he was so indifferent and why he didn't say anything about the rest of the team. She remembered her grandmother's words that a man had told her that if black magic is darkness, then the members of a demonic cult are those who plunge into the darkness head first. Unso Ren asked her grandmother who he was who said those words and waited for the answer. And Grandma replied that it was Ku-ok-yun, the 16th head of the heavenly demon sacred school. There was no way she could believe it was a heavenly demon and tried to correlate the information. And right now, she was looking at a boy who didn't care about anything or anyone. She walked over to his desk, put her hand on the desk, and looked at him. The celestial demon asked her what she wanted. She was confused at first, but after a while, she said they should talk. Somanen and his friends heard this, and it gave them such a shock and made him very angry. So Jin and Philia didn't expect her to do that either, and were very surprised at what they heard. But the celestial demon was very calm looking at her and asked why on earth she wanted to talk. Unso Ren and the demon got into a horse-drawn carriage and headed in some direction. During the road, they drove in silence. No one said a word. This silence bothered her. She asked if he was interested in where they were going. He said she was probably going home. Unso Ren said yes, but she asked if she was taking him to a dangerous place, and he said he was just the type of person to take him there. The girl didn't understand how she should behave with him and why he was so calm and didn't ask any questions. She later told me that there was actually a high-ranking person who wanted to meet him, and added that she could tell he should act normal until the sky demon answered nothing. They drove up to her house and she said they'd meet up pretty soon. At this moment, Lord Quato and Shaman Taurus stood on the cliff and searched for answers to their questions. The shaman was trying to use magic to find that man and figure out where he had gone. He took out his fireball, energized it, and said some incantation. And then he threw this ball down the cliff and added a parasite it would help find the heavenly demon. In flight, the balloon turned to stone and split, and when it reached the ground, from it came small bug-like creatures that were supposed to gather information. They collapsed into a tree with a clatter and settled there. The shaman was sure they would help. The birds sitting nearby didn't realize what it was, or if they could eat them. One of the bugs fell right on her head, and then onto a branch and crawled toward the stem to climb down it to the ground. But the bird didn't miss it and grabbed it with its little beak to eat the bug. She held it in her beak at first and then started to nibble and ate it. But after that, something strange started happening to the bird. It became very bad. A few minutes later, she fell out of the tree and it looked like she was dead. But this bug had settled into her, and now the bird was ready to follow and search for that person. The bird got to its feet and flew to where the sky demon had passed and began to look for him. Now she wasn't alone. There was a whole pack of them. They flew to the roof of the house and began to study the humans. They scanned everyone who was there, and the buyers and sellers, old people and children. The birds flew in different directions to find the one who stole the overflowing heart. They looked at the people and saw their energy and noticed the dark swordsman and master. Those sat on the edge of the cliff and tried to replenish their energy for the ensuing fight. And at that very moment, the bird realized that it had found the one who was next to the celestial demon. The shaman told the Lord that he had found the black-haired man he was looking for, and the Lord immediately began to gather his army of monsters to fight by blaring his horn. In front of him was once again a huge monster that would take him where he needed to go. He turned to the shaman and asked where they needed to go, already anxious to find him. Unso Ren and the celestial demon had already arrived at her house and were ready to enter the gate. But they did not go in, and she said she had brought him as she had been asked, and then they were allowed to enter. The sky demon opened the door and slowly walked in. He didn't know what to expect. When he walked in, he saw that the woman sitting in front of him was Unso Ren's grandmother. From just one look, she knew everything and was sure her guess was right. She immediately noticed his aura when he entered. Everything around him was burning with red flames. She asked her granddaughter to come out for a while, and of course she agreed. Unso Ren left them alone, went out the door and closed it, but she was very curious about what was going on in there. The sky demon sat down at the table, and they both remained silent for a long time. The door closed. Grandma said she was glad he agreed to come here and had prepared something and asked him to accept it without hesitation. The sky demon didn't understand what he was doing here and what this woman had in store for him. Her grandmother sat and thought it happened 140 years ago, but she remembers everything. She was in the forest at the time when she was apprehended by the warriors and saw everything with her own eyes. And she'll never forget the power that destroyed the Lich King, because it was all real. And now she realized it was an aura coming from this boy, and she was sure. The sky demon asked if she always summoned people and just looked at them. She said she was sorry if he found it offensive. She said she felt a strange energy from him. The demon asked her what she wanted to say, and grandmother replied that he knew their world was about to be destroyed. She added that they are suffering defeat after defeat because of their enemies, which is why she decided to meet him. The demon asked if she was talking about King Lich and told her there was nothing to worry about. He replied that he understood everything, but he could not help her and asked her not to take any risks and to take care of herself. Grandma asked if the power of demons would save the world. He specified what they were going to do, and the grandmother replied that they wanted to help in any way the demon thought about it. She said that she knew that the heavenly demon sacred school was unwilling to reveal itself, but if need be, she wanted to help in any way she could. The demon was greatly amused by this and asked if she wanted to make an alliance between the sects. He said she had decided to suppress the demonic arts for the greater good and asked if she now needed their help. He asked her if she thought it was delusional and said maybe he should kill her first and then go after the king. The sky demon understood everything. Grandma was very upset about what he told her. He said goodbye, that her nasty gut hadn't changed over the years, and walked out. He was very angry with her and called her various words, opened the door, and left. Grandma was left sitting alone in the big room looking at the glass he had spilled. She was very upset and thought she felt as if she had missed her only chance for salvation. The heavenly demon walked out of Unsoren's house. He was very and upset at the same time. He said he was wasting his time and that now, and in the past, everyone is in politics and not training. So it all went down the drain. And added that today he had already told the Black Swordsman and Nodal to train. And when he remembered them, he felt something wrong. He realized they were in danger. It was while they were sitting and practicing that Lord Quado came to take the heart. He appeared in front of them and stood but did not attack. He needed something else. He said he didn't want anything else. If they gave him an overflowing heart and a black-haired boy, he would leave. Lord Quado did not come there alone, but with the shaman Taurus, and they stood together. He repeated once more if they would give him the black-haired boy and the overflowing heart, he would leave. But Nodal was not agreeable to this. He was ready to fight and asked him what if he didn't. The Lord made a final offer for them to give him an overflowing heart, but the master did not wait for his words to continue and struck him with his sword and blew his head off. But at that very moment, something strange began to happen. He looked at the shaman and saw him casting some kind of spell and activating his magic stick. And a few seconds later, he saw the shaman return the Quado Lord's head to its place. And he came to life again and began to attack the master with even more force and fury. He struck blow after blow, but the master managed to defend himself against his attacks each time. Nodal thought what a huge fast this monster was, indeed very large in size and very strong. The master said he was getting hard to dodge and was holding on with his last strength. At that moment, a dark swordsman came to his aid and wanted to protect the master. But Nodal saw that the Lord wanted to destroy him and protected him with his hand covering him. In doing so, he hurt himself. Quado wounded his arm. This wound was very deep. The master couldn't understand how this happened and why he was in so much pain he couldn't get up. The dark swordsman was very scared and asked the master if he was all right, but he was sitting on the ground. Nodal very quietly told the black swordsman not to dare approach him. Then the master decided to apply one of his techniques that he had used with the heavenly demon. This technique was called Devil Fire Level 7 when the entire ground beneath his feet began to burn. Then it came to the Lord of Quado. He screamed very hard and it was heard by everyone around him. The ground beneath his feet was burning. He was in great pain, but he endured and continued to stand still. And after a while, it started sucking everything into itself along with the fire the master made. The dark swordsman and master couldn't believe that he had just taken him and devoured him, and nothing happened to him. Lord Quado said that his strength was definitely the strength of goddesses and laughed at him. Nodal replied that the village he once destroyed was the village where their community lived. Quado said that then in that case, he was obligated to send him to them and started eating everything again. Master yelled for the black swordsman to get out of here because he's starting to suck up everything. The dark swordsman was just about to run away, but it was such a force that he couldn't resist. The swordsman thought what a monstrous force, and he and his master flew straight into his mouth. The swordsman wondered if he was going to die like this. He didn't want that, and he had to do something. Then he turned to the vampire, asking him to summon him. He repeated again to summon him, but he heard no, and heard a blow that knocked Lord Quado off his feet. It was a heavenly demon that arrived just in time. The heavenly demon saved the dark swordsman and master who was injured and sitting on the ground. Suddenly the dark swordsman shouted for the apprentice head to turn around, and the Lord said that it seems he had time. At that very minute, the shaman intervened again and began to cast his spell, and the master told the demon to be careful because this troll is helping Quado with magic. The sky demon ordered the black swordsman and Nodal to stand back and he would deal with them himself. He turned to the Lord and said he was just about to visit him in the next few days and said thank you for your patience and early arrival. The demon said he never had time to meet them, and then he came himself. But the Lord of Quado was very angry. He asked him what he was talking about and wanted him to shut up. Demon said to be honest he wasn't feeling well and he needed a worthy opponent, and offered him to play but asked him not to die immediately or it would be boring. Quado said how much of a mouthful his future lunch was and got even angrier. He said that he destroyed Manat and took the overflowing heart, and he just had to get revenge and get back what was his. Let him not think he'll die so easily, he'll tear it apart piece by piece. Quado tuned up to strike him and begin a merciless reprisal on him. At this moment, the heavenly demon himself managed to attack first and kicked him in the face, and asked if he was doing all this out of an overflowing heart and showed it to him. The Lord thought he was about to do something to him, but he suddenly threw the overflowing heart at him. Quado couldn't believe this overflowing heart he needed. He hid it safely and asked if it was that easy. The demon said he'd told me, and added that he needed a worthy opponent and asked him to make use of the stone. The monster screamed that this was his stupidest act ever, and it would make him regret everything. The monster thought he was bluffing. He took the overflowing heart and used it. In front of my eyes, the monster began to grow even bigger. Its strength grew stronger and stronger, and it became huge. His feet were an unreal size. and he was very happy to finally have his overflowing heart back. He was sure that with this power he would eat even the two that escaped, though no, he would eat absolutely all of them. But the one didn't have time to think, and the heavenly demon used his blood-binding technique. But then something happened. The demon realized that he could absorb all the power, and was surprised if he could absorb space. Since that's the case, he decided to use another technique called approaching the Demon King, and said they'll see how he stops so many attacks now. Lord Quado was once again absorbing everything around him with such a powerful force that it lacked strength. He thought maybe he was only absorbing people's power since he was using the power of attraction. The heavenly demon held on with his last strength to avoid falling into the jaws of this monster. The heavenly demon kept trying to figure out what this monster's body was made of. The gravitational force was so great that he could no longer move and flew straight into its jaws. The sky demon thought he had underestimated him. He realized how damn strong the monster was. He now knew he was given the title of Lord for a reason. He was on the verge of being swallowed by the Lord, but was grabbed by the clone's hand. He began to push away from the other clones in every way he could to save himself and avoid falling into its jaws. And then he gathered his strength with all his might, pushed off, and jumped up. As he flew up, he told the monster to open its mouth. I activated the firepower. He used a technique called Bloody Breakup Hand, but suddenly someone made a level 7 demonic fire. The sky demon was very surprised. He immediately realized it was Nodell. He saved him. Lord Quato spewed out from his body this demonic fire that flew high up. And then there was an explosion downstairs, and the Lord looked at it all and was very pleased. Said it was funny and asked how it felt to be victimized by Jan, the skill of his own subordinate, and clarified where his arrogance had gone now. Quato said now they'll see if it's well-fried, replied that it's disgusting. He was furious and asked how dare he spit his food, all the clothes on him burned. The Lord said it was good that he was in one piece because the more he played with the food, the tastier it tasted. Lord Quato was already waiting and couldn't wait to find out what it tasted like. The heavenly demon said that disgustingly, whatever he used, he would just absorb it, and he couldn't normally resist it. He said it was hard, but he enjoyed it, and he had the energy to keep fighting. And he thought there was nothing like hand-to-hand combat. He had no other choice. And they began to fight with their fists, even though the monster was much larger than him. The heavenly demon managed to land its first blow that wounded the monster. It was such a strong and powerful blow that he howled in pain all around him. A short while later, the celestial demon dealt him another blow just as hard. The shaman saw that he was very strong and used magic again to save the Lord. With the help of magic, he recovered completely as if he had never been hit. But the demon didn't retreat. He aimed at its stomach and delivered another blow that sent the monster flying. From the last of his strength, the Lord came back and stood up, but there was no strength left to fight. That's because he had a huge hole in his chest where he was hit. The shaman suggested he back off and plan everything and then continue or call for reinforcements. But the Lord told him to cut the bullshit and hurry up with the healing. Thoris replied, if he did not retreat, he would simply die and not be avenged. Quado said that the overflowing heart has returned to him again, and now he is not ashamed to meet the great chief Arakiwi. Shaman Taurus was very surprised at these words, but he did not oppose his lord, and agreed he once again turned to magic to fully heal Quado, and here would be able to continue the battle. When the magic worked, Quado began to pounce on the demon with even more fury. The shaman said he's been to all sorts of battles with Quado and Manat since the old days. He stated that Arakiwi recognized their achievements, and he rose to the position of lord and got an overflowing heart. But he added that right now Quado is just trying to die without thinking of the consequences. He said that if it wasn't for the healing magic, he would have died long ago. The shaman couldn't understand why the demon was so desperate to attack him. He believed that there was more than just anger behind it, and was sure that the Lord was simply powerless against him. The shaman thought of one thing, but wouldn't say it out loud. He was afraid to even think about it. At this moment, the Lord and demon continued their heavy melee. The shaman saw that the Lord's attack had worked. He was overjoyed and happy about it. The demon prepared to strike again. He jumped high up, and he said he had to strike again to end it once and for all. He swung and threw his punch and yelled for him to teleport immediately. The demon couldn't understand what had happened. He was shocked by it and very displeased. He said this guy was interfering with his magic and punched the shaman right in the stomach. His hand scrambled across the shaman, and the shaman grabbed him and wouldn't let him go. He shouted that this was the time to act while he had the strength to hold on. And at that very moment, the magic dissipated. Quado ate Taurus, and the demon lord appeared in front of the demon. Quado said he would never forget his sacrifice, and the demon asked if he had decided to chew on his hand. The Lord said he was next, and wanted to eat him. He held his teeth in his hand. The sky demon got angry and said that he wanted to play around a little more. Now he would act in earnest, and the dark power of Fatalist activated in his hand. The demon asked if he had anything else and said that he could absorb anything. The demon specified how the thing tasted and added that he should eat it all and not choke on it. The monster didn't want that and screamed as hard as he could, and after a while he was where the demon was. The Lord could not understand where he was, and what he was doing there around him was only the sky. Fatalist asked how a lowlife like him dared to use such foul power against him. Quato asked him to show himself. He said that the heavenly demon does not forgive such arrogance, and a vortex opened in front of the Lord, who turned into a giant eye and said it was time to end it. The Lord wanted to do something about it but didn't have time, and that eye swallowed him whole. The sky demon sat frustrated and thought it was a shame it had to end this way. He said that moreover this role is fatalist, and at that moment he heard some sounds. It was the dark swordsman. He asked if the demon teacher was all right, turned to him, and told him to step back and leave everything to him. He fell to the ground exhausted. Demon said he was so annoyed and had to force his way back in again. He added that unfortunately he needs to finish with him and see what he can do. He summoned the fatalist, and the latter leisurely came out to meet him and stood up. He stepped closer to the demon, raised his head, and faced him. He added that unfortunately he needs to finish with him and see what he can do. He summoned the fatalist, and the latter leisurely came out to meet him and stood up. He stepped closer to the demon, raised his head, and faced him. The demon said that the atmosphere was different, and he was very quiet compared to last time, and he could not hear his screams. He asked him if he recognized his master after losing his hand, but the fatalist answered nothing. After only a while, he looked at him with an angry look and said he'd admit it. The heavenly demon replied that this was a very unexpected answer, and said as far as he could remember he didn't easily agree to such a thing. The fatalist replied that he recognized that he was helpless, and only followed God and asked him not to pretend. And he also added that it made no sense for him to recognize a human being as master. The demon answered him that it was not so and openly called him to the fight, beckoning him with his hands. Fatalist warned that as far as he was concerned he owed him nothing and prepared to attack. He also added that he would never owe the demon a blow, and he didn't understand why so suddenly. The heavenly demon fell from surprise and was hurt, and then he saw something he didn't expect the most. He saw that Fatalist had used that attack again. It was the meteor shower that was everywhere. Meteor rocks fell to the ground and exploded. From the explosions, you couldn't see anything. Everything was on fire. The sky demon asked, thinking it would work again, and jumped out of the fire and pounced on the Fatalist. But he managed to catch his attack. The demon's hand was in the hands of the Fatalist, and he managed to hold back the blow. The demon didn't understand what was going on and why the Fatalist was suddenly so strong. The Fatalist gave him a blow that the demon didn't have time to fend off, and he flew away. The demon said that meant so he was very angry with him and started attacking him as well. He wanted to use a demonic hand attack, but Fatalist caught his hand again and prevented him from doing so. And when he was able to dodge it, he told him to bite out and apply level 10 firepower. He directed all the energy that was mixed with fire towards the Fatalist. But the man asked if he wanted to defeat him with such a paltry attack and was unharmed. When they both channeled their energy and power, and then their energies came together and confronted each other. Neither of them were inferior to the other, and their strengths were on par. They both knew the same techniques. But the Fatalist was a bit more experienced, and when the demon vigilance hit him right in the face, this angered the demon even more, and he struck back. They fought for so long. Around them, sparks of flames of fire flew, remnants of stones, and struck each other blow after blow. The sky demon swung his arm at him, but the Fatalist managed to defend himself with his foot. Fatalist then mercilessly grabbed his face, and there was nothing the demon could do about it. Each time they found new techniques that were as powerful as each other. The demon was sure that any force was driven by something, and this was all just crazy. He thought that the power driven by greed was truly incredible, and it was hard to control it. He thought that obedience to the wisdom of faith, a philosophy he thought hypocritical, could guide to the right path when he was seized by madness. They said that every person wants the best and every person can get worse. He opened his eyes and spoke softly the moment he looked up at the sky. And what he saw with his eyes, what he felt with his body, was only a worry about whether he would be able to see places hitherto unseen. And at the end there was nothing he craved. His heart was filled with peace. The heavenly demon lay looking up into the sky and was completely calm and peaceful, and said yes. It was exactly what he thought it was. A heavenly illumination had occurred, and his strength had increased. There was something strange going on in the sky, dark energy flying around, and then there was an explosion. Fatalist thought he kept saying he had surpassed doom, and asked if it was just a coincidence the moment total annihilation began. He said that even if it's a coincidence, the human body has its limits, and he values strength. The dark being said he would remember his name, and that name was Qian Ma, and the celestial demon came to life. He said that the nature of the principles of the world and the madness of the Fatalist could not understand how he could, because he had to die. He thought that even though he was standing in front of him, he couldn't feel his energy, and how that was possible he couldn't understand. The demon said that here it is demonization, and it's 4 streams, and it's that feeling where heaven, man, earth, and madness. Fatalist got angry and said he didn't know how he did it, but he owned this world. He replied that mortals didn't belong here, but thanks to a heavenly insight when he wanted to attack. Their fists came together in a punch, and the Fatalist's hand shattered into small pieces. Fatalist fell from the blows that the heavenly demon dealt him after the illumination. The heavenly demon was still unable to calm down and was delivering blow after blow to him. Fatalist could not understand how a man could reach the level of a god, and the demon said he was surprised to see it here. And he thought that it looked like he could go even higher, and he was very happy and amused by it. The creature asked how dare he destroy him and said he was an arrogant boy. The heavenly demon paused for a moment, raised his eyes upward and filled with energy. The creature flew far away and said he would be swallowed by the darkness and just stuck in nothingness. And when the celestial demon did what he promised, this creature in the form of an eye was very surprised. But it wasn't working, and he asked if he still didn't recognize his master and said, since he did. The fatalist told him not to come near, shouted no, but realized that it couldn't be any other way. The heavenly demon immediately rushed at him and said that he would make him see now. The demon added that from now on it belonged only to him, and took the eye with his hands. Then he struck at the creature and shattered it into small shards, and that was the end of it. It was the victory of the heavenly demon over the fatalist, and his strength was superior. That eye could only say goodbye that its name was Fatalist, and it now knew its master, and added that he will always follow him now and called him Cheon-ma. After everything happened, the heavenly demon slept in his house where the dark swordsman lived. Everything that had happened had affected him very badly, and there was no way he could wake up. After only a short while, he opened his eyes, but it was still hard for him. The dark swordsman said that he woke up already, yet the heavenly demon was exhausted and looked different already. He asked how long he had been asleep, and the swordsman said it had been a few days. At that very moment, the dark swordsman looked at the demon and saw that something had changed in him. He thought that the demon had become stronger. Not only his body had changed, but the instability of the demonic energy had disappeared, and added that on top of that feeling of discomfort, he had just been unconscious for a few days, and asked where it came from. And the demon called the fatalist swordsman was very scared and asked what it was, but the demon said not to make a fuss. The fatalist asked if his master was a wreck, and the demon asked to speak of his abilities. He said that in the pitch darkness he could attack his enemies, and he could send his target to the world of the full moon where he would massacre her there. The sky demon asked if he was referring to the place where he found him, and the man said yes. Fatalist said that as long as he is his master, he can go in and out of it whenever he wants. The demon was amazed that darkness subjugated and even an entire world. It was unbelievable. He was sure that these abilities could be compared to those of the four great guardians. At this moment, a squad of monsters were discussing something vigorously. They were unusual monsters and huge trolls. They came to their lord to tell him some news, but they were very afraid to talk about it. They all stood in silence, and no one could start talking. They were waiting for the right moment to break the news. And then one of them said he had to tell the chief something important, and the chief told Zerka to speak. Zerka was slow to respond, but later said that Quado had died, which was shocking news to him. The chief couldn't believe it. He questioned again what the man had said and was very angry. He replied that he had been able to read Quado's last memories, and it said that he had been defeated by the incredible strength of a boy with black hair. And Zerka added that Thoris was also there, and Manat the chief was sure he had done it. He thought Mephiston's necromancer was a talented warrior in their army, and the chieftain asked, and the troll leader Araktivi still couldn't believe what had happened, and that the invincible glutton Quado was dead. The chief admitted that sooner or later they had to all come together. It was necessary. He told Zerka to immediately send a message to the four guards. He replied that he understood. The chief thought that even with his overflowing heart, he had managed to perish. It was sad. And at the same time, he was very angry that it had happened like this and nothing could be changed. At this moment, the academy principal's office, someone arrived and said to forgive her for making her wait so long. The department chair said it was fine and she shouldn't have bothered. It was Unseo Ren's grandmother who said she had important information that she had to pass on herself. Ligweather was very frightened and asked what it was about that she had come herself in person. Grandmother replied that as she thought the force had sealed the Lich King 140 years ago, she still remembered that day like it was yesterday and remembered the power that made it happen. Grandma said that that power came from the boy Li Han, as strange as it sounds. The director said that in that case, it was the demonic cult that saved everyone. The headmistress was upset, though she tried to work on defense. If the king returned, nothing could guarantee their safety, and added that to defeat him, they should join forces. It was necessary. The grandmother confirmed and said she thought so too. And that's when the aide came running in. It was the director of Academy Affairs. He greeted the grandmother and said he apologized. He turned to the head and said something quietly in her ear that startled her. He informed her that Quado was dead. Ligweather couldn't believe what she was hearing. The heavenly demon asked Sojin what kind of person in chapter he really needed to know. Suddenly, he didn't answer right away and thought about it. And then he started telling me everything he knew about her. He said that she is the strongest in the Celestial Academy and the best at creating accounts and protecting the living besides. She is very beautiful. He also added that some people say she's not even human. The demon was surprised. Sojin said that she has been living since the cataclysmic event that happened 140 years ago, but she doesn't age. And the demon said that he knows one such lady, but she even after years has aged logically that a man can't stay young forever. He thought he couldn't wait to meet her, and then he saw his friend's expression. and asked him what was wrong. Xiao broke down for a long time at first and couldn't ask him directly. But then he turned to him and said there was something he'd wanted to tell him for a long time but couldn't. He said that after going to the second year he became much stronger. The atmosphere around him changed. Xiao added that now he wasn't the Li Han he knew, he was a different person. And a little while later, he directly asked the demon who he was and why he was acting this way. The sky demon had already anticipated his question and was glad that his friend had finally made up his mind. He asked him how he himself thought and waited for his friend's answer and smiled. Xiao replied that others have said that he helped make him stronger and he thinks he did it for his own benefit. A friend said he seemed to know the demon, asked how he knew, and he said in Karsak's dungeon, when he fought the gargoyle to protect Philia because of the intense pressure, he couldn't move. Xiao said that he thought he was about to die, but someone released the pressure, and the friend was sure it was him who did it, who released that pressure. The sky demon was very surprised and replied to him that he had nothing to say and he was almost right. Xiao shouted that he knew it, and it wasn't his friend. He asked how he did it. The demon said that if anyone heard, he would think he had destroyed him. The demon asked what was wrong with being possessed by a weakling and said that he had died in battle with a necromancer in this world he no longer existed. Demon added that it was hard to explain, but Li Han was gone and asked to accept it. Xiao was very upset and surprised at the same time and asked who he was then. The demon looked at him very carefully and thought about whether to tell him or not. He asked if he really wanted to know, and his body was already enveloped in the energy that shone through. At that moment, someone walked into the office and said, second year, third group, they were looking for Li Han. It was the Sword King and the instructor. They told the guy to follow them. The heavenly demon couldn't understand what he wanted from him or why he wanted to go after him. The demon thought that this guy couldn't be compared to the leaders of other cults. He didn't understand why he needed him. He assumed he thought the head was interested in him and wanted to find her himself. He wondered what the head wanted to hear from him, but was immensely glad he did. They approached the principal's office. The sky demon opened the door and stepped inside. He walked down a veritable corridor of people where the most important instructors were gathered and went straight to the principal. When he got closer, he saw that Unso Ren's grandmother was there too, and he looked at her with anger. She had nothing to say and looked away from him to avoid crossing paths with him again. The principal greeted the guy and said she was glad to meet him. She was very polite to him. She said that she was the head of the Heavenly Academy, and the last time she saw him was when fighting in the Karsak tomb. The heavenly demon looked around and didn't answer anything. He was very serious. The principal said she would only ask one question and started listing all the monsters. She said Cheon Men Karsak is the troll lord of Kwato and asked if he destroyed them all, to which the celestial demon replied with a small smile that yes, and proud of it. All those standing in the office began to whisper they were shocked how a simple boy could do this. They didn't believe it, and even the Sword King wondered how he could have done it himself. The director thanked him for his honest answer and said she didn't know he had such great power hidden in him. She asked who he was not a student of Li Han and asked him to tell her his real name. The sky demon walked closer to her, stood right in front of her, and answered her question. But for a while he looked at her for a long time as if thinking whether to speak or not. He replied that the 16th head of the Heavenly Demon Sacred School, Ku-Ah Ken, is a heavenly demon. And at that moment, everyone in the office opened their mouths in surprise, and I had something to say. The instructor said if he was from the Heavenly Demon Sacred School but couldn't finish from surprise. The King of Swords was angry and said he was a real demon. He really didn't like it. And the Heavenly Demon was only waiting for a reaction from the Heavenly Academy's headmaster, Liga Weather. They looked at each other, and no one said anything. There was a moment's silence, and everyone came to their senses. And at this very moment, energy began to accumulate around the Heavenly Demon, and a circle began to form. It appeared fatalist. He turned to his master. He said the director is not human. Lige Weather immediately recognized that it was a fatalist. She couldn't believe her eyes. The fatalist said it was a golden dragon, but in this world there was only one such. This female golden dragon turned human. The Sword King got angry and shouted, how dare the monster attack the head of the school? But the director asked Cheun-bi to calm down and said she was fine and everything was fine. She replied that it was true as everyone had heard she was not human, that 140 years ago, fleeing from the Lich King, she had come to this world. The demon got very angry and asked her, so is she the culprit of all that happened? She replied that she wouldn't deny it and asked if he blamed her for it all. He replied that because of her, the Heavenly Demon School was completely destroyed. Why did the one responsible for everything not only stay in this world, but also become the head of the Heavenly Academy? He asked if she had decided to play the benefactor, to which the director said that it was her fault that many people died, and she decided to take responsibility for the welfare of the region. The Heavenly Demon thought about her words and didn't answer her anything. He stood silent. And the headmaster of the Heavenly Academy added that she really needed the help of the Heavenly Demon School in this. She said she was embarrassed to ask that of him and asked if he could help her in the matter. The Sky Demon grabbed his head and said that again, he was the one who didn't like this conversation and what they wanted. The headmaster said that it had been 140 years since the Lich King had been imprisoned and the defense spells had weakened greatly. The director also added that the meanings and boundaries of faction in this world are blurred. The Sky Demon said okay and asked what they thought and if they wanted to join him. The Sword King reacted very negatively to this question and prepared to grab his sword. The demon said, "So listen, those who have lived for 50 to 80 years have most likely heard of this, is rumors of a secret closed cult of evil." He asked if they knew what the truth was, and said that these rumors had spread because of the faction that hated and despised the Heavenly Demon School. The demon added that it's all in the past now, but about the Golden Lizard's shenanigans. He asked if the defense spells had weakened the questions made the Sword King very nervous. The demon asked if they needed the Heavenly Demon's help, and everyone held their breath waiting for an answer. The Heavenly Demon got very angry and started screaming, and the King of Swords asked if he was crazy and thought he was going to die. This shout made everyone feel bad and made the Heavenly Academy's headmaster uncomfortable. At this very moment, everyone began to prepare their swords to disarm the Heavenly Demon. They surrounded him and put swords to him so he couldn't move, and he was very angry. Suddenly, the Fatalist reappeared and made some sort of request of his master. He looked at them and said they were just overflowing with vitality and it was pure truth. The Sky Demon asked if he had permission to come out and said if he came out again, he would get it, and asked if he understood him. The Fatalist apologized and began to disappear so no one else would see him and fled. Now, even the principal of the Heavenly Academy couldn't stand it anymore and shouted for everyone to stop. She approached the Lord from the Heavenly Demon Sacred School and said that she had been careless and that he was thinking things over and would agree to meet again. She added that she hopes he can control his anger next time. The Heavenly Demon left the principal's office and voices came from the office. Everyone was discussing what had happened, and the director was sitting with her eyes closed and didn't move. At this moment, the Celestial Demon returned to his home where the Dark Swordsman was. He was very angry, stomping loudly. He went to his room, not paying attention to anyone. The Dark Swordsman asked if he had already returned, but the demon said nothing and walked on. He went to his bed and said he was very tired and that he didn't want him to talk to him. The Sky Demon lay down and said it reminded him of the old days and began to reminisce. He remembered that he had joined the Celestial Demon School back when he was 10 years old. Things were not going well at this school. There was an incompetent head running the school. Also, there were subordinates who used him. Everything was very dishonest and dirty. The school excelled at exploiting ordinary innocent people, and it was horrible. It was a very long time. It was a time of chaos that eventually led to rebellion. It all happened on the Central Plain 200 years ago, and few people remember it. The Emperor asked him if it was legal. The man replied that of course, and so they asked his permission. It was the inept emperor. The common people suffered because of violence and despotism if people could not pay taxes for lack of money. The only way out was to cut off their heads and hang them in public. It was horrible. They thought it would make the commoners more diligent, but they were wrong. After all this, they wondered how long they would tolerate it and decided to unite and fight back. It was a chaotic time when starving people rebelled on their own. Despite their origins, they united to defend their rights. All they had to do was end it with an uprising and not a revolution. They were being rebuffed. Many people suffered during this time. Some died, some were arrested. The elite Murim troops belonging to the imperial court and society known as the Orthodox faction. Everything was happening in the Murim alliance. They were asking if they could stop them. The warriors said that quelling the rebellion is important, but there is another very important task. He said that for the greater good, one should not be afraid to risk sacrifice. It was in his interest. Wars began that claimed many casualties, and the outcome of the battle was obvious. The most important warrior destroyed all those who did not want to obey him. He subjugated many people. At this time, most commoners were victims of exploitation and despotism. But there were also those who decided to fight back, but they were very few and determined. They were doing their best to stand up to the Murim alliance and not give in. Back then, they didn't care at all about origin status or nobility of the family. They were going for their goal. They used heretical magic that was socially shunned, and it helped them a lot. Even if there was a risk of becoming possessed, people still continued to practice forbidden martial arts. The Murim alliance suffered greatly from such. They struck them mercilessly and destroyed them. The fighters against the Murim alliance were full of madness and rage. They resembled devils. The Murim alliance resisted them as best they could, but their forces were sometimes weaker than the other side. There were more and more victims, and the fighting was getting worse, and it was inevitable. The head of the Murim alliance fought back from the last of his strength and was left as one of the survivors. He did everything possible and impossible to win this battle, but it was very hard. He used every possible weapon he could point at them so that only they wouldn't win. In Murima, they were dubbed the demonic cult. They burned everything in their path and destroyed. The guy turned to the teacher and said that people were calling them devils and was very upset about it. The one who refused the will of heaven and began to persecute innocent people, he thought wasn't he the real devil. The teacher said that it is not so important, but only the power to dominate the world is important. This boy was a heavenly demon, and he believes that those with power have the right to determine the devil and justice. He realized even in his youth that power is justice, and has been convinced of it to this day. He did his best to nurture his power, and successfully underwent brutal training that got people killed. Studying forbidden art, he fell into a state of obsession, but always survived. It was so commendable that the elders fed him all sorts of elixirs. Already at the age of 15, he had defeated the clan head. It was his first victory. And after beating several captains, he was already confident in his abilities. And after becoming the head of the cult, no one could compete with him in his strength. Having reached the highest position in the demonic cult alliance, Murim surrendered. Then his thirst for revenge disappeared as well. But the only thing that remained was an obsession with power that persists to this day. Forgetting his strength and the mortal world, he chased power and fought against powerful men. It was all because of an addiction to power. It was all because of him and no other way. He immediately fought many strong men and women, and then the monsters and necromancers joined in for this silly addiction. At this moment, the department head was looking for something that could help persuade the heavenly demon. She picked up the book and understood why the heavenly demon Kuok-ken was so angry. Grandmother said that the military turmoil had bestowed upon him the power of a demonic cult founder, and their stance was tantamount to undermining his foundation. Mrs. Superintendent said that leaving the world and personal concerns behind in the pursuit of power was very innocent. And when she pulled the books off the shelf, she saw two bundles she hadn't noticed before. They were very ancient and old bundles that were covered with dust from old age. She was very curious about what was in there and asked what was in there and opened one of them. Grandma said it's a 600-year-old record of Master Hengen Yu Changwi. The superintendent read that absolute master condition and said it was something like a grand master. Grandma complimented that in the demonic cult it's called Talma Lig Vizer couldn't believe it. She saw a picture of Beelzebub, one of the gods worshipped in Palestine. Grandma was also very surprised. She stood up and asked if it was Rigveda, and the director replied that it was possible if it was it. She was very happy about the find. And she then figured out how to make an alliance with the heavenly demon, and it was a very good thing. At this time, the heavenly demon continued his training in the forest near his home. He was energized with new power and found new techniques and practices to increase his power. He tried to tune in, and suddenly his gaze turned to one place and he froze. And then he struck with his fist that was charged with magical powers. The impact was pointed straight up and a glow appeared in the sky, but nothing further happened. And a couple seconds later, it was all gone. The celestial demon was left standing in the same pose. He was very upset and said it wasn't enough. His strength wasn't enough to do it. At this moment, a dark swordsman approached him and said that the head of the academy had come. The sky demon responded to say he wasn't there and kicked her out. He didn't want to see her. It was already late because Mrs. Superintendent came to him herself, and the swordsman did not have time to tell her. Lidgeweather told the celestial demon that he was training very hard. She was friendly with him. But the demon didn't want to give her the same answer. He was very angry and said she had 3 seconds. Mistress said she had an interesting conversation to have with the heavenly demon and it wouldn't take long. Kuok-ken was already on edge and was very angry, said she only had 2 seconds left. Madam asked him if he knew about Absolute Master Yu Changwi and added that he was said to be from the Wudang sect. The sky demon turned to hit her and said she only had 1 second. But the superintendent went on to say that he was the only one in the history of Murim who had achieved life and death. At this point, the celestial demon stopped and thought about her words. He became curious. He even stopped wanting to hit her, but he still held his fist near his face and stared at her point blank. The lady took his hand away and said that in a demonic cult, this is a transcendent state. She asked the heavenly demon's permission to tell how he reached life and death. She began the story that the conquerors are what they call those who can open a portal. The demon said it was her and King Leech, but the lady corrected him and said only King Leech. But later she said it was true. As she said earlier, she opened a portal and escaped to these lands. Because King Lich chased her and destroyed the central plane, she is obligated to work on strengthening it, and apparently the conquerors are interfering in other dimensions. The demon asked if the fatalist is also a conqueror, and said that at will you can move even to the world of the full moon. The mistress replied that the fatalist's power is limited only to the world where the contractor is located and the world of the full moon, while the conqueror can move to any dimension. He knew all this, but the demon couldn't figure out what Yu Changwi had to do with it, so he asked her about it. She asked if he had heard of the plague that roamed the Central Plains 600 years ago. He said it was an epidemic that killed more than half the population because of a swarm of flies. Mistress said that it did not arise by chance. It is Beelzebub in the demon world. He is the most powerful lord of flies and plague. He is the one who spread the plague in the Central Plain. She added that no one could stop him. He caused only destruction. The demon hesitated and reasoned that meant the conqueror had intervened another 600 years ago. The head of the department said that the last person to step forward was Absolute Master Yu Changwi, and the final fateful duel for the Central Plain between Yu Changwi and Beelzebub, and added that, as he had already guessed the result. The Sky Demon said that Yu Changvi defeated Beevil, but the superintendent corrected and said Beelzebub. She said that Yu Changvi, the conquering conqueror, surpassed all things and reached a state of life and death. The heavenly demon said that everyone in the Central Plain knew this legend and asked how she knew about it. The clerk replied that of the Jugay clan library, only this family clan is a witness from the current living clan. She added that the manuscripts say that after attaining life and death, he ascended a mountain and disappeared, and most likely wanders the world in a transcendental state. The heavenly demon replied that it was now clear why he couldn't reach the demonic state, and that it was all for naught. Ligweather said that such a thing was only possible if he defeated the conqueror and offered it to him. Demon asked if this was an excuse to ask for help in catching King Yuchi. The superintendent said that King Lich and added that he was guessing. The demon said there are only 2 conquerors in these lands and asked if you could destroy her first. She was surprised but replied that well as he wished and added that, however, she said that if the head of the academy was attacked, there would be no way to avoid not only a war with the Murim alliance, but also with any clan on their side, and the demonic cult would be isolated again. And she asked him if he needed it all. He said she was persuasive and thought about it. He thought that he naturally didn't want this, and wondered what kind of fool would crave a repeat of a failed past. Also, he didn't want to reach the demonic state by this method. He thought if he refused, he and Dark Swordsman and Nodal wouldn't just defeat the Lich King. He was sure they could screw up the 4 main guards because of it. He thought about it and realized that he was trapped and had no choice but to do so. To agree, he replied to the department chair that he agreed, but he had 3 conditions. Ligweather was very surprised and amazed at his insolence and asked what those terms were. Demon said the first condition was that the Dark Swordsman was sucked in by Bulat Dracula. The department head kept correcting the demon because his correct name was Vlad Dracula. The demon said he lacked the inner strength to suppress it, and this case would be on her until the swordsman gained strength. The second condition was that no one dare get into battle in 4 years, when they would confront King Lich. The next pulpit was agreeable to the wallpaper conditions, and the demon said that to fulfill the second condition, she must establish a demonic faculty at the academy, and appoint the position of head of the faculty. These were all his conditions. Demon said that in the academy, she was the only one capable of catching military-grade monsters, not to mention the 4 main guards. And he added that while he was fighting the Lich King, they would need forces to suppress the guards. The heavenly demon was certain that they should be students. Those were his terms. The department chair thought about these conditions for a while, and after a moment's silence replied that she heard him, his terms were accepted, and she reached out to him for an alliance. They shook hands, and it meant that their alliance was cemented, and the terms would be fulfilled in full. While they were talking, the King of Swords was watching and heard their entire conversation, and from what he heard, he was shocked, and it made him very angry, and he thought it was a demonic cult. At this point, the class was having heated discussions about what was going on around them. A friend asked if he had heard the news that they were going to introduce demonic sciences. Somun-en said that the demonic cult had been destroyed 140 years ago. A friend said that's right, but it seems his followers are alive. He didn't realize what they could teach them. Seo-jin listened to the guys talking but didn't interfere. A thought flashed through his mind. He was frightened at the mere thought, but said if he hadn't finished the thought. He immediately remembered their conversation when the demon asked if he wanted to hear the truth. Seo-jin looked at his friend's empty seat and said, if not, Li-han couldn't believe it. Everyone was so engrossed in their conversations that they didn't notice when the leader came in and called everyone over. Seo-jin was very surprised that it was the leader who had come. Everyone listened intently to what he had to say. The head said that the academy has introduced a new discipline for them. It is unexpected, but he asks for understanding. It is demonic science, and added that he would now introduce them to the teacher. And at that very moment, the new demonic science teacher walked in. Tan was very surprised and asked where he was from, and in general the whole class was surprised. In front of them stood a heavenly demon in the person of Li-han. Now he was their teacher. He introduced himself and said he was a demonic science teacher and said his name was Ku-ok-ken. Seo-jin was very surprised and realized that his guesses were not in vain now that he knew everything. The whole class was just shocked and didn't know what to say. Their faces were full of incomprehension, and there was silence in the class. Everyone was wondering what was going on and how it was possible. They didn't believe it. But the silence was interrupted by a heavenly demon and hit the table loudly because everyone started to murmur. He shouted for everyone to be quiet. His voice was so loud that everyone went deaf. He said he didn't care who died in his class and told me not to even come if you weren't prepared. He added that if they're not sure of themselves, they should get the hell out of here, and told them not to hesitate. But at that very moment, someone opened the door with their foot and started coming in without asking. It was Bakmu-ren. He yelled for Li-han to empty his pockets and was very angry. But the celestial demon looked at him like a teacher and waited for his reaction. He didn't like it. He didn't realize who it was at first, but then he recognized him and said, "Oh well," and smiled very broadly. The heavenly demon said it would be necessary to set an example to avoid familiarity from the students. Bakmu-ren immediately apologized. He didn't understand what was going on, but the example the heavenly demon set for him. At this moment in 4th grade, the heir approached the dark swordsman to tell the news. He asked if he had heard of the new discipline, and added that Sasuke had said there was little information about the demonic cult. The heir said that he was his descendant and had a lot of skills, but the dark swordsman was silent. He wondered if this time he would share the information, but the swordsman stood up and held up his hand. At that very moment, the vampire began to rage again, and the swordsman asked him to calm down. The vampire asked if it wasn't the scent of fresh human blood, and asked to see it. He said it was feast time, and immediately the dark swordsman's hand turned into a sword. Namgung Ho was very frightened by what happened. He wanted to help the dark swordsman, but at that moment his eyes changed, and he became unlike himself. He only wanted blood, and began to fight with him. The heir did not hesitate and drew his fiery sword. Namgung Ho asked what the hell he was doing and began to defend himself with his sword. The vampire recognized the sword. He said it was Surta's sword and asked if he had destroyed it. The vampire added that if so, and immediately licked himself, he was already anticipating the taste of his blood, and said his blood must be delicious, and rushed at the heir in a flash. They began to fight. The vampire had plenty of strength. He was glad of it and anticipated the taste of victory. The heir thought that even the power of the black flame was useless and tried to help come to his senses. But he didn't hear him and continued his attacks to achieve his goal. The heir dodged these blows as best he could, but the swordsman continued again and again, and somehow, in some strange way, he was able to throw Surta's sword away from him and he was helpless. The vampire said since he had destroyed Surtu, he had high hopes for him and his flavor. The vampire asked, but that was all he could do, and launched another attack at the heir. He, in turn, thought he had to stop him somehow, but didn't know what to do. At that moment, someone saved the heir and stopped the vampire. He was very scared. It was the department head. She applied another dimension and stopped the vampire. He couldn't understand if it was a spatial shift, because they were in a completely different place. The department head told Vlad to turn himself in because he's harmless while she's there. But he only laughed at her, saying if he was harmless, he was sure he wasn't, and now he would show his power. He stood there and just laughed. The superintendent asked what was so funny. She didn't understand what was wrong. He asked if she'd forgotten her business in Granada and clarified who else was harmless. When he calmed down, he said it was disgusting and looked at her with contempt. The department chair tried to stop him and used another technique. Well, as it turned out, it didn't help, and the vampire kept laughing at her. It amused him. He said he seemed to hit the bullseye and was very glad he did. The department head couldn't do anything, and he asked if that was the case and addressed her as the golden dragon Rigveda. The supervisor said she didn't know what he knew about her and why he was talking like that, but he told her not to pretend, and his words were the truth. She motioned for him to end it and began to use the attack again. While she was trying to disarm him from the front, he was already behind her, and wanted to give her his attack, but she turned sharply and formed a defense. He asked if it was first circle magic, and clarified if she was joking. It was annoying as hell. The superintendent thought she didn't like that look in his eyes, as if it was written that he would do anything he wanted to her. She blocked all his attacks, and then he decided he would do the next thing she couldn't block. He threw another punch at her and told her to try to block that too. He gave a stream of blood that went straight to the department chair. It was a very strong blow. The vampire thought he was dumbed down when he merged with this world. He couldn't believe that primitive magic would trump his blood. But what she did shocked him. He was very surprised and amazed at what he saw. The department head used all her strength and formed a protective wall. And while the wall held him back, she made a thunderous roll to destroy him. That thunderclap hit right on top of him and blew up everything nearby. She was sure to win. She said that no matter how much it blended into the central plane, he couldn't get around it anyway, and said that the truth remains the truth. Vlad was completely destroyed. It was her victory. At least she was sure of it, but something had gone wrong, and Vlad was starting to regain his power. Suddenly, a huge maw composed of his flesh and blood formed in front of her. The one that rushed at her and was ready to destroy her on the spot was a huge monster. The department head once again formed a circle of defense so that he couldn't attack her. The monster wanted to attack her and told her to die already. He was very strong and powerful. The defense that the headmistress had formed around herself didn't work, and the shield literally fell apart. He couldn't resist this force and shattered into small pieces, and the monster crept up. It was huge in size and very powerful. The dark swordsman's body was no longer there. He used various techniques to destroy the department chair and get her. She was very scared and angry at the same time and shouted Vlad Dracula to him. The headmistress had already started to turn into a dragon. Halfway through, her face changed, and she said they should save it for later. But he didn't want to stop and asked her why, so was she scared. He said she couldn't even move, and she used her strength and hit him, and added that she would do one last thing. She blew into her palm and charged it. It was light. Then she closed her hand and prepared to strike him with what would be the last blow. Then she simply opened her palm and threw this small fireball at him. And at that moment, Vlad Dracula was really very scared. You didn't know what to do. It was a technique called dragon breath that blasted everything with its powerful impact. Vlad Dracula was defeated. He was lying there not moving, and the head of the department was standing next to him. She said it was honestly just like he wanted, and she warned him not to. She stood over him and asked if he liked the might of her power, but he was immobilized. He said Golden Dragon Rigveda let the whole world know what she had done in Granada. The head of the department was very angry and said that he was talking and put a talisman in him. This talisman was in the form of a stone that absorbed the vampire, and he was inside. Now he could do nothing because he was in the magic stone. He was harmless. When it was over, the department head took the dark swordsman in her arms and carried him. At that moment, the heir and some other students ran up and asked if everything was okay. The heir asked if the dark swordsman was okay, and she said it would start soon. When the dark swordsman woke up, he was very scared. He was in a lot of pain. He told him to hold still and turned to his hand. The heir didn't realize what was happening. The department head asked if he'd come to his senses. The swordsman asked what had happened to him. She replied that, in short, the celestial demon had asked her for a favor. As a cooperation, they agreed to suppress Vlad. The dark swordsman was very surprised and asked if the leader had done it and froze. The heir didn't understand what demonic science and the cult leader were talking about. He asked if it was about that guy. The superintendent said that Vlad is now sealed in a magic stone until he gets rowdy, but he needs to be strong to control him. The swordsman could not believe that the feeling was the same, and the feeling of hunger was gone. He thanked the head and asked how to repay, but she said it was better to thank the leader. The dark swordsman bowed to her and said what would be done, but the heir didn't understand what was going on. And the dark swordsman remembered that he had thrown himself at the heir and looked at him. He was ashamed. He said he was embarrassed and indebted to him, but he said to keep his head down, and he marveled at his strong energy, and added that that wasn't what he would have liked to hear about the cult leader, but the swordsman was upset. The heir asked if he had a chance to meet him, and the swordsman remembered his master. The head of the department laughed and said he was a giver, and the heir said he could have been hurt too. At that moment, the assistant department head walked in. He was thinking about something the whole time, and he couldn't understand how that arrogant cult leader would become a teacher at the academy. Suddenly, the aide's face changed that this was valuable information, and we should call the meeting early. At this time in the dungeon, there was a meeting of monsters who were preparing for a new uprising. At the head was a monster in a red coat, and around him was a huge pentagram. The creature looked like an octopus with red eyes, the monster said. Everyone gathered. All around him were monsters of different sizes and different types, all of which were vicious and huge. The head of the monsters started the meeting and said, well, to the first, he turned to Rincade. The second person he turned to was Calvzontema. He had horns and blue eyes. The monster's name was Arakchivi. It was the leader of the trolls. He had huge teeth and a head of fire. The fourth monster was Mephisto. He suggested to start negotiations since everyone was ready. Calvzontema asked why the early meeting and said he wasn't going to poke at his whims, addressing Mephisto. He added that only if it wasn't necessary. Mephisto said that what happened 140 years ago, he found the one who overmastered. Mephisto said that he was called the heavenly demon. Calvzontema was very angry. Arakchivi didn't expect to hear such a thing. It shocked him, and he was also very angry. Mephisto said that also Cheonmin, Karsak, and Quado all got slaughtered by that puppy sky demon. Arakchivi told him not to bullshit because the guy who killed Quado had a different face. Mephisto said that it was a shock to him too, but the truth remains true. He doesn't know how he was resurrected through some young man. Rincade said that his power was like black magic. Did he really reach the master level? Mephisto said that it was an incomplete resurrection, and he couldn't regain his former power. Arakchivi added that now was not the time for chatter. They needed to destroy them before they interfered with the host again. Calvzontema reported that the Regvetas are also building up power, and it would be impossible to predict their chances of success if suddenly the return of the host is threatened. He asked if it was not his boys who were responsible for all the failures. Arakchivi became very angry. Mephisto told them to wrap it up because they're not there to fight, and added that there shouldn't be any misses this time. He said that the celestial demon was now a pillar of the academy, and apparently the contract was made by subjugating the master of the full moon. He said that over the last 140 years, he had studied the nature of the energy this guy was emitting. Useful specimens had long since been destroyed. Rincade. I informed that things were different then, and now an unknown force along with Regveta Mephisto said they would obviously be careful about attacking. And he added that if an all-out war were to break out now, their side would also risk annihilation. But when people learned magic, they would be much stronger. Calvzontema was sure that for both the enemy and them, these 4 years would play an important role, and it was useless to create a dungeon. It only contributed to the growth of the enemy's strength. Mephisto said that he would not take his eyes off the heavenly demon, and for the remaining period, each of them should gather an army corresponding to the master's power. He said they would reconvene if there was a change, and now they're splitting up. Calvzontema said for Arakchivi to take care of the green skins that are brazenly breeding. Rincade asked that Arakchivi not do anything stupid out of anger because his loyalty doesn't match his temper. Arakchivi got angry and said that he thought he was nothing without a master and called himself a guardian. After Mephisto disappeared, he began to get closer to the heavenly demon. He went down into the woods near his house and used the polymorph technique. From a monster, he started to turn into a regular guy, which would help him keep an eye on the sky demon. After his complete transformation, he said that there was a meeting at the academy today and added that he should be prepared. He asked where the documents were and turned into the assistant to the head of the department. At that moment, the academy began preparations for a meeting where he went. The department chair sat at the head, and all the instructors were also in place. She said she couldn't see the Sword King and asked if he was okay. The instructor said it was an emergency. The instructor asked what happened. The superintendent gave the word to the academy superintendent. He began to tell me that according to the latest data, the spread of dungeons across the central plain had not stopped. The military instructor said it was great news, or it would have taken a manpower force to run them, which was fine. This was obviously for a reason, because all dungeons are controlled by the 4 great guardians, and the superintendent said that the change meant a change in the enemy's strategy. One faculty member asked if it was possible that they had focused on the academy's actions, changed their position. She added that a celestial demon had joined them, and they were amassing all their powers in one place. She said if they knew where the gathering place was, they would try to attack it, but there was no information about it, and asked the deputy if that was the case, and he said no. The instructor said that attacking first is reckless. Originally, the academy was set up to stop the king. The students are still immature, and it will cause confusion, and added that it would probably take more people. The manager said not to worry about it. He said he was not fit for battle, but would do his best with troops and supplies, and in 4 years put it all together. It all sounded encouraging, and their chances of winning would be equal, and they could win. But the demon asked why they need this rabble, because power lies in quality, not quantity. The instructor replied that they were nurturing talent, and considering the quality aspect to which the demon said it was just a wagon, and added that he could fight even with a weak body, because he had the experience of reaching the Talma. And with only a wagon, it would be impossible to defeat 4 guards, let alone the general guard, and asked what they expect to do sitting here. The demon got angry and told them not to bury themselves alive, because they could die at his hands. Everyone present was shocked by such a conversation. They didn't even have anything to reply. The superintendent said it sounded harsh, but there's truth in what he said. Everyone started to protest, and she added that she had to admit that even she was avoiding the Lich King. The principal said the academy needs people like him right now and asked if he had any candidates. The demon replied that he had once heard from a little man that there were now 3 absolute masters in the central plain, and he told her to bring them along. Of course, they'd hardly compare to him, but they'd definitely help. She replied that it made sense, and would transfer them as soon as she found them. She needed an excuse to get them involved. The demon said they would handle it themselves, and he had no further thoughts on the matter. He stood up and said he hoped the next meeting would be just him and the golden dragon. The instructor asked if there was no other way, since probably some of them had already left this world. The director replied not to worry, and she would try to convince them herself it was the final decision. The heavenly demon thought even 3 absolute masters would not be enough to contact him, and would forever cling to unnecessary stories of the past, and it would annoy him. And at that moment, he heard some rustling behind him, and turned to see who was there. He said he thought he had an emergency and realized it was about him. He turned around and saw the King of Swords. His look was very angry and displeased. The Sky Demon asked what he wanted, but the Sword King was heading straight for him, and he said he was told he was dicking around and asked what it was all about. The Sword King turned to him and said, "Heavenly Demon Cult Ku-Ok Ken," stood and waited to continue. The king said that after his raid on the necromancer's dungeon, he looked at the records of the demonic cult. It was said that due to persecution, they had turned into an armed group. The records were clear that people engulfed by demonic energy are dangerous, and since then, exploitation of landowners, conflicts, and attacks have continued. Union opposition to the king. Jana. Lichu was concluded, and the King of Swords said that the director did it thinking it would benefit him. He added that demonic techniques are difficult to control, and now that Murim is united, the rebellious force should not upset that balance. The Sky Demon stood and did nothing he asked, and what now, and waited for a reaction from the king. The King of Swords said that the right to make the decision would rest with the strongest, and said he believed he was familiar with it. The Sky Demon replied that someone else needed it more, and started pulling out his sword that he had subdued himself. He added that the loser will walk away with no return and that the best never lose. The King of Swords was very angry about this and rushed at him first, striking his blow. They began their battle. Their forces were almost on par, deftly evading the blow. The Sword King then slammed his sword against the ground, followed by an explosion. The Heavenly Demon was very surprised by what he saw, and at first didn't even realize what had happened. But he deftly dodged the blow, charged his sword with energy, and aimed it at him. A little later, the demon realized that this strike was the Danyatsan sect's blazing light technique. The demon couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that he had reached the perfection of swordsmanship? The Sword King used the blazing light technique, and everything around him lit up with that light. And then he threw a combo punch that was a very good and effective combo. The Heavenly Demon managed to dodge and said that it was getting harder to fight him. He defended himself with his sword, but Cheunbi was very agile and far superior in sword technique. His speed was very fast. He was in one place or another in a couple of seconds. The Heavenly Demon only had time to fight back, but each time it became harder and harder. The surroundings all lit up with a bright light because of the Sword King's such a quick reaction. The Sky Demon already saw little, and only had time to defend himself. He said how annoying it was. And at that very moment, the King of Swords had found a vulnerable spot, and was already flying towards it to strike. But suddenly, something happened that he couldn't have expected, and his face changed. The demon took 2 fingers of his sword and held it, and asked now his strike was useless. Then with one blow, he snatched that sword from him, shattering it into small pieces as well. But their fight wasn't over. At this very moment, the Sword King used another technique. The heavenly demon asked what this was all about, and was very surprised when the king's sword shattered. He applied a technique called Sword Taijiquan Demon couldn't believe his sword skills were impeccable, and he took great pains to defend himself, and the king was confident. The demon thought that this technique was a shamanic technique that emphasized the flow of light, and when his sword hit that flow, it would be there too. He somehow managed to get out of the stream and said that was fine. He got ready to strike back at him. He scattered and said he would teach him a lesson, and gathering all his might and energy rushed at him. The Sword King was very hurt by these words, and got even angrier and prepared to strike. They came together again, and began to fight with their swords using new techniques. The demon said he was painfully surprised, and asked if he thought there was no record of the demon cult leader destroying the sword. He provoked the King of Swords with his talk, and the king got even angrier at him. They fought with all their might with only sparks flying around them. They were both determined to win the king, and the swordsman was very angry, and his rage had no limit. The heavenly demon was not inferior to him in his skills, and their fight continued for a long time. Then the Sword King decided that he needed to use another technique called the Dragon Sword Technique. A fire dragon appeared from his sword and attacked the demon, who couldn't even realize where he was. But he didn't back down and applied the techniques and defenses he knew. One of them is called the 3 Swords of the Heavenly Demon's second technique, and then he used the Lightning of the Heavenly Demon. And only then did he manage to wound the Sword King he attacked the moment he let his guard down. The King of Swords fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. The Heavenly Demon was sure that this was a victory, and said that he was definitely the only one in the academy who was good with a sword, even though he knew more. But the King of Swords did not give up from the last strength. He stood up and said that he could not defeat him. He rose to his feet and ordered the man to stop being impertinent, annoying him, and added that he had not yet said he had lost to him. The King of Swords was ready to fight with his last strength. The demon said he was not a passing wall and asked if he would subdue him if he could be called King of Swords. To which he replied that even if the blade of the sword is broken or blunted, there is always its tip. This is the significance of the nickname King of Swords. The demon thought he looked like he had realized the doctrine of the Orthodox faction and reached the Talmud. He thought that maybe he would come to that realization someday, and it was funny to him. The demon replied that since that was the case, his goal was to defeat the Lich King with that sword, and he would imitate him one last time. And the heavenly demon gathered all its energy and exploded it around it with a very powerful force. The king thought it was a powerful energy demon, didn't know anything about heavenly mana, so just concentrated the demonic energy. He thought that was what he felt when he met King Lich's rather strong energy. And after all this, he said to the King of Swords, "Let me do it now." But the King of Swords was not afraid. He was only happy to have such energy that he could fight it. He sprawled and jumped high to strike him from above. It was necessary for technique. And then he applied a technique called the Flower Plum Technique and 24 movements. At this moment, their energies fused together and formed a powerful might between them. In an instant, he pointed his hand towards the heavenly demon and used an attack. The heavenly demon stood still and didn't move, but it looked terrifying. It was only an instant before the demon gathered all his strength into a fist and struck back at him. Using dark energy, he formed a protective ball around himself and then struck. From this blow, the King of Swords fell, and the demon was sure that this was the final victory. But in a split second, he managed to discern one very important thing in the Sword King's eyes. It was that indescribable level the celestial demon was sure of his guess, and now he knew for sure that this was the path he would have to travel in the future. After a while, the King of Swords opened his eyes and couldn't figure out where he was. He was lying on the bed with his chest bandaged and was shocked at what had happened. He couldn't even get out of bed. The healer came in and asked him if he was awake yet. He asked what this place was and if he was a prisoner, to which the healer replied that it was an academy and he had been unconscious for about 3 days. He asked her how he ended up here, but the healer hesitated a bit to answer and answered a little later that it was brought to the academy by Mr. Ku-Ok-Ken. The Sword King was very surprised that he brought it. And the healer told me what happened. She said a demon came and brought him in her arms. She was very frightened and asked what was wrong, to which the heavenly demon replied that she was not in a fever and he was alive. The heavenly demon was very displeased and asked what the talk with the elders was about. The healer saw that the Sword King was injured and couldn't understand where it came from. She thought it was from a sword too thin and sharp, and even managed to avoid a fatal wound. She thought it was swordsmanship, and assumed Ku-Ok-Ken had done it. He asked for her to take care of him and asked her to use magic or something, and just left. The Sword King inquired if he had said anything else, but the healer replied that he had just left. The Sword King tried to get up, but he was in a lot of pain, but the healer told him not to move. An instructor came by and said he heard that the Sword King was very injured. He asked what happened. He said he was fighting. The instructor assumed that teacher Ku-Ah-Ken was involved, but the Sword King said he was only fighting. The instructor said he knew it, and joining forces with a demonic cult was dangerous. But Cheun-bi answered all wrong, asking if he knew that he possessed the very power needed in the Murim. The King of Swords admitted that he had suffered an inexcusable defeat and would not dare comment on it again. The instructor asked if he was going to leave the academy. He replied that he should step down now, but he replied that only after the wound healed would he be able to take up the sword again. The instructor asked if this was his choice in such a turbulent time. He replied that he survived the fight for life and learned the lesson of that reason enough. He said he would be back later and asked me to tell the head of the academy that he was sorry. The healer couldn't believe he was really gone. She asked what to do since he was the backbone of the academy. She wondered if the chapter would have talked him into staying, but the instructor said it was useless, and adding that their pity in his direction would only cause the healer to resent him, replied that they had only made an alliance. The instructor said that probably the chapter had foreseen this, so the search for an absolute master to strengthen the powers began. At this time, the chapter was already heading to the central plane in search of absolute masters. She rode in her wagon and speculated about what was going on at the academy, and thought about how she could try to bait them. She drove with her eyes closed and thought about disagreement, a curse given to those with limited lives. The world was out of balance. Ligweather had met many people in Granada, but the more power they had, the more their minds became clouded. Under the merciful ruler, there was no perfect society. Always someone will undermine the confidence of the leader, and eventually the order is destroyed, and there is a time of chaos. The Golden Dragon tried to mitigate the conflict, but one wrong choice could not prevent the birth of the Lich King. But through this, she realized that anger is human nature, and for a while the academy will also be a mess because of the heavenly demon. On the central plane, they were met by people her helpers had formed a protective circle, and they arrived at the place the circle was already protecting her, and she prepared to talk to the masters. She was helped out of the wagon by her instructor, and she looked around and was very surprised. And at the same time, I'm glad I finally got to see this place with my own eyes. It was where Ime's sect moved to. She said it was a good location. Ligweather knocked gently on the door and waited for them to open it, and worried. The instructor was very tired and said, "Oh, these high ladders," and somehow got out of breath. But the door was opened by a little girl, to which they were very surprised and shocked. She said she had been warned of their arrival and asked if they were tired on the road. Recently, the Ime sect collapsed while exploring Karsak's dungeon. It was the head of the academy that gave them refuge. The girl said she was their savior and asked to accept the thanks asked to pass. The girl approached the mistress and said that the head of the academy had arrived and asked to come in. Mistress welcomed Mrs. Ligweather and said this was their first meeting. She introduced herself as the head of the Ime Seiken sect. The head of the academy said she was honored to meet her and asked how they were doing here and if they were used to it. She replied that she was still attached to the past place, but thanks to her, their sect was saved. The Ame sect keeps a distance among the 9 sects. They willingly accept the interference of the academy, which is under the control of the factions. The martial arts they possess are quite effective against black magic, so the academy tried to get them on their side. Soon after, the whereabouts of Seishin were discovered. Probably she was worried about the survival of her sect, so she decided to get away from these problems. The headmaster of the academy turned to the mistress and said that she wanted to offer them an association, giving her turn to answer if they needed martial arts against black magic. But the academy head said that she wasn't asking for the entire sect to join. They needed absolute mastery skills, and added that she speaks without embellishment because the Lich King's rebirth is 4 years away and they need their power. The lady replied that certainly the Lich King must be stopped, but that this argument is not enough for unification. And she added that here's the rub. The department chair was very surprised and listened attentively. She replied that she wasn't even human and asked how she could trust her. It was very difficult because 2 beings from another world, she and the Lich King. Their arrival breaks the unwritten rules of the central plane, or rather, it has changed them completely. Madam said that after recognizing the common enemy, both she and the sect are willing to cooperate, but they don't need the sect, just her. And added that her ability to apologize for misdeeds is just like humans. She felt in her eyes something inhuman, namely the spirit of the schemer who is constantly scrutinizing everything and weighing for the best choice. The superintendent responded that this was a glorious insight and asked what she needed to do to cooperate. Mistress asked to tell about herself, who she is, how she got here, and why she is so eager to help the central plane, and added that without this information, she could not trust. The academy director replied that she had heard. The principal asked the dean to step out for a moment, and he of course agreed and stepped out. The superintendent asked if she could use magic to make the story convincing, and the mistress allowed it. And the director began to tell me that she used to be in this dimension in a world called Granada. and said that in it there are laws different from this place, and also a world tree spreading mana power, and there she is, the Golden Dragon Lord of the Golden Dragon clan. She explained that she is something like an elder or monarch in the local language, and they exist as guardians of the balance and order of things in the world. She added that this is why the Golden Dragons do not like those who go out of order, namely beings who gain power beyond the control of their own species. She said that they create chaos and dangerous situations jeopardizing the existence of the world, and they try to tame such things. The lady replied that she was familiar with such things and asked what the outcome of these creatures was, to which the director replied that their basic principle is to destroy those who go against order. And King Lich is the only one who could not be subdued. Being a great wizard of the Espalian Empire, he took up black magic to avenge the Dragon Clan. Mistress couldn't understand why such a desire and why he would choose to take revenge, but the head mistress remained silent, and the headmaster added that she would keep it a secret for the sake of honor, only to say that it was the only disgrace on her clan's record. She continued that 1,000 years had passed since then. For a dragon, living eternity was a brief moment, but for a human, it was enough to become transcendent. He skillfully used his desire together to build up his strength and eventually gained strength, surpassing the great demon Ilguero. The cloistered woman said that soon the destruction and carnage in Granada began. No one could stop the Lich King any longer. The director added that she tried to stop him by summoning an absolute master from another dimension, Mistress said. So that's how she ended up here. The director added that the master was not connected to her for long and didn't even respond to her call. And at that time, the Lich King arrived at their abode to finish off the remaining members of the clan. She had come here for shelter even though he had lost some of his power breaking through the dimensional wall. His pursuit continued, and she relentlessly tried to escape from it. She said that running away in fear is mean, but however, in an instant, King Leech disappeared. Mistress asked that he faced an absolute master who defeated his principal, said that such a thing could happen. The lady asked, so and so, where is this master? But the head of the department, after a little hesitation, answered that the place where King Lich's attack stopped was the great mountain Shuan Deshan. Madam was shocked. She asked if it was a demonic cult, and the superintendent said that the forces of the demonic cult had stopped the destruction of the central plane. At that moment, candles were lit in the whole room. Mistress asked if she wanted her to believe it. The department head understood her and sat still and silent. She waited for Madam's response, who asked if she was talking about the sky demon and if she meant that he saved the central plane. The superintendent said it was hard to believe such a thing, but at the same time, the Murim Alliance said it had prevented them in the Kunlun Mountains. The mistress said that the demonic cult is a power-hungry bunch of people, and she thinks it's completely insane that they protected the central plane. The director said she doesn't know exactly what the cult leader's intentions are, but thanks to him, the central plane has been saved, and added that this time the fate of the plane is at stake, and he thinks so too. The principal said that the 16th demonic cult's heavenly leader is already cooperating with the academy. She said that she can't deny that he constantly seeks power, but she believes that's why he was able to defeat the Lich King. The principal finished and said thank you for listening to her, and hopefully that was enough to gain her trust. A long silence hung between the girls, and she was really looking forward to her positive answer. Mistress said that worry was above trust, and she had doubts about the future, and added that making an alliance with a demonic cult is unimaginable. She said since the demonic cult was already in business, she had nowhere to go, and the superintendent asked what that meant. Mistress replied that she accepts her offer. Absolute master is ready. The department head bowed and thanked her. She said they would not let them down. She added that they would be bringing her to the academy soon, and they would talk about the details later. When the superintendent left, Mrs. said that in life, things can happen, and exhaled. She thought about the heavenly demon who prevented the destruction of the central plane, and what kind of person he was. The superintendent went outside, and there waiting for her was the dean. He was waiting for an answer. He asked how it went, and the director said it had been a while since they had talked like that. The dean went to the superintendent and wanted to tell her something. She asked what was wrong. He said that the heavenly demon's plan of joining the support of absolute masters was definitely worth it, and they would gain immense power, but he asked what would happen to the clan. He said that when the demon showed up in full force, the fictional past would reveal itself, and if a test came when the masters joined them, then the entire clan that supported them would be in crisis, and it could lead to the separation of academic institutions. He added that these were useless, senile worries, but what would he do if he came face to face with the clan? The principal said she didn't know what to do either and began to question her judgment. She added that assuming they will have to deal with Murim Alliance issues, the situation takes on a different connotation for everyone. He said then he promises to help her even more, and she counts on his support. The dean asked where they were going next, and she said they were going to the next one. It was Tianjin Hebei Province Beggar Gang, and indeed everything inside was very poor and meager. The people there were very sharp and rough. It was their lifestyle. They were poor. One of them asked the director if she wanted his help, and she said yes, please. It was the leader of the beggar gang, Ho Kanmo, who agreed to help them, but he looked terrible. The academy director and the dean were very surprised that he agreed so easily. She asked him why he agreed so easily, but here she had no answer yet. At that moment, the celestial demon said that he would now lay everything out and began writing on the blackboard. He said that the orthodox faction of the Murim Alliance had colluded with the grouped government and persecuted the demonic cult for 100 years. The demonic cult resisted wanting revenge but eventually decided against it. He said they believed the demonic cult had stopped the Lich King and disappeared. But the survivors revived the cult as well as its leader, a guy named Li Han whom they had ignored until now. Everyone listening was shocked, especially Soman En, who had not expected this. The heavenly demon said that so-and-so was the essence of the demonic cult, and finished writing. He added that it was different from what they knew. There were other instances, but he was always shown respect. He said they were going to have an exam and had to memorize, and asked who had more questions. Somun En raised his hand and asked for permission to ask the demon what he wanted. He said his question was different from the topic of their course, but why would they want to learn all that? The demon asked if it was because he didn't know it, and the guy said it was complicated because everything contradicted what they had been told before. The guy added that basically everything is confusing since it doesn't hit the theme of their course at all. The demon got angry and asked if he thought it was an honors question, and the student said yes. The celestial demon said that he would not touch him because his question did not imply an independent study and decided to tell them. He said that there was not much time left before the king returned, and at this point a new subject came up. He asked why at the beginning of the class they had learned details of the past. And he himself answered that, because at the end he would teach them demonic magic. The class was shocked by what they heard, but no one spoke up and everyone sat in silence. Only Somunen said that there was a risk of becoming possessed, and the demon replied that in the past 140 years. The martial arts level of the central plane had increased, but the enemies weren't sitting still either, and added that their dungeon training is child's play, and it will be time for an all-out attack. He said the curse would destroy the psyche, and their comrade would be torn to shreds, making it harder to breathe for fear of death. The demon said that among the martial arts, they would need to study the Shaolin or Ami arts for 4 years, and magic allows you to achieve rapid development. Of course, the risks of death during the study are not excluded. He added that under his leadership, they will not perish although there may be disruptions. He told them to use as a driving force a strong desire that made their blood boil, though he hoped they'd come to their senses after hearing the demonic cult's bloody history. He said he didn't need those who weren't going to get into his words. He was busy preparing too if they wanted to survive. They will just have to put up with this chaos, and it's also the basis of magic. Everyone was shocked. The sky demon finished his lecture, turned around, and walked away. He said that was the end of it. All the students were shocked. Tan was finally able to exhale in relief. She asked what it was, and if Unso Ren knew about it, but that one remained silent. I let my head go blank. Everyone thought the sudden amplification was due to something or sorcery, but the reason was something else. Somun En said that if it was a lie, he wouldn't be taking classes. He couldn't believe that they would really be learning magic. Philia asked. So Jin had to go about it now, and if they would really study it, so Jin wondered if he would even be able to. And at that moment, someone sharply hit the table with his fist, which made all the students fall silent. Students from the Shaolin Temple, he became very angry and could not contain his anger. The headmaster of the academy asked the head of the beggar gang if he was willing to accept their offer so easily. She clarified without any demands for conditions or entreaties, and he replied that they had been living like beggars even before the Lich King came. He said he didn't care now and didn't need much to live. He was even waiting for it to happen. The department head was very surprised and asked so he knew they were coming. He replied that she knew the beggar gang too. Her role in the central plane is to pass on secret information about the affairs of the plane, and they couldn't stay away. He said he was waiting for her and they should bring him along. She thanked him for agreeing without persuasion. The head of the beggar gang said they now had 2 absolute masters and asked where she was headed next. She said that was why she had come, and added that the whereabouts of the remaining man had not been established, and it would be impolite to look for a retired master deep in the mountains. The head of the beggar gang replied that he was a little confused as to what she meant. She asked what exactly he didn't understand, but he clarified and asked her to tell him who they were looking for. He asked the case of a man named Sionju, and the director replied that it was his whereabouts that were unknown. The head of the beggars said he wasn't sure exactly, but could draw conclusions from what he knew. He is a master of poison attack, and the head of the Tang clan in Sichuan, he is good at attacking alone, and generally, he is an outstanding figure in Sichuan history. But when the riots came, he gave up his position as head and disappeared. The director asked why. The one replied that he had been possessed by the poison and had explored almost every material in the plane and a new world had opened up to him, and added that he had found a new material and purpose for the application of the poison. Dean noticed that just like the heavenly demon, the head said there's a chance he's in the most poisonous area of the central plane, or where monsters useful for researching poisons appear. The director realized what the place was. She said it was the nest of the evil dragon, and the head confirmed that it was the cave where the great basilisk appears. The dean clarified if this Tamak was not close to the Lich King's sphere of influence, and the headmistress wondered. At that moment, the dean was sending a message to the head to return to the academy. He said he'd go himself because he had something for it, but since it's classified, the head of the department said they'd have to rack their brains, to which the head of the beggar gang remained silent. A man came up to him and said they were having a boil of alcohol. The chapter said it would be coming soon. He apologized and said he had the most important job of his life to do. He added that next time they would have a drink together and said see you soon. The department head and dean said goodbye to him and told him to see him at the academy. The dean asked, so first to the academy, the principal said yes, but realized that the head was going to say something. The head of the beggar gang climbed onto the roof and said he was here and started talking to his acquaintance. He asked why she spoke in such a shaky voice, and the head replied that he had been looking at her for a long time, but had not seen anything. The man asked since he was looking because she was pretty, isn't she? But the head said she wasn't even human. They noticed that the dean was agitated too and thought they had something going on. The man asked if his voice was shaking too, to which the head replied that he would have noticed it. The man jumped off and ran and said he was going to look it over and tell me all about it. The head of the gang apologized to the director and said he was morbidly curious. The dean asked if she was sure she was going alone, to which the principal replied that the desert could be a dangerous place for them. He asked if she was leaving right away, to which she replied that she had some things to prepare and would go into her office. At this point, when she entered the building, she saw something interesting and didn't realize what was going on. In the hall, the teachers were gathered and were discussing something very heatedly and very loudly. They didn't even notice when the academy principal walked in and addressed them there was a very loud noise. She apologized for disturbing them, and the instructor turned around in surprise. She asked what all the fuss was about, and he said it was about time she arrived. He asked her to stop them because they were going to leave the academy. She asked this because of Kuok-ken's teacher, and assumed there would be resistance. The teacher said he was telling the truth first, the collaboration with the demonic cult, and asked, and now, the demonic sciences. He said that, according to rumors there, they inculcate a strange ideology, an urge to possess a jealous and lustful soul. Even if the military force increases, such teachings are unacceptable to them Shaolin people who practice Buddhism. He asked her to think again, otherwise Shaolin would no longer cooperate with the academy. The instructor said that he tried to increase the importance of Mr. Chigon's lessons, but he still wouldn't listen. The principal said it was one of the conditions set by the heavenly demon and there was no turning back. She added that they probably fear that all the students will be crushed by demons. She knows it's scary, so understands their concern, but she asked if Shaolin had a worthy alternative that she was willing to share. The principal said that the academy only tied them all together, and because of them, the central plane became more powerful. She reminded that as they already knew that she and the heavenly demon were the only ones who knew the true nature of the Lich King, so only they knew what the right decision was. She said that the heavenly demon's true intentions in teaching might be different, but they had no other choice. She added if they wished, she would separate their children's activities from the rest of the class, and offered to seek a compromise. But the Shaolin Temple instructor interrupted her very abruptly and said enough was enough. He said after the Kwando collapsed due to inclement weather, the academy took control of the chaos in the world, following the teachings of the Buddha, and jointly set about rebuilding the plane. He added, however, it is going to create even more chaos to prevent bloodshed in the fall, obviously. He said they had done enough and could survive as they wished from now on, and left. He called the rest of his students over and said, "What's the point of security if it stands still?" The instructor and principal were confused, and the instructor approached the superintendent. He reported that this might not be the right time, but the Sword King was also gone and how many more losses lay ahead. The principal turned to everyone and asked them to listen. This happened because she had not considered everyone's anxiety. She said it's not a loss not to deviate from the plan, there's a chance to turn it around, and announced the happy news that 2 masters had joined them. Their influence could serve as a basis for further cooperation. She told them to tolerate her complacency, and she would not make any more mistakes like before. She thanked everyone for their attention and said she had to leave then and used magic to take off. She said she had to get ready for her next master's appointment. And fluttering up like a butterfly that had no trace of her, she took off and headed for her office. The dean reported that it's the limit of humanity when things come apart at the seams. They couldn't understand what the principal was seeing amidst the relentless destruction. Meanwhile, the principal was already in her office preparing to meet the master. She sank smoothly to the floor and found herself wondering what was going on the whole time. She had some things to do before the meeting, and for that she took off her gloves. Then she bit her finger, which made a small wound and bled. Then she splattered all her blood all over the office, trying to get something in return. After a while, where the drops of her blood had been, a small grid formed at first. And a little later, she opened a portal in this grid that she needed right now. She stood in front of this portal, pondering and hesitating to go or not. But then she turned toward her office and said she'd be right back. And stepped into that portal. She needed to be where the other master was. At this very moment, the celestial demon, dark swordsman, and Nodell were on the cliffs. They turned to the celestial demon and asked if they were sure they could handle it, and he said yes, of course. He replied that, of course, there have been cases of people missing there. The fatalist asked if they were neglecting him and the master. The demon turned to him and said that, as he had said from now on, they were in the same position. The heavenly demon gave the command to begin and prepared to do what he had in mind. He immediately charged his hand with the dark energy that was encompassed by the fatalist. The swordsman said that the goofy student was lucky to meet such a teacher, and this might be his last second of life. The head shouted and asked for them to do it and channeled all the dark energy in one direction. A portal opened in front of them, and the swordsman asked what he had just said, please. The celestial demon then struck the Kuljana at that portal with all its strength. And after that blow, the area became quiet and no one else was around and everyone disappeared from the place. The heavenly demon teleported them to another place, and at that very moment, a portal appeared there. For a while, it seemed like they had been flying for a long time. The swordsman was scared. And after a while, they fell to the unfamiliar ground. The master was able to land right on his feet. He said it was the space the swordsman leader was talking about, said he hated portals. At this point, the fatalist said there was a demon flying and said to go up already. Nodell and the dark swordsman turned and saw something in front of them that they didn't expect. They were very surprised. In front of them stood the image of a heavenly demon, but a completely different one. The master looked at him for a long time and then said he couldn't understand it. He thought it was the celestial demon himself, but something about him was wrong, something frightening. They stood in front of him and couldn't believe their eyes. They thought it was a heavenly demon. He really did look like him, like 2 drops of water, and only the eyes were different. He looked at them and smiled. Actually, it was a fatalist in the form of a demon. The demon said it wasn't really him, but a fatalist who copied his image. He added that it came out fine and exited the portal. The fatalist asked the two of them. The demon explained that here is the fatalist's space, but mentally he is connected to his master's world, and said that because of this, he could appear to them in his true colors. When the master had recovered a little from the shock, he fell at the feet of the heavenly demon and began to beg that they were welcoming the greatest celestial demon of all time. He was a little surprised. The master added that he was a humble old man, patiently waiting for this day, and after the fall of the divine cult, he believed in the return of the heavenly demon. Fatalist said it was the second coming of the heavenly demon, but the latter said that was enough, and since he was already here, there was no point in a second greeting. The sky demon informed him that he hadn't called him here for this and asked him to stand up. The demon thought that he was even happy, even though Nodal and the elder were still quite green compared to him. Still harping on the fact that 1,000 years had passed, didn't stand and say anything demon thought, but still it's a bit. Fatalist said it was disgusting and offered to banish him from there, but the demon said they hadn't even started yet. The dark swordsman looked at the fatalist and said there was a fatalist like him. The demon reported that due to the peculiarities of the shadow, he is able to recreate his image that disappeared, adding that few survive after entering this space. Said that under his master's command, he would give them a special opportunity. He said that this space is independent. It has nothing to do with the real world and is characterized by 2 features. The celestial demon offered to touch the fatalist first, and those obediently did so. But something went wrong, and the fatalist pressed his hand to the ground and made the energy flow upwards. And after a couple seconds, something they could not have expected and were shocked by it. Instead of an image of a heavenly demon, Fatali created 2 copies of a master and a dark swordsman. And the demon said that in this way the fatalist could extract the shadow of the enemy and create his double. Moreover, these shadows are free and unmistakable in their power. He also agonized for a long time over this. The fatalist said he had overpraised him. He said that the moment of illumination comes when a person overcomes himself, but such a chance is not given easily. And he added that even as they improve and make progress day by day, there are times when they don't come to an epiphany. And he said it applies to him and the genius, and it has to do with a minor problem. He reported that ultimately success or failure is determined by one's own discernment, but that's not why he called them. They will fight here with these shadows struggling with themselves for proximity to perfection. The master said he couldn't believe he had come up with a training method that suited him perfectly, but the demon replied that he had nothing to do with it, and said that this method was invented because the black swordsman was shocked by it. Like he said, he wants to stimulate his bloodlust with a vivid imagination comparable to reality, but he's captured by that vampire. He said it's already been proven that his imagination is the worst, and the swordsman got upset. The demon answered so he would learn the techniques of blood beast magic used by the shadow vampire achieves minimal success while sealed. The demon said he had no other choice but to make the vampire obey. The swordsman replied that he would put in twice as much effort and try his best. But the fatalist said that with such clumsy determination he could not escape his doom. The demon said he would have to fight to the death, and the fatalist confirmed it. The demon walked over to the master and said his powers were draining too fast. Nodal was surprised, and added that it is possible to train there without the expenditure of internal energy. They asked if it was true. The demon said that it was more accurately wasting his energy, and said that they may not have noticed, but it was scattered throughout the space. He said that the degrees of internal energy were so different that he wouldn't have sensed demonic energy. The sky demon said that if you released the compressed internal energy like this and scattered all this energy in different directions, everyone was very surprised by it. The master wondered if this was the energy of the Talma swordsman, couldn't believe he was capable of such a thing. Demon asked if they realized that internal energy is not consumed similarly to specific power at the same time. The master said it was an incredible ability and asked if it would disrupt his well-being. He said no. He said that if they get to that point, then losses are inevitable in the process of absorbing internal energy as their own. He reported if he had to turn his energy into theirs, the loss was about 80%. The fatalist said that tonight is the full moon when the bond with him and the host becomes most powerful. At the full moon, its power will unfold, and they will be able to fully exchange energy with the host. The demon said the most important thing is the skill to use, but the fatalist asked how he could learn the principles of all things. The head said they would practice here every full moon from now on. The master asked if they could get such benefits, but the demon replied that reaching the goal was already behind them. He said that after all these years it occurred to him that if he was willing to fight to the death he would die, and he realized that it was better to live. He assumed the fallen demons thought the same, and emotions that he thought had been dulled began to awaken. He reported that he had come so close to futility that he emptied all thoughts and began preparations to attain the divine state, and said that in any case, it is necessary to create a state without a single error from the preparation for the transition to the next level. He added that it wasn't all for them, it was for him, and asked me to try their I turned fatalist. He replied that he understood his master and would do whatever was required of him, and proceeded. At that very moment, the fatalists there flew upwards in an instant. He said he would make them scream and started doing what he should have done a long time ago. The master and the dark swordsman were ready for it, and the master told the swordsman to get ready. At that very moment, the fatalist in the form of a swordsman and wizards rushed towards them. The heavenly demon put out his palm to defend against the fatalist and waited for the blow. That one hit him right in his palm, but the demon was able to contain that power. He was full of might. Fatalist didn't expect him to be so strong, and they began practicing their skills. The sky demon was ready to see anything and defended himself as best he could. So did the swordsman. When they finished practicing, they went back to where they were before. First, the portal that connected that place to reality began to open, and a little later, the dark swordsman and Nodal fell out of there very surprised at where they were. They fell to the ground and lay still because the fight had exhausted. They fell to the ground and lay still. The master said his bones were very sore and asked how it all worked out that way. Then he turned back and saw something he didn't expect. He was very surprised by it. In front of him sat a heavenly demon who couldn't handle a hand filled with dark power. He sat on his knees and held that hand. He couldn't do anything. He was in pain. The dark swordsman and master immediately ran up to him and asked if he was all right, but he didn't understand yet. He couldn't believe that the inner strength had disappeared in an instant. The fatalist turned to him, and the demon asked how this was even possible, very angry. He said that there should have been a transition, and asked why it kicked out right after the start. The fatalist said it couldn't be. Fatalist replied that the power had characteristics, but no limitations. The demon said he knew, and asked what was wrong with his inner power. The fatalist apologized. The demon said to leave it. The rest of us couldn't understand anything. The master said they would try harder and increase the intensity of the training, but the demon replied that the problem was not volume but efficiency. He said they had to get in shape to stand up to the guards or he'd be killed. The demon realized that this urgently needed to be solved, but in what way he didn't know it yet. He asked the fatalist, he is also a spirit, and said don't exalt yourself, and asked to answer yes or no. He said yes. Demon said that's great, and the training is deferred. Master asked what he plans to do, to which he replied that when you don't know something, why not ask an expert about it? Meanwhile, the academy director had arrived in the desert through her portal. They stood on the edge of a cliff strewn with sand, wearing long robes that covered them. They head to the place where they were to meet the absolute master, and after a while they came up to a big building and the deputy said they were here. The principal thanked him and said he could go back. It was the evil dragon's nest. The aide addressed her by her name. She turned around and looked at him and waited for something. He asked her only one thing, that she not forget her promises. The fate of the clan was at stake. At the same moment, he entered the portal and vaporized, and she was left alone in the desert. She pondered that this was why she had come here, for the fate of the clan, and no other way. The director reported that the promise is being fulfilled, and there is not much time left. The headmistress walked down a long corridor with a torch burning and not a soul around. She said she couldn't see the monster, and it seemed to her that the dungeon wasn't cleared, as suddenly she was trapped and caught on some thread that was in front of her. And at that moment, the stones on the walls began to move and rearrange themselves among themselves. Then something strange began to happen, and she couldn't understand what it was. The academy headmaster took a long look at everything that was going on, but she didn't do anything yet. Then she saw flying needles flying towards her and realized what it was. It wasn't a dungeon trap she assumed was a secret signal. She was afraid of making a mistake, but wondered if the dungeons had been remodeled into one. Then she brought her hand up and sniffed, and only then realized it was poison. The director was sure that it required a lot of effort, and she would have a hard time here. But at the same moment, she said that however it was a small thing to her and she would get over it. She created a defense around herself to keep the poison needles from hitting her and passed on. When the needles ran out, small bombs started flying and exploding, but she didn't care either. Her defense worked and nothing happened to her, and that saved her. The academy principal moved further and further into the depths of the dungeon, leaving only a trail behind her. She was not afraid of anything and was 100% confident in her abilities and only moved forward. Then in front of her, she saw a wall that was moving right at her and it had spikes on it. But that didn't stop her. She knew she could get through it easily and she wasn't afraid. At one point, she hit that wall and it looked like the defense wouldn't hold, but it wasn't. She broke through the given wall with her shell and flew forward further. She didn't doubt her abilities at all, and she had the goal of a currency master. And after flying for a while, she finally saw the silhouette of a man ahead of her, trying to break through her defenses to get to her. The headmistress of the academy took a closer look and wanted to know who exactly it was. He threw something at her, and she tried to defend herself, even though it was hard. A little later, she said that the distance was increasing and it wasn't good. He asked if she understood that brief moment and said it was a bitter instinct. She said she didn't know that, but since she didn't know it was dangerous, she turned to him and said that he must be Sonju of the Tang clan, but he only remained silent. And then said it smelled something inhuman, so he came out and said, so she knows him, so she's not on the Lich King's side. She apologized for the late greeting and said she was the head of the academy and the cause of the disaster in the Central Plain. She said that although she took responsibility for the incidents, her strength was not enough, so she came to ask for cooperation. But he replied very sharply that he didn't agree and didn't even want to hear anything more. But the superintendent said the fate of the Central Plains was at stake and asked him to think it over. He said it was the ultimate trickery, and added that even without her request, he was preparing for the decisive battle immediately after the destruction and was not going to receive or give aid. He said he could end it all by himself, and he was sure of it. She said she would do anything to gain his trust and asked to share her power, but said she didn't understand nicely, and threw an object in her face that she had seen before, and she was very frightened. He said he just needed a subject for an experiment and told her to swallow in return he would give my trust. The principal asked for an explanation before swallowing what it was, but he asked why she would want to know. He said if it was her stupid ploy to finish it, and he wasn't going to waste time, and told her to fuck off. He also added that it disgusted him to see her indecision. The superintendent had nothing to reply. She thought he was giving her poison, but she'd never seen anything like it in Granada or the Central Plain. She said the strength of the poison doesn't bother her, but it could be her last minutes of life, so she's asking for one thing. She asked what would happen to her if she drank. He said it was created to fight the monsters of the netherworld. He added that doom was inevitable, and he knew nothing more and continued to insist. He said no one knows what will happen to her organs after all this time. He created a true masterpiece. There was nothing left to do but to take the object and swallow it. He said he could see she was cowardly, that these were her last gasps, and he wouldn't use it on someone as unusual as her, and added that the effectiveness is untested, but even if he blundered, she would survive and remain crippled. But the academy headmaster said that the poison concoction is perfect. Seonju was very surprised by her words. She said that even his projection could be seen through him, and even the most powerful monsters would fall before he noticed his spread, and added that though such a thing might be called intangible evil, she fears not her end. She said she apologized in advance for trying her best to hold out, but then he had to run away. She took and swallowed the poison he gave her and waited for a reaction from him. Seonju said, "What the hell is this nonsense?" But at that moment, something incredible began to happen to her. The academy principal fought hard against what was happening to her, and he couldn't believe that she was resisting the poison. He was surprised by it. She told him not to look at her and warned him that he had to get out of here. At that very moment, the figure of the Ribos man appeared in her blue eyes. He said it was his name and asked if she had a name. He was calm and friendly.